Chapter 51, Koi Fish 2, Leonel surged toward the towering beast. With his improvement to his treasure shoes, even without activating its formation, his leaping ability was now beyond the realms of reason. Even jumping 20 to 30 meters into the air was no longer impossible. In a flash, he had already appeared above the creature, his palms flipping over to reveal 2 pistols. Wow. Despite the fact his goal was to kill this creature, Leonel couldn't help but hesitate in the last moment. It was simply too much of a work of art. Before the metamorphosis, seeing such a beautiful creature was too difficult. Or, even if they did exist, they were on a much smaller scale than this. He could immediately tell that this creature was some kind of mutated koi fish. Its scales were various shades of blue, varying from what was almost a deep black to a sky blue. Its fins shot through the air almost like a pair of wings, and its tail fin, especially, flowed almost like the hair of a gorgeous woman. If there were any hardcore environmentalists here, there was no doubt they'd rip him apart for even daring to have thoughts on such a creature. But at this point, the die had been cast. If he didn't shoot Nut, he would be the one in danger. Sorry, big guy. Leonel fired a series of shots, unrestrainingly concentrating his shot on the eyes of blue koi fish. KKKKKUUUUAL. The bullets of white left spiraling trails of spinning wind in their wake, tearing a path through the raining water that shed reflective droplets in every which direction. The damage was undeniable. A spray of violet blood leaked from the blue koi's eyes as its body tried to flop back down to the river. But would Leonel allow this? A layer of green enveloped Leonel's right soul. He launched himself forward, sending a strong kick toward the massive fish that knocked it toward the land. Without pausing, the sole of his other shoe lit, stopping his rebounding force and sending him back toward the shore. Leonel thought it would all be over at this point. A fish out of water, no matter how large it was just a fish out of water. It was self-explanatory. In fact, it was even more exaggerated considering how injured it was now. But Leonel had forgotten to consider one important thing. Just what was this koi fish's ability? Just when the blue-scaled koi fish was about to land on solid ground, a shocking change took place. It took a dive as though it was going into water. At first, Leonel thought that this was simply because it was blinded. Maybe it was in so much pain that it hadn't even registered the fact Leonel had just kicked it. But in the next moment, Leonel was left speechless. The ground the koi fish should have landed against suddenly became as fluid as water. No, that wasn't it. It had actually become water. Leonel could only watch as what once was solid land suddenly became a lake. And then, as the fish rampaged, completely blind to its surroundings, it became a winding river. Suddenly, everything made sense. The odd structure of this island, the seemingly fantastical ways lakes and rivers appeared, the random and impossible to explain waterfalls. It was all the doing of this fish. Leonel's eyes widened, realizing that blinding this beast was maybe one of the worst things he could have done. Now it was blind, in pain and enraged. On top of having such an ability, "Run!" Leonel roared. From start to finish, the youths of both lookouts had been watching with shocked expressions. Leonel's actions seemed to get more and more wild with each passing moment. Leonel fell through the air. The process was completely out of his control. He had already used both platform jumps of his treasure shoes, and though he had improved them greatly, the cooldown time was still 30 seconds. Where there was dry land below him before, there was suddenly a vast and steadily growing lake. Well, maybe calling it a lake wasn't accurate, because the erratic movements of the koi fish made it look like a toddler had randomly scribbled onto a page. However, Leonel wasn't worried. If it was before, he would fear a battle on the water. But after he observed Old Hutch's use of force, he was able to glide on the surface of the lake. As far as he knew, there were no invalids on this island. Maybe they had already been weeded out by the beasts, or maybe they'd taken out by the overseers of Project Hunt. Even if this wasn't the case, the invalids who would appear here would all be beast types, so they wouldn't be interested in Leonel to begin with. So he wasn't shy with using his force at all. Leonel landed heavily on the surging waves below, his body sinking in to the point his hips were submerged before the buoyancy of his force sent him shooting back up. Leonel thought, his jaw clenched. He had used this ability to run from the boat that brought him here to the island. But back then, the ocean had been fairly calm. He hadn't thought that it would be so much more difficult when the water was agitated. I need to end this quickly with a light elemental shot. Had Leonel not been too conservative in his approach before, he most definitely could have ended this earlier. But it was impossible, even for him, to predict everything. Haha, dealing with such a beast is what I'm built for. At that moment, the quiet and stoic King of Seas suddenly became a totally different person, charging forward in his brass speedo with trident in hand. Leonel frowned, but he didn't say much. If there were others with water abilities, it really could be useful. Those without them had already heeded his advice and retreated by a long measure. The only exceptions were those who were seemingly able to use force just like him. The Slayer Legion has force users? Leonel felt that maybe he had to reevaluate this group of rebels again. While his mind was half wandering, half focusing on the battle before them, their movements had caught the attention of the beast toward the center of the island. Their intelligent eyes flickered with a peculiar light. Chapter 52, Koi Fish 3. Leonel's eyes madly scanned the body of water beneath him. Since his internal sight was so limited upon entering liquids, his best reliance was his eyes. Though it was true that this koi fish's ability was troublesome, there were some benefits to it as well. For example, the bodies of water it created were perfectly clear and without impurities, making it much easier to see through. The only thing that could disrupt Leonel's vision was the agitated water. But wasn't this agitation perfect for telling exactly where that massive fish was? At that moment, King of Seas soared into the air, diving down. Leonel faintly caught the sight of his skin growing greenish-blue scales just before he entered the water. Leonel didn't stop him. With such an ability, King of Seas was indeed a good candidate for taking the vanguard. The trouble was that Leonel was certain this fish was far stronger than King of Seas, judging by his stats. However, King of Seas had two advantages. Firstly, Leonel had already blinded the koi fish, and secondly, Leonel had yet to get a clean look at his stats after his transformation. It was possible that Leonel had underestimated him. Pisces shot a look toward Flowing Wind. But, after a brief communication with their eyes, the latter shook her head no. Pisces immediately understood. It seemed that Flowing Wind's scouting ability was useless in the water. After confirming this, she shot forward along the green grass while Flowing Wind rose into the air, stepping on the wind as though it was solid ground. As though not to be outdone, Chasing Wind soared into the air as well, followed quickly by Thunderous Clap. Roaring Black Lion hesitated for a moment, but chose to stay back. That said, it didn't mean he would do nothing. He quickly morphed into his humanoid beast form, filling his chest with air and billowing out with a roar that shook the surroundings. Leonel had been right. Roaring Black Lion's ability wasn't as simple as a transformation and a strength boost. He had a suppression ability he called King of Beasts. Though it worked on humans, it was especially effective on animals and had much more room to grow. In this sort of situation, even though he couldn't partake in the fight directly, his role was still invaluable. After his roar, the wild movements of the koi fish slowed considerably, allowing King of Seas to catch up and land a resounding strike with his trident to its side. A tornado of water blasted forward, sending the koi fish upward with an unquenchable momentum. Pisces reacted quickly. Droplets of water seemed to form around her like sparkling lights as her dress and hair fluttered. Though she could be looked down upon for actually wearing a dress to such an occasion, one could only admit that she looked amazing doing it. Flowing Wind and Chasing Wind reacted at that instant as well, causing the wind in the surroundings to kick up a storm that fused in the rising tornado of water. KKKKUUUUUUUAAA. The koi fish shot higher and higher into the air, unable to extricate itself. It was completely helpless. "Ha! This kill will be mine, King of Seas." King of Seas controlled the water around him, forming a miniature tornado of his own to shoot into the skies after the koi fish. When he appeared, many couldn't help but be stunned. Greenish-blue scales covered him from head to toe. Odd fish-like membranes snapped closed and open over his eyelids. Fins jetted out the side of his face, and webbing coated the distance between his fingers and toes. Any way you looked at him, he was a fishman of legend. He grinned a savage, jagged grin, a sharp row of teeth shimmering beneath the sunlight as he soared into the air. Pulling his trident back, he mustered all his strength, using the water tornado beneath him to propel him forward and bring more power to his strike. He could almost see it, the sight of the fish being skewered. Whenever he activated his ability and entered this form, his blood would boil. As though he had a long lineage of ancestors who lived for battle and blood, an excitement that dug deep into his bones would take hold of him. Because of this, a young man who was usually quiet and stoic would now have these outbursts where he had to kill. His trident needed to taste blood or else he wouldn't rest. Who knew that in all his confidence, his trident would rebound off of the koi fish's scales as though he had smashed into a steel plate. His savage expression changed as a jarring pain assaulted his arm. The rebound force was so strong that he felt his shoulder almost dislocate completely, and, despite the fact it didn't, he could sense a few micro-tears pulling the muscles in his arms. The koi fish was sent flying toward the ground again, but this time, no one seemed happy about it. They all knew what would happen. The ground would turn into a body of water once again, and who knew if they'd be able to catch that fish again. But it was at that moment that a young man who had been doing nothing but scanning the lake's surface this whole time suddenly moved. It was too bad for this koi fish, but 30 seconds had passed. The water beneath Leonel's feet bubbled as his force surged into his legs. Bang! The surface beneath his feet exploded as he launched himself into the air. Due to losing some of the momentum, he only managed to jump 10 meters, but to Leonel, he felt that this was more than enough. The moment he felt his momentum faltering, another green light blossomed beneath his soul. This time, he jumped over 20 meters, appearing above the flopping fish, 2 pistols in hand. He didn't hold back this time around. Both pistols were outfitted with a bullet that jetted out from the nozzle like an arrow. In fact, instead of calling it a bullet, it would be more appropriate to call these loaded pistols harpoons. If it was a regular shot, Leonel could shoot 20 to 30 times. If it was a light elemental force shot, Leonel could shoot 2 to 3 times. But if it was this harpoon modified from his darts, he could only shoot once. There was a good reason for that. Bang! KKUUUUAALA. The koi fish flopped to the ground with a resounding boom. But this time, there was no new lake or river to speak of. Chapter 53, Just Him? Leonel landed on the koi fish, exhaling a long breath. At the same time, a bit of fear couldn't help but creep into his heart as well as a bit of anticipation. This koi fish's ability was really too sinister. If he had been fighting alone, it could be said that he would have had a much harder time even if it ended in his victory. As for why he was filled with anticipation, it was of course because if he could refine the ability into a treasure, the potential applications were tantalizing. Leonel most wanted this ability for its application in Escape. He could tell that the koi fish wasn't creating water, but was instead transforming earth into water. If this was a treasure instead of an ability and it was tweaked a bit, wouldn't it be possible to escape through the ground? There was another type treasure Leonel was thinking of making, but for now he lacked the skill. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Xinghai. If he could turn Xinghai's blink ability into a treasure, his combat prowess would take another leap. But Leonel neither had the necessary materials nor the skill to do anything with this idea. Any such treasure would be of, at the very least, the quasi-bronze grade. Obviously, this was beyond him. Leonel sighed, looking at the pistols in his hands. The nozzles had exploded from the inside out, leaving them useless. Unfortunately, now was definitely not the best time to repair them, so he could only continue from here with 8 nozzles remaining. After putting them away, Leonel made his way to the wound in the koi fish's eye and coated his arm in force. Reaching inside and relying on his internal sight, he was able to dig out the beast crystal with ease. The beast crystal looked like a smooth blue pearl, emitting a faint watery smell, the kind one would experience by a freshwater lakeside. "What do you think you're doing?" Leonel frowned, turning back to see King of Seas looking toward him with an unfriendly gaze. He had already dismissed his ability transformation, but judging by the red in his eye, he was still suffering from a bit of bloodlust. It was immediately obvious to Leonel that he was looking at the beast crystal in Leonel's hand. It was only now that Leonel remembered that to the other promising youths who had come with him, the beast crystals provided an opportunity to evolve their abilities. Even if Leonel discounted King of Seas, there was still Pisces as well. How could they not both want a beast crystal from such a powerful water-type creature? What Old Hutch had neglected to tell Leonel was that if one ingests a beast crystal from a creature with similar abilities, there's even the possibility of mutating and improving one's ability as well, making it even more desirable. This beast was at least of the SS grade in the eyes of these youths. Just how much would their abilities improve if they were to ingest it? King of Seas was especially looking forward to the potential defensive boost to his scales if he ingested it. Back then, his trident hadn't even left a scratch after his full-powered attack. As for Pisces, she was especially fond of the water transformation ability. As things stood now, she could only pull water vapor from the air when there were no other sources around. This was the source of all those beautiful sparkles floating around her when she attacked. If she was able to evolve her ability in this way, it could be said that she would instantly become one of the most powerful on Earth, let alone her generation. Regardless of who it was between them, it held lethal allure. "Hey, you ungrateful bastards from Eastern Lookout, Indomitable got the final kill. Don't you think you're a bit too shameless asking what he's doing? Obviously he's taking his spoils." Roaring Black Lion didn't back down even a step. "Taking his spoils?" Pisces asked indifferently. "It was all 7 of us who worked together to take down the fish, yet he didn't say a word before digging out the beast crystal himself. Even if he deserves the largest share, something that's still up for debate, he should at least discuss it with the rest of us, right?" Those from the Southern Lookout frowned. What was up for debate? They all saw that King of Seas couldn't even scratch the beast's scales with his strongest strike. As for the rest of them, they only played a part in launching it into the air, something Leonel already proved would happen regardless as long as they were a bit more patient. It could be argued that Leonel could have taken the beast out without help at all. The only reason those of the Southern Lookout stepped in was because they didn't want to remain idle while the Eastern Lookout youths acted. Roaring Black Lion sneered. "Don't say I didn't warn you. He's not a person you can deal with just by ganging up like you did with me." Flowing Wind and Chasing Wind descended from the skies. Since Flowing Wind didn't need the beast crystal as the ability had nothing to do with water, she didn't join in. As far as she was concerned, this wasn't an Eastern versus Southern Lookout issue. This was purely a fight for benefits. There was nothing personal. She felt no need to put herself in any potential danger for the sakes of King of Seas or Pisces, even though they were teammates. Toward Roaring Black Lion's words, Pisces and King of Seas sneered. "Can't deal with just him?" King of Seas laughed, the red in his eyes brightening a bit more. If Leonel's guns hadn't broken right before their eyes, they might still fear him, but they all saw for themselves how they splintered and exploded. Of course, a weapon capable of killing an SS-grade threat was enough to make them fear, but wasn't this weapon destroyed now? Of course, these two simply had no idea that Roaring Black Lion wasn't referring to Leonel's treasures at all. How could they know? By now, they had already assigned the loss of that Eastern Lookout group led by Ruptured Artery to Leonel's guns. Now that they were out of the picture, there was nothing to fear. Leonel scanned King of Seas and Pisces, his gaze expressionless. Chapter 54, Geyser. The Leonel of the past might have really been surprised by this turn of events. In the world he was used to, even if people held such greed in their hearts, they wouldn't display it so openly. But, after his run-in with Thunderous Clap, he had already come to accept it. This was his new world now. I will be taking this beast crystal as it's useful to me. I'll also be taking a few of its scales and meat as well, but with a beast of this size, there's more than enough to go around for us all. Leonel said words he was planning on saying anyway before King of Seas spoke. If he really wanted to slight these people, he could easily take the entire beast into his segmented cube. With his strength and means, would any of them even be capable of stopping him from doing so? The fact he hadn't was already an act of kindness. In Leonel's mind, the most important thing to him now, as getting back to Ina. In order to do so, he needed to have adequate strength. It was impossible to tell what might be going on terrain. When it came to matters related to Ina, he had no patience for nonsense, even if half that nonsense came from a beauty. A suffocating aura bloomed from Leonel's body. He had never been able to control this aura, but whenever his emotions became especially focused, it involuntarily leaked. Toward this change, it wasn't just King of Seas and Pisces that suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Even the youths from the Southern Lookout could only look toward Leonel with ghastly pale expressions. They had never sensed such a thing from Leonel, and how could they? That day, Leonel had been so tired, how could he possibly focus his emotions? Had he been able to focus on the task at hand like he usually did, they would have long since been drowned out by his aura. In that moment, the red in King of Seas' eyes completely retreated as though it had met something it feared. Leonel hadn't done a thing, he simply stood there and spoke. But, even if he told others that he wasn't purposely trying to suppress them, who would believe him? All the youths from the Southern Lookout only looked toward Leonel with more fear. Could it be that he had really held back that day? Or had he really been tired? That hadn't been a joke. After realizing what was happening, a flash of embarrassment and anger appeared on King of Seas' face. However, but he could do anything about it. What happened next left him stunned. The very guns he thought were already broken were taken out by Leonel once again. They could only watch as he calmly twisted the broken nozzles off and replaced them with new ones, as though nothing had ever happened. King of Seas and Pisces couldn't help but gulp. This was already Leonel's final warning to them. If they really insisted on continuing, then he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. The last group that tried ended up in a tree for a few days. Leonel had no problem doing that again. Though there was now hesitation in the eyes of the two water ability users, Leonel could see that their resolve was slowly growing firmer. This sort of opportunity, it came once in a lifetime. Most of the water ability beasts could only be found in the ocean, but who dared to venture into it? The waters were simply too dangerous, and who knew what beasts evolved down there out of their control? In addition, just being an aquatic beast didn't guarantee a water ability either, and even if it did, it was unlikely to be as good as the one in Leonel's hands right now. Even with all this being said, there was another, maybe even more important, reason they had to do this. This place was one where they would be the strongest, and they could tell that Leonel wasn't comfortable with battling inside of water. If they tried to take this battle elsewhere, their strength would be greatly diminished. There was no better place for them to battle than by all of this water. Just when everyone was preparing for battle, the sound of a raging beast came from the distance. Leonel's pupils shrunk. It's not just one beast. Bang! An explosion caused many of the youths present to feel their ears rupture and begin to bleed. At first, it was impossible to tell exactly where this explosion had come from and what had caused it. It was simply too loud. But, a moment later, a raging pillar of billowing white steam shot into the air in the distance. The pillar was so thick and vibrant that it could be seen from over 10 kilometers away with a clearness that made it feel as though it was right before them all. Force? Leonel's eyes widened. That pillar, he could feel it. It was a flood of force with a level of density he couldn't fathom. Is that the force crystal mine old Hutch was talking about? Is it supposed to explode like that? Worry began to bubble up in Leonel's heart. Before, he was freely using his force because he was certain that there weren't any invalids on this island. With his density of force, the invalids that could threaten him were too far away. Plus, they would all be creatures of another species, so they wouldn't bother with him either. But this density of force was on another level. In addition, if it really came from the Force Crystal Mine, that meant it didn't come from any one species and might very well attract creatures of all kind. If this island was suddenly surrounded by an infestation of aquatic invalids, what could they do? How the hell would they get out of this place? Leonel's blood ran cold. Chapter 15:5. Convinced Leonel was likely the first to realize the problem, but he most definitely wasn't the only one. In the recent battle, many of the youths had displayed some level of force manipulation, whether small or big. There was no doubt they knew exactly what the geyser in the distance was. This isn't good. Not only would this geyser cause the island to be quickly surrounded by aquatic creatures, but there wasn't any guarantee that these creatures wouldn't come inland as well. It was wishful thinking to hope that they wouldn't. Leonel had already learned that lesson once before. The only way is to quickly stop that thing. After making this decision, Leonel aimed his pistol at the fish corpse beneath his feet, powering it with lethal light elemental force and firing. His sudden action caused many who had been paling under the stress of the sudden change of events to whip their heads toward him. However, by then, Leonel's purpose had already been accomplished. He had perfectly aimed his shot toward a vulnerable point between the scales of the koi fish, causing them to bend at that point. Then, he reached down and pulled up with all his might, ripping the scales free from the dead beast's body. He worked quickly. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he had already pulled off over 10 beautiful blue scales, each of which was over a foot in length and about half of that in width. When he had about 20 in his possession, Leonel stopped, having stored them all within his spatial ring. Then, he looked off into the distance. If you all want to survive this, I suggest we put aside petty disputes for now and head over there. If we don't stop it, we're finished. Leonel's calm voice had a magnetic appeal to the youths around him. They couldn't help but instinctively want to listen. Going over there? Are you insane? Of course, how could everyone be of one mind? Where there were those with one thought, there would always be those with the opposing. This was just the way of the world, the way things worked. The person who spoke was none other than Ruptured Artery. Despite his history with Leonel, he hadn't spoken out of spite. Instead, he spoke on instinct. How could that place not be dangerous? This koi fish was the very first SS-grade threat they had ever met, and they all very clearly realized that they couldn't do anything to it. If it wasn't for Leonel, they would have forever been unable to cross this region toward the center of the island. Knowing this, it was obvious to them that there was likely more than one such creature like this here. And this also explained the scarcity of beasts as well. If they linked all of these points together, there was most definitely a horde of dangerous beasts, maybe no less powerful than the fish beneath Leonel's feet ahead. After thinking to this point, how could they possibly dare to continue forward? The best choice was to wait for their overseeing commander to come back and retrieve them. I will only say a few more words to convince you. If they fall on deaf ears, I won't be responsible for what happens to you after this. 1. You're not the only ones in danger. Your commanders, waiting offshore for you all, are in even more danger than we are. There's nowhere to hide on the open ocean. Leonel had hardly begun when the youths turned several shades more pale. Having thoughts that their commanders were infallible would be utterly stupid. The metamorphosis just began. Even though higher-ranking officials could be said to have far greater combat experience than them as youths, the truth was that there wasn't a large power disparity between them and their commanders. There were very few exceptions to this. Geniuses like Old Hutch, who could make progress even in a third-dimensional world, then explode with all their potential now, were incredibly rare. Simply put, there were most definitely no such people amongst the commanders. Second, time is of the essence. Even if the commanders could deal with the initial wave, could they survive a second, a third, a fourth? If you want any hope of making it off this island, the quicker the geyser is dealt with, the better. And third, you really don't have much of a choice. Leonel looked into the distance with a solemn expression. The direction he was looking at was surprising. In fact, he was looking toward the complete opposite direction of the force geyser. The dense forest of trees began to rumble and quake. First, it was subtle. It was an ever so slight swaying of the grass or rustling of the leaves. Then, it felt as though the ground itself was trembling. Soon, even the thick trees themselves began to swing to and fro as though made of rubber. The promising youths looked toward their backs with an eerie cold permeating their hearts. They suddenly understood what Leonel meant. Though the number of beasts in the forest was less than they imagined there would be, there were still many there. It was enough for Leonel to have killed over 20 in just his first few moments on this island. Even if the number was lacking, if they were all to converge on this point, they really didn't have a choice but to continue forward. If they tried to fight against the tide of beasts, wouldn't they be swallowed whole before even realizing what happened? Having said what he needed to say, Leonel didn't hesitate to dash into the distance toward the geyser, thinking to himself that he most definitely needed a treasure capable of transportation soon. But unfortunately, that would require crafting something much larger than he ever had before. In force crafting, difficulty wasn't just decided by the overall grade of the treasure, but also the size of it. A craft that was extremely small or large was definitely much harder to craft even compared to a craft several levels higher in grade. However, now wasn't the time to think about such things. Leonel could only lament his bad luck. This was supposed to be an easy trial he could place first in with a minimum amount of effort. Why had it suddenly become a life-or-death situation? Something about all of this felt off. Things weren't so simple as they seemed. Chapter 56, Over the Hill, Leonel crossed lake after lake and river after river. He knew that the youths were quickly following behind him, hoping to put some distance between them and the beast horde coming from the dense forests. The wild, thunderous roars and booming tremors seemed to be getting closer and closer. Leonel's internal sight remained vigilant, but his expression was only growing more and more solemn. He noticed that his senses were growing less sharp. It was almost as though something was interfering with his ability to see the whole picture clearly. It must be the increased density of force, or maybe it's the fact that force is so unrestrained and volatile. Leonel didn't have a perfect answer, but this was his best guess. However, he didn't get a chance to think of any more examples because his footsteps suddenly came to a grinding halt. His heels dug into the ground in an exaggerated manner. It was to the point he almost fell backward. Just now, he had reached the top of the largest hill in this stretch of land, only to find a sight that his heart plummet. Though this was an island with a relatively circular shape, there was just a single path toward the center of it. This was precisely why the actions of the blue koi fish had stalled the youths for so long. With it taking control of the single path forward, they had to either find a way to bypass it or kill it the very same way Leonel had. The reason that there was just this singular path was because entrances from all other angles were flooded with deep valleys that seemingly had no entry points. Together, they became deep pits with unfathomable depths. Flowing wind and chasing wind had already considered the idea of simply flying over these valleys, but for whatever reason, that still ended in failure. As for exactly why, maybe only those two women knew. At this moment, those valleys became those eerie death pits once more, trapping them. The trouble was that they weren't trapping them outside, but rather inside this time around. However, just this alone didn't warrant this reaction from Leonel. He had already known about the deep valleys that blocked the path to the center of the island. After all, he had been here for half a month. How could he not think of venturing further in to find more targets? The trouble was that his path had been blocked. He wasn't omnipotent, nor had he reached the point of being able to cover the island completely with his internal sight. As such, just like the other youths, he had to slowly explore the island, trying to find another entrance in. It was then that he was lucky enough to run into Erupting Volcano and was able to learn that it was precisely because this one entry point faced the location the Eastern Lookout youths entered the island that they were able to find it first, followed by those of the Southern Lookout. So, why was all this important? Why was it that Leonel was frozen in place, even to the point of becoming an anchor that stopped the youths from moving forward any longer? It was because the moment he reached the top of the hill, he saw an army. One shouldn't mistake these words to mean that a group of humans were below. No. Each and every one of those soldiers in Leonel's line of sight were beasts. They were separated by their species. One group of a few dozen was led by a large bear that stood at over 5 meters tall with brownish gold fur. Another was led by a tiger no smaller than the bear, except its stripes were a bright red gold instead of the normal black. Yet another was led by a snake over 10 meters long, covered in black scales. As if these three weren't imposing enough, there was still another three. There was a spider with vicious steel incisors and countless beady red eyes. Its size was the smallest, at just 3 meters in length, but such a thing hardly stopped its grotesque visage from displaying its full might. The next was a lemur, a monkey-like creature with a zebra-striped tail. It was far larger than it should have been, standing no shorter than the red-gold-striped tiger. However, the last was maybe the most shocking of all. It didn't seem to be a beast at all, or rather it was, but had been stripped of all its flesh. It stood on all fours, not much unlike an ape would. From head to toe, it was nothing but bone. Its body was covered in a faint transparent light that seemed to reflect the vision of an armor, but it would often flicker and disappear as though lacking the ability to maintain its own form. These 6 creatures were easily the most powerful. However, what truly shocked Leonel were the orderly soldiers to their backs. Each of them had a troop of their own, neatly arranged as though they truly were an army of humans rather than beasts. Each took control of their own species, wielding absolute authority. The golden-brown bear had a troop of bears. The red-gold-striped tiger had a legion of tigers. The black-scaled snake's troop filled the air with endless hissing. Each had their own centers of power. Even the bone ape had a legion of apes, though their flesh and blood was intact. Leonel quickly tried to calm his breathing. However, any hopes he had of not being noticed had already long since been thrown out the window. The instant he had made it to the top of the hill, he found 6 pairs of eyes trained on him. The bestial, murderous intent made it feel as though a bucket of ice water had fallen onto his head. His heartbeat involuntarily slowed. At that moment, the brownish-gold bear roared and turned its head toward the spider legion. To Leonel's dismay, the spider's numerous beady red eyes landed on him once again, its mandibles snapping together in what looked like a response. Chapter 157, Weakness. The youths who charged forward with Leonel paled. Their legs grew weak to the point some of them all but collapsed. There was even a good portion of them that wanted to turn and run this very moment. But when they thought about the horde of beasts to their back, they realized that there really was no place to go. Were they really finished? Just like this? Some of them were here for a chance to enter an SS-grade zone. Now that they thought about it, just how foolish were they? A single SS-grade threat like the koi fish had stumped them for so many days already until Leonel came. Wasn't it too much of a joke to be striving for such a quota? The more they thought like this, the more they disparaged themselves, and the greater their fear grew. In the distance, the horde of spiders was swiftly moving forward, their 8 limbs shimmering beneath the sunlight and slicing through the wind. They could only imagine what it would feel like being pierced by one of those things. How horrible would their deaths be? Though these youths were part of the Slayer Legion, their childhoods weren't much different from Leonel's. Fights between the Empire and the rebels were much rarer in those days compared to after the metamorphosis. It could only be said that they were marginally more prepared than other youths since they received military training. But now they froze up. Facing a beast one-on-one was one thing, but suddenly facing over 100 charging forward like this made them feel as though their lives were already finished. This would really be their last day on this earth. "Hey!" Leonel suddenly roared, shocking them out of their thoughts. His voice was so loud that it traveled over a mile, even overshadowing the rushing sound of force surging out from the geyser up ahead. "If you don't want to die, pull yourselves together. You see over there? There's a network of caves. Our goal is to cut through here and make it there. Then we might stand a chance. I'll take the vanguard. Don't lose sight of my back." They all saw what Leonel was pointing toward. After the rolling hills of green the blue koi fish had called home, the land suddenly became bleak and desolate, filled with grayish-black gravel-like land. This bleak land was connected to the valley system that blocked their entrance from other regions. Without any context, it looked no different from a land of death. Nearer toward the center of this land of death, there was another hill. Though this hill wasn't as tall, it was very wide. It was made completely of dull grayish-black stone and had numerous holes of varying sizes dotted across its surface. In truth, it was more accurately described as a hive rather than a hill. The geyser of force, still jetting out into the skies, came out from this very hive, out of a hole at the very center of it all. Leonel could also tell that the origin of this geyser was incredibly deep underground. Thinking of the deep valley system, Leonel couldn't help but think that they were connected in some way. But even though he intuitively felt this, he didn't have the time to put his brain power toward trying to figure it out. The Spider Legion was already closing in. In the beginning, they were over half a kilometer away, but now they were already less than half of that. We have the high ground right now, but trying to maintain this position is stupid. Those beasts seem to have intelligence, so if they see that the Spider Legion is losing, they won't just sit idly by. The good news is that they only sent one of the 6 groups after us, leaving a gap in their defenses we can take advantage of. The bad news is that we still need to make it through the Spider Legion and those other 5 legions if we want to seek refuge in that hive. Leonel gritted his teeth. He knew they needed to charge, there was no other way. The truth was that turning back to pierce through the horde of beasts toward their backs would be easier. They had far less organization and would definitely be weaker than this threat up ahead. But if they did that, then what? There were definitely even more beasts headed here from the ocean, having sensed the surge of force. If they couldn't deal with this problem in front of them, they would be finished. Leonel flipped his palm, a familiar spear appearing in his hand. Compared to the last time when its spearhead had been split by Hutch's blade, it had already been repaired. How could he come here without first comprehending spear force? After Leonel did this, the dictionary unlocked a lot of information about the spear domain ring for him. There were many useful things, but what was most important to him now was the fact that spears acknowledged by the ring can be repaired. Unfortunately, he had left the primitive man's spear outside for too long, causing its consciousness to dissipate. As a result, the ring no longer acknowledged it and was unable to repair it. But this primitive woman's spear was different. Not as much time had passed, and since it was just a low-level spear of the spear domain, it didn't even take an hour to repair fully. Leonel's aura completely changed, becoming even sharper and more violent than before. Seeing this, the youths inexplicably felt a sense of calm. Before, when the aura was aimed toward them, they found it difficult to even breathe. But now, having experienced the aura of protection Leonel's teammates had for so many years already, they suddenly felt their strength surging. Leonel took out the dictionary and slipped it into his pocket. With the situation like this, he couldn't afford to keep it hidden any longer. What's the weakness of that Spider King? Leonel's sudden words caught the youths who had just regained their bearing off guard once again, but they were even more shocked when there was an actual response. Ping replying to Seed, the seam between the head and body is a vital point. Leonel didn't even turn back after hearing this. Follow me, I'll carve out a path. He could feel his blood boiling. He understood that this was his true state, the state his lineage factor was meant to be in. Chapter 15-8, Spider Legion, Hong. Leonel took a strong step forward. Leonel Morales, Force Amplified. Strength, 259. Speed, 238. Agility, 243. Coordination, 261. Stamina, 273, plus 105. Nullified. Reactions, 263. Spirit, 263. Spirit, 292. Force, 060. The grass beneath his feet swayed wildly, being pressed down by his momentum as he took yet another step forward. Hong. Leonel Morales, Force and Spear Domain Lineage Factor, Amplified. Strength, 285, Speed, 262, Agility, 267, Coordination, 287, Stamina, 273, plus 005, Nullified, Reactions, 290, Spirit, 292, Force, 066 with Leonel as the center, billowing winds spread out, leaving a trail of concentric circles as though a helicopter was descending from above. At that moment, Leonel smiled lightly. I haven't gotten back to Ina yet. I have no intention of dying in this place. I'm sure you all heard that. Leonel said without turning back. Aim well. Leonel dashed forward, his speed so swift that it almost looked like his feet weren't touching the ground. To his back, the youths clenched their jaws. By now, in the chaos of the moment, those of the eastern and southern lookouts didn't have the luxury of continuing to remain separated. King of Seas and Pisces were still fuming over what happened earlier, but did they have much of a choice? If they didn't band together now, wouldn't their slim chance at survival become even slimmer than it already was? Still, despite the situation, those of the Southern Lookout had complicated feelings of their own. They couldn't help but feel odd about Leonel's actions to this point. Wasn't he supposed to be arrogant and insufferable? Someone with those kinds of personality traits would probably use their superior power to force them to act as meat shields. If it came down to it, and Leonel forced them to take the vanguard, would they even be able to say no? Where would they go? Without a pillar of support like Leonel, what were their odds of survival? Leonel crossed the last line of grass and stepped onto the gravel-like land of death. To him, it simply didn't matter whether those to his back followed him or not. He was a person with a soft heart. This was precisely why he had taken on the role of their vanguard. However, it was impossible for him to put himself in any more danger should they choose to hesitate. The loose land beneath his feet was kicked up into the air as his hair whipped about wildly. There was something freeing knowing that all of his opponents were just beasts, as though an inhibition on his heart had been removed and he could finally let loose. At that moment, a familiar roar sounded behind Leonel, causing his lip to curl into a more prominent smile. It seemed that they had finally decided to follow. Call of the Wind, the ease with which Leonel used this technique simply couldn't be compared to the first time he had done so. It looked as though he had only casually flicked his wrist a few times, yet several lines of white curled in the air, finding the gap between the head and thorax of several spiders in the blink of an eye. Leonel could at most use this technique a few times in the past, but now, using it over 100 wasn't an issue. Before he had even met the front line of the charging legion, almost a dozen large spiders had already fallen, their mandibles chopping at empty air. As expected, the smaller ones have the same weakness as the larger one. How could all of these spiders be of the same subspecies? Things would never be so convenient. Let alone this spider legion, even the legion of the tiger and bear weren't completely homogeneous. But what stood true was that like converged with like. The spider legion was mostly made up of various mutated arachnids and different kinds of insects. The tiger legion was most constructed of large cat-like beasts. So on and so forth. Now that Leonel had a firm grasp of their weakness, he wouldn't allow them to stop his path forward. Especially not now that he had support coming to his back. In another few strides, Leonel had met the Spider Legion. The youths charging closely to his back couldn't help but be shocked by his dauntlessness. But if they knew that Leonel first trial in this world was facing an army of Spaniards with no weapon outside of a bicycle, they would think much differently. This fearlessness, this dauntlessness, the firmness of his stride and the straightness of his back, he had earned them all with his blood, sweat, and tears. Leonel's movements became ethereal, his steps carrying a bit of the elegance of the primitive woman. As devastating as Call of the Wind was in the long range, in the short range it was even more so. Leonel carved a path, sliding past the sharp legs and chomping pincers of insects and spiders around him. If all he had to do was make it past, he would have long since stepped through the air. However, he held his ground firmly, every pierce of his spear reaping another life. Suddenly Leonel took his left hand off the staff of his spear, flipping his palm to reveal his pistol. His hip spun as he fired a single shot. In the distance, Precious Moment had fallen. She scrambled to pull back, ignoring the hard gravel scraping across her palms and bottom as she hurried back. The mandibles of a mantis-like creature snapped toward her, not caring for the tears and snot running down her face. "Amelia!" Seer roared from a battle to her side, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time. Disregarding himself, he pointed his staff toward the mantis, blowing it away. But before he could sigh in relief, he realized the spider he had been fighting was now free to attack him. A leg glistening like steel shot toward his chest. He could almost see the scene of his chest being pierced right through. However, he could have never expected a single shot to find its mark at that very moment. The spider had hardly raised its legs before it fell limply to the ground, unable to get up again. Seer looked toward the direction of the shot, only to find Leonel's back looking back at him. A feeling of gratefulness welled up in his chest. He fired that shot even before I saved Amelia. Just how did he predict what would happen? Unfortunately, this wasn't the time for him to ask this question, because his savior was facing his own problems now. After seeing Leonel take out so much of its own, the Spider King, which had been taking a back seat, suddenly couldn't any longer. Leonel's jaw steeled. "Give me a rundown of this spider's abilities." Chapter 59, Spider King 1 Ping Evolved Lifeform Detected. Kingdom, Animalia phylum, Arthropida class, Arachnida order, Araneae infraorder, Mygalomorphae family, Theraphosidae state, evolved abilities, ping generating nomenclature, venomous touch, tier 8 black grade venom detected. This venom has been infused with every fiber of this creature's being. Rebounding web, spider silk with astonishing elasticity. Sturdy web, spider silk, tier 7 black grade toughness, weakness between head and abdomen. Evaluating power, ping evolution stage, elite tier 7 black Leonel's brow furrowed. He had been very worried about the webs of these spiders when he charged, but he didn't expect that the matter would be even more troublesome than he originally thought. To make matters worse, this still wasn't considered an SS grade threat. Tier 7 black, that translated to S grade. But what was with the elite tag? What did that mean? Now that he thought about it, Leonel remembered that the octopus was classified as peak tier 7 black. So there were separations like this? No matter how curious he was, Leonie knew that this wasn't a time to ask this question. All he needed to guess was that this spider was a greater threat than the octopus. Knowing this, he had to ask questions that could help him keep his life. Can my chain necklace block the toxicity? Ping replying to Seed, the energy shield can block about 80% of the venom's toxicity. Leonel's frown deepened, but his footsteps didn't stop. He dashed toward the spider, but when it seemed they would clash, he suddenly changed directions, headed off to the side with all the might he could muster. He knew that the spider would chase after him because all along the way his spear had never stopped. He continued carving a path forward, outpacing the spider by a measure. Leonel could tell by the spider's stats that its speed was actually much higher than his own. However, its agility was very low. Making it navigate a battlefield like this, especially when it had to be careful not to poison its own legion, was about the best thing Leonel could do at this moment. Is there no other way to deal with the spider's venom? Leonel knew he needed to be incredibly specific when asking questions to the dictionary. It wouldn't simply offer him up answers based on the situation. So, Leonel had slowly learned to keep an open mind and ask things he might not usually ask. In his mind, he didn't have anything else that could deal with venom, but who knows if this was really true. Outside of his expectations, it seemed he was correct to ask. Ping Light Elemental Force has a strong healing effect and is the bane of many toxins. Seed's Light Elemental Force is still too low to be considered immune. Leonel's eyes widened. Too low? There are levels to Light Elemental Force? Leonel really didn't expect this. He thought that a force-strengthening deviation was as advertised. He didn't expect for there to be more. Ping. Yes. Even in the midst of the battlefield, Leonel couldn't help but curse under his breath. Couldn't this damn dictionary be a bit more forgiving? Why did every answer need to be so short and to the point? It really never touched on anything he didn't directly ask it. Leonel couldn't help but wonder how many things he had missed out on because of this. Forget it, now isn't the time to ask this. That damn spider is hot on my heels. Leonel knew he couldn't put too much effort into running away from this spider. Though he felt he could escape on his own, he was meant to be acting as a vanguard currently. If he strayed too far, instead of opening up a path, he would be allowing the other youths to get swallowed up. The youths who had come to this hunt still number about 80 or so. With such a number, even though they were still vastly outnumbered, it was definitely better than going in alone. Leonel needed them as much as he didn't have the heart to leave them here to die. So, he could only hope that the combination of his light elemental force and his energy shield was enough to hold out. Leonel's spear flickered forward, leaving after images in the air as he pierced another spider through. Compared to the massive 3-meter-long spider to his back, the ones before him were barely half a meter long, but were still far larger than what one would expect. The gross creatures sent a chill up even Leonel's spine, but he still pushed them down his spear like a kebab before turning back and whipping them toward the quickly approaching spider. Chii. The spider leader's leg lashed out, slicing the soaring corpses in half with a single strike and causing a rain of green guts to fall from the sky. In that moment, its vision was obscured, allowing Leonel to rapidly close the distance. Leonel ducked down and slid across the gray gravel, trying to get beneath the spider's body to attack its weak point. But, just as he was going to succeed, the spider leader seemed to realize that something was off. Its mouth opened, its mandible-like protrusion snapping as a violet fog fell from its mouth. Leonel quickly held his breath, explosively retreating. Damned dictionary. It said venomous touch. It never said anything about venomous fog. At that moment, a white strand of silk shot out like a bullet. No, it wasn't completely white. Beneath the sunlight, it reflected a slight hint of fluorescent purple. It was so subtle that even with his senses, Leonel almost didn't catch it. Leonel immediately recognized that this was the spider's true ability. He had wrongly accused the dictionary this time. Venomous touch was described as a venom infused into every fiber of the spider's being. That would include its breath. Damn, Leonel rolled out of the way in a sorry state, just barely managing to dodge the bullet of silk. But the insect beast behind him's cry of pain made it obvious that it wasn't so lucky. Leonel turned back to find it quickly turning purple, then black, then erupting into a cluster of dark fog and ash. If he didn't know better, he would think that it had been burned in a furnace. It was now that Leonel suddenly realized that maybe the other 5 legions of beasts hadn't made a mistake just sending the Spider King here. Chapter 60, Spider King 2-2. Leonel's expression grew dignified. He was reluctant to use his light elemental force. It wasn't because he was trying to hide it, but because the consumption was too great. Not only did it drain his spirit, but it also drained his force at a much faster rate. Though his spear force also had the same impact on him, it wasn't nearly as exaggerated. But this also made sense, since his spear force wasn't as powerful either. But at this point, what choice did he have? Hong. The dull color of Leonel's eyes suddenly lit brightly, a blinding glow shooting out from within their depths. Come on, you damned bug. Leonel flashed forward, leaving a streak of gold in his wake. He looked like a shooting star streaking across the battlefield, catching the eye of several of the youths battling for their lives. Their blood couldn't help but boil watching Leonel face up against this Spider King on his own. Was this his ability? They all seemed to have this thought. Leonel crossed into the foggy venom domain of the Spider King, sending several piercing strikes forward at once. The Spider King's response wasn't slow. Its sharp steel-like legs deflected the first few as its mandibles chopped at Leonel. When it saw Leonel retreat out of the way, another streak of silk shot from its mouth, heading directly for him. Shockingly, Leonel didn't dodge this time, facing the strike head-on as a pistol appeared in his hand, already loaded with a dart. Bang! His face turned red and bulged, only for a projectile of blood to fly from his mouth. The enraged and pain-filled roars of the spider caught the attention of the other legions of beasts, but they all hesitated to come forward. There was a reason they were still standing outside the large hill-like hive. They were waiting for the right opportunity to charge in and gain benefits for themselves. If they really left now, who knows what could happen? These beasts were obviously not stupid. Since this place had such a large pull toward them, it obviously had a massive pull toward others. This was why they were standing in this position. But, despite having evolved, their thoughts were still relatively simple and straightforward. It was difficult for them to respond with great flexibility. Before they could even make a decision, the situation changed again. The rumbling of beasts that came from out of the forest suddenly sounded much closer. They could only look over to find hundreds of wild beasts charging over the hills, barreling through and crossing into the gravel-filled lands. Compared to the beast legions with their respective kings, it was clear that these beasts had much less intelligence. Their tongues hung out from their mouths, a red tint coloring their eyes as though they had lost their minds. They wanted nothing more than to find the source of all this rich force. Another sharp crack rang out in Leonel's ears as he slid across the ground. He was very much familiar with this sound. He knew that his chain necklace had suffered another break. Sweeping his internal sight over it, his expression somewhat paled. The first break had caused its efficacy to drop by 10%. This time around, the treasure only had 70% of its initial strength left. Leonel didn't even have a mind to care about his current situation. This treasure had saved his life too many times already. If it really broke completely, it would be too great of a loss to swallow. He grit his teeth, glaring toward the screaming spider who seemed to not even have a mind to organize its own troops. I should have pierced its brain with that strike, but maybe I was too optimistic. I don't know anything about the anatomy of a spider, or maybe it didn't pierce that deeply. Leonel shook his head hard. Run. He snapped the youths who were too focused on battle out of it. They needed to take advantage of his beast tide to apply pressure on the other beast legions. If they were to get caught up in it, their last chance would go up in a puff of smoke. Leonel grit his teeth, ignoring the pain racking his body to stand. He sent a glance across the battlefield, sighing a faint breath of relief when he saw that everyone had managed to barely keep some forward momentum and, most importantly, stay together. Under Leonel's lead, they bolted toward the Legion of Beasts, their trail being followed by a tide of wild beasts. The Spider Legion didn't seem to know how to react with their leader screaming out and writhing in pain. They were soon swallowed by the beast tide. Leonel's heart almost beat out his chest with his every stride, once again swearing to himself that he would most definitely get some sort of transportation treasure. As he ran, Leonel looked down at his chest with a solemn expression. A web spread out, covering half his chest and his shoulder. With every passing moment, it ate into his energy shield, causing the cracks across it to grow. Damn it, without a choice, Leonel took off his tight, black compression shirt before it could continue to corrode the energy shield. He coughed violently, unable to mind the state of his body as he ran. He really couldn't believe it. He thought that by now, facing even an SSS-grade threat wouldn't put him in too sorry of a position. But now he had suddenly found out that there were still S-grade threats that could push him to this state. At a time like this, he couldn't help but lament that his ability was auxiliary and not attack-based. Leonel shook his head as the distance between him and the 5 legions closed. He once again heard roaring black lions' roar sound out from his back. He didn't need to look back to know the beast tide had slowed somewhat because he could clearly see that even that beasts up ahead were greatly affected. Leonel didn't have the mind to care about anything else. All of his being was focused on charging through the gap left by the Spider Legion. He wouldn't let anything stop him. His oppressive aura involuntarily shot out from his body, covering the lands before him in a layer of oppression. Chapter 61, Bear King Leonel controlled his speed. He was more than capable of leaving the trailing youths to his back far behind, but would doing this benefit him? If anything, it would put him in danger. Not only did he need to maintain their pace such that they were ahead of the beast tide, he needed to ensure they could also remain together. With him in the lead, he perfectly took into account the speed and stamina stats of everyone. By now, any youth worthy of being part of this group had a complete set of stats above 1-0. This was more than enough to cross the remaining 400 or so meters in just half a minute. They had already crossed half the distance before the Legion of Beasts couldn't sit idly any longer. Leonel didn't know why it was that they were still waiting, but what he was certain of was that they didn't want anyone entering before they did. The brownish gold bear stepped forward, roaring as though giving a warning. The beast tied behind the group of youths faltered for a moment, but it seemed that they had completely lost all reasoning. It was clear that this fact completely enraged the brownish gold bear. He raised up onto his hind legs, billowing into the skies before slamming his front paws down. The earth suddenly became turbulent. It seemed for a moment that nothing would happen, but then an earthen tide suddenly rose into the skies, causing Leonel's expression to change violently. Earth control, this bear needs to die. The moment Leonel made the decision, he didn't hesitate. The only chance for him and the youths with him to survive was to enter the Hive network, making use of the network of tunnels to both hide and find a path toward the source of the Force Geyser. However, if there was an Earth-controlling beast that entered into a network of tunnels with them, they wouldn't even know how they died. If others heard Leonel's thoughts, they would think he was crazy. Though his line of thinking was correct, how could he possibly spare time for such a thing? Anyone else would focus on surviving this situation first, then worry about what came later. However, Leonel had been a star quarterback. Every move he made on the football field considered what might happen 5, 10, even 20 plays later. Sometimes it wasn't worth taking a victory if it guaranteed a loss later. Likewise, it was sometimes worth it to eat a loss for the sake of ultimately grasping victory. Looking at the compression shirt in his hand, Leonel's eyes flashed. "Do your best to dodge," Leonel roared. There was a limit to his abilities. While he could put himself on the line to deal with this beast, he couldn't also help them all dodge this attack. But he wasn't worried. These were all promising youths for a reason. Without hesitation, Leonel's speed suddenly doubled, then doubled again. He looked like a streak of light tearing across the graveled land, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He leapt over the 3-meter wall of earth with absolute ease. By now, his distance from the Bear King had already shrunk to 50 meters. At this point, he could even see the reflections in its large black eyes. He could sense its fury, its rage, its killing intent. But his heart remained steady. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Ru-O-R-R. Seemingly worried about the coming beast tide, the Bear King didn't force his legion to charge toward Leonel. Plus, in its mind, how could he possibly not be able to deal with a single human by itself? The size difference was striking. The bear stood at over 5 meters tall, yet Leonel was barely 2. Even the former's palm seemed capable of swatting him into a meat patty, but Leonel dauntlessly approached. At that moment, the Bear King seemed to sense Leonel's oppressive aura. Its rage had muddled its senses for a moment, but once Leonel came so close, it felt to him that hell had suddenly descended. The bear was shocked for a moment, only to find that Leonel had suddenly appeared in the air above it, pointing a black shirt at it. Confusion colored the bear's features. Why was this human pointing a piece of cloth at it? The Bear King's intelligence was just starting to develop, but the scene before it was completely baffling. It couldn't combine the threatening aura it felt from the human with the scene before it. For the first time, a beast would pay a price for its rising intelligence. If it was still a normal bear, it wouldn't have hesitated to turn and run. It didn't have emotions like pride, it only had instincts of survival. But by now, it had grown the fondness for kingship. It had become intoxicated with power. It had already sent the spider forward before, causing it to suffer a major setback. If it didn't step up now, the other beast kings would be dissatisfied. This was his role to take on. Bang! The moment it opened its mouth to roar its fear away, a searing pain ripped through its tongue and throat. At first, it was the pain of having its flesh torn and pierced. But, in what felt like an instant, its vision grew blurry. It happened so quickly that the human that had been standing in the air above it didn't even have time to land on the ground before its inner organs were completely corroded. Leonel sucked in a cold breath as the bear collapsed. He had known that the Spider King's poison would be potent, but he most definitely didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. He couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run down his spine. If it wasn't for his chain necklace, he would be finished. After taking a look at the fourth nozzle he had completely ruined, Leonel sighed, landing on the ground heavily. With a dull bang, the Bear King fell to the ground. Chapter 62, Young Lord. The fall of the Bear King was almost like flipping a switch. The shocked beasts suddenly began to release howls of rage. The beasts under the Bear King's rule especially lost control, charging forward without regard for anything. But what shocked Leonel was the direction they charged. Instead of coming toward him like he had expected, they actually charged toward the Force Geyser, leaving Leonel speechless. He had thought that out of some sense of loyalty, these bear beasts would go all out and fight him to the death, but it seemed that he had greatly overestimated them, or maybe he was just lacking in understanding. Ultimately, these were wild beasts. They hadn't evolved to the point their thoughts were as meticulous as humans. Only the S-grade elites among them were slightly better, but even then, that seemed to have as many downsides and upsides judging by the way the Bear King died. It was likely that even SSS-grade beasts couldn't match up to humans in intelligence. They might only be capable of doing so after entering the realms of the fifth dimension or higher. Either way, this was a good thing for Leonel. The path toward the hive now suddenly had 2 massive holes in it, and there was even a horde of bear creatures opening the path for him. Taking a look over his shoulder, he found that the youths had just about caught up during his battle. After a faint nod, he bolted forward, not having time to reprimand the segmented cube for sucking up the Bear King's corpse. What the hell could he do with that poisoned meat? He didn't even feel like the beast crystal would be safe to use any longer. But now wasn't the time to consider any of this. There was suddenly a new challenge before Leonel now. Despite the fact the hive was now practically right before them, what would they do after entering it? And what was the situation inside? Though their large number was an asset before, if the tunnels of the hive were narrow and cramped, this advantage would quickly become a disadvantage. Leonel felt a headache coming on, but he followed the charging bears in without hesitation. He could only ignore the roars coming from the remaining 4 legions of beasts. Unlike the beasts, Leonel didn't charge into the first tunnel he could. After reaching the range of the hive, he leapt up, quickly climbing the hill-like structure and dropping down a tunnel with a fairly shallow fall. Seeing Leonel's actions, the youths followed with little hesitation. His method was indeed the best. The beasts were straightforward, so they automatically entered the easiest holes of the hive, but who said they had to do so as well? Entering the darkness, Leonel suddenly felt a calmness still his heart. He almost felt right at home. How long had he spent in those dark Mayan tunnels, using nothing but his sharp senses to navigate his path ahead? He had an instinct to run forward as quickly as possible, but Leonel didn't do this. Instead, he turned around and held his ground, waiting for the youths who followed in after him. The tunnels were wide enough for about 4 robust males to walk shoulder to shoulder at once. Not too narrow, but also not too large. While this was a bit of a disadvantage with their numbers being about 80, it was a disadvantage the enemy had to contend with as well. Though Leonel's approach sent them away from the majority of beasts, he would be too naive if he thought that not a single one would follow them in. He could sense that the Spider King hadn't approached the hive for whatever reason, but this was good news. He wouldn't know how to deal with that Beast King's poison breath in such a small place. If it really came, he would have no choice but to run. At that moment, the first line of youths caught up with Leonel. "Run by me, I'll hold the line here and kill any beast that follow us in," Leonel said quickly. Roaring Black Lion and the other top youths of the southern and eastern lookouts were the first to catch up, unsurprisingly. When they heard Leonel's words, they understood his intention and nodded. King of Seas and Pisces hesitated for a moment, but they still followed suit. If they really stirred up problems right now, they probably wouldn't just be the enemy of the southern lookout youths. At that point, maybe even their own people would turn against them. Their gazes flickered as they retreated, and Leonel pretended not to notice. Bear King died? At that moment, a familiar youth's eyes opened wide. He stood frozen on the spot, unable to understand. Compared to his reaction when Wererat06 died, this was far more dignified. He knew exactly how powerful this creature of his was, yet it had died? Could it be that other powerful beasts had appeared? That was impossible. He had scouted the entire island and taken all the SS-grade threats under his control. Unless those beasts from the ocean really got here so quickly. Young lord, is something the matter? At that moment, the others looked toward the youth, realizing his weird expression. They all understood that something outside of their expectations must have happened. The group that had been traveling down a particularly dark tunnel couldn't help but pause their steps. The young man stood silent for a long while, not responding to the questions his subordinates had for him. He was trying to decide whether or not he should call in the other Beast Kings to deal with this potential threat, but in the end, he shook his head. Since only Bear King died, it likely meant that the Beast Kings had come together to deal with the situation. If he called them in now, it might very well be allowing that creature a chance to enter where it might not otherwise be able to. Leonel had always assumed that the beasts were waiting outside the hive for a specific moment. Maybe the Force Geyser was dangerous, or maybe the mine it originated from wasn't perfectly ripe yet. Aside from this, he hadn't thought of another possibility. The possibility that the Beast Kings were guarding the entrance at the request of their master. The youth looked up from his thoughts. "Let's go. We need to explore these tunnels and find the path toward the Force Crystal Mine faster." The guards around the youth looked toward his multi-lens monocle and didn't dare to disobey. Chapter 16.3, Force Eruption. Leonel sat at a corner of the cave, breathing heavily. Compared to a few hours ago, he was in a far sorrier state. At least, he looked to be. Though his clothes were fairly clean due to the abilities of his chain necklace, the rest of him was dead tired. His visage was pale, his fingers twitched every so often due to the exhaustion of his muscles, and his breathing was haggard. Within the cave that branched from the tunnels of the hive, the other youths were present as well. Some of them sent worshipping gazes toward Leonel, while others had more complicated looks. Among them, King of Seas and Pisces were especially left feeling complex. They knew now how powerful Leonel was, but it only left them feeling even more helpless. After a long while, Leonel's breathing finally calmed. He really wanted to go to bed at this point. His sleep in recent weeks hadn't been great due to that dark elemental beast. However, he obviously couldn't do so now. This was no different than the calm before the storm. They had dealt with their initial safety, but if they still cared about their long-term safety, they had to find a way to deal with the geyser. Though the cave they were in now seemed calm, this wasn't the case at all. The wind in here was especially volatile. It wasn't enough to hurt any of them, but the fact there was strong wind in a cave located so deep underground was already enough to raise an eyebrow. In addition, Leonel really didn't know if there were any other dangers associated with the force geyser, so sleeping in such a place was definitely not an option, at least not until he handled some things. Taking a deep breath to finally calm his heart, Leonel took out the silver disc dictionary. How dangerous is this force geyser? Due to the overall silent atmosphere, Leonel's sudden voice definitely drew a lot of attention, especially since many had been sparing him glances to begin with. At first they thought he was talking to himself, but then they suddenly remembered that weird voice that replied to him before when he asked for the Spider King's weakness and couldn't help but listen intently. Ping. The term force geyser is unrecognized. Judging by Seed's meaning, force eruption is being referenced. Force flows from areas of high concentration to areas of low concentration. The human body is considered to be a semi-closed system. When approaching a force eruption, there is the potential of inducing a force node implosion, which can result in the crippling or death of the person in question. Hearing this response, the youths immediately paled. Even Leonel grew several levels more serious. Did this mean that their best option was to ride out this force eruption until it came to an end? How long do force eruptions last? Ping replying to Seed, it depends on the cause. What can cause force eruptions? Ping force eruptions can be caused by the evolution of force mines, the death of powerful beasts, the evolution of worlds, the eruption of subdimensional zones. The dictionary went on to list what seemed like an endless number of cases. In the end, Leonel had no choice but to cut it off. How long will this one last? Ping fluctuations detected. Force eruption 93% similar to evolution of fourth dimensional force crystal mine. 37% similar to birth of crystal spirit. Calculating 128,000, 12,000, 1,000, At first, Leonel didn't understand what the numbers meant, but when it clicked for him, his jaw couldn't help but clench. 28 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 5 seconds. When the other youths figured it out themselves, they paled even worse than they had before. How could they last for so long? That was practically half a year. Where could they get the food and water they needed? Even if they could somehow find a way to solve this problem, would they really be safe all this time? The worst part was that this was just the time it would take for the force geyser to stop. Who knew how long the force in this area would stay at a high concentration? As long as there was a vast difference between the force in this region and others, it would still be a hotbed for powerful creatures. As if all of this wasn't enough, even after the force reached an equilibrium, would that guarantee that the beasts who came would leave? What if they took this as their permanent residence? And even if they didn't, how long would it take them to leave? If all of these things were taken into consideration, the time they needed to spend here could easily cross a year, maybe even 2 or 3. The more they thought, the more they despaired. Would this really be the place they died? Leonel's eyes narrowed. He had absolutely no intention of dying here, nor did he have any intention of staying in this place for so long. Is there any way to stop a force eruption ahead of time? Ping. The force eruption of a force crystal mine is a natural process used to increase the force concentration of an evolving world. Hearing to this point, Leonel couldn't help but despairing a bit as well. If this was a natural, necessary process, didn't that mean they had no choice but to wait? However, the next part sparked his light of hope once again. The process involves forming natural force arts. To speed up the action of drawing these natural force arts, it is necessary to infuse the force crystal mine core with high-level force strengthening deviations. Grasping onto this faint hope, Leonel's heart grew agitated. What are natural force arts and how are they related to the force crystal mine? Ping replying to Seed, natural force arts are the creation of natural phenomena and often power naturally occurring evolutions. Complex runes are currently being slowly drawn on the force crystal mine core. The force eruption is the result of this process. After knowing this, Leonel only had one question left. What can I do to get close to a force eruption without dying? Chapter 64, Worse. That's too reckless. We can't do that. And what are we going to do if not? Wait here for death? He's right. What are we going to eat and drink? We won't last even half a week in this state. The raging debate of the youths went back and forth. It had already been 2 hours since Leonel's dictionary last spoke, yet they still hadn't come to any sort of consensus. Leonel leaned against a wall, not saying much of anything as he watched on. He had already made his decision. He would most definitely be traveling down to find the Force Crystal Mine Core. The only reason he hadn't yet was because he was allowing his body to recover. He had drawn too deeply into his reserves. Even before he battled the koi fish, that dark elemental beast had put him in a sorry state. His battle with the Spider King and Bear King only made an already bad situation worse. As if that wasn't enough, it took him another few hours to kill all the beasts that entered the same tunnel they had. For now, he needed sleep and rest. After that, he would think of a plan. He didn't know enough about how this hive was constructed. It was very possible that it was separated into segments that couldn't be accessed from one another, no matter how much one walked through them. In that case, it might be necessary to exit this network of tunnels and enter again through another entrance. Thinking to this point, Leonel couldn't help but sigh to himself. Why was nothing ever easy? Unfortunately, he had learned long ago in the Mayan tomb that his internal sight couldn't penetrate walls. At best, he could snake it through the paths and look ahead. Leonel suddenly looked up, feeling that someone had suddenly sat by his side. It didn't take him long to realize that it was Roaring Black Lion, even in the dim lights. It's funny to watch them, don't you think? Leonel chuckled slightly. What do you mean by that? They're separated into two groups. One group is too cowardly to go and wouldn't dare risk themselves. The other is also too cowardly, even though they're pushing for us to go. They have no intention of putting themselves in the line of danger at all. They're only so adamant because they think we'll take on the brunt of the troubles for them. Which one do you think is worse? Roaring Black Lion did find this clown show to be quite funny. All of those powerful enough to actually make a difference weren't even speaking. Those like Leonel, him, Thunderous Clap, and even King of Seas's group were all in their own little corners of the cave. It was like they were allowing the weak to make the decision for them. The truth was that since they were the most powerful, they suffered the most to get them here. How could they have the energy to mind this argument? Most of them already made their own decision. Which is the worst? Leonel thoughtfully smiled for a moment. Probably the 7 of us who aren't speaking at all. Roaring Black Lion was shocked by Leonel's response for a moment before he broke out into laughter. Interesting. Though Roaring Black Lion's laughter caught some attention, it wasn't long before the heated discussion continued. He felt that Leonel wasn't wrong. All 7 of them were sitting back, watching those far weaker than them debate back and forth as though their opinions meant anything. It was almost like watching the truth of the world play out before them. How often did the weak argue their points, hoping to make their voices heard, only for those at the top to completely ignore them and move along as they pleased? The common people probably lamented this about their politicians all the time. Leonel sighed. He couldn't help but think of the deaths of all those commoners on the Paradise Islands. Was that really the only way to do things? If his father wasn't from a higher world, would he also be so unlucky? Sometimes he couldn't help but think he wasn't very special. Maybe one could say he worked hard, but he definitely wasn't the hardest worker. There were probably those out there working 10 times, even 100 times, harder than him. Yet, they probably didn't have even half of his results. What should he tell these people? Too bad? Be born with better parents in your next life? Seemingly sensing the heavy thoughts his innocent question brought down upon Leonel, Roaring Black Lion patted his shoulder. I wanted to tell you thank you. I didn't get a chance to before. Leonel blinked. Thank you? For what? For covering my face after our battle, and, I guess, for also clearing a path for all of us to get this far. I know you didn't have to. Leonel's brows raised. He didn't expect such a simple action of his to elicit such thankfulness from Roaring Black Lion. He hadn't even really thought about it much back then. He only thought that since they were all obviously hiding their faces for a reason, he should help them out with that. Leonel himself didn't really care much about the mask he wore either. He only wore it for the sake of blending in. The Empire definitely knew everything about him already. At this point, there wasn't much of a need to hide himself in this way. Though that brute over there doesn't say it, he's thankful too. Roaring Black Lion said with a laugh, pointing toward Thunderous Clap. Leonel smiled. There's no need to thank me. It didn't take much effort on my part at all. Roaring Black Lion looked Leonel up and down as though trying to figure something out. What? Is there something on my face? You're too easy to talk to, Sir Indomitable, Roaring Black Lion said in an overly servile manner. Leonel laughed. I didn't even pick that name. Didn't you guys pick it for me? Who the hell would give you that name? Stop bullshitting. The laughter of the 2 men seemed to ease the tension they were feeling. However, Leonel didn't expect that another would sit beside him at this point, and it would actually be Flowing Wind. Chapter 16:5, Brat, hey, what do you think you're doing here, little vixen? Roaring Black Lion had an immediate reaction to Flowing Wind's appearance. It was clear that he didn't like her much. Nobody's here for you, you brute. Don't even know how to treat a lady. Roaring Black Lion was stunned speechless for a moment. Wasn't this the same woman who told him he wanted to see him break her in half? She practically had an innuendo fitted into her words every other sentence. Why was she pretending to be prim and proper now? Wasn't this too shameless? But when he saw how she wanted to get close to Leonel, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This little vixen really was too shameless. Leonel sensed the soft mounds pressing against his arm. He had been forced to throw away his shirt, so his torso was still completely bare at the moment, making the sensation especially tantalizing. Leonel shifted away slightly, causing Flowing Wind to pout. Unfortunately, she couldn't see Leonel's reaction with his mask. But she subconsciously thought that he was embarrassed. Flowing Wind's gaze swept over Leonel's toned torso, her eyes lighting with an appreciative gaze. It seemed she liked what she saw, maybe a little too much. They call you indomitable? Unfortunately, Leonel mumbled. Flowing Wind was confused by this response, but it only made her more interested in Leonel. You're quite powerful. Usually they don't let those as powerful as you out. How'd you manage to come here? Flowing Wind asked curiously. I was kidnapped. Leonel mumbled just as unenthusiastically. He wasn't sure what Flowing Wind meant by those words, but he was too lazy to ask. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. I haven't had a good night's rest in too long. Let me know what happens while I'm gone. Before the two could wonder what Leonel meant, he got up and moved to an empty corner of the cave, allowing the segmented cube to take him in. The youths watched on as the segmented cube unfolded, taking up about a 10-meter region. This was at least 10% of the cave, but no one dared to feel dissatisfied. Without Leonel, they wouldn't have even made it so far. Roaring Black Lion and Flowing Wind's gazes met without Leonel between them, sparks flying. Aren't you going to scram now? Flowing Wind giggled as though she hadn't heard the words. Is that friend of yours gay? Roaring Black Lion was stunned, speechless. What the hell was wrong with this woman? Even the most robust of men wouldn't care for a woman when they were that tired. There were many a fallen soldier on the battlefield that was the bedroom due to this exact reason. What a poisonous woman, poking fun at such a thing. Do you think you're that special? Roaring Black Lion retorted. Yes, Flowing Wind said shamelessly. Leonel collapsed into bed, falling into a dreamland. He felt quite thankful that that little beast that had been harassing him all this time hadn't appeared since he entered the center region of the island. While Leonel was sleeping, the commanders who were offshore of the island were battling for their lives. Violet Rain looked off into the distance toward the Force Geyser billowing into the skies. Her expression couldn't help but flicker between helplessness and a complicated feeling. Suddenly, another massive tentacle surged up from the turbulent sea. Damned beast, die. Her hair fluttered, turning a slight shade of dark violet. Her eyes gained the same tint as she raised her arms into the air. Violet clouds appeared above her head before a torrential rain of violet droplets fell. SSSKKKKKR. R-E-E-E-E-E. With every droplet that fell, another piece of flesh was melted away. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a tentacle of over 10 meters in length became nothing more than bubbling, putrid liquid on the surface of the ocean. Violet Rain's ability was likely one of the only reasons Southern Lookout's ship had managed to last so long. The longer she kept it activated, the more toxic the surrounding waters became, and the less likely creatures were to approach them. As a result, most of the beasts took the long way around their ship, avoiding them entirely. After all, the source of the force they wanted so much wasn't coming from the commanders. However, despite this, Violet Rain's expression only grew uglier and uglier. She couldn't help but worry about the youths on the island. But she also knew that charging ahead to go to save them would only lead to her and the crew's death. Her strength wasn't far above that of the youths. In fact, she wouldn't necessarily win in a battle against any of them. Though her ability was powerful, it was also extremely taxing to use as well. It was simply impossible for her to use it endlessly. Mellow Trees, what's the situation? Have you managed to call for reinforcements yet? Violet Rain called out. We're trying our best, but the force eruption is making communication difficult. We might have to leave the range of the island entirely first. No, Violet Rain vehemently disapproved. What if the youths came to the shore looking for them? At least with her here, there was a small safe haven around the poisoned waters she created. At least the youths would stand a chance if they waited. But if they left, what would happen to the youths? How could Violet Rain know that all of the youths she was worried about had already entered the eye of the storm? Violet Rain, we need to weigh the pros and cons here, Mellow Trees tried to persuade. Stop, stop, stop. Violet Rain waved a hand. I don't believe for a second that we are the only ones aware about this force eruption. Not only are we aware, the Eastern Lookout commanders definitely are as well, and it won't be long before the lookouts themselves are aware as well. We have to stay here and wait for reinforcements. Keep trying to see if you can get a message through. The other commanders looked at one another and sighed. Violet Rain didn't have a higher status than any of them, but she was the closest to her next promotion because her ability was rated within the S grade. For now, they could only listen to her words. Damned brat, you better not really be a spy. As long as you aren't, help those kids get out of there. Who knows how Leonel would react if he knew Violet Rain was thinking about him like this. Chapter 16:6. Mine Leonel woke up, a long yawn pulling at his lips. Though he didn't sleep for as long as he wanted to, it was enough for him to regain some of his energy at the very least. He stared at the ceiling blankly, wondering what his next course of action should be. After a while of coming up with nothing, he dragged his body to the pool in the abode setting, stripping his clothes and jumping in. Before he realized what was happening, he had already fallen asleep again. When he woke up once more, he smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that his thoughts of getting ahead of these matters could be thrown out the window now. He wasn't sure how long he had been asleep, but it was most definitely at least a day, maybe two. With a sigh, he stood and stretched. One would expect his skin to be a bit prune-like after staying in water for so long, but it seemed that this water was quite special. What to do? What to do? Leonel knew he needed to find the source of the force geyser, but this was easier than it sounded. Though the force geyser blew a hole through the hive, if Leonel approached it from the outside, he would only be asking for death. According to the dictionary, the only way to protect oneself against a force eruption was to form what the dictionary called force skin. This was apparently a force manipulation type technique. Force skin added a layer of protection to one's body using force. As long as one created one of high enough concentration, the force around the force eruption wouldn't detect the low force concentration within your body and would thus not try to enter your force nodes. There were a few problems with this though, the main of which was stamina. It took a lot to create such a high density force skin. That meant that it was in their best interest to delay the time they spent in direct contact with the force geyser as much as possible. Obviously, if they wanted to do this, they couldn't enter from the top of the hive, or else their foreskins would give out before they could even get close. Their best option was to take advantage of these network of tunnels to block the brunt of the force eruption, and only expose themselves when they were already as close as possible. Unfortunately, this was easier said than done. Leonel absent-mindedly switched the segmented cube into its lab setting. It was only now he realized that the force concentration of the segmented cube had actually recovered so quickly. In fact, not only had it recovered, it was the highest concentration Leonel had ever seen it at. This should probably be enough for me to form my 7th and 8th nodes. Though he thought this, Leonel hesitated to do it. Without knowing where his 9th should go, he felt a bit doubtful of himself. What if he really was taking the wrong path? Maybe I should ask the dictionary. Leonel threw this to the back of his mind. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Whether he had 9 nodes or 6, he would still need to get as close to the force geyser as possible if he didn't want to die. What was more important now was figuring out how to deal with this situation. Leonel's gaze swept across the shelves of snow globes. By now, they were filled with all sorts of creatures, each perfectly preserved. He had already killed well over 200 beasts since he stepped onto this island, so there were definitely quite a number. Suddenly, Leonel's eyes widened when his gaze landed on the snow globe housing the SS-grade koi fish's beast crystal. Now that he knew that even the Spider King was only of the S-grade, albeit of the elite S-grade, Leonel had a feeling the koi fish was probably just of the elite S-grade as well. He didn't believe there was a big difference between the two, it was just that the Spider King's ability was too troublesome to deal with. However, this wasn't the reason Leonel reacted like this. The moment his eyes landed on the beast crystal, an idea popped into his head. Hadn't he ignored King of Seas and Pisces' displeasure precisely so that he could use this beast crystal to create an escape-type treasure? What if instead of using it to escape, he used it to carve a straight line toward the force geyser instead? Leonel's eyes glowed like two bright torches when he thought to this point. He got so excited that he stirred his aching body a bit too much, causing a jolt of pain to knock him back into reality. Having the idea is one thing, but executing on it is a completely different matter. I also don't know if I have the necessary materials to make such a treasure. Leonel's brow furrowed, but then he suddenly thought of something. If the dictionary could scan and find zones, could it scan and find other things? If that was the case, maybe it wasn't even necessary for him to refine this treasure now. Are you able to find your way through these tunnels? Leonel asked expectantly. Ping replying to Seed, Father Overlord has not programmed this function into the dictionary. When Seed is skilled enough, it will be possible to upgrade and modify the dictionary himself. Leonel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. He should have expected that his father would program in a name like that for himself. What kinds of things can you scan for, then? Ping replying to Seed, the dictionary can scan for anything within its database. Leonel shook his head at this response. Clearly, this was making things more complicated than it needed to be. Essentially, this dictionary had the technology necessary to scan these minds, but not the programming necessary to turn this into useful information for him. It was either that this was an oversight, or his old man was purposely making things difficult for him. Taking a deep breath, Leonel threw these things to the back of his mind. Scan for ore veins within this network of tunnels for me. Leonel didn't believe that a hive that hosted a force crystal mine core didn't have other ores lying in wait for his use. This was the ideal environment for the formation of such treasures. Since he didn't have the materials he needed, he would just have to mine them on his own. Chapter 67, Logical. When Leonel reappeared within the cave, several eyes looked toward him at once. Their reactions were so quick that Leonel could practically hear the wind their spinning heads caused. Toward such a reaction, he could only smile bitterly. It seemed that they really had been waiting for him. Not a single person was missing from the time he had left to now. What else could they be doing if not waiting for him? Have you all come to a decision? Leonel asked. The youths looked at one another, but it seemed that the answer to the question was no. They had likely just gotten tired of arguing and let the matter rest for now. At least, that was what Leonel had thought before he realized that many of them were even avoiding his gaze as though being embarrassed by something. "What about you all?" Leonel asked with narrowed eyes. Though it was the same question, this time, Leonel very obviously aimed it toward the 6 others who could be considered near his level of strength. Pisces stood upon hearing these words, walking toward Leonel with a confident expression. Though there didn't seem to be disdain in her gaze, this was only because she knew that Leonel was much more powerful than she was. However, there seemed to be something that had greatly boosted her boldness regardless. "While you were away, we came to a consensus as a group." "Oh, did you?" Leonel looked past Pisces, sending a questioning gaze toward the others. He only got a shrug from Roaring Black Lion. Thunderous Clap avoided his gaze as though he too was embarrassed. As for Chasing Wind, though she met his gaze, there was a tinge of guilt within her eyes. But, for some reason, she would feel even more guilty not meeting Leonel's gaze, so she put an effort to not look away. As for Flowing Wind, she was observing the situation as though she was a passerby, happy to see the world burn. Though Leonel couldn't see their faces, making it difficult to tell their true intentions, he still had a good idea. Roaring Black Lion didn't seem to care about what was going on. He only shrugged to show that he had nothing to do with what was happening, but he couldn't do much to change anything either. Thunderous Clap likely put the most effort into trying to stop what was happening, but he too couldn't move the needle. He seemed to take this much harder than Roaring Black Lion, something that made Leonel smile beside himself. He found this Thunderous Clap to be quite adorable. As for Chasing Wind, her gaze seemed to make it seem like she had made the most logical decision for herself. As such, though she felt bad for Leonel, it wasn't to the extent of changing her decision. Her actions of meeting his gaze was to let him know this. Interesting. The last person Leonel looked at was King of Seas. He seemed to have the most sour look in his eyes, as though he was losing out even more than Leonel. After seeing this, Leonel had a decent idea of what decision these people had come to. "I don't agree." Before Pisces could even explain what was going on, Seer suddenly called out, "I don't agree either." Precious Moment affirmed Seer's words. The 2 of them had been saved by Leonel at a critical moment. Had it not been for Leonel, they would be dead. How could they agree to this? In truth, it wasn't just them that had been saved. Even setting aside the fact that Leonel taking the vanguard had kept their casualties to a minimum, there were many others he had directly saved, just like the 2 of them. "Your opinions were already heard. We came to a consensus as a group. Further words are meaningless. I'm sure you already remember the vote totals." Pisces spoke coldly, not allowing the 2 to say any more. She swept a glance of indifference toward them before looking back toward Leonel with her lofty expression as though everything was playing to her tune. "In your absence, we decided that our best chance at survival was for you to hand over the SS-grade beast crystal to me. As long as I ingest it, there is a high chance my ability will mutate to gain some characteristics of the koi fish. In that case, maneuvering through these tunnels will become much safer for us all, and we'll be able to follow the advice your treasure gave us." That day, they had all heard the words of the dictionary, so they knew well the importance of approaching as closely to the Force Geyser as possible before facing its direct might. If Pisces could awaken this ability, it really would be their best chance. Leonel didn't have much of a reaction to this. Instead, he looked toward King of Seas. "And why did everyone choose you and not him?" A tinge of red flashed by King of Seas' gaze. It seemed that he now hated Pisces just as much as he hated Leonel, but there was nothing he could do about it anymore. Pisces sneered, thinking that Leonel wanted to sow discord. But she replied calmly, as though everything was still easily within her grasp. In her opinion, the big obstacle had been King of Seas, not Leonel. It wasn't because the former was more powerful than the latter, but because only the former could sway public opinion away from her. It's simple, really. King of Seas' affinity with water can only be considered auxiliary. His main ability is his transformation into a merman. This allows him greater defense, strength, and speed, in addition to a boost to these things while in the presence of water. Of course, he also gains the ability to breathe underwater as well. Pisces explained patiently and without hurry. "However, water manipulation is my main ability. Compared to him, the likelihood of my ability mutating is far higher. So, if we were to take a chance on anyone, it should most definitely be me." Numerous people nodded to this, even Chasing Wind. It seemed that she had also been swayed by this logic. It did indeed make sense, and, in Chasing Wind's opinion, it would be quite selfish of Leonel to refuse. After all, he didn't have a water ability. "I hope you don't take offense to this," Chasing Wind suddenly spoke. In fact, if Leonel thought about it, this was the first time he had ever heard her voice. "We are only trying out best with what we have. Had you had a water ability, none of us would have agreed to this." Leonel nodded toward this. He indeed didn't feel angry about this. "That said, I understand where you all are coming from, and there isn't anything wrong with your line of thinking." Pisces' smile bloomed when she heard this, almost as though the beast crystal was already in her hands. "Unfortunately, I still can't agree." Toward this, Pisces' expression could only darken. Chapter 16:8 Chances you. Pisces swallowed her anger and regained her calm. "Are you sure that's the decision you want to make? I know that you are very powerful, but this is a matter of life and death for us all. Do you understand this?" Leonel could already sense several hostile gazes aimed toward him. The only ones who didn't seem to have this reaction were Seer and Precious Moment, along with Roaring Black Lion, Thunderous Clap, and, surprisingly, King of Seas. It seemed the last took quite a bit of pleasure in Leonel rejecting Pisces. Of course, there was also Flowing Wind who seemed excited by this turn of events. Only now would she be able to watch the best show. Calming Wind furrowed her brows, looking toward Leonel with disappointment. Leonel shook his head. These people really wanted to fight him? He had to admit he really couldn't beat them all. This space was too restricted, for one. And, secondly, his body still hadn't recovered from making sure they all got here safely, ironically. Of course, if he wanted to run, he didn't think that any of them had the speed to keep up with him, but without the map of the tunnels, there was no telling whether or not he would run into a dead end before he escaped. Of course, he had already memorized the path they took to get here, but that led outside. What was he going to do? Run back to those beast legions? Who knew what kind of wild nonsense was happening out there right now? Ultimately, he really didn't have the ability to deal with all of them. Though he was disappointed in what was happening, he could understand where they all were coming from. Those from the Southern Lookout still had a somewhat jaded opinion of him. It was only due to his recent actions that those ill feelings began to turn around somewhat. However, humans were creatures who often fell victim to groupthink and confirmation bias. Whatever good impression they had of Leonel was easily overridden by his actions now. To an outside observer, his actions did indeed seem selfish. From one perspective, Leonel didn't have to give his things to others if he didn't feel like it. But this time, this matter involved all of their lives. How could they just sit idly by? Indomitable, don't be so shameless. This isn't about you. Ruptured Artery, who already hated Leonel to the core to begin with, couldn't help but to stand out at this moment. The rowdiness of the group of youths seemed to only grow with each passing moment. Pisces didn't even have to say a word, and many had already defended her position for her. That's enough. This doesn't need to devolve to violence. Calming Wind finally stood from her seated position, walking toward Leonel. Indomitable, please think of the overall situation. Is it really appropriate for you to act in this way? Leonel was starting to feel a bit annoyed. After all, he was human. As much as he wanted to be understanding, he had limited patience as well. But still, since he knew their intentions weren't overly sinister, he kept whatever bubbling dissatisfaction he had down. Instead of exploding with anger, he flicked a palm, allowing a familiar silver disc to appear. Scan her ability, Leonel said calmly. Ping generating nomenclature, evolution stage, tier 6. Black evolution type, elemental evolution, water sense, water manipulation, water sense, greater affinity for water elemental force. 50% boost in comprehension and power in using water-based force techniques. Water manipulation, control over the water element. Pisces widened her eyes. Even the Slayer Legion Lookout hadn't been capable of giving such sharp analysis of her ability. What was going on, and, more importantly, what was Leonel's purpose? What is the likelihood she would gain the water metamorphosis ability upon absorbing the koi fish's beast crystal? Ping replying to Seed, Father Overlord did not program this function into the dictionary. Once you are skilled enough, it will be possible to upgrade the dictionary. Pisces, whose heart had constricted, sighed a breath of relief. Her smile bloomed once more as she felt Leonel's display had failed. What would he do now that his little trick was going nowhere? Leonel, seemingly having expected this though, didn't show much of a reaction. What are the chances of mutating an ability upon the ingestion of a beast crystal? It seemed that the dictionary wasn't able to perform ultra-specific tasks. Leonel had a feeling that his father purposely created it this way. Like this, he would be able to gain supplementary knowledge without relying on the dictionary to do every and anything for him. Ping replying to Seed, without a crystal absorption technique, the likelihood is 1 in 10,000. With a crystal absorption technique, the odds are closer to 1 in 10. Pisces' expression, which had just regained some color, paled once again. She definitely didn't have such a technique, or else she definitely wouldn't have reacted this way. But after a moment, she recovered again. I get it, you've proved your point, Pisces said calmly. But compared to you who has a 0% chance, my odds are still better. Those who had begun to falter after hearing the odds steeled their hearts. Pisces was right. A 1% in a 1% chance was still better than a 0% chance. Leonel pretended as though he hadn't heard Pisces. What are the chances a Force Crafter has in extracting a specific ability from a beast crystal? Ping a Force Crafter with a Crystal Spirit Familiar has a 100% chance. All other Force Crafters have a percentage chance depending on their skill and their strength in comparison to the beast the crystal was taken from. What are the lowest odds? Ping replying to Seed, about 10 to 20% as long as the beast crystal shares its dimensional grade with the Force Crafter. If trying to extract an ability from a higher dimensional creature, 0%. Am I a Force Crafter? Ping yes. What are my odds of success? Ping taking Seed's ability into consideration, Seed has a 78% chance of success. And if I awaken my Metal Synergy lineage factor? Ping that would allow Seed to take greater advantage of the senses of Seed's metal spirit, which would boost the chance of sensing the ability in question. In this case, it will be about 92%. The more Leonel spoke, the paler Pisces became. It was as though she could see the beast crystal she thought of in her dreams slipping away. Chapter 69, Flowery Words. Leonel was pleasantly surprised that the dictionary was able to give him the odds he needed. He was prepared for it to be unable to do so, just like it wasn't able to read Pisces' specific odds. But if he thought about it, it made a bit of sense. The dictionary his father left him had two major purposes. The first was to inform him about things he was ignorant of, and the second was to guide his force crafting. It made sense that it was unable to use its scanning ability for tasks unrelated to force crafting, but could when the topic at hand was crafting itself. Since it's like this, it's a bit more acceptable. Leonel nodded to himself. I think a 78% chance is better than a 0.01% chance, right? Leonel asked. Pisces gritted her teeth, but she really had no response. Force crafting? This was already an incredibly rare profession to begin with. For those of Earth who had just taken their first step toward evolution, the rarity was even more exaggerated. The force crafters of Earth could be slotted into two categories. Either they were curious scientists who held positions as researchers even before the metamorphosis descended, or they were among the very few who awakened force crafting related abilities. This was all to say that this profession wasn't prevalent in their minds. They could have never imagined that someone with combat effectiveness as high as Leonel would also be a force crafter. In fact, there were many of them who still didn't know what a force crafter even was. I hope you all see now that I wasn't trying to be selfish. I really am our best chance. If there's anyone else with a higher probability, I really wouldn't mind handing the beast crystal over. Leonel wasn't saying this just to say it. He really did see the point of view of the youths around him. Their ask of him might have seemed unfair from one perspective, but it was also not overboard either. In addition, even if he had to give the koi fish's beast crystal over, he could still bet on himself by trying to complete a similar treasure using the Bear King's beast crystal. The only reason he had set it aside for now was because the Bear King's body was contaminated. At this point, Calming Wind felt a bit embarrassed. She had gone from, albeit somewhat reluctantly, meeting Leonel's gaze, to now wanting to find a place to hide herself as quickly as possible. Bowing her head slightly, she apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. She didn't say anything else as she retreated, causing Leonel to have a better impression of her. It seemed that the youths from the sudden lookout really weren't bad. It's not a big deal. I didn't take any of it personally, Leonel replied, causing many to sigh a breath of relief. The gritting of Pisces' teeth was practically audible. She had been so close, all for it to come crumbling down. How can we take your treasure's word seriously? How do we know you didn't make it say that? The moment she spoke these words, she instantly regretted it. Her hatred had clouded her vision, causing her to say something stupid. At that point, it wasn't just Leonel who looked toward her with a weird gaze. If she didn't trust the dictionary so much, why did she use its words as an excuse before when she thought getting the beast crystal was possible? It seemed more than a little selfish to say something like this now. Forget it, do whatever you want. Pisces was unwilling to hear the response she was sure she'd receive, so she cut her losses quickly, retreating to her previous sitting position. Leonel sighed when he saw the animosity in her eyes. Everything had been so much easier before the metamorphosis. I still need some time to finish the craft. A few days to find the materials I need, and another few days to blueprint everything. In at most a week, it should be completed. The youths nodded toward Leonel's words, but they were still feeling a bit anxious. It had only been 2 days since they entered this cave, but there were already many problems to face. Many of them wanted to wash themselves, but had no place to do so. Compounding with that, there was no place for them to release themselves, so many had to travel out of the cave to find uninhabited corners to release their bowels. It was the kind of situation that most definitely couldn't last for very long. Luckily, many of them had come with abode-type treasures. After all, they knew comfort would be a luxury on the hunt. It was thanks to this that things were somewhat better. But the reserves of water and food would be quickly eaten into. Seeing this, Leonel knew he had to settle their hearts. So, without hesitation, he took out 3 large beast corpses. Those of you with fire abilities, help the others separate out and cook this meat. Don't worry, I have enough meat to last us a few months. As for water, Leonel turned to gaze toward Pisces. I hope that Pisces will help us out with this. With the density of force in the air and the help of your ability, I'm sure that condensing large amounts of water from the air shouldn't be a problem, right? Pisces' eyes flashed with a clever glint, but in the next moment she poured a bucket of cold water over her own schemes. The same way she could use public opinion to sway Leonel, Leonel could do the same to her as well. In fact, it was even more effective on her since Leonel was so much stronger than she was. If she really tried to withhold water from these youths, her ending wouldn't be very good. In the end, she could only nod. Leonel smiled brightly, taking off his mask. The youths were stunned by this, not thinking he would do such a thing. So handsome. Flowing Wind's eyes lit up as though she wanted to eat Leonel up from where he stood. You can all call me Leonel. We're all in this together, Leonel said lightly. I'm not here to lead you all, nor will I make you do anything you don't want to do. As long as we stick together, getting out won't be a problem, I promise. Ch, you pretty playboy, roaring Black Lion said. Don't you know saying such flowery words only makes them want to follow you more? His sudden comment made many look at one another and burst into laughter. It felt like a weight that had been on everyone's shoulders suddenly dissipated. Chapter 17, Elemental Vessel. After settling everything, Leonel stepped out from the cave, numerous eyes on his back as he vanished into the darkness. Watching his receding figure, King of Seas couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he got a kick out of seeing Pisces eating shit. All the anger he had had in the past day vanished into thin air, leaving him feeling comfortable. It could only be said that humans were indeed weird creatures. King of Seas had gone from hating Leonel's guts to supporting him in the span of a day. As for Pisces, she could only hatefully glare in Leonel's direction, but there was nothing she could do. Just like the logic had once been on her side, it was now on his. As if that wasn't bad enough, she didn't expect Leonel to have so much charisma. Leonel leisurely strolled through the dark tunnels. Though he was still feeling the pain of his injuries, and there was a severe lack of light in his surroundings, he was quite comfortable now. This might be a better opportunity than I originally gave it credit for. Leonel smiled so widely his eyes squinted. The reason Leonel was so happy was because when he asked the dictionary to scan the surroundings for ore veins, the results had been far beyond his expectations. The hive was practically a treasure trove. Though the force eruption was only now occurring, it could be said that this force crystal mine had been maturing for a long time already. As a result, this was the best environment Earth had for the creation of fourth-dimensional minerals. Not only was the presence of pseudo-fourth-dimensional minerals incredibly high, but there were even some veins that had already manifested true fourth-dimensional minerals. It could be said that Earth's progress in metallurgy was far beyond that of many worlds of their stature. However, the fundamental truth was that these alloys were still fragile in the face of force. This was why Leonel had to fuse herbe ore into the alloys he took from the sniper rifle. If he didn't do this, his pistol crafts would have been even more fragile than they were now. However, if Leonel were to use pseudo and true fourth-dimensional metals in his crafts, he would be able to create higher-grade crafts with less effort. In addition, even though fourth-dimensional metals he was still too weak to refine could be saved for the future. In all likelihood, these metals would be very valuable even in true fourth-dimensional worlds. But now, Leonel practically had them all to himself. Thanks to the dictionary, he could easily find them through the thick walls, and, with the help of little Tolly, the mining process wouldn't be much of an issue either. Seemingly sensing Leonel's excitement, the little metal spirit coiling around his fingers bubbled with happiness, eager to be of help. Leonel smiled lightly, watching the little guy play around his hands. All right, the first target is the closest, a vein of Whispering Breeze ore. Leonel quickly made his way forward. He ran into several dead ends at first since the dictionary could only point him in the general direction, but he eventually inched closer, memorizing the pathways as he went along. Soon, Leonel had made it to a seemingly ordinary wall of earth. Other than being slightly damp and cold to the touch, there was nothing different about it. But Leonel trusted the dictionary. All right, little guy, let's start. Little Tolly split into numerous little silver balls, bouncing around Leonel's hands with excitement before it coated the latter's palms. Leonel pressed his hands into the wall, entering spirit unity and using Tolliver's keen senses toward valuable minerals to seize the hidden veins. There it is. After sensing it, Leonel began to channel force into his metal spirit. Not much unlike projecting the shape of the part he wanted, Leonel made sure to only carefully carve away the pieces of earth not related to the valuable ore. In truth, little Tolly did most of the work. Even without Leonel's support, it was made to melt away and absorb minerals. In fact, it might very well be possible for Leonel to rely on his familiar to carve a path toward the force eruption rather than forging a craft with the koi fish's beast crystal. The only reason he hadn't was because he didn't want to overwork the little guy. Carving out a bit of rock covering a vein was one thing, but digging through hundreds of meters of earth was a complete other thing. Soon, a silvery green metal shone before Leonel. It had quite a resplendent light, as though it was crowned by a halo. Higher dimensional metals always had halos like this. The only exception was black herbe ore. As long as it was within a world beneath its dimensional grade, it would always shine like this, as though scared others were unaware of its value. The more dimensional grades a metal surpassed its current world by, the grander the halos that covered it would be. Similar logic followed for other natural treasures and even beasts and humans. Whispering Breeze ore, it's an excellent wind elemental vessel and known for its sharpness and light weight. Not bad. It might be useful when I finally get around to making the movement treasure. Leonel would often think of Captain Sella's chariot. Though she was a vile human being, her chariot wasn't at fault. Elemental vessels were a type of ore. Just like herbe ore, which was a great foundational metal, known for its ability to stabilize two opposing minerals that would otherwise not mesh, there were other families of metals as well. Elemental vessels was a family that had an advantage toward containing certain elemental force types. As a wind elemental vessel, Whispering Breeze ore was exceptionally good at containing the wind element. It also got its name due to its high level of stability. It's able to take in a large amount of wind element and make use of it while maintaining quiet and steady operation. This was quite ideal for forging a vehicle. Leonel smiled brightly. For the little guy, chewing through the normal rock around the vein wasn't a problem. It didn't even take half an hour before it was completely exposed. After that, Leonel could practically pull out the whole thing with his bare hands. One down, hopefully many more to go. I'll definitely need to find a good water elemental vessel. If I can find a dual water-earth elemental vessel, I might be able to make the craft even better by integrating the koi fishes and the Bear King's beast crystals. It seemed the saying really was true. There were only benefits to gain in the midst of danger. At any other time, such a large treasury of minerals would have been monopolized by the Empire or the Slayer Legion. But now, as much as Leonel could take, he would take. Chapter 17:1, read many hours later, one could find Leonel in a familiar position. His hands were pressed flush against a wall as force slowly flowed out from his hands. Though this seemed simple for him, it was actually quite difficult. Since he forewent placing force nodes in his hands, it was a bit more difficult for him in comparison to another to achieve this result. But, with how high his spirit was, how could his force control not also be great? Soon, another ore had manifested. This time, it radiated a dirty gold light. It was quite similar to the fur coat of the Bear King, albeit much less resplendent. Black-tempered vein ore, Leonel smiled happily. Vein ores were another family of metals. They could be considered another ore type that was almost as important as herby ores. However, they were just barely lacking. In truth, the value of vein ores was above herby ores. However, the reason herby ores could be considered a step above in usefulness was because it had an impossibly wide variety of applications. One could use herby ores in practically every forcecraft imaginable. It was for this reason that the universal currency of the universe were herby coins. However, vein ores were used in particularly intricate creations. They had characteristics very similar to force pathways that linked one's force nodes. When they were used in crafts, they allowed force to flow more freely. That said, this wasn't the most important use of vein ores. Their greatest use was in drawing more permanent force arts. Take, for example, Leonel's pistolcraft. He had to draw the force arts directly onto the alloys he fused with his black herby ore. However, had he liquefied a compatible vein ore first, and then used it to inscribe the force arts, their power would gain a great boost. In addition, it would greatly strengthen the nozzles as well, allowing them to withstand many more shots. There was a final, more secretive use of vein ores as well. In fact, Leonel wouldn't even be aware of this had it not been for the words of the creator of Dimensional Cleanse. According to the creator, there was a special type of vein ore that could be absorbed. The special energies of this vein ore could be used to strengthen one's force nodes. Though this wouldn't increase the amount of force one could hold, there were many other benefits to this. Firstly, it would be possible to replenish one's force nodes faster. It was necessary for many to artificially cap their consumption of force to avoid damaging one's force nodes. Though force nodes are self-created, they can't be willfully abandoned. This is a law enforced by the universe itself, so injuries to force nodes needed to be avoided at all costs. Secondly, this would make it easier to compress force nodes in the future when it becomes necessary to cross the boundary of a higher dimensional body. For someone like Leonel, this second point was especially important. Though his force nodes being constructed of 100 cells sounded grandiose, the truth was that this made his future path far more difficult as well. The more force he had, the harder it was to compress, and the more pressure there would be on his body. The third reason was enough for any force cultivator to go wild with greed. Everyone was limited in the number and length of force pathways they could create. Especially in the beginning phases of creating a fourth-dimensional body, many could only connect their force nodes via a single path. But this greatly limited their force-wielding abilities. With the help of a special vein ore, it was possible to create many more force pathways, allowing one to unlock many force-wielding abilities usually reserved for higher-dimensional warriors. This aside, there was a fourth reason that would greatly benefit Leonel even now. If his force nodes were sturdier, wouldn't it also be much easier to withstand the force eruption? Unfortunately, black-tempered vein ore wasn't the vein ore he needed to undergo this process. In addition, according to the author of Dimensional Cleanse, it was best to wait until forming all 9 nodes before undergoing this tempering process. So, no matter how eager Leonel was for this benefit, he could only throw it to the back of his mind. Alright, I think I've cleared out all the ore veins in this section of tunnels. As expected, not all the tunnels are linked. If I want to explore more tunnels, I'll have to leave the hive and enter through another entrance. Leonel was hesitant to do this. He didn't know what the situation was outside. If he left, he would probably expose everyone to danger again. Even if he set everyone else apart, he still needed to worry about himself. After all, he would still need a while longer to recover to his peak. Forget it. I've harvested enough for now and have all the materials I need. Even though I didn't find a dual water earth elemental vessel ore, I did find an earth one. If I combined that with the rushing river vein ore I found, it would still be possible to combine the 2 beast crystal abilities. Much like elemental vessels, there were different types of vein ores as well. Rushing river vein ores were especially good at inscribing for water elemental force arts. So, if Leonel was careful with his planning, it would be possible to combine the two without much issue. Just like before, Leonel took his time to dig the entire vein out. He knew that if he kept the core of the vein intact, it might be possible for the vein to grow more ores for him in the future. Who knows, maybe the segmented cube had this ability as well. Even if it didn't, Leonel would still do this. Just when Leonel was content with his gains and about to return to the cave to get started on the blueprints, his steps suddenly froze. There, on the wall he just extracted the vein from, there were faint cracks. It was incredibly difficult to spot, but there seemed to be a faint light coming from the other side. If it wasn't for the fact most of the hive was so dark, it wouldn't have been so hard for Leonel to spot the cracks because even if his side was dark, the other side would be flooded with light. This part of the wall is so thin, I can probably pass my internal sight through then to see if it's worth getting little Tolly's help to knock it away. It might not necessarily be a good thing to have a path to another network of tunnels. After having this thought, Leonel snaked his internal sight forward, passing through the gaps to see what was on the other side. But the result left him stunned speechless. Not only was the other side almost like an entire separate world, what shocked him the most was that there were actually other people there. Not just the fact they were other people, but the fact they were other people with characteristics Leonel was all too familiar with. Red hair, red eyes, the Brazinger clan? Chapter 72, World of Green. Leonel was shocked. The very last group of people he could have ever expected to find here was the Brazinger clan. Wasn't this the personal island of the Slayer Legion? Didn't they monitor it? Were they really so incompetent to allow others to sneak in here so easily? Leonel had already had a hard time taking the Slayer Legion seriously, but it felt as though their every action really only made him look down on them more. After a while, he calmed himself. He realized that he had only reacted like this because of how hard the past few days had been. It seemed that even he needed someone to vent his frustration on. Stay calm, Leonel closed his eyes, steadying his breathing and his heart rate. He had already promised himself to remain calm in all things. It was still hard since he was just an 18-year-old boy, but not everyone was made perfect in a day. In time, he'd temper his disposition. After Leonel steadied himself, he began thinking of what could possibly be happening here. He doubted that the Brazinger clan had come in after them. There was a high probability they had come here first. In that case, could it be the force eruption was predicted by them, or was it that they wanted to take advantage of the ore treasury that was this hive? There's another possibility as well, Leonel furrowed his brows. According to Old Hutch, things aren't so simple as they seem on the surface. Could it be that these Project Hunt Islands were never the sole property of the Slayer Legion to begin with? When Leonel had this thought, he felt that his whole world had been turned upside down. Hutch seemed to talk like the decision to let the commoners of the Paradise Islands die was a mutual decision. Was the relationship between the rebels and the Empire really so simple? The more Leonel thought about it, the more confused he became. Forget it, thinking about it myself won't get me anywhere. I'll observe them first. The space on the other side of the cracks really did seem like an entirely different world. It felt as though one had to step inside a spatial crack to reach it. But the truth of the matter was that it was within the hive just like every place else. Though the space was dark much like the other network of tunnels, there was a dim halo of light around it. This light didn't come from the sun, but rather the countless plants littered all around. That was right. This space within the hive looked no different than a garden. And the halos of light being emitted from the plants were none other than the halos natural treasures had in the presence of a lower dimensional world. There didn't seem to be any large source of water anywhere within the cave, making their existence baffling. The only hints of liquid were the drippings that fell from the stalactites on the ceiling. Mellow dew stalactites. Leonel trembled slightly. Mellow dew stalactites could form a single drop a day. Each one of these drops were the greatest nourishment for natural treasures, whether those natural treasures were plants like the ones in this cave space, or the current ores in Leonel's possession. The dewdrops also had exceptionally high concentrations of force. They could essentially liquefy force, creating what could be classified as a force-strengthening deviation, despite the fact it had no other characteristics aside from its high concentrations. Just to put these matters into perspective, just a single drop from these stalactites was enough to form any one of Leonel's stars. This was how exaggerated the matter was. Yet, the ceiling of this place was formed by at least 50 mellow dew stalactites. It was no wonder this place didn't need any water to grow so many wonderful plants. A single drop of that dew would be enough to raise even an acre of fourth-dimensional plants without issue. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't know what these plants were. He could tell they were valuable, but he wasn't a force pill refiner, so how could he know anything about them? Luckily, he could rely on the dictionary if need be. He was certain these higher-dimensional plants were in its database. Wow, I didn't think we'd find something like this. How do you think these plants managed to grow here? There were two men, both of similar stature. They seemed to realize they had stumbled upon something valuable, but they didn't know how valuable it was. Their knowledge was limited. All they knew was that due to all these halos of light, these were definitely at least fourth-dimensional herbs. Let's mark this place down and let the young lord know about it. Right now, the priority is still to find a path toward the Force Crystal Mine. We're running out of time. Leonel's gaze flashed. Young lord? Could he be talking about that monocle guy? A hardly concealed rage flashed through Leonel's gaze. He had always been one who found it difficult to kill. It was only after countless battles that his heart began to slowly accept the kind of world he lived in now. However, if there was someone he wouldn't hesitate to kill, two someones, actually, it was the junior Governor Duke and that monocle-wearing young lord of the Brazinger clan. It seems they split up to cover more ground. Their aim is also the Force Crystal Mine. I can't guarantee that monocle-wearing bastard won't be interested enough in this place to set everything aside to come here first. These two might not know the value of mellow dew stalactite, but that doesn't mean he won't. A resolute glint took hold of Leonel's gaze. Though he was injured, he was still confident in taking on these two. Plus, if he could capture them, he might be able to dig out more information about what the Brazinger clan was doing here, and if they had any connection to the Slayer Legion. No, they shouldn't have a connection, or else we wouldn't have been sent here at this time. Even as Leonel was thinking this, he had already sprung into action. Taking advantage of the darkness, he stealthily had little Tali devour the thin, cracked wall and rolled into the world of grass and plants. Without hesitation, he quickly followed after the two men who had just left the wide space of greenery. Chapter 17:3. Hostages. Leonel looked down toward two unconscious men. He had already guessed that taking them down wouldn't have been a problem, but even he hadn't expected it to be so easy. In fact, it could be said that he was a bit too heavy-handed. However, Leonel hadn't had a choice. This whole knocking people out and taking hostages things was completely new to him. TV shows always made it look so easy. Just a simple karate chop to the back of the neck, right? So why had it given him such a headache? Forget it. I'll use those vines to tie them up in the segmented cube and bring them back. How do I harvest these plants? Leonel asked. Ping replying to Seed. The best choice is to make use of the segmented cube's suspended animation ability. Suspended animation? Leonel was confused for a second before he understood. Oh, it must mean the snow globes. The snow globes of the lab setting had always been a mystery to Leonel. At first, he had thought there was a finite number, but after he had collected the corpses of a couple hundred beasts, he realized that the snow globes multiplied without end. It seemed there would always be enough for his needs. Also, he realized that corpses weren't the only thing he could hold in them. All of the ores he had collected had been taken in by them as well. What exactly does the suspended animation ability do? Leonel asked. Ping suspended animation, phase 1 ability of the segmented cube's lab setting. It is able to house the living and the dead in the exact state they entered as no matter how much time has passed, evading the harshness of the passage of time. Leonel nodded. This was about what he had expected. His spatial bracelet could somewhat replicate this feat, but it wasn't the exact same. The reason why things in his spatial bracelet were non-perishable was because living things couldn't exist within it. As a result, there was no bacteria or fungi, so how could things go bad? But, from the explanation of the dictionary, it seemed that the ability of the snow globes was far more profound than this. It also didn't seem like it restricted the living either. This is perfect. I was worrying about how I would store all these plants, but if this is the case, there shouldn't be a problem. Though everything seemed to be going smoothly initially, Leonel was soon lamenting his plight. Unfortunately, the space within each snow globe was limited, so he had to uproot each plant individually before moving on. How could this not leave him feeling aggrieved? If the lab setting could produce these snow globes endlessly, why couldn't it make one with more space in it? Soon, Leonel realized that it wasn't a matter of space. Despite the Bear King being over 5 meters tall, it still fit in one. Yet, these plants, root and all, were barely a foot tall in most cases, but they took up an entire snow globe to themselves. It seemed that the ability of the suspended animation wasn't as simple as Leonel thought. It was likely that the snow globe was capable of perfectly adapting to the object it took in, adjusting its settings appropriately depending on the item. Unsurprisingly, it took Leonel several hours to take in every plant. It would have been faster, but he didn't want to accidentally harm them, so he could only move slowly. Soon, the garden had fallen into darkness, the only hint of light coming from the shimmering stalactites above. Leonel gasped for breath, stretching out his back. Plundering treasures is actually such hard work. Though he said this, he looked around the garden with a sigh. Who knew how many years it had taken for it to reach this state? He wanted to take away the soil beneath his feet and the stalactite on the ceiling of the space, but he really had no means to. It had already taken him so long just to uproot the plants. How could he shovel all this soil into the segmented cube? Even aside from that, he had no idea where to even begin with the stalactites. They were easily 20 meters above him and each the size of a tall human man. Just when Leonel felt that he could only leave such treasures behind, the segmented cube appeared on its own again. It separated into its jigsaw-like puzzles and shot across the room, enveloping it completely. Leonel blinked, and by the time his vision cleared, the once beautiful garden had become just as bland as every other cave in this place. The only hint that it was once something more were the vines and lush patches of moss that covered the walls. Leonel was speechless. If it could do this, why the hell had it let him waste so many hours here? Forget it, forget it. All the things his father left him were too mischievous. He couldn't help but feel that they were making fun of him at every corner. Let's clear out the ores in this network of tunnels, then return to the group. I shouldn't leave them for so long. Leonel didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't know how long it would take for the rest of the Brazinger clan to notice the absence of their two family members, so he worked quickly, exploring the new network of tunnels. His luck was great. He managed to find a water elemental vessel. Though it would have been better to find a dual water-earth elemental vessel, having a water and an earth elemental vessel was definitely the second best option. He also found more vein ores that would give him greater flexibility in the force arts he could draw, and even found a few large deposits of herbe ores. It was clear that this network of tunnels was more greatly influenced by the force eruption, and thus had more treasures. As expected from this conclusion, Leonel found that this network of tunnels had several paths leading several tens of meters downward. Since this is the case, it'll be easier to make it to the Force Crystal Mine if this is our starting point. Leonel quickly made his way back to where the garden once was. Then, making use of the vines and bits of moss that remained, he cleverly covered up the hole he had come from. Afterward, he made his way back to the cave the youths had taken as their base. Chapter 74, Interrogation 1. Wake up. Leonel spoke coldly, pouring a bucket of frigid water he had gotten from Pisces over the heads of the two Brazinger clan members. In truth, Leonel had no need to get his water from Pisces. He only did it as a show. Since he had the black-grade Soothing Waters pool, he was much better off than those drinking normal water. Still, he made a show of politely asking Pisces for water every day to try and smooth her attitude out a bit. Like this, it was much easier to maintain the balance of the group, and it made her feel more comfortable thinking she had a modicum of power over him. Though, if Pisces knew that the precious water she so graciously bestowed to Leonel was being used in this way, it could be imagined how she would react. The two Brazinger clan men were startled awake. Their first attempt was to move, but upon realizing their hands and feet were bound, a tinge of fear colored their hearts. Leonel wasn't worried that one of their abilities could help them escape. Before he woke them up, he had the dictionary scan them. The one with the more square jaw had an auxiliary type ability that made his neurons fire faster, thus giving him greater reaction time and greater thinking speed. The one with the slightly thinner face had a vibration type ability. This one was a greater threat, but Leonel had already crafted the cuffs on his hands to be beyond his ability to vibrate out of. After realizing that the two of them had been captured, the two clan members glared toward Leonel. But inwardly, they were feeling confused. There were others here? How was this possible? First, tell me your names. Leonel asked simply. After a while, it became obvious to Leonel that they had no intention of responding to him. But, seemingly having expected this result, he only nonchalantly nodded. With a wave of his hand, the poisoned corpse of the Bear King appeared, causing the two men to pale. This poison is pretty tyrannical, don't you think? Leonel said casually. After a few moments, he stood and pulled the thinner man away. At such a sight, the square-jawed man trembled violently, the fear evident in his eyes. No, no, I'll tell you my name, I'll tell you my name. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he and Leonel still vanished, leaving the square-jawed man in a sorry state. He was so scared that he directly fainted, unable to maintain his consciousness. However, he had no idea that Leonel and the thin-faced man had simply gone to the abode setting, letting his fear stew. Oh, you'll tell me your name now? Leonel asked. Yes, my name is Sherry. A weird expression coated Leonel's visage at these words. Chérie, that meant darling in French. The man sure had quite the unique name. All right then, Chérie, I have a few questions to ask you. You'll answer them honestly, right? Right, good. Leonel nodded in satisfaction. It would be a shame if the stories of you and your partner didn't add up, right? Hearing this, Sherry's trembling became several times more violent. He had indeed only planned to tell Leonel part of the truth. But what if his partner didn't tell the same lie he did? Then, wouldn't he be asking for his own death? This kid was so sinister. He suddenly understood why it was Leonel had separated them. It wasn't so that he could kill him, but rather so that they would have no idea what story the other told. Like this, if they wanted to live, they would have no choice but to say the truth, because the truth was the only thing they could guarantee the other would know. Having thought this far, any thoughts of struggle the man had suddenly crumbled. He was a member of the Brazinger clan. How could his will really be so fragile? Unlike those who grew up in Earth's common society, they from hidden families had completely different upbringings. They had been ready for the descent of the metamorphosis since long ago, and had begun training since their birth. That included him, despite the fact he was only from a branch family. Much of his fear had just been an act to get Leonel to lower his guard. Maybe then he could find a chance to escape. But who knew this teenage boy would be so cunning? Seeing Sherry's flickering gaze, Leonel grinned, causing the former to shudder. My name is Gian. Please forgive me. Leonel laughed at this. So this Gian was trying to make fun of him by having him call him Sherry. What a conniving fellow indeed. Gian shivered. He had no idea if his partner would expose his name as a lie, so how could he continue to hold back? Good. Leonel walked to the bathhouse that held the soothing waters pool and threw Gian against the tiles. Then he found a stool and sat down. Gian's shivering grew fiercer. This time he didn't have to fake it. What place could be more convenient for clearing up a dead body in comparison to a bathroom? Since we're both on the same page, there's really no problem, right? I can see that you're not a useless person, so you already know that everything I ask you, I will ask your partner. Be sure to be honest with me. After all, I may not have a great ability, but the one thing I do have is a great memory. Gian nodded outwardly, but inwardly he was cursing. Didn't have a great ability? He took them both down before they even knew what was happening. They didn't even have a chance to use their abilities before their worlds went black. How was this not having a great ability? Alright, first question. Did that monocle-wearing bastard come here with you? Gian's eyes widened. The killing intent coming from Leonel enveloped him completely, causing his heart to shudder. This young man knew about their young lord? What relationship did he have with him? Could he be from one of the other hidden families? Did they catch on to their young lord's plans? According to the agreement, only the younger generation of their family's main branches could interact with the world until the fourth-dimensional metamorphosis was complete. So could this kid be a young lord from another hidden family? Chapter 17.5, Interrogation 2TSL. Take that as a yes. Leonel's icy voice woke Gian from his thoughts. He could only shut his mouth, keeping his mumbling to himself. He didn't know what his young lord had done to piss this young man off so much, but he could tell that he should refrain from asking. What did you come here for? Gian gulped. Our young lord didn't tell us much. All we know is that there's a force crystal mine, and that the young lord needs it for some reason. How did you get in here through the beasts? Is there another entrance to the hive? Jean's gaze flashed with a peculiar light, but, remembering that Leonel would ask this same question to his partner, he could only throw all thoughts of lying to the back of his mind. Those beasts are under the control of young lord. What? Leonel couldn't hide his shock. At the same time, a cold sweat permeated his back. That monocle-wearing bastard actually had such an ability? That's impossible. Leonel remembered very clearly that he had already asked the dictionary to read out his ability. From what Leonel remembered, their young lord's ability was of the SS grade. He had the ability to change the genetic information of a target. Judging by the fact his subordinates were wormen, Leonel assumed that in order to change this genetic information, he needed to take it from another source. But none of this had anything to do with controlling beasts. Could it be that his ability evolved, or could it be part of his original ability? Or maybe it was someone under his command who had such an ability. Leonel's mind was spinning. The level of danger such a fact brought was unimaginable. With the control of 6, now 5, elite S-grade threats, Simeon was practically invincible. And there was no telling if he had other beasts following along with him now. Leonel didn't believe that he would really enter without the slightest hint of protection. While Leonel was thinking, Gian didn't dare to even breathe too loudly. The aura coming off the boy in front of him made him shiver to his core. He has the ability to control beasts? How long has he had this ability for? Leonel's question didn't make sense on the surface, but while his mind was wandering, he caught onto the faint inkling of something. If his thoughts were correct, a lot of things would suddenly make sense. This, it should be recent. The young lord has been running a lot of experiments lately, trying to iron out the kinks in this ability. He only perfected it a few weeks ago. Leonel's eyes narrowed. The gorilla man who attacked the Slayer Legion at the shore that day? That was him, right? Jean was shocked. Seeing this, Leonel didn't need him to answer. He knew it was the truth. The matters of that day hadn't made any sense to him before. Why would a man with an A-grade threat level throw his life away so randomly? He attacked Damien's unit seemingly without cause or purpose, leading to his eventual death. But after that, they couldn't find any clues about him. Not only was there not a shred of anything on his person, he wasn't recognized as having a grudge with anyone in the Slayer Legion either. None of it made any sense, but what if one looked at it from a different angle? What if that man was just a guinea pig? What if he was Simeon's way of testing whether or not he could force others to throw their lives away at his command? The more Leonel thought, the colder the chill in his heart became. This Simeon really deserved death. At the same time, there was a hint of fear that blossomed in Leonel. Such an ability, it was too treacherous. If Simeon could really manipulate one's genes such that they had to obey his every command, just what kind of power could he wield if he was allowed to run amok? What would happen if Aina had really landed in his hands? He needs to die. A frigid aura permeated the bathhouse. Leonel had already sentenced Simeon to death. He wouldn't allow that bastard to leave this hive alive. How close are you all to finding the path to the force eruption? Jean coughed, clearing his throat. We've only explored about 30% of the entrances, but the deepest one only goes about 50 meters below the surface. The young lord told us to mark down any unique caverns we found and report to him in a week. Leonel's sneer deepened. What kind of protection does that bastard have? The young lord has his elite guards with him. They've all been genetically enhanced. Not a single one is weaker than an S-grade threat. There are 9 of them, and they follow him around everywhere. Even when we split up, it was only us ordinary guards that left the group. The rest remained with him. Leonel's eyes narrowed. So many S-grade threats was definitely beyond his means. And, from what Gian said, that was their floor. Who was to say there weren't a few beyond that? For the first time, Leonel felt frustrated with his ability. He was maybe the only person on Earth with an ability that surpassed the SSS grade, but because it was only auxiliary, the amount of strength it provided him was limited. If his ability was of the same grade but of the offensive nature instead, just how much power would he have? Leonel really didn't want to let that bastard go, but the more he grilled Gian about the protection his young lord had, the more he realized that he couldn't take Simeon lightly. The most ironic part was that this was likely his fault. A couple months ago, when he first met Simeon, he hadn't had this kind of protection around him. That bullet Leonel almost put through his skull is probably precisely the reason he was so cautious now. Chapter 17:6. Resolve. Leonel grilled Gian with several more questions, then knocked him out and dragged him back into the lab setting. Without a word to his partner, he threw him into one of the snow globes, causing no small shock to the square-jawed man. Not wanting to end up like Gian, how could he not go all out in an attempt to satisfy Leonel? But the truth remained the same. In the end, he too was knocked out once more and thrown into a snow globe. Leonel took a deep breath and sat down, his mind running. Though he could have asked the two about Ina's past, he decided against it. This was something he wanted Ina to tell him herself. It just wouldn't feel the same if someone else had to tell him. Plus, he wanted to respect her boundaries. That said, even aside from that, the heavy pressure Simeon brought him was beyond his imagination. What a joke he was. He had a Tier 3 bronze ability, but he was being pushed into a corner by a Tier 8 black ability. He was sure that if his father knew, he would never hear the end of it. Leonel shook his head, staring blankly into space. After a while, his vacant eyes gained a steely coldness. I'm certain that Simeon's ability didn't originally have anything related to control. The reason he can now is because he's mastered his ability to the point of squeezing out all of its potential, eventually allowing him to gain this new branch ability. I don't believe for a second that he can do something that I can't. The branch abilities of Leonel's main ability seem to have awoken randomly. First it was Dream World, then it was Dream Sculpt. On the surface, both appeared without rhyme or reason, but was this really the case? Dream World appeared to him when he really wanted to calculate the best orientation of his force nodes. This will eventually allow him to gain his ability to simulate matters in his mind. Dream Sculpt appeared when he wanted to find a way to make use of the treasures he wasn't allowed to take outside of the zone. This will eventually allow him the ability to ingrain perfect and permanent thoughts into his dream world. There was even the third ability he only recently named, Dream Clone. That ability was birthed when he really wanted to learn the primitive man's combat style as quickly as possible. This allowed him to split his mind and learn the same technique many times faster. Every time he needed an ability within his means, it felt as though he could produce it as long as these things fell within the purview of his dream world. Simeon's ability was a wake-up call to Leonel. He realized now that abilities weren't immutable things. They were made to grow and evolve along with their host. Why else would Leonel's ability still be growing even now? It was likely that it would still grow into the future. Leonel took a deep breath. That's right, I need to open myself up to more possibilities. Leonel shook his head furiously. To think that he really almost had thoughts of letting that bastard off for now. Absolutely not. He would make this hive Simeon's grave. After a while, Leonel stood. I have so many materials and even more beast crystals. If I can't make something to get out of this situation, I might as well not go and find Ina at all. Leonel had already decided. There would be 3 keys to his success. First, he would definitely find the path to the Force eruption faster. There was most definitely an even greater treasure trove waiting for him. Second, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. He would form his 7th and 8th node. Continually doubting himself wouldn't get him anywhere. Maybe after doing this he would find some clues about his 9th node. If worse came to worst, he would just abandon all of his Force nodes. Though there was a massive taboo against doing so, the price was comparatively shallow for those in the lowest 3rd dimension. Only after stepping into the 4th or higher would abandoning one's Force nodes become akin to a death sentence without incredibly special circumstances. And third, Leonel's mind drifted toward the first dream sculpt he ever made. It seemed like a simple golden staff, missing its flag. But Leonel knew quite well the kind of devastation this thing could cause. Leonel knew better than to use this staff to control humans. He had seen how badly Joan ended up with his own 2 eyes, and, back then, she'd only been controlling normal humans. By extension, Leonel also knew that controlling high-ranking beasts with it would be foolish as well. Those beast kings had already awoken their intelligence and thus had strong wills of their own. If Leonel tried to take control of them, his ending would be just like Joan's. However, what about those weaker beasts who were only following the beast kings out of fear for their power? Just how quickly had the bear beasts beneath the bear king abandoned him after he died? According to Gian and his partner Quinn, Simeon should have only taken control of the beast kings, then used them as a proxy to control the other beast hordes. Plus, those beast kings definitely had their hands full holding off the tide of beasts coming from the ocean even as Leonel stood here. In that case, Leonel smiled coldly. If Simeon thought of using the beast hordes against him, he would be in for a rude awakening. Out on the sea, the commanders of the eastern and southern lookout were still fighting for their lives, though those with Commander Violet Rain were definitely faring much better. I did it. I managed to get a message through. Mellow Trees roared with happiness he never thought he would have over such a simple matter. Violet Rain's smile bloomed. Though they didn't get a response because the link was swiftly cut off again, this much was enough. Now, they just had to wait. What they forgot to consider was the fact the one in charge of their southern lookout now was Hacker Hutch, who knew what maddening ways that senile old man would respond to such a call for help. Chapter 17:7, Little Bastard. A week later, Leonel stepped out from the segmented cube. His features seemed quite haggard, an unkempt beard gracing his jaw and his messy dirty blonde hair sweeping across his shoulders. But his eyes remained as sharp as swords. When the youths noticed Leonel's appearance, they all perked up, traces of anticipation painted on their faces. Leonel smiled lightly. I've succeeded. They were simple words, but they alone made the youths feel that a massive burden had been lifted from their chests. There's no time to waste, Leonel said with a confident air. We've already long since decided who would go and who would stay. Let's move out if you're all prepared. The lineup that chose to follow Leonel was quite interesting. Thunderous Clap, Roaring Black Lion, and Flowing Wind all stood to move with him. Thunderous Clap's ability was similar to Jian's vibration ability, but much stronger by several levels. The mysterious quake force he used could be considered a force-strengthening deviation, so he would be joining. In addition, Flowing Wind, despite being from the Eastern Lookout, was also willing to help. Her wind elemental force output was a level beyond chasing winds. In addition, she had much more auxiliary applications to her ability, like the power to use wind to scout out her surroundings, so she was an ideal choice. Finally, there was Roaring Black Lion. Among the remaining youths, he had the strongest defenses. In addition, there was no guarantee they wouldn't run into beasts on their journey. His ability to dampen their strength would be greatly useful. As for the rest of the top rankers, they stayed behind to protect the group from any unforeseen circumstances. It was simply impossible for them to take so many with them. With that, the group of four set off. We're going to cross over into another network of tunnels. I found this place while I was looking for ores previously. Leonel explained as he quickly made his way toward the hole he had created a week prior. He knew that he was running out of time. Much of the reason he left Pisces and the others behind was because he was afraid of this hole being found. According to Jian and Quinn, they were meant to report in a week. When they didn't report as they were meant to, Simeon would most definitely check in on the network of tunnels they were assigned to. By then, there was no guarantee that this hole wouldn't be found. It wasn't long before Leonel had led their group of four to the hole, crossed to the other side, and diligently covered it back up again. After he was done, he dashed forward again, snaking through the tunnels as though the map of their pathways was tattooed to the back of his hand. Soon, he made it to his destination, the point with the most direct path to the Force Crystal Mine. Leonel came to a sudden stop at a seemingly ordinary wall and turned back toward Thunderous Clap, Roaring Black Lion, and Flowing Wind. Before we go, I have something to tell you three. I didn't tell the others because I didn't want them to panic, but it's best you three know in advance. The three looked toward Leonel. Seeing his serious expression, they too became serious. Would things not be so simple? There is another group of people in here aside from us. In fact, earlier, I had captured and interrogated two of them. It's very possible that we could run into them. I believe that we're ahead of them, but it's best to be cautious. I suspect that there might be another path toward the Force Crystal Mine. I'm just not entirely certain. I just have a feeling that the valleys weren't created without reason. The three youths frowned. The complex network of valleys was precisely the reason they could only enter the center of the island through one passageway. They wrapped around the center of the island such that there was only one path forward. Even beyond that, Flowing Wind actually had no ability to fly over it. She felt that the force was incredibly volatile in that area, making it difficult for her to steady her ability properly. When she realized this, she hadn't dared to continue forward, lest she fall to her death. If the valleys were the result of some odd phenomenon related to the Force Crystal Mine, their odd attributes would be much easier to accept. Only when the three nodded seriously did Leonel flip his palm, causing many things to appear. First, each one of you take these. Leonel handed each of them silvery green mouthpieces that looked somewhat like a cross between a flute and a whistle. These are my creations. I made them out of Whispering Breeze ore. They're only Tier 1 black-grade treasures, but they allow you to breathe underwater in Earth for 3 hours. After that, you'll need to allow it to recharge for half an hour before you can use it again. The three nodded in understanding, watching as Leonel continued to take out 9 total resplendent blue scales. These are another set of my creations, 3 to the each of you. They're refined from the koi fish's scales. They could be able to form an artificial foreskin that melds and amplifies with your own. By my calculations, they should each be able to last half an hour under the full pressure of the force eruption. I'm not sure how long it will take us to stop the force eruption. We'll have to play it by ear. Leonel took a deep breath and turned back to face the wall, putting the silver mouthpiece between his lips. Stick close to me. Though his words had come out in a mumble, they still managed to understand him. Leonel could only roll his eyes when he felt two soft mounds of flesh press against his back. Who else could it be, if not Flowing Wind? Could this be considered sexual harassment? Leonel didn't have time to spend on the matter as an intricate ring on his finger glowed. Just like this, the seemingly solid wall before him became akin to a curtain of mud. He pushed through it with slightly more difficulty than it would take to walk underwater. Still, it wasn't too bad. The only disadvantage was that he couldn't see anything, and his internal sight was severely restricted in this kind of environment. However, he could rely on his obscene calculation abilities to maintain his sense of direction with relative ease. Like this, the four youths formed a train, the three to Leonel's back closely following by linking their arms. What was especially magical, though, was that the wall of earth they left the range of reverted back to their original states soon after. Though Leonel could see nothing but a vast darkness before him, he could feel himself getting closer. He kept his hand in the lead, ready for it to enter clear air once again, and, a moment later, that was exactly what happened. Leonel felt the resistance against his hand suddenly vanish and came to a grinding halt. Ark, Leonel wanted to groan, but he kept it in. He felt a sharp pain in his hand as though it could be lacerated to minced meat in but another few moments. Without hesitation, he pressed his first koi fish scale against his body, causing a radiant blue to cover him like a thin layer of skin. He had already long since taken off his chain necklace, saving it for a critical moment. After this, using his hand, he extended his soul force forward, stretching his internal sight outward. What he saw made him grind his teeth in anger. There was a vast underground space. Its ceilings were at least 100 meters tall, and it was over a kilometer from end to end. It was filled with shimmering crystals so bright that had Leonel been looking at them with his eyes, he was sure he would have to squint. Of course, all of these dimensions were just Leonel's approximate guesses. The force was so volatile that his internal sight was incredibly fuzzy. The sharp range was severely reduced, causing his calculations to be lacking. What had made him angry, though, was the fact that there was someone who had gotten here before him. More accurately, there was a beast that had gotten here before him. Leonel's hand had appeared near the ceiling of the wide space, so if he stepped out now, he would fall 100 meters to his death. Down below, there was an adorable creature, taking a nap without a care in the world. Its fur was a lustrous black, its whiskers and small nose twitching as though it was having a particularly good dream. Its body was long and considered of its proportions. It had such a small head, but it was easily 1.5 feet from head to toe. This adorable creature was actually a little black-furred mink. But despite having never seen it in its true form before, Leonel couldn't help but grind his teeth. This little bastard was definitely the beast that had been harassing him for so long. Chapter 78, Shadow World. Leonel suppressed his annoyance in his heart. He would definitely deal with that annoying little mink, but he also had to be cautious. For one, that little mink could somehow sleep within that torrent of energy without any problems while he had simply stretched out a hand into it, yet almost couldn't withstand the pain. Secondly, after so many days of battle with the little mink, Leonel knew that it most definitely wasn't simple to deal with. He even felt that its danger level was a level beyond the Beast Kings outside. He was thankful that all of their exchanges had lasted for a short time, or else maybe he would have been on the losing end far more times than he wanted to admit. Why can it just sleep there so easily? Didn't the dictionary say the only way to survive in this environment was foreskin? It doesn't look like that little bastard is using it. The little mink seemed to have a cloud of black fog perpetually hanging around its body, but this wasn't exactly like foreskin at all. It must be its innate ability. That means its dark element force strengthening deviation might also comes from its innate ability. Leonel took a deep breath. He couldn't consider this any longer. Now that he knew there was this beast guarding the force crystal mine, he knew that he had to take it out. He didn't know why, but this little mink loved to attack him. Maybe the little guy thought it was a joke, but Leonel's life had been on the line every time. He couldn't take any chances. After making a decision, Leonel started slowly descending. He had appeared too high. If he stepped out now, he would just fall to his death. But if he went too low, his treasure would likely stop working. The entire floor and much of the sides of the open space were covered with force crystals radiating resplendent lights. All the way here, Leonel had to navigate around ore veins because he knew his treasure wouldn't work against high-level minerals. Obviously, the same went for force crystals. Unable to communicate with the others, Leonel had no choice but to make an explosive move. With Flowing Wind positioned right behind him, he believed that she would be able to stop their fall with her ability, albeit shakily considered how volatile the force here was. Leonel leapt out from the wall. Force and sharp winds whipped against his body as he fell down toward the sleeping black-furred mink. With a flip of his palms, 2 pistols appeared, both outfitted with harpoons. This time, he had no intention of holding back. If he could kill this beast before it woke up, that would be for the best. Bang, bang. Leonel's gaze lit up. He knew his shots hit the mark. And from start to finish, the little mink hadn't moved. In fact, it seemed that his shots were so powerful that it directly blasted apart the platform of force crystals the little mink had been sleeping on too. But this made sense. After all, compared to those massive beasts outside, this little guy was really small. It was no surprise Leonel's attack went right through it like that. Leonel landed heavily on the ground, a jolt of pain shooting through his legs as his bluish foreskin fluctuated wildly beneath the pressure of the force eruption. He shook the stinging sensation out of his lower half. It seemed that his fall had quite an impact on him. He should have definitely used his treasure shoes. But he had been saving them in case the little mink woke up in time and made a move on him. If that happened, he would have needed his shoes to dodge, or else he would have been a sitting duck in the air. However, Leonel could have never expected what he witnessed next. When he looked up, he was stunned silent. The little mink was still there, sleeping its time away as though nothing had happened. The two darts Leonel had shot out were still there as well. One went through the little mink's head, and the other went through its body. However, it was like the little mink was an illusion, or in a completely different reality. Its body seemed corporeal, but Leonel's attack went through it as though it had no substance at all, almost as though this was just a projection and not a living creature. What the hell? Leonel's heart tightened. At that moment, Flowing Wind unsteadily dropped to the ground, carrying Roaring Black Lion and Thunderous Clap along with her. Her control over her ability was extremely poor in this place, but it was at least enough to slow their descent. Either way, Leonel hadn't brought her here for her combat prowess, but rather to help in quickening the maturity of the Force Crystal Core. Why'd you kill such an adorable little guy? Flowing Wind reprimanded Leonel without the slightest hint of her previous lusty personality. In the blink of an eye, she had suddenly become a mother hen protecting her chicks. Leonel almost couldn't refrain from lashing out. Adorable? This little bastard had almost killed him who knows how many times? After a while, Flowing Wind and the others also noticed the oddity. If such a small creature was hit with such force, shouldn't it be a rain of blood and guts by now? Why did it seem like Leonel's darts had been embedded into its body? It's incorporeal? Is it fake? Thunderous Clap muttered. I don't think it's fake, Leonel said slowly, but don't be fooled by its appearance. This little thing almost killed me several times. The eyes of the three youths widened. Almost killed Leonel? Which of them didn't know how powerful Leonel was, yet such a small beast was a danger to him? Hearing such words, they could only put their guards up. I didn't get a chance to do this before because it was too fast, but maybe now? Tell me about its abilities. The dictionary appeared in Leonel's palm as his eyes narrowed with seriousness. Ping Evolved Lifeform detected. Simplified title, Mink State, Evolved, Evolving Abilities, Ping Generating Nomenclature, Shadow World, an ability that takes control of the world hidden from the stars. Evaluating Power, Ping Evolution Stage, Elite Tier 9 Black Chapter 79, Euphoric Death. Leonel involuntarily held his breath. This description, it was the simplest he had ever seen. It was also the most vague he had ever seen. The only description he had seen that carried this level of vagueness was his own. His own only became more detailed after he began using the dictionary to document his ability, which is why it now had a breakdown of all his abilities from Dream World to Dream Clone, but initially, Calculative Mind, an ability capable of simplifying the complex. This was what the dictionary had first told him about his ability. It never said anything about his Dream World, Dream Sculpt, or Dream Clone ability. Aside from himself, he had never seen an ability as simply explained as the little mink's shadow world. But what also shocked Leonel was the state of the little mink. Not only did it say evolved, but it also said evolving. The little mink's ability was already classified with the Elite Tier 9 Black level. If it evolved, wouldn't it cross over into the Bronze level just like Leonel? Leonel took a deep breath to steady his beating heart. Unlike him, the little mink's ability seemed exceptional for combat. Leonel couldn't even touch it despite the fact it was sleeping right in front of him. How was it even possible to do anything to this little guy? Just with this ability alone, the little mink was untouchable in fourth-dimensional worlds. Only under the suppression of a fifth-dimensional world would its ability begin to show some weaknesses. But, considering it was currently evolving into the bronze tiers, it seemed that this wouldn't be true for long. Leonel decided to leave his darts in place. He didn't dare to approach the little mink too closely anymore. But he also knew that it was simply impossible for them to just leave now. Their success would decide the life and death of tens of people. How long will it take this little thing to finish evolving? Leonel asked. Ping replying to Seed, 3021, 1005, 30,005, 3 days, 21 hours, 51 minutes, and 5 seconds. Hopefully that's enough. Leonel chose to go with the assumption that the little mink would stay asleep for as long as it was evolving. In that case, maybe they would have enough time to help the Force Crystal Mine mature. Let's hurry, Leonel said, receiving the agreement of the others. The four youths turned their attention toward the raging tempest of white, gushing force toward the center of the wide space. The mine was over 1 kilometer in width and length. Of that space, the geyser took up barely 20 meters of width, but its presence was imposing. It was an odd feeling. Unlike geysers of water, this force eruption hadn't made a single sound after its initial burst. It bore a hole through the network of tunnels above it and remained completely silent, even to the point the youths could easily chat. All right, Roaring Black Lion, you'll have to protect Flowing Wind. You all know what to do, right? The youths nodded. Thunderous Clap had a force-cultivating technique and had formed 4 nodes, so his ability to keep up his foreskin was relatively better. But Flowing Wind had yet to do so for whatever reason, so she needed the protection of Roaring Black Lion. This was definitely a testament to how great her ability was. We just pour our force-strengthening deviations in, right? Sounds simple enough, Flowing Wind mumbled, but it was clear that she wasn't very confident. Stealing their wills, the youths moved forward, approaching the geyser of white from different angles. The moment they crossed the barrier, they realized that things were completely out of their expectations. Let alone the towering danger they expected, it almost felt as though they were walking through a spray of sparkling water on the hottest of summer days. However, instead of making him feel more relaxed, Leonel's heart clenched as he pushed his way toward the core. Though he disparaged the dictionary sometimes, how could he not trust something his father had left for him? His father was the one person who he trusted with his everything. Even if the things he left behind would sometimes tease him in unexpected ways, they wouldn't ever truly put him in danger. Since his father's dictionary put so much emphasis on how dangerous force eruptions were, how could Leonel ever take them lightly? The fact things seemed so calm and even relaxing made his hair stand on end. They say that there were forms of death where one would feel incomparably relaxed near the end. Some said that there was no better euphoria than drowning. Something about this force eruption reminded Leonel of such things. Soon, Leonel had made it to the force crystal core. Without a better descriptor, he could only say that it was beautiful. It was the most perfect sphere Leonel had ever seen. It stood amidst an array of force crystals that looked like the petals of a blooming flower. Despite the fact it was the cause of such a shocking event, it was completely still. It was almost impossible to tell that it was the source of all of this at all. It radiated an assortment of colors, shimmering a resplendent rainbow. However, if one looked closely, it was possible to see golden lines being slowly drawn just beneath its surface. These lines seemed to exude an ancient mystery, and were even somewhat more resplendent than even the rainbow colors of the force crystal core. If it wasn't hidden beneath the core's surface, it would definitely easily outshine its radiance. Those must be the natural force arts. Leonel looked up to see 3 pairs of eyes looking toward him solemnly. It seemed that they felt this matter shouldn't be so simple either. Leonel narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, lightly touching the core with a finger. Immediately, his expression changed as he quickly retracted his hand. But it was still too late. The foreskin protecting his hand burst. Soon after it, the skin on his left hand splintered and shattered into a rain of blood. Even the bones of his fingers were visible to see. Leonel's force quickly surged, pushing the torrent of force rampaging around within him out with brute force. By the time his heart settled down and he looked toward the force crystal core with a solemn expression, all he could feel was a spine-tingling pain from his hand. Chapter 180, trapped Leonel's face slightly twisted in pain. No matter how used he was to injuries by now, the feeling of having his hand practically explode from the inside out left him wanting to cry out. The other 3 youths looked toward him with fear evident in their eyes. It was just a simple touch, but Leonel's ending had actually been so terrible. If he held on for just a fraction of a second longer, just how much worse would his injuries be? Leonel took several deep breaths. Maybe the worst part about all of this was the loss of his hand. A force crafter's hands were the most important part of their body. With his left hand in this state, it simply wouldn't be possible to craft anything. I'm too reckless. Leonel clenched his jaw. Retreat. Leonel ordered this the moment he saw how helpless the situation was. That break in his foreskin had shaved off more than half the remaining time the foreskin treasure he had forged had. It wouldn't be long before it shattered completely. By then, there was no telling how horrible his ending would be. However, just when he wanted to retreat, Leonel's expression changed. It had been so easy to walk in, but he found that the way out made him feel as though he was walking against quicksand. Leonel's expression immediately became ugly. What the hell was going on? What's going on? I feel like I can't take a step back no matter how much I want to. Roaring Black Lion's voice held a rare instance of trepidation and fear. This was the very last thing they expected to happen. Why was it so easy to enter but not easy to leave? It seems I've underestimated this force eruption again. Leonel smiled bitterly. There were all sorts of natural traps in the world, even before the metamorphosis. All of them were easy to enter but difficult to leave. A Venus flytrap wouldn't have any qualms about allowing a fly onto its petals, but would it so easily allow one to leave? A beast wouldn't hesitate to allow its prey into its mouth, but would it so easily release it? This trap in particular reminded Leonel of a phenomenon that could happen in rivers and dams. Anyone swimming near a dam would be asking for death. The interaction between the rushing water suddenly met by an immovable force would cause a pattern of currents that would easily allow a human in, but make it impossible for them to leave. The number of people who had died to such a phenomenon were too many to count. Leonel had just never expected that the flow of force here would be able to replicate such a thing. Leonel smiled bitterly. Sorry guys, it seems I was still a bit reckless. Leonel sighed. He knew that once again this was a case of the dictionary being very specific with its answers. He asked about how to mature a force crystal core ahead of time, but hadn't asked anything about something like this. The three youths couldn't help but be disappointed. But how mad could they be? It wasn't as though Leonel had sent them into this danger alone. He had stepped forward first, and had even been willing to retreat when things weren't going well. This was something completely out of their expectations. "Don't worry," Leonel said firmly after a moment. "I promise to take you all out of here." The resolution in Leonel's voice shocked them. They hadn't expected that even now he would still take responsibility. Usually, someone with as much power as him would definitely not have the time to care about them now. Without another word, Leonel directly sat on the ground, entering a meditative state. He weakly supported his left hand on his lap, doing his best to ignore the pain. "I have almost 30 koi fish scales. Each of them can provide 30 minutes of protection. Between the four of us, that's enough for a bit over 3 hours and a half." The three youths looked toward Leonel, then looked at one another. There were clear hints of despair on their faces, but what could they do? Thunderous Clap tried to fight his way out, throwing out thunderous punches that rocked the air, but he found himself sliding back with every strike. Flowing Wind and Roaring Black Lion tried their hands at it too. In fact, the former had the greatest shot and even almost succeeded, trying to ride the flow of force. But in the end, just when it looked like she might succeed, she was blasted backward. Had it not been for Roaring Black Lion catching her before she landed on the Force Crystal Core, her outcome would have been even sorrier. Leonel's mind spun. However, no matter how hard he thought, everything pointed in a singular direction: force-strengthening deviations. The only way to overwhelm force was with force of greater quantity or quality. Right now, he couldn't spare thoughts toward maturing the Force Crystal Core. Wasting stamina on it would just make it so that they were less likely to survive. With only a little over 3 hours, every small bit of stamina could decide life and death. "I need to improve my light elemental force or my spear force." Leonel's eyes flashed open. He pushed forward his only good remaining hand, stabbing out toward the edge of the force eruption's influence. But what he saw left him feeling helpless. Even with the amplification of his spear force, his Call of the Wind only traveled a meter before being shattered completely. Taking a deep breath, Leonel attempted to fuse his light elemental force into the attack. It wasn't a perfect fusion, but it was barely enough to gain a small amplification. He pierced out once more, but the result was just as depressing. It barely passed the 2.5 meter mark before being crushed. That was still almost a full 8 meters from the edge they needed to escape from. The closer to escaping the energy fluctuations it was, the harder it is to cross. The 1 to 2 meter distance was at least twice as difficult to cross as the 0 to 1 meter distance. "I need to improve." Leonel could only turn his hopes back to the dictionary. It said that there were levels beyond, right? Chapter 18:1, Snowy Star Owl. Leonel turned a complicated glance toward the dictionary in his hands. "Tell me about the levels of force-strengthening deviations." Ping force-strengthening deviations are divided by quality and type. Type can range from weapon types to elemental types, while quality is decided by evolution potential and range of ability, also known as evolution branches. Evolution potential, the potential for improvement. This is decided by the amplification ability of a force-strengthening deviation. All force-strengthening deviations have the ability to reach the pinnacle, but the amount of amplification they provide varies. Evolution branches. These are the number of routes a force-strengthening deviation can take. Not all of the same type and subtype are born equal. There are differences in strength between spear forces and even light elemental forces. Leonel's brow furrowed. There was so much information. He didn't know if it was worth it to know all of it. After all, he only had 3 hours left. He had to make a decision. Sitting here listening to a history lesson on force-strengthening deviations would just be asking for death. "Tell me about my light elemental force specifically." Ping, the light elemental force seed has comprehended, comes from a lineage factor. This is somewhat different from a force-strengthening deviation comprehended naturally or awakened through an ability. A naturally comprehended force-strengthening deviation is limited by either one's comprehension or the source one has used to comprehend it. Leonel was confused by this for a moment, but after a while he understood. By source, the dictionary was referring to natural sources of force-strengthening deviations. For example, if one found a battleground and there were many spear force scars along the ground, it would be possible to comprehend spear force from them, but one would be limited by the expertise of the expert that carved the scars in the first place. Of course, one could also naturally comprehend spear force on their own, much like Hutch comprehended blade force. In that case, it was on one's own shoulders to improve and evolve one's spear force. A force-strengthening deviation awakened through an ability would be limited by the evolution stage of one's ability. But Seed's force-strengthening deviation is limited by the lineage factors of your lineage factor. The origin of Seed's light elemental force is the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. Leonel's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Time dilated and he could feel that his breathing had slowed to a crawl. In that moment, his eyes became dim as though he had been trapped in an illusion. In the beginning, all he saw was darkness. But after a while, he could faintly see a small dot in the distance that radiated a bright light. He blinked just a single time, but the moment his vision cleared, the light had completely covered the range he could see. The sight was incomparably beautiful. A bird with eyes radiating with wisdom and feathers as white as snow looked down toward him. Its golden irises didn't have a hint of disdain or loftiness. Rather, it looked down as though a senior appreciating a junior. The gentleness touched Leonel's heart. "C-O-O-O-O-O-O-O." A mighty call left the owl's beak as it flapped its wings once more, vanishing from Leonel's sight. But even still, the image continued to replay in his mind. And, as time began to regain its previous pace, Leonel's heart followed and quickened many times over. When Leonel's dull gaze regained its light, he found that his breathing had quickened and he was drenched from head to toe in sweat. Wow, Snowy Star Owl, what kind of creature was that? Leonel had no idea, but he somehow felt that it was incomparably majestic. Leonel wasn't sure how his lineage factor stacked up to other light elemental lineage factors, but what he did know was that this lineage factor made him feel extremely comfortable. The Snowy Star Owl is known especially for its speed, wisdom, and miracle healing. As such, Seed's light elemental lineage factor can be considered to have three main branches of evolution. The first branch is simply known as the movement evolution. Among force strengthening deviation, light elemental force only loses to space elemental force in this regard. However, within the speed sub-branch of the movement evolution branch, the light element is unmatched. The second branch is known as the support evolution branch. The wisdom sub-branch and the healing sub-branch both fall under this category. Both sub-branches can only be effectively used when combined with one's other lineage factors, meaning one's level of light elemental force can thus unlock lineage factor abilities and techniques to be used as one. Wisdom, healing. Leonel didn't know what these sub-branches were, but this evolution branch concept really reminded him the evolution trees of a role-playing game. Was that how lineage factors worked as well? He had thought that his light elemental force had exceptionally good penetrative abilities, but judging by the words of the dictionary, this wasn't its main ability. Why do I feel that my light elemental force had good penetrative ability? Ping replying to Seed, this is a result of Seed's spear domain lineage factor. Leonel furrowed his brows. Isn't my spear domain lineage factor much weaker than my light element lineage factor? Ping replying to Seed, you're an idiot. Hearing these words, not only did Leonel's face darken, but so did the other three youths who happened to be nearby him. Even in the situation, the sudden odd words almost made them burst into laughter. Leonel could tell that the "you're an idiot" part was very lifelike. It seemed that it was yet another recording left by his father, but this time it was just a short message. The strength of the spear domain lineage factor is in its ability to combine countless disciplines into one. This is why the spear domain heirloom is filled with spears, each tied to a different consciousness and each with a completely different style. Only by combining many disciplines into one will the spear domain lineage factor truly show its might. The reason Seed's light elemental force seems to have great penetrative abilities is because of the effect of Seed's spear domain lineage factor. It has integrated Seed's light elemental force somewhat, giving it such an ability. Also, though attacking is not a main ability of the Snowy Star Owl, it is still an elite 6th-dimensional mythical beast. It would not be too weak in this regard. To lower dimensions, its attack ability can be considered godly. After hearing all of this, Leonel finally understood. The penetrative ability of his light elemental force occurred due to the influence of his spear domain lineage factor. But, since he had looked down on his spear domain lineage factor, he never actively tried to look into its secrets, thus inadvertently suppressing it. If that's the case, Leonel's blood rumbled, a spear appearing in his hand. Without even getting up, his eyes flashed as he pierced forward. This time, he felt that the integration of his spear force and light elemental force had risen by several degrees. Puuu, Leonel's eyes glowed with a fierce light. 4 meters. It wasn't only him who was excited, but Flowing Wind practically pounced into his arms and gave him a kiss. There really was hope. Chapter 82. Inadequate after the initial bout of excitement, Leonel immediately calmed himself. What was there to be proud about? He had only touched 4 meters. There were still 6 more to go. And it had now become even more obvious to him that the difficulty of crossing that distance doubled with every meter he passed. The fact he had directly jumped from 2.5 meters to 4 was a testament to just how great his spear domain lineage factor was. But that was all. Was it even possible to improve enough to cross the remaining distance? The other youths seemed to realize this as well. So, their smiling expressions soon faded. Handsome, hurry up and improve some more. I'm too young and beautiful to die. Flowing Wind said this as though joking around, but there was a well-hidden fear in her tone. It wasn't something that Leonel would miss. Leonel took a deep breath. You three enter my spatial treasure. It should buy us more time. Leonel wasn't confident in the segmented cube's defensive ability. This wasn't because he was doubting its peak prowess, but rather because it was still in Phase 1. In Phase 1, it was essentially still limited to third-dimensional abilities, so it was impossible for its abilities to be too grand. However, if these 3 youths entered the segmented cube and he placed it in his spatial bracelet, then he only needed to activate 1 foreskin to protect them all. Like this, his less than 4-hour time limit would be over 13 hours. The three youths looked at each other and nodded. Here, they were only a burden to Leonel. It would be good if they could help in some way. Leonel sighed a breath of relief and took out the segmented cube. He found that it was frenziedly absorbing the force in the surroundings. At this pace, it might only be a few days before it could accumulate enough to evolve into Phase 2. But Leonel obviously didn't have this long to wait. Just when Leonel was about to allow the youths in, he suddenly made a pleasant discovery. The segmented cube can't leave this place, but it's still a natural force barrier. Leonel's eyes glowed with excitement. He hadn't put too much hope in the segmented cube. In fact, he had covered it with his force skin when he pulled it out just now. But what he never expected was that it would actually be capable of forcefully absorbing any force he gave it. It can take volatile force, absorb it, and make it docile. In that case, didn't that mean that Leonel's time limit wasn't limited to 13 or so hours anymore? Leonel grinned as the three youths looked toward him in confusion. It seems we don't need to die here today. Before the three could ask Leonel what he meant, the segmented cube expanded and enveloped the three of them. On the outside, the segmented cube expanded to a 10-meter diameter, hovering in the air above the force crystal core. It shuddered and trembled, bouncing back and forth between the two opposing edges of the force geyser, but it eventually managed to reach an equilibrium. Within the abode setting, the four youths watched on nervously as a violent earthquake took hold of the world within the segmented cube. They only managed to sigh a breath of relief after everything finally settled into a low rumble. Leonel wasn't any different from them. He too had been worried about the result, but luckily it had all paid off. There are a few rooms here. Feel free to pick one. There's also plenty of food and water. I'll definitely get us out of here. Leonel nodded to the youths, but when they saw the sadness on his expression, they couldn't help but be stunned. This should have been a happy change of events. Why was it that Leonel didn't seem the slightest bit happy? Leonel turned to leave. Flowing Wind wanted to step out and stop him, maybe even try to cheer him up, but she found that two sturdy hands had landed on her shoulders, stopping her from moving forward. She was completely stunned to find that both Roaring Black Lion and Thunderous Clap had tacitly agreed to stop her as one. She couldn't even react before Leonel had disappeared from her sight. Why the hell did you two stop me? He's our savior. Shouldn't we at least say thank you? There's no reason for him to be feeling like that. You don't get it, Roaring Black Lion said with a snort. Even if things worked out in the end, his pride is still wounded. Pride? Flowing Wind's brows furrowed. Though it was blocked beneath her mask, one could imagine that it was quite a lovely sight to see. It's ultimately his fault that things turned out this way. Thunderous Clap spoke. There's even an argument to be made here that we're only alive by a fluke. Even stumbling into the ability of this abode-type treasure was a mistake. What the hell are you saying? We made our own choice to come here with him. Plus, he was in just as much danger as us. Only a bastard would blame him for information we all lacked equally. You still don't get it. I don't know what's weighing on Indum, Leonel's mind, but whatever it is, he definitely feels like his performance makes him unworthy of meeting those goals. He takes himself to be responsible for our lives. Whether it was coming to this hive or accelerating the maturity of the Force Crystal Core, they were all his ideas, but he seemingly made one mistake after another. For a man like him, he definitely feels inadequate. Flowing Wind snorted. If it was just garbage male pride, you should have just said so from the beginning. But he's so handsome and caring at the same time. This lady definitely likes him. Roaring Black Lion and Thunderous Clap looked at one another helplessly. This Flowing Wind girl was definitely too far gone. Chapter 183. Never again Leonel sat on a chair in the lab setting, staring out blankly into space. In truth, in the beginning, even he wasn't fully aware of why he was feeling like this. It could even be said that Thunderous Clap and Roaring Black Lion understood before even he had. It could only be said that the objectivity of a third party was great. He had come here with every intention of instantly getting to work, diving into training until he could barge his way out. But, instead of doing any of that, he found himself frozen in time. After a long while, he finally understood the emotion he was feeling, shame. He had made too many mistakes. Initially, he kept brushing them off as though they were nothing more than jokes. But it seemed that as time passed, the mistakes he made continued to have more and more serious consequences. It came to the point where even though this most recent mistake of his had no real consequences yet, he simply couldn't put up with himself anymore. What truly baffled him was that he wasn't immediately certain of how to fix this. Wasn't it only natural that someone as young and uninformed as him make so many mistakes? But the more Leonel thought about it, the more he felt that this excuse was exactly that, an excuse. In a world like this, who cared if he needed time to mature? Would the Spider King's venom wait for him? Would the Force Crystal Core let him go on account of his youth? Would Simeon leave him be until he matured? The answer to all of this was obviously no. No one owed him such a thing. Compared to others, how much better was his starting position? Whether it was his talent, the treasures his father left for him, or the lineage factor his mother left for him, how many times luckier was he than another? To this day, he still had no idea how well his teammates were doing. Did James fall out with them after being snubbed by him? What about Yuri? She was one of Ina's only two friends. How was she doing with them? Was she okay? Compared to these people, wasn't he considered to be lucky? Was this what those psychologists deemed as survivor's guilt? Maybe that was exactly what it was. Leonel felt undeserving. He made so many life-altering mistakes, yet managed to survive every time by the skin of his teeth. Sometimes it might be due to his own wit, but how many more times had it just been luck? Memories were constantly pulled up from the depths of Leonel's mind, each one striking a chord with him. When he first exited the Mayan tomb and Ina killed Conrad with a single strike. During their journey to the fort, he had even had thoughts of being unwilling to live anymore. How ridiculous had his actions been back then? He even went out and fought 7 A-grade invalids back to back. Maybe that had been under the guise of protecting his friends, but wasn't the truth that he was just seeking death? How lucky had he been to survive that? Did he even deserve to survive that? His abilities back then couldn't even compare to the current him. A single A-grade threat was more than enough to threaten his life. Then there was the time within the Joan of Arc zone. Due to his own selfishness, he forced both him and Ina into a corner. Instead of waiting until both armies had whittled their strength down, he stupidly charged in. Back then, without a word, Ina had still chosen to follow him. But had he not found Joan's weakness at the last minute, wouldn't they have both died? How lucky had he been to survive that? How could he even think of blaming Ina for lying to him about the entry quota when he, himself, was so selfish? Then there was the battle at the Royal Blue Fort. He had foolishly traveled back to the fort, thinking that everything would be over as long as he made his way back. But that ended up in Ina almost dying, and now she was in a world he knew next to nothing about. Who knew what kind of hardships she was undergoing now? How lucky had he been to survive that? If he hadn't been so naive, wouldn't Ina still be by his side right now? Leonel continued to blankly stare at the wall, his heartbeat slowing to eerie speeds. What a joke. Even was Ina by his side right now, would he even be capable of protecting her? Here he was again. Another stupid mistake. He was suffering here because of his own foolishness, his own naivete. How lucky had he been to survive this? He could have avoided it. Had he just been more cautious, had he just asked more questions, had he just not gotten ahead of himself, this all ultimately stemmed from his own personality. Nothing ever entered his sights, nothing ever caught his attention. The only exception to this was Ina, and other than knowing that he appreciated her demeanor, Leonel couldn't quite explain his infatuation either. He only knew it existed. But what right did he have to have such a disposition if those things he always put beneath his notice always became roadblocks he could only rely on luck to surpass? What right did he have to be arrogant? His father always said the two most important things in life were respect and persistence. But had he ever truly engraved these words into his heart, or had he only ever taken them perfunctorily? How could he claim to have respect and persistence in all things if he was constantly placing himself above everything? Leonel suddenly thought of the kind eyes of the snowy star owl, such a beautiful, majestic creature. To it, he was nothing more than an ant, yet it looked toward him with such fondness and love. Never again. Leonel's heart thrummed. He didn't mean that he would never make a mistake again. If he dared to think such a thing, wouldn't he have learned nothing? This would just be the same conceit packaged in a different way. Rather, he was acknowledging that his character needed to be tempered. This feeling of shame, he didn't want to feel it again. WENG, a bright golden glow shot from Leonel's eyes. He inadvertently sunk into a state of contemplation. He was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice his spirit improving by leaps and bounds. Chapter 18.4, Spirit Within Leonel's Ethereal Glabella. A striking change was occurring. In the beginning, it had been a world of white fog. It could be said that the only tangible existences within it were the 2 white stars hanging in the air. However, now, everything began to slowly change. After comprehending spear force and light elemental force, 2 new objects appeared in Leonel's ethereal glabella. The first was a 12-sided star. It was very small, barely being about a foot in diameter, but it glowed with a resplendent light. The second was a transparent spear soul. It had a fuzzy body one had to squint to make out, and its blade seemed very dull. But it still gave off a bit of the sharpness one would expect from a spear. At that moment, however, a violent trembling took hold of the world. First, the 12-sided star began to vibrate. With each tremor, it grew a fold in size. After several moments, its size even dwarfed the round white stars in the sky to the point that they even began to orbit about it. WENG, wang. The moment the transformation was complete, the white fog of the realm began to recede. No, it was inaccurate to say that it was receding, and far better to say that it was being compressed. The more the fog was compressed, the less white it seemed, and the more golden it became. It wasn't just the white fog itself, but even the stars of the dimensional cleanse technique seemed to be gaining tinges of gold along their fiery surfaces. Spirit 232, Spirit 300, Spirit 389, Spirit 5-23, Leonel's spirit didn't stop growing until it rammed up against the 6W0 barrier, stopping just shy of it at 598. One had to remember that Leonel's stats had always been arbitrary. For example, he always set his force stat at 010 per force note he had, then stat out everyone else accordingly. His physical stats were somewhat less arbitrary, but still only based on estimations. However, his spirit stat was just like his force stat, and completely based on his own prowess. As a result of this, a number like 598 was hard to put into perspective. However, due to his sudden awakening, Leonel had gained memories that seemed to both have always been his, yet were somehow new at the same time. Thanks to this, he came to understand something. Spirit between 01 and 30 could be considered to be within the fourth dimensional realms. Having just 01 and even 001 was enough to represent the awakening of internal sight. Anyone who could do this was able to cultivate a force node creation technique. So what did this mean? Spirit between 301 and 600 could be considered to be within the fifth dimension. The numbers weren't pretty since Leonel had formulated the system on his own, but this was already enough to shock one completely. Leonel still couldn't be considered to have formed a fourth dimensional body yet. He would need to perfect the part of dimensional cleanse he had first before he could do that. Yet, despite this, his spirit had already crossed into the fifth dimension and even seemed a hair's breadth from the sixth. It was simply inconceivable. Spirit wasn't like physical stats. Those kind of stats would need a massive increase before undergoing a qualitative change. But spirit was so hard to gain in the first place. Leonel had never even met a person, aside from himself, that was even close to the 1WO barrier, let alone approaching the 6WO barrier like him. The difference was too striking. Leonel's eyes flashed open, a beam shooting out from within them against his will. It was a long while before his eyes dimmed from a bright green back down to its usual pale ivory color. A slow breath left his lips. His mind felt so fresh and clear, yet he didn't have the self-satisfied attitude one would expect. He knew well that this improvement was all in thanks to a lineage factor he didn't earn himself. What use was there in being proud? He had made such a big show of wanting to comprehend his lineage factors on his own, but hadn't he relied on his talent in the end anyway? But the current Leonel wasn't the same Leonel of the past. He wouldn't allow such things to hold him back. He wouldn't completely rely on his talent, but there was no need to directly ignore it either. There was no need for him to be hypocrite, on one hand ignoring the God-given gifts he had been handed, and on the other, still relying on them to escape dangerous situations by a hair. He didn't want to be that kind of person. What stage is my ability at now? Leonel asked. Ping evolution stage. Elite tier 9 bronze. Leonel sucked in a cold breath. It seemed his conjecture was correct, his ability and his spirit work in a feedback loop. If he could use dimensional cleanse to nurture his ability and by extension raise his spirit, then raising his spirit should by extension increase his ability's cap. Leonel's aura blossomed with confidence. However, this wasn't a confidence born of arrogance, but rather a confidence born of ability, a striking difference to the version of himself just a day ago. Leonel looked toward his injured left hand. He had just unlocked the first wisdom branch of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. It was known as Northern 12 Stars according to the memories that had appeared in his mind. If he wanted a chance to heal his left hand quickly, he would need to awaken the first healing branch. However, after a moment of thought, he directly decided against this. His mind seemed to be working on a different gear entirely. He immediately thought of several possible solutions and disregarded all but the best. Of the pseudo and true fourth-dimensional plants I collected earlier, list all those that have healing properties and tell me about all of their effects. Ping Chapter 18.5, Passage Out. At that moment, within the southern lookout, Old Hutch could actually be found within his office. Or, more accurately, the office he had snatched from the previous Supreme. Though he was here, it seemed he was only so physically. By the way he put his wrinkled feet up and was snoring away with a box of pizza sliding around his chest, he most definitely wasn't here mentally. Bang! At that moment, a young lady slammed her small palm on the table, causing it to directly split in two. She couldn't have been more than 16 or 17 years old, but she didn't give Old Hutch the slightest bit of face as she startled him awake. Damn perverted old man. You called us here for something urgent, yet you're sleeping without a care in the world? To the young lady's side, there was a quiet young man who was seemingly used to all of this. He kicked at one of the falling wooden pieces of the once whole desk, just barely allowing it to catch a piece of falling pizza before it stained the expensive carpets. Old Hutch and the young lady looked toward the young man. Clean freak. They snapped as one, causing the young man to roll his eyes. Why did you call us here, old man? The young man asked. Oh, why did I call you here? I forget. Old Hutch smacked his lips. Who knows what he was dreaming about for his eyes to be so misty? Damn old pervert, the young woman spit out through gritted teeth. Ah, that's right. There's a force eruption on the B sector Project Hunt Island. Go help them out. The brows of the two youths furrowed. Just the two of us? Are you crazy? The young woman snapped. What? Aren't you supposed to be geniuses? Don't joke around, old man. The young man's frown deepened. We're supposed to be getting ready for the SS grade zone. If we get injured in a beast tide, how will we go? I'm sure we've got plenty of healing type ability users in this place, Old Hutch said lazily. Judging by the look of the young man and woman, they wanted nothing more than to tear Old Hutch apart. But they knew they weren't a match for this old man. Causing him to lose a small bit of face every so often was the best they could do. Fine, fine. Things aren't so simple as they seem. I received an intelligence report a while ago that the Brazinger clan is involved. Weeks ago? And you still let those kids go? This time, it was the young man and Old Hutch's turn to look at the young lady weirdly. Her 18th birthday was still a couple months away. Many of those kids she was talking about were older than she was. The young lady, though, didn't seem to notice their weird gazes and kept glaring at Old Hutch. They needed to be tempered a bit, Old Hutch said with a yawn. Plus, I thought it would be a while more until the force eruption occurred. Those Brazinger family brats probably got caught off guard as well, or else they wouldn't have come either. Fine. But that still doesn't explain why you're only sending the two of us. Those hidden families like to find excuses to bend the rules all the time. If I send someone better, they'll move in under the guise of protecting their young brats, then directly take whatever it is they want. This force crystal mine is too good to give to them. Seeing that the two were still frowning, Old Hutch got up and patted their shoulders with a grin on his face. You two don't have much of a choice. The expressions of the two darkened. While you're out there, look out for a brat who goes by Leonel. You three should probably work together to get out of there. Off you go. The two youths looked at each other. That Project Hunt Island was one of the weaker ones. It could only be considered somewhat special due to the fact it had a force crystal mine. But since the Slayer Legion was waiting for it to mature, they still hadn't touched it. As for them, they obviously went to Project Hunt Islands with greater challenges. They felt no need to waste time on this island. But, this said, they weren't blindly arrogant. If they were, why would they feel so apprehensive about going to an island with an ongoing force eruption? They knew exactly how dangerous such a thing would be. If they blindly went, they'd be asking for death. Of course, this didn't mean they weren't confident. They both believed that if they were cautious, no harm would come to them. It was just that it would be impossible to save the 80 or so youths that went with just the two of them alone. This was all to say that they were a bit baffled that Old Hutch would be talking about this Leonel as though he was their equal. If he was, wouldn't he be rubbing elbows with them? Why would he be over there? Don't underestimate that kid. He's quite arrogant and awakened light elemental force. The two youths finally raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Light elemental force? That was exceptionally rare. At least, there was no one in their Slayer Legion with such an ability. From what they knew, there was only that person currently in the capital with it. Either way, you'll be entering the SS grade zone with that brat soon, so you might as well get used to teaming up. This time, Old Hutch didn't play any games. If this was just a normal encounter, he might have tricked these two into hating Leonel first. But at a time like this, even he couldn't be careless. It would really be a pity if those youths all died. But there was something even more important to grasp from this. Old Hutch was still willing to risk these lives just so that the Brazinger clan wouldn't have an excuse to claim the Force Crystal Mine. Young Lord, we've completely lost track of Jian and Quinn. Should we check the tunnels they were assigned? Simeon's brow furrowed deeply. If they wasted time doing this, they would lose at least a few more days. But what if they didn't, and the reason the two disappeared or died was as a result of encountering the force eruption? In that case, wouldn't they be missing out? Just when Simeon was about to make a decision, another group suddenly converged on them. Of course, they were also part of the Brazinger family. Young Lord, we have good news. A man with red hair and eyes, similar to the rest of them, stepped forward with a happy expression. You found the Force Crystal Mine? Simeon's eyes brightened, already forgetting about the disappearance of his two subordinates. Who cared if they died if the mine was found? We can't be certain, but we have found something good. The man quickly explained, not willing to allow Simeon to become disappointed. We found a passage out of the hive. Simeon frowned. He had already felt unhappy when the answer was no. Now this fool was telling him about a passage out of the hive? There were hundreds of those. If it wasn't for this, how would they have so many tunnels to explore? No. Sorry, young lord, I'm a fool who's terrible with words. What I mean is that this passage out of the hive leads to the valleys. We stepped out and found that the force concentration was many times higher there. It's possible that there's a more direct path to the mine through the valleys. It was only after hearing this that Simeon's expression brightened once more. They had tried many ways to descend the valleys, but they all ended in failure. A few of his subordinates had even died in the attempt. If there was another path, this was perfect. The likelihood that there was a direct path to mine through the valleys was exceptionally high, especially since it was theorized that the valleys themselves were caused by the mine to begin with. Excellent. Lead the way. Chapter 18:6, Shackles Leonel looked at his left hand, flexing it slowly and testing each of his fingers one by one. It's a little weaker than it has been in the past. It will probably take me a few weeks to recover completely back to the advanced grade 1 designation. For now, I'll have to do with grade 1 designation. There had been plants among the few Leonel took out that could return him back to the advanced grade 1 designation immediately, but they all had lingering side effects. The only way to perfectly recover so quickly, in the case of such low-level herbs anyway, was by drawing on his life force. But this was a path with many lingering problems. The herb Leonel chose was actually a pseudo-fourth-dimensional healing-type herb known as 3-vein mending weed. It was quite a common healing herb and was perfect for a body still within the third dimension like Leonel's. If he wanted to heal the same injury while he had a fourth dimensional body, it would take a much stronger herb like four-vein mending weed. Instead of overdrawing his life force, mending weed used its natural force art to nurture flesh wounds and supplement their healing. These natural force arts were drawn directly from the veins that were within their namesake. Their healing abilities were less exaggerated, but due to their way of doing things, the lingering issues were much more acceptable. I have to be careful, Leonel thought seriously. Wounds like his could have easily crippled him for life. Without godly medicine, one's path to grow stronger could easily be completely impeded by a single severe injury. Luckily, the Leonel of now felt that he was far steadier than he had been in the past. Though it couldn't be said that he had completely changed, he at least felt that he was on the right path now. He hopefully wouldn't make such rash decisions again. I still can't believe it took me 2 days to complete a dream sculpt of the three-vein mending weed. When Leonel learned the secrets of the mending weed, he had been very interested in its natural force arts. But he could have never expected that even with the evolution of his ability and the fact his spirit had entered the peak of the fifth dimension, that it would still take him so long to perfectly copy it. One had to remember that it only took him about a day to dream sculpt Joan's flagpole. That treasure could only be counted as being within the third dimension, but Leonel's spirit was just at the beginning stages of the fourth dimension back then. But now, his soul was in the fifth dimension, and this three-vein mending weed was in the third, but it still took him 2 days. This experience taught Leonel something very important. Natural force arts were not a joke. If he really thought it would be so simple to speed up the maturation of the force crystal core, he was sorely mistaken. Towards such a conclusion, Leonel could only smile bitterly. Just how naive had he been? He struggled so much to etch a third-dimensional natural force art into his memories, but the force crystal core was now trying to complete a fourth-dimensional natural force art. How could these things even be compared? I need more strength. Leonel no longer felt the need to rush. He would go at his own pace. Rushing everything and being headstrong was how he constantly got into trouble. He knew that the little mink would wake up just one more day and a bit. He also knew that it was very likely Simeon might find the force crystal mine any time now. But if he was always rashly doing things, wouldn't he just be rushing himself to death? Only by being steady in his every step and earning his conceit and arrogance would he be able to safely weather this storm. Even though this was Leonel's new mind state, he wouldn't just waste 2 days as he had just done without reason. Everything needed to be done in moderation. The reason he saw fit to waste these 2 days was precisely so that he could have a better understanding of what he was facing. Now, he was aware of just how domineering natural force arts were. By his estimation, compared to force arts created by humans, they were a dimensional tier higher. In that case, Leonel knew that what he needed to do now was grow more powerful. So what should I do? Form my force nodes? Or comprehend my metal synergy lineage factor? After a moment of calculation, Leonel landed on the second option. His thoughts now were incomparably quick. Compared to before, he could complete the same train of thought that might have taken him an hour before in just a few moments. Leonel sunk into a state of contemplation. Compared to the past, his ability to see through his lineage factors with the help of his soul force was several levels more potent. It wasn't long before he sensed the last dormant lineage factor within his blood. Before, it was only a vague feeling he had to meditate on for several days. But now, he could practically see their visualizations. It looked like several shackles binding tightly to his blood vessels. Leonel could see it all, as though several small and intricate natural force arts were floating around his body. He could easily follow them all. It was as though he had shrunk and entered his body, following the paths his blood flowed through. Leonel got lost in the feeling. He had almost completely forgotten that he was here to unlock these shackles, not observe them. But his body felt like a universe unto itself. Its depth and complexity seemed to be no less. It was mesmerizing. Before Leonel realized what was happening, he had followed his blood into his kidneys, passively observing as the crimson liquid went through a cycle of purification. No, it couldn't be said to be crimson. His blood seemed to carry a tinge of holiness from his snowy star owl lineage factor. The cycle of purification left Leonel in another daze. The human body really was a beautiful thing. Everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Suddenly, Leonel startled awake as though his mind had been struck by lightning. My kidneys. Leonel understood why he had never been able to find his 9th node. It was because his 9th was actually his 9th and 10th. Chapter 18:7, Nova Generation. Leonel's breathing quickened slightly. He was absolutely certain. If he managed to form a 9th and 10th node, one for each of his kidneys, the compatibility with his body would reach 100%. Not only that, but the benefits would be immeasurable. If he formed force nodes in his brain, spine, heart, lungs, and kidneys, his control over his body would reach an unprecedented degree. Not only that, but if he controlled the purification process of his blood through his force, wouldn't his ability to comprehend his lineage factors become that much more potent? After a while, Leonel calmed himself. The difficulty of forming a 10th node was an unknown entity to Leonel. He still knew too little. He didn't even know if such a thing was possible. All he did know was that there was a limit to the number of force nodes a body could contain. 9 was the theoretical limit. At the same time, though, was this really an infallible rule? Wasn't the limit of force nodes decided due to how much force one could handle? But didn't some people have larger force nodes in comparison to others? In that case, were all force nodes really created equal? Leonel's force nodes were constructed with 100 cells. Most people could only form force nodes with 1 or a couple cells at most. In that case, didn't Leonel form their equivalent of dozens of force nodes? In the end, Leonel shook his head. Even though this seemed like sound logic on the surface, he wouldn't act on it just yet. He would definitely hound the dictionary with more questions, but now wasn't the time. It would take time to research whether his plan was feasible. But unlocking his metal synergy lineage factor could be done now. WNG. Leonel's aura suddenly became incomparably heavy. Even the chair beneath him snapped and crumbled, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. But he was so focused in his state of meditation that he didn't even notice. His dirty blonde hair began to whip about wildly, flashing with a bright bronze color before dimming once more, only to shimmer with it once again. Leonel could see it clearly. The opening of his metal synergy bloodline, compared to his snowy star owl and spear domain lineage factors, was much more involved. He could see it before him now. Within his blood there were 5 massive gates. However, compared to the first, the next 4 were too far away. Leonel could tell that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to reach those gates, at least not with his current strength. Realizing this, he focused completely on the gate right before him. It was a massive bronze door, covered in shackles that wrapped around it endlessly. This singular door was built with several levels. Like a nesting doll, the smallest door was surrounded by larger and larger doors. There were 9 in total, with the largest door amongst them looming so tall that even when Leonel craned his neck vertically, he couldn't see its peak. Leonel took a step forward. He felt that with every step he took, a greater and greater pressure weighed on him. It was as though this door was doing everything in its power to force him to his knees. Leonel smiled lightly. If it was just a few days ago, his spirit would have directly been blasted out of this place. By then, he would have no choice but to wait for his lineage factor to be awakened naturally. But now, this pressure was still within his ability to withstand. Soon, Leonel's palms were pressed against the doors. Due to his stature compared to the massive doors, he could only touch the smallest. When he pushed, he felt that he could easily open the first, even with its chains on. But he found that the second nested door hardly budged. It was only after he put in some effort that even the third nested door showed signs of movement. So the harder I push, the more likely it is for the larger doors to budge, huh? Leonel had no idea that in the outside world, the colors he was radiating were wildly changing. When he barely opened the first door, his hair radiated a dull bronze color that almost looked like dirty copper. When he pushed hard enough for a reaction to occur in the second door, this muddied bronze became clearer. By the time he elicited a response in the third door, his hair shone like polished brass. It almost felt as though the fine filaments of his hair were no different than refined metal. Interesting, Leonel thought, looking up toward the highest 9th door. Well, since I'm here, I might as well try my best, right? At that moment, a mighty aura radiated out from Leonel's body. Even the segmented cube began to vibrate wildly. Compared to the past, this aura of his seemed several times more indomitable. It seemed that tempering his character had had other effects as well. A mighty roar left Leonel's lips as he pushed. What Leonel didn't know was that while he was straining with his utmost, in a world countless light years across the universe, violent changes were taking place as well. This was the family home of the Morales family. In fact, it was more accurate to call it a family planet, as the entire stretch of space was owned by them and them alone. At that moment, changes were occurring in their ceremonial room. This sacred place was incomparably vast. In fact, if one had the mind to pay attention, though this place was located within the main estate of the mortal family, it was somehow larger than even the planet they called home. In the distance, sticks of incense stood taller than even mountains, wafting out a refreshing scent that filled the land with a thin veil of fog. At the base of where these mountainous stick of incense stood, there was an altar that carried several sacred tablets. Those who knew the teachings of the Morales family were aware that each of these tablets carried the names of a generation of Morales family descendants. And, at that time, the tablet of the current generation, known as the Nova generation by the family elders, suddenly radiated out a blinding light. At that moment, the several family higher-ups who treated this place as a cultivation holy land suddenly snapped awake. What was going on? A lineage factor awakening. But everyone of the Nova generation had already awoken. Chapter 88, Crown. The elders of the Morales family were left speechless, but they all suddenly thought of a possibility. Their gazes met across hundreds of miles. It seemed that even though each was kneeling on a prayer mat all to their own, without a single sign of life even tens of miles around them, it was as though they were right next to each other. A double awakening. Their Morales family was split into 2 factions. But the history between these 2 halves of the family was long and tumultuous. In the past, the Morales family also had 2 halves. However, back then, what divided them was the awakening of the metal synergy lineage factor. The awakening of this bloodline split the family into elites and commoners. Those who awakened it could enter the main branch, while those who failed could only lead the sub-branches of the family. However, this status quo didn't remain like this. Many generations ago, a second lineage factor was birthed within their bloodline. This created not one main branch, but two main branches of the family. Back then, this had been completely astonishing. The rarity of a dual lineage factor clan was unimaginable, and it was precisely this awakening that allowed the Morales clan to surge up from the middle ranges of the seventh dimension to the absolute peak. Still, though the Morales family faced the world as one, there were inevitably disputes between the two factions. The complexities and intricacies of these disputes didn't need to be touched upon for now, but what was important to understand was the difficulty in awakening these two bloodlines. The spear domain lineage factor was the weakest upon awakening. Though it had great potential for growth, it could also very easily remain weak to the point where even some sixth and even fifth dimensional lineage factors could suppress it. As a result of this, there were comparatively more who touched upon the spear domain lineage factor, and their starting points were all the same. There was no distinguishing these bloodlines until they were given adequate time to grow. Only then would it be possible to understand whose was stronger. But the metal synergy lineage factor was different. Not only was it far more difficult to awaken, it had a far more robust hierarchy system attached to it. One can imagine how this might cause problems. On the one hand, the spear domain lineage factor had amazing growth potential and a high population of evolvers within the Morales clan. On the other, the metal synergy lineage factor was much rarer and comparatively more powerful at the outset. Those who initially grasped the spear domain lineage factor were branch family members who were dissatisfied with their position beneath the main branch, while many of the metal synergy branch were purists of the family. After all, much of the accomplishments of the Morales family was in thanks to this lineage factor. With a family suffering such inner strife, the best way to continue to maintain the balance was to have many young leaders who carried both lineage factors. Only that way could animosities of the past be slowly ebbed away, and the family could be forged into a solid steel plate. Knowing this, it was no wonder the elders were so excited. They would have another double awakened youth from the Nova generation. They had already far surpassed the number from the last generation, but who knew they would still receive another? To put this into perspective, the last generation, the Nebula generation, only had 3 such characters. But if this newly awakened youth was added, the Nova generation would have 8. One had to know that the greatest power of the spear domain lineage factor was its ability to aggregate the abilities of its host to form the greatest spear heritage. This meant that anyone who awakened both within the Morales clan was already predestined to be an elite amongst elites. The metal synergy lineage factor was that powerful. The elders excitedly made their way to the altar one after another. But, despite their excitement, they didn't lose their sense of propriety. This was a sacred land. They had to maintain due composure and respect. One after another, they performed their bows and kowtows, reverently praising their ancestors before closing in on the altar one by one. Our Morales clan is truly blessed. A crooked-toothed elder grinned wildly, hardly able to hold back his happiness. What do you old fogies think? You think this one will open the 9th door as well? The elders stroked their beards in happiness, not even minding the crooked-toothed elder's comments. If they were old fogies, wasn't he doubly and even triply so? Just look at that ugly yellow grin. He really lost face for all 7th-dimensional entities. It really does seem that all the stars are aligning. In the Nebula generation, only one opened the 9th door on their first try. The others could only open it on a second attempt before moving on to the 5th dimension. Yet we have 7 such youngsters already. The elders laughed heartily. Their expressions were filled with familial warmth. Though the tablet was burning too brightly to see which name it was that was causing the change, to them, it didn't matter who it was. Weren't they all part of their Morales family? Ho ho, those are the clear bronze lights of the 3rd door already. Let's see how far this brat goes. Oh, at this moment, Leonel had no idea that his actions were being watched. Though it wasn't exactly like that, and they could only be said to be able to see which door he was attacking, he could never imagine that someone else could monitor what he was doing from countless light years away. The means of the 7th dimension were far beyond his comprehension. However, even if he did know, he wasn't in a state to mind. His heart was as still as a lake, his mind as focused as the pierce of a spear. Ha! He roared in his mind as the 4th door began to move. Flickering bronze patterns began to squirm across his forehead. If one looked closely, it would almost look like Leonel had tattooed a resplendent brass crown onto his head. Chapter 199, the 7th, the 4th door. The elders smiled brilliantly. This speed and momentum was excellent. There was a reason the longer one remained awake, the greater potential their lineage factor would have. However, this wasn't a universal truth. At least for more complex bloodlines like this one, there were qualitative changes to look for. Who cared if Leonel spent several days in this state if he only opened up to the 2nd door? Likewise, who cared if he only needed several minutes if he could open the ninth? It could be said that the higher the grade of the lineage factor, the more unique quirks it would have, and the less likely it would be to conform to the norm. The metal synergy lineage factor was exactly like this. The lights radiating from the Nova Generation stone tablet began to wiggle with complex runes. Soon, these runes formed a crown not much unlike the crown etched onto Leonel's forehead. It radiated a gorgeous and pure bronze color, the kind that could only be gained after polishing the metal again and again and again and again. Leonel's body quaked as even the floor of the lab setting cracked beneath his might. Phase 1 was simply too fragile. Just the aura of his lineage factor alone was enough to cause it to tremble. Luckily, its self-healing properties kicked in. With such a large store of force around it thanks to the Force Crystal Mine, how could it not repair itself quickly? Bronze runes began to spread down Leonel's back. They were boxy and straightforward in nature, being carved of straight lines and sharp corners. If one looked closely, it was possible to notice that they followed the pattern of Leonel's force nodes, only appearing where they appeared as though drawing a map of his inner body on his skin. The elders were astonished. This little brat only formed 6 nodes? Which elder is guiding him? A ferocious elder's beard whipped about beneath his fierce breath. One could almost mistake him for a bull. Who allowed such a talent to ruin himself like this? Many of the other elders frowned as well. They didn't reprimand the bullish elder for reacting like this at all, despite this being a sacred land. Which of them didn't know that it was best to awaken one's metal synergy lineage factor after perfecting one's fourth-dimensional foundation? All of the other 7 youths had formed 9 nodes, suppressing the talent of their lineage factor until they could explode forth with all their momentum. Doing so with less would put much more pressure on oneself. Now, all of them could clearly see the pattern stretching down from the crown. With their insight, how could they not tell that Leonel only had 6 nodes? At least the foundation of those 6 nodes is at the peak. With the size of those patterns, this brat definitely used at least 80 cells to form his nodes. The other elders nodded, but this only made them feel that it was even more of a pity. If they found the elder that was leading this brat, they'd definitely beat the former until he cried blood. Who would take responsibility for ruining such a genius? The 6th, the crooked-toothed elder called out. The sharp patterns bloomed across Leonel's body. This time, it no longer remained on his back and instead spread out across his limbs and chest, covering his body in a resplendent bronze that was almost difficult to look directly at. Even sitting, he looked like a Roman god carved of the most exquisite brass. The energy he wafted alone seemed to make the air around him countless times heavier. Leonel breathed heavily, his breath coming out so hot that it left billowing white steam in the air. It was just the 6th door, but it was already so difficult. It also had to be said that he had only opened it a sliver. Who knew how much strength it would take to open it all the way? Every time a pattern was drawn onto his body, it felt as though he was lifting a heavier and heavier weight. With each passing moment, his muscles would snap under the tension. If it wasn't for the resplendent light shrouding his body, it would be possible to see ghastly bruises spreading beneath his skin. Leonel's hands were still pressed against the first door, but his strength had influenced the 6th. The 7th and beyond were still looming over him as though taunting him without restraint. A deep-rooted resolution caused Leonel's heart to quake. He roared with all his might, taking a step forward. Bang! The 7th door shuddered, its shackles rattling wildly. The sound of its chains banging about resounded in Leonel's mind, making him feel as though a piercing headache would tear his soul apart. Wang, wang, wang. Leonel's body finally couldn't bear the pressure. His skin splintered and cracked, raining down a torrent of blood that seemed to fuse with the bronze light around his body. The eerie crimson gave him a devilish air, especially as his hair whipped about wildly. At that point, even the abode setting wasn't left unscathed. Roaring black lion, flowing wind, and thunderous clap could only look at one another with apprehension in their eyes. Could it be that this abode treasure couldn't withstand the force crystal core any longer? Within his bloodline world, Leonel stood leaning against the first doors, his head hung low. His hair covered his features completely, giving him the disheveled appearance of someone at the end of their rope. His breathing came out ragged and unharmonious. It seemed that he really might not be able to take a single step more. The expressions of the elders dimmed. They all felt that it was a pity in their hearts as they watched the patterned lights surrounding the tablet wavering. Had this brat of the Nova generation been just a bit more patient, it wouldn't have been a problem to open all 9 doors on the first try. Their lineage factor was special. The difficulty of entering their bloodline world would become progressively more difficult with each entry. Likewise, the opening of their lineage factor shackles would also increase in difficulty. This was why it was so important to open as many as one could on the first try. But some bastard had ruined the future of this prodigy. How could they not lament it in their hearts? Chapter 190, Deviation. Leonel breathed heavily, his hands still firmly placed on the first door. Was this his limit? The truth was, he didn't know the significance of his accomplishment. Something like opening 7 doors on the first attempt was already extremely rare in the Morales family. To put this matter into perspective, there were about 1 billion youths of this current Nova generation. This was how insanely large the Morales family was. Of these billion youths, half would not even awaken a lineage factor at all. Of the remaining half, about 70% would awaken the spear lineage factor, and just about 30% would awaken the metal synergy lineage factor. This meant that there were 150 million youths with the metal synergy lineage factor awakened. Regardless of whether these youths were children born from Morales family women who had been married off to other families or not, they would all be considered as part of the Morales family main branch. Of this 150 million, 90% would only open the first door on their first attempt. Such people would only be able to open a maximum of the second or third door before they were forced to move on to the 5th dimensional barrier. This left 15 million. Of this amount, another 90% would only be able to open the second door on their first attempt. For these people, no matter what they tried, it would be impossible to touch the 4th door, as the 4th represented a qualitative leap. This was because the 4th door was the first marker of the metal synergy runes. This left just 1.5 million. Of this amount, less than 100 00 would ever touch the 4th door. Not even 10 00 would manage to open the 5th. And not even 100 would manage to touch the 6th. Finally, there was yet another qualitative leap. In some weaker generations of the Morales clan, there might not be a single person who managed to open the 7th door on the first try. And, even in stronger ones, the number would most definitely not exceed 10 by a large margin. So, one can imagine how talented the Nova generation was. Not only was there one who had opened the 9th door on the first try, but there were an entire 7. Someone like Leonel who could open 7 with just 6 nodes was completely unheard of. However, his talent was completely overshadowed due to the negligence of his senior. The truth was that what Leonel was aware of was the fact his attempts would only get more and more difficult with each attempt. He wouldn't naively jump into making mistakes like he had in the past. It was just that he had no choice. In this dangerous situation, if he didn't quickly grow stronger, he would only die here. This was the price for his previous mistakes. But Leonel was unwilling. Even though he didn't know the significance of these doors, he simply didn't like having to stop at 7. He didn't even know others were watching him, nor did he know the true significance of the amount of doors he opened, but he just didn't want to stop here. Leonel slowly clenched his fists. His nails scraped along the surface of the first doors. With how sturdy it was, he could only leave a bloody trail. His head tilted up, a resolute gaze flickering as he gazed toward the small opening in the door before him. Then, as though he had been grasped by a tinge of madness, he roared. The elders sighed as a collective, many of them turning away. At this point, they didn't even want to know the name of this youth. They could all only feel that it was a pity. If they knew the name of this youth, they might just feel that it was even more unfortunate. It was easier to avoid heartache if one didn't have a face to attach to it. Sometimes it was easier to ignore tragedies with a large number of casualties as long as you were distant enough from the people it affected. I'm going to kill that damn bastard who led this kid astray. The billowing beard of the bullish elder was still frolicking about. His eyes were practically red as he watched Leonel's wavering runic patterns. W-E-Eng. It was at that moment that those very runes suddenly turned red. The elders looked over in astonishment. This kid is trying to get himself killed. The crooked-toothed elder's carefree grin had long since disappeared. Now he just looked forward in horror. Those red runes, they had seen them many times before. Youths who weren't satisfied with their results would sometimes have willpower that surpassed their means. As a result, they would try to push ahead, but this would only end up damaging themselves. No small number of youths had killed themselves in this way. They all recognized these signs very well. Bloodline deviation. Even if Leonel failed to open all 9 doors on the first try, it was still fine. He might have a chance at a comeback in the future if he worked diligently. After all, this was just the start of his path. But if he died now, it was all for naught. The elders became flustered. Damn it, which planet is this kid from? Contact all of them now and find out which prodigy is breaking through. Immediately stop him. The bullish elder roared out orders to seemingly empty air, but the whole of the planet heard him. His rage caused a mad and immediate scramble that turned the entire 7th dimension into a frenzy. But, no matter how they looked, they could have never imagined that Leonel was countless light years away on a small planet called Earth. Within his bloodline world, Leonel's eyes had turned completely red. He seemed to have lost himself in a trance. All he had eyes for was the expanse of darkness beyond the crack in the doors. His main body in the lab setting had become a rain of blood. The flickering crimson seemed to finally fuse perfectly into the beautiful, resplendent bronze. Instead of tainting it, it felt as though the light had gotten even brighter, creating a new red-bronze color that shimmered like both gold and ruby. However, he had no idea that this only brought him a step closer to death. Chapter 1-1, Pain Leonel could feel his blood seething. It was an exhilarating feeling that made him feel as though he was treading on clouds. He could never think that such ecstasy would cause panic countless galaxies away. How wonderful would it be if I could feel this way for all of eternity? It was a simple thought, innocent even. But it was this very thought that led to the deaths of so many Morales family youths in the past. This feeling, it was like a drug. It was the kind of euphoria one could hardly find in life. Yet it was also the very kind of euphoria that could rend the soul and send one to an early death. The elders of the family could only watch on helplessly as the red lights grew fiercer and fiercer. Even when they saw the signs of the 8th door opening, they no longer felt the same happiness. All they saw was the tragedy of another fallen genius. It could be said that though these elders were aloof and hardly made their presences known, they were filled with familial affection. Even that ungrateful bastard who stole their 2 family heirlooms was still spoken of fondly by the majority of them. After all, he was that singular genius of the Nebula generation they spoke about who managed to open the 9th door on his first attempt. Even though they had 7 more geniuses of this caliber, how could they not feel heartache? They only blamed themselves for not finding this prodigy earlier. Within the lab setting, the changes happening to Leonel shouldn't have been obvious. If it wasn't for the fact his own blood was pooling around his body as though seeking to form its own pool of liquid, it would be hard to tell that anything was happening at all. But, at this moment, the instant Leonel touched upon the 8th door, the very same runes that had been etching them onto his skin made their way onto his bones. If his body was sliced open and his skeleton was revealed, it would be possible to see runes of red bronze being carved into them. The sound was especially grating on the ears. It sounded as though a fork was being raked across a steel pot, grinding into it again and again. However, Leonel felt none of this pain. In fact, the longer it went on, the better he felt. It was almost like a release, a spike of dopamine he couldn't get enough of. Many would see pain as an annoyance. But in many ways, pain was the reason one could stay alive. The absence of pain could very easily lead to death. It was a necessary part of life. But Leonel didn't even notice this. Even as his body was falling apart, there was a bloody smile hanging on his face. It would have been quite a sweet smile, the very smile he practiced to show to Ina, yet now it just seemed sad. Within the bloodline world, Leonel's figure looked no different. He had practically become a man of blood, dripping from head to toe as his fists pushed flush against the first door. His eyes continued to gaze through the crack as though the expanse of darkness held his most fervent desire. It was no longer a matter of willpower. Could this even be considered willpower? He loved this feeling. Could doing something that felt so good even require willpower? The crimson light within the Morales family sacred land had grown overwhelming. It pierced into the skies, growing to a height that almost matched the mountainous stick of incense. The pillar was intertwined with runes of bronze, radiating a beautiful and majestic color. But, to the elders, it looked no different from the send-off of a genius. A prodigy, dead just like this, even without letting the world see his brightness. More and more elders shook their heads to leave. They weren't willing to dampen their moods any longer. Someone else would investigate this matter thoroughly and find all those responsible. This was definitely a capital crime. Whoever was responsible deserved to be executed. Leonel's ragged breaths sounded out. By now, he sounded more like a beast in heat rather than a man near the end of his life. He felt like he was so close. If pushing open the 8th door felt so good, how good would the 9th door feel? Wouldn't the pleasure drown him? However, at that moment, Leonel suddenly frowned. Why did he feel a nagging itch in his heart? What was this annoying feeling? I have to go to Ina. Yes, he already knew this. Wasn't that why he had to get out of this place? He would have a greater chance at saving Ina if he opened the 9th door. With how powerful this lineage factor was, wouldn't he be able to sweep through terrain with ease? Yes, that was right. All he needed to do was open the 9th door. Respect and persistence in all things. Yes, he already understood this. Why was this running through his mind now? Wasn't he persisting right now? He was trying very hard. It was just that his reward for his persistence felt too good. Was that his fault? Do you really understand what these 2 words mean? His father's smiling visage appeared in his mind. That old man was being annoying as usual, wearing that smug smile as he pushed his glasses up with a finger. Of course he already understood what those 2 words meant. Do you really? Leonel faltered. Nothing easily gained is worth attaining. Leonel trembled. He thought he had understood this fact as well. Wasn't that why he had been so stubborn previously? It was even to the point he ignored his own talent and tried to comprehend his lineage factors on his own. Wasn't that what his father had meant by persistence? But why did he feel like that understanding was so shallow? It was shallow to the point even he had abandoned those thoughts, realizing that it was his own haughtiness that brought him to this point. The voice in his mind didn't speak again, but Leonel found that the doors he was pushing up against suddenly forced him to slide back. It was as though they were trying to remind him to push back, as though they wanted to remind him just how important opening the 9th door had been to him just a moment ago. Nothing easily gained is worth attaining. Leonel's dull eyes suddenly gained a sharpness. At that moment, a pain the likes of which he had never felt in his life suddenly assaulted him. He raised his head and roared in pain, his cry shaking even the Force Crystal Mine. Chapter 192, Decisions. The pain, it was unbearable. Leonel felt as though countless tiny knives were ripping through his skin and bone. He had never experienced such a thing in his life. It could be said that the worst injury he had ever suffered was a few fractures to his ribcage. Even the flesh wound his hands had suffered had been mildly less painful than that. But, compared to this, those injuries were akin to an irritating paper cut. At that moment, Leonel had every intention of letting go. It was too painful. If he just let these doors close, everything would be all right. Then, he could take a rest and try again later. That would be fine, right? Leonel hadn't been one to lie to himself. He knew that he wasn't the hardest worker. He also knew that he didn't have the most resolute will. These weren't things one was born with. The reason his father tried to ingrain those two values into him time and time again was to remind him the value of growth. He was an 18-year-old boy. He had hardly faced any hardships in his life. Though he lived on a paradise island, he had never truly felt restricted by it. And, even though he had lived in such a place, it wasn't as though they were slums. Each paradise island was well tended to and provided for. Expecting him to have the will to trample the heavens and sunder the earth like some anime character was absolutely ridiculous. Let alone having such will, he wasn't even sure what he wanted to do with his life just yet. He was a kid. Though he had some talent, he was ultimately just that, a kid. For a kid like him, such pain was absolutely unbearable. But somehow, whenever he thought of letting go and allowing these doors to slam shut, tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes. Such a thing surprised even himself. He wasn't an emotional person. Though he had been worried about his father when the Paradise Islands fell, he didn't break down back then. When Simeon and the junior Governor Duke decided to fire into the homes of innocents, he hadn't burst into tears. Even when his father mentioned that his mother was still alive, his emotions hardly fluctuated. But there were also many times he did inexplicable things outside the bounds of his calm and cold logic. Things even he couldn't explain. He put his life on the line to save the lives of English and Frenchmen he didn't know. He wanted to be with Ina for reasons, even he found difficult to put into words. And right now, he really, really, really didn't want to let go. These were tears of frustration, pain, and conflict. He could feel the doors making him buckle under their weight. It was as though they were enraged. He had suddenly regained his senses and now wanted to make him pay the greatest price. They wanted nothing more than to shatter him to a pile of bone and flesh. If he took a step back, they might still give him a chance at survival. But if he dared to take another step forward, they would go all out to kill him. Sometimes in life, the different paths people follow can be decided in an instant. That was what people who were pretending to be profound said anyway. In reality, things weren't so simple. A single decision couldn't change anything. It was a continuous stream of decisions that would decide the path he would follow. It might take 10 or even 100 correct decisions to take a single step on the path you wanted. Maybe along the way, you might make many incorrect decisions as well. But only by persisting would you eventually become the person you wanted to be. Leonel was just a kid, a boy of barely 18 years old. Up to now, he had already made several incorrect decisions. However, recently, he finally made his first correct one. That was to quell his arrogance and admit that he was wrong, and now he would make his second. It was quite the pitiful sight. When the world spoke of his exploits in the future, they would never know that an overlord who could overturn the universe with a single palm was once a young boy who had a face filled with tears and snot during his first attempt to release the shackles of his bloodline. AGH. Leonel took a step forward. He heard the sound of his legs cracking, but the adrenaline rush flowed throughout his body, masking the pain for but a moment. He screamed his throat hoarse. Even he didn't know why he kept going. All he knew was that these damn tears wouldn't stop if he took a step back. That was right. He wasn't crying because of the pain. That was his story, and he was sticking to it. Bang. W-ing. 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 Within the sacred land of the Morales family, the elders suddenly snapped their heads back in the direction of the red pillar of light, only to find that the red color was receding to be replaced by a resplendent purple light. It was the kind of beautiful violet that would enchant any woman, yet carried an air of nobility that made one want to prostrate themselves. Even these elders of who knows how many years felt the urge to bow down. Purple light? What's going on? The elders were stunned. They didn't know what this purple light meant. The flagship color of their lineage factor had always been a shimmering bronze. The only exception was during bloodline deviation when it would become red, but that was basically a death sentence. The number of clan members who had survived bloodline deviation in their long history could be counted on one's hands. But violet? This had never happened before. Even the 9 doors of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th dimensional shackles of their lineage factor didn't carry such a color. They would always be bronze. The only difference was the brightness of their light and their strength. Of course, the fact their bloodline shackles had 5 sets of doors and not 4 like the masses thought was a deeply held secret. Leonel hadn't thought much of it when he saw 5 sets of doors, having no idea how tightly held such a thing was. The 9th door. Suddenly, one of the elders called out in shock. They had been so caught up in the shocking color that they hadn't noticed that the signature of the 9th door had appeared. The first 3 doors was a progressive purification of their bronze color. The 4th door formed the runic crown, the 5th form was the force node runes, the 6th form the force skin runes, the 7th form the force vessel runes, the 8th form the force bone runes, and the 9th form was the force halo runes. A grand violet bronze halo appeared above Leonel's head, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. In fact, it was to the point that a hole was blasted through the segmented cube entirely, causing him to almost fall through and directly onto the force crystal core below. Luckily, a barrier was quickly formed, protecting him from such a tragedy. At that moment, within his bloodline world, Leonel pushed with his last bit of strength, causing the 9 doors to blast apart of their own accord. He hardly noticed the lights of bronze and violet that descended onto him before he fainted. Chapter 19.3 Violet Wins. The elders stood completely stunned. They had no ability to understand what was happening. It wasn't like there had never been anyone who survived bloodline deviation before. However, their number was extremely small. In addition, those who survived would all lose the right to enter their bloodline world again in addition to losing access to their lineage factor. They would essentially be crippled in that respect. But this was obviously not what was happening here. Everything pointed toward a successful awakening. If it wasn't for the fact there was a royal violet color infused with the usual bronze, these elders would think that Leonel had somehow reversed everything at the final moment. Just what was happening. Those elders who had turned to leave charged back, each of them jostling for position. If before they wanted to know nothing about this youth, they now wanted to know everything. How could they miss out on learning this youth's name? The lights slowly faded, and the hidden tablet began to gradually come into view. The tablet seemed to swallow all the violet bronze lights in the air, converging on a single name at the very bottom of the stone tablet. The bottom? This brat is so young? The rankings on the Nova Generation tablet, or any ancestral tablet for that matter, wasn't based on standing or rank or anything of the sort. It was purely based on the time you were born. The eldest of the generation would be ranked first, while the youngest would be ranked last. It was only after a certain coming-of-age event that the order would be reshuffled. By then, age would no longer be the deciding factor of rank. But one could imagine how large a tablet that could hold 1 billion names would be. Yet, ironically, ranking last was just as conspicuous as ranking first, especially since Leonel's name stood out so much. Upon awakening the spear domain lineage factor, a name would gain a sharp edge to it that radiated a kingly might. In the universe, there were many weapons factions, but the struggle between the spear and the sword had always been the most violent. Both of them were seen as the king of weapons by their respective wielders, so there would always be clashes between the two. Upon awakening the metal synergy lineage factor, a name would gain a heavy aura and also a bronze sheen to it, standing out from the other stone-carved names. Obviously, upon awakening both, one would gain a fusion of the two. It was already outstanding enough that Leonel's name had both characteristics. After all, there were only 7 others like this. However, even compared to them, his stood out just that level more because, in addition to a bronze sheen, his name was also surrounded by a violet aura. Leonel Morales, the crooked-toothed elder, muttered, "Have any of you heard of this brat?" The elders looked at one another for confirmation, but all they found were numerous shaking heads. There were 1 billion youths. How could they know all of them? In truth, with their strength, memorizing the names and faces of 1 billion people wasn't an issue. The issue was whether or not they found such a thing to be worthy of their time. He's this generation's little brother, though. If I remember correctly, the last time a name appeared on the Nova Generation tablet was 18 years ago. The elders sucked in a cold breath. Awakening both lineage factors before 20? Let's look at the Nebula Generation tablet. Hearing this suggestion, the elders all nodded. The timelines in the universe were never linear. The future could influence the past in the same way the past could influence the future. If their son awakened in this fashion, it was possible for the father to gain some benefits as well. In this way, it might be possible to learn who Leonel was through who his father or mother was. However, the elders found no changes on the Nebula Generation tablet. They all looked toward one another with a solemn expression. The only way such an awakening wouldn't influence the previous generation is if the previous generation was already too powerful to cause such a change. But the number strong enough to fall into this category would definitely not number more than 1,000. The issue was, if any of these 1,000 had such an outstanding descendant, how could it be possible that they'd be unaware? As such, there were only 2 explanations. One possibility was that this person of the Nebula Generation purposely withheld this offspring of theirs. If this was the case, the elders couldn't help but shudder. How could there ever be a good reason for doing such a thing? The second possibility was, thinking of this, all the elders had gazes that shone like bright torches. There was only, just when the elders were thinking this, several powerful auras suddenly converged and a mighty voice sounded out from the skies. The violet winds rise north. A soft sigh rang through the sacred lands. Forget the matters of today and don't investigate any longer. The child is not within our lands. A sigh rang out once again. Just as much of a troublemaker as his father, the elders below didn't dare to say much. Even after all the auras disappeared, they only looked at each other once and leapt silently. Inwardly, they all knew that their second speculation must be correct. Within the segmented cube, Leonel gasped awake just in time to find the last thread of violet bronze light seeping into his body. He smiled bitterly as he looked around. The lab setting was a complete mess. He was shocked to find that there was even a hole beneath where he lay. If it wasn't for some sort of odd energy barrier, he would have fallen right through. However, just when he was feeling depressed, a strong surge of force suddenly swept through the segmented cube. Leonel's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what was happening. The segmented cube had absorbed enough force to enter Phase 2, Chapter 19.4. Soon Leonel smiled. The evolution didn't take very long at all. In fact, it could be considered to have happened in the blink of an eye. The lab setting doubled in size. But surprisingly, the outside view of the segmented cube actually shrunk by a size down to a 5-meter radius. In addition, it seemed that its exterior was a level sturdier. At the very least, the force eruption no longer seemed to affect it as much anymore. Leonel didn't have time to slowly figure out what changes occurred, so this time, he directly asked the dictionary. Ping replying to Seed, Phase 1 of Segmented Cube provides suspended animation and the black grade soothing water. Phase 2 provides the bronze grade soothing waters and evolution nurturing. Leonel raised an eyebrow. What is evolution nurturing? Ping natural treasures within the means of Phase 2 can be nurtured for growth. What is within the means of Phase 2? Ping at and below the 4th dimensional grade. After a few more questions, Leonel came to understand everything. It turned out that he was right to store the ores and herbs he gained within the snow globes. In there, they could be nurtured to slowly grow and produce more of their kind. Though it would still take a long time, it was better than nothing. In addition, according to the dictionary, he found more cores of the same kind. He could place them within the same environment, and they would be able to mutually work together to expedite growth. After knowing this, Leonel immediately separated the snow globes into groups and put like minerals and herbs together. He didn't even have to stand to do this. After entering Phase 2, especially with his powerful spirit, he was able to control most of the matters of the segmented cube with his mind. These ores would become especially important to him in the future. Not because of force crafting, but rather because of a special ability of his metal synergy lineage factor. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to explore this right now. Leonel finally tried to push himself up. But what he could have never expected was that he would fall flat on his face an instant later. What the hell? Why am I so heavy? Leonel's expression changed as he swept his spirit over his own body. The change to his stats left him speechless. Leonel Morales strength 457, speed 087, agility 063, coordination 091, stamina 1t13 plus 05, nullified, reactions 203, spirit 598, force 061st. He was stunned that his strength actually more than doubled. But, in return, his speed and agility had actually fallen by more than half, not to mention his stamina. On top of that, his coordination, which had once been among his highest stats alongside his spirit, had actually plummeted as well. He immediately understood. His metal synergy lineage factor had actually increased his weight by so much. Now, he wasn't much different from the metal A-grade invalid he had met all those months ago, having great strength, but even greater limitations to his ability to use it. Leonel didn't panic after realizing this. He didn't believe that such a powerful lineage factor would have such a great weakness. If he was no different from a mere A-grade invalid, the metal synergy lineage factor wouldn't be worth all the praise and adulation the dictionary gave it. After taking a breath, Leonel used his overwhelming spirit to sweep through the changes in his body. Soon he found the problem. Though the runes on his skin had already disappeared, that was just a superficial measure. The runes that ran through his blood vessels, and even more importantly his bones, had yet to recede. After a moment, Leonel felt he could control them and slowly force them into retreat. Soon, the heaviness of his body vanished. He realized that his strength was still great, being above 300, but the reduction to his speed was much less exaggerated. In fact, compared to before, his speed and agility had also increased. Leonel Morales strength 327, speed 217, agility 217, agility 264, coordination 201, stamina 4298 plus 005, nullified, reactions 203, spirit 5298, force 060. My lineage factor is still in its infant stages. If I was with the Morales family, the moment I completed my awakening, I would immediately start absorbing all sorts of precious ores. But I don't have the luxury to do so right now. There were two main abilities of the metal synergy lineage factor that allowed it to reign supreme. The first was its divine metal absorption ability, and the second was its divine armored deity ability. Leonel believed that the weaknesses in his lineage factor would all be solved by the time he began to practice these two abilities. Leonel was beginning to feel that his stat system was too limited. When he finally had time to relax, he had to think of something better. With that thought, Leonel stood and entered the abode setting. He had to speak to the other three youths. However, he didn't expect the three of them to look at him as though they were seeing some kind of monster. If it wasn't for their masks, their expressions might have been even more exaggerated. Flowing Wind stepped forward, looking Leonel up and down. "Handsome, how'd you get more handsome?" Flowing Wind looked up at Leonel with a serious expression. The changes in Leonel were simply too exaggerated. Now, he stood just over 2 meters tall, crossing the 6'6" mark. His skin was just as tanned as it had always been, but it seemed smoother and more flawless, even to the point of radiating an incredibly faint bronze light. As though this wasn't enough, his dirty blonde hair had become a bright copper color. It was like his hair had been formed by individual, flexible filaments of the metal, sweeping across his shoulders with an inhuman sheen to it. But the greatest change was to his aura. They all gravitated toward him uncontrollably. As unreserved as Flowing Wind usually was, even she felt somewhat stifled at this moment. At this point, he really did look like some Roman god. Huh? Leonel tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't observed himself in the mirror. Even when he used his spirit to observe his body, it was only the inside of his body. So, he had no idea why their reactions were so exaggerated. That said, he didn't have the time to mind it. "I'm confident in bringing us all away now and have a way to mature the Force Crystal Mine Core. Stay put here, I will take us out soon." With the segmented cube gaining such a Phase 2 ability, Leonel really could mature the core now. Everything should have been made simple, but the only issue was that the situation outside had changed, leaving Leonel a bit helpless. Thanks to the evolution of the segmented cube, Leonel could even access the situation outside its walls now. First, the little mink had woken up and was even curiously observing the force eruption. If that was all, things would still be fine. But with the increase in his spirit, Leonel could finally see the edges of this vast kilometer-long space clearly. Thanks to that, he noticed several tunnels he hadn't in the past. And one of those tunnels led to a valley a group of people were currently exploring. It wouldn't be long before they found this place. Chapter 19.5, Little Mink Leonel dropped down from the segmented cube, a hint of caution in his pale green eyes. But, after a moment, he realized that he was indeed correct. Even without activating his runes, the force eruption only put a minor amount of pressure on him. It was enough for him to feel uncomfortable, as though he was suffering from a stomachache. However, it was no longer enough to threaten his life. And this was without his using a force skin. Leonel knew that if he activated his force runes now, even if it was only the crown of the fourth door, this discomfort would vanish completely. However, there was no need to do this, at least not for now. He still wanted to observe the situation. How long will it take to mature the crystal core if the segmented cube used its evolution nurturing ability? Ping 12,023,004. Leonel was pleasantly surprised. Just half a day? But after some thought, he felt that this made sense. The segmented cube was a treasure from a higher dimensional world. In addition, its goal was to evolve the crystal mine into the fourth dimension, not the fifth. As such, how could it not do so with ease? Despite learning this, Leonel didn't have the segmented cube begin so quickly. In fact, it might very well be the force eruption that helped Leonel make it through this. Leonel's spine tingled, causing him to subconsciously turn in a certain direction. This damned little mink, Leonel realized then that his thinking might have been a bit naive. He'd almost forgotten that there was another being who could ignore the force eruption as well. At that moment, the little mink was still gliding around the walls of the force geyser. After Leonel's spirit had crossed into the fifth dimension, not only had the range of his internal sight increased explosively, even to the point of being capable of crossing tens of kilometers, but force of the fourth dimension was no longer able to hinder his senses. So, whereas in the past he could hardly see the situation around him in this place, now everything was as clear as day. In fact, it should be said that fifth-dimensional internal sight should be capable of far more than just this. After all, a fifth-dimensional entity acting upon even the fourth dimension was akin to stomping ants, let alone a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world like this one. But unfortunately, Leonel was still limited by the weakness of the rest of his body. Still, in this sort of situation, it was more than enough. I don't think it knows I'm here, but should I battle it now? Or... The little mink might have only been 10 meters from him, but it had no ability to see or sense Leonel. After all, not everyone had spirit as monstrous as him. At that moment, Leonel's senses latched on to a hearty laughter. If he was only relying on his ears, this laughter would have never reached him. After all, there was too much force in the air, making this large space, that should have been a great echo chamber, become insulated from noise. Leonel's lip curled. It seemed that they had finally found this place. Why not make my two enemies fight one another? Outside the force mine, Simeon couldn't hold back his laughter. He was usually a reserved individual who thought of nothing else but his own struggle for power. But at this moment, he was genuinely too happy. Leonel and the other youths had only made it to this place barely a month ago, but he had already been here for much longer, looking for a path to the Force Crystal Mine. He had always known it was here, but it wasn't as though he could ask the Slayer Legion for their map. Unfortunately, he had really met too many struggles. What should have been a quick and easy mission to infuriate the Slayer Legion had become a test of his own mental fortitude, but now it was perfect. Everything was worth it now. In fact, the Force Eruption was also a great help to him. With it, it would be unlikely that the Slayer Legion would send their promising youths here. It was too much of a risk. In addition, they couldn't send anyone of the elder generation, or else his own backers wouldn't sit idly by. I can steal all your wealth, and you can't say anything about it. How satisfying. After regaining his calm, Simeon's expression once more settled back to his usual haughty air. 7. Take the vanguard. You must last 10 minutes, or of what use are you to me? Yes, young lord. Simeon named all his subordinates by numbers even though they had their own names. Even the were-rat Leonel had killed before was known as Rat 06, one of his more precious test subjects. However, those who could be called by numbers without prefixes were most definitely the most powerful of his men. After taking the vanguard, Seven's force surged, but he wasn't the only one. 8 men and women stood around Simeon in a protective circle. However, around them, in an even larger encirclement, there were at least 30 other warriors. It was these 30 that also surged with force along with 7. The force coalesced, winding together almost like a living, breathing beast. To the naked eye, it seemed as though nothing at all was happening. However, if one had awakened internal sight, it would truly be something worth witnessing. The force rose up. At first, there was only a vague cube-like manifestation, but soon this cube began to break into peaks and valleys. The start of the process was slow, but akin to a ball rolling down a hill, it became faster and faster. Then, it seemed like in the blink of an eye, it all solidified, forming a grandiose palace. No, it was more accurate to say that this was a small replica of a palace, only capable of housing 100 or so people if they all stood as close as possible to one another. At this point, the palace had become corporeal. Like this, even those without internal sight could make out its vague outline. And, to those with internal sight, it felt like an air of majesty was crashing down upon them, wanting them to kneel in submission. Simeon and his men huddled together. After their young lord was satisfied, they walked through the path they had found, stepping into the boundless underground world of the Force Crystal Mine. Simeon felt like he was walking on a cloud. If he knew that Leonel hardly reacted to this world of crystals, he would have shamed him as a country bumpkin. This place was filled with billions of Force crystals. Just how many elites could be raised by this kind of mine? However, Simeon knew that it would be foolish to try and take it all away. This was still the Slayer Legion's territory. His plan wasn't to seek out these little benefits. What he wanted was the Force Crystal Core. Even though the Force Eruption was outside his expectations, he still had methods to deal with it. In addition, he was also excited about the natural treasures that could be birthed in this environment. Force Crystal mines were always accompanied by such treasures. I'll retrieve the core first. Then, I can seek out other benefits after it's secured. The group continued to walk forward. Their destination was very easy to spot. After all, a geyser of white that could even be seen with the naked eye was right before them. Leonel watched all of this happen from within the Force geyser, feeling quite helpless. There were such techniques to protect against Force eruptions as well. It truly made his own methods seem poor by comparison. In the future, when he gained enough skill to upgrade the dictionary, he would most definitely change this straightforward habit of its, "Go on, little mink, help me vent some of my frustration." The moment Leonel had this thought, the little mink had already pounced, causing him no small bit of pleasure. However, his smile slowly faded, giving way to a cold intent. The monocle-wearing bastard definitely needed to die today. The little mink was feeling quite pleased with itself. It had been the first to find this place thanks to its small size and unique abilities. Walls? How could they possibly stop it? It could pass through them with ease. Unexpectedly, its ability was actually triggered to another level upon reaching this place. Now it was even more formidable than it had been in the past. The only detestable thing was that someone had actually attacked it in its sleep. How despicable. Didn't that person see how adorable it was? How could it stand to attack it? Luckily, it had great abilities, and that despicable person hadn't been able to touch a hair on its noble head, or else how would the world live on without it? The little mink didn't think much about these things. It only knew that if it had gained so many benefits just from being so far away from the Force eruption, how many more benefits would it gain by approaching the center? Something was telling it that there was something very good over there, but there was also something else telling it that it was very dangerous as well. So, it ran around the outside, sometimes on the ground, sometimes gliding through the air, trying to see if it could get a greater sense of what was hidden inside. It could only sigh to itself as it continued to circle the Force geyser. It had found such a good playmate, it was a shame that its playmate had disappeared. It couldn't sense its playmate as easily as it had before. The little mink looked up and bared its adorable little teeth. Yep, someone actually dared come here to snatch its things. Were these the despicable people that attacked it? It was definitely going to teach them a lesson. Chapter 19:6, Yip Yip. The members of the Brosinger family were caught completely off guard. In one instant, they were happily thinking about all of the rewards they would reap on this journey, and in the next, a flash of black light appeared before their palace of force, crashing into it with a loud bang. The little mink rebounded off the shield, confusion coloring its adorable features. It was clear that it hadn't been hurt by the rebound. In fact, this was a benefit of its Shadow World ability. Its body was perpetually existing on two planes, so any attacks it suffered would only be half effective. It could only be said that the little guy had a truly broken ability, and who knows how it had evolved now. Still, that didn't stop the little mink from being shocked. The only thing it had ever been unable to go directly through was the light attacks of its playmate. It didn't think that this illusory palace could also stop it like this. If the Brasinger family people knew what the little mink was thinking, they'd likely be coughing up blood and rage. Though the little mink hadn't managed to cross through their defenses, its actions had caused Seven to directly spit up several mouthfuls of blood. The backlash was so severe that the palace nearly collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact Seven feared what his young lord would do to him if he really let the palace fall, the technique would have collapsed in the first instant. Young lord, this little beast has comprehended a force-strengthening deviation. The four-corner palace formation won't last long. Simeon's expression darkened. This little beast actually dared to ruin its plans like this? Unfortunately, Simeon's ability wasn't beast taming. Beast taming was just a product of him putting his genetic manipulation ability into affect. In order to do this, he needed his victim to be completely restrained, and he also needed time to perform several complex calculations. It was completely impossible for him to take control of this little mink with ease. However, after a few moments of thought, his frown gave way to a smile. A beast that had comprehended a force-strengthening deviation? How valuable was that? Though he had other beasts of this caliber, it was clear that this little mink's force-strengthening deviation wasn't normal. It was very likely of an exceptionally high grade. Leonel watched all of this from a distance, his expression growing solemn. The little bastard actually didn't manage to break it in a single hit. By Leonel's estimations, that charge attack of the little mink carried with it over 300 points of strength. With it concentrated into such a fine point, its power per square inch was a few levels above even the explosions Leonel's quasi-bronze energy shield suffered all those months ago. Yet, his chain necklace almost shattered completely back then. What did this mean? It meant that this technique, a formation technique as that man referred to it as, was at least on par with his chain necklace. 4, 3, 2, go deal with that little mink. Don't let it near the palace formation again. Yes, young lord, 2 women and a man dashed out from the formation. The 2 women were 4 and 2 respectively, while the man was 3. 4 carried a bow and a quiver of arrows, 3 carried a 2-handed sword, and 2 brandished a whip that had a length of over 10 meters. Leonel quickly matched these 3 with the information he had gotten from his interrogation. Simeon's abilities were still limited. For now, he could only provide boosts to physical attributes. Though Rat-006 had had a mental ability, he had awakened with it even before he was genetically modified. Thanks to Simeon, the stats of all 3 of these warriors hovered around 30-ec. However, if they undid the genetic lock Simeon placed on them, they would gain a 20% boost to their abilities. After matching the descriptions and weapons together, Leonel understood who they were. 4 had an A-grade telekinesis ability, allowing her to control her arrows within a range of 50 meters. 3 had an A-grade energy type ability which sharpened his force, essentially giving him the equivalent of a force-strengthening deviation. Finally, 2 had an S-grade metal manipulation ability. The links of her whip had small metal veins embedded into it, not only making it far sturdier than a normal whip, but also allowing her deft control over it. That is definitely not the limit of 2's abilities. I need to be careful of her. As an extra measure of caution, Leonel used the dictionary to double-check the information those 2 captives had given him. After confirming their abilities, he nodded. At this moment, the little mink and the 3 had already clashed, or rather, they had tried to clash, but all the attacks they levied went right through the little mink. The 3 warriors turned serious. 3 took a strong step forward. His internally cultivated force was entirely focused on maintaining the force skin around him. However, his ability had shot into overdrive, causing the air to whistle around his great sword as he swung toward the little mink. The little mink dodged to the side by a hair's breadth, leaping toward the spine of the sword to run up it. However, in the next instant it cried out and jumped backward, its little paws having been injured. It's weak to force-strengthening deviations, 3 said confidently. With his ability, he could rip out force from the air and sharpen it to magnify his attack. Though the force was too volatile in this place for him to have great control, in some ways this was also a benefit. If not for this, how could the spine of his blade also be sharp? Hearing his words, the eyes of the 2 women lit up. Weng Jeng. Sharp winds kicked up around 2 while a fiery blaze lit the tips of 4's arrows. Without pause, they launched their next attacks. Yip, the little mink's back arched as its hair stood on end. It bared its little teeth. This time, it was truly enraged. Chapter 19:7-3. The little mink knew that all this wasn't normal. There were beasts on this island that had force-strengthening deviations as well, but they had still never been able to hurt it. The only explanation was that this place, while restricting the control these three had, was also amplifying their strength as well. It wasn't as though the little mink's thoughts were so intricate. It mostly worked on instinct, having the intelligence of a 3-year-old child at best. But what it did know was that if the abilities of its enemies were amplified, so were its. The little mink brandished its small claw, swiping at the air. A scythe of black manifested, tearing through the fearsome momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was already several times larger than the little mink that had cast it out. However, its power had also been spread out just as well. Despite this, the expressions of the three warriors still changed. 3 took the vanguard, roaring as he slashed downward. 4 rapidly retreated, and 2 brandished her whip like a cyclone, creating a barrier of sharp winds and clanging metal. The 3 were forced into a furious retreat. Looking toward the enraged little mink, apprehension colored their expressions. That attack had been greatly diluted, yet it still took the 3 of them working together to dispel it. Just what was going on with this little mink? Beasts this powerful shouldn't be on this island. According to the ranking system set out by the Slayer Legion, such a beast could only appear on an A-sector Project Hunt island. Why would it appear on a B-sector island? One had to know that these regulations were tightly controlled. Project Hunt provided a great opportunity, but it could also pose a great threat to Earth as well. They were essentially raising powerful enemies for themselves. So how could these islands not be tightly monitored? The only explanation for this was either that this little mink had only recently evolved to have this level of strength, or that it was simply too good at escaping. It might very well be both. Realizing this, the 3 grew serious. Though each of them was confident in taking on this little mink alone, they were on a timeline. The young lord had already said he wanted 7 to last for 10 minutes. With how demanding the young lord was, one could deduce that lasting for this period of time was definitely difficult. Now that the formation had actually been damaged, it was likely that he would last for even less time. If that was the case, 7 would have to be swapped out. But 7's abilities were the most suited to being the core of the formation. In that case, they had to end it as quickly as possible. 4 was the first to react. Her body began to morph, her long, slender legs growing in size as large pink wings appeared to her back. Her nose grew in size as well, becoming slightly more hooked in nature as she shot into the skies, brandishing her bow and arrows time and time again as though she couldn't tire. 3 reacted swiftly as well. His body grew half a meter in size, his back becoming somewhat hunched over. Muscles bulged along his arms and a patch of dense hair burst out from his chest. 2 was the last and experienced the least changes. However, if one looked more closely, it was possible to see that her nails had gained a metallic hue and grown about an inch. In addition to this, her pupils grew just a slight bit more narrowed, as though she was a feline prepared to pounce. From 4 to 2, each seemed more human than the last. But it became very clear, very quickly, that this only made them more powerful. 3's speed was completely unlike what it had been before. With 4 raining down flaming arrows from all sides, the paths of retreat the little mink had were completely limited. The little mink dodged time and time again, trying to find an opening to lash out, but its intelligence was still too lacking. It wanted to get rid of the annoying man in front of it, but it would fall into a rage whenever 4 shot an arrow at it. Like this, it kept bouncing back and forth between wanting to attack 4 and 3, causing it to end up threatening neither of them. 2 didn't attack at all. It was clear that she was content to observe the situation, stalking her prey. The yips of the little mink filled the space. Even with the noise-nullifying effects of the space, its enraged calls traveled far. It jumped about wildly, sometimes using the ground and even sometimes using the air as a platform, but it seemed to be getting nowhere. In the distance, Leonel couldn't help but sigh. This little bastard is so useless. You gave me all this trouble, yet you can't take down even one of them? Though Leonel was shaking his head, he knew it wasn't because the little guy was weak, but because it didn't know how to use its strength. Usually, beasts could make up for their lack of intelligence with strong physiques and large bodies, but the little guy had neither. Leonel suspected that the little guy's ability was great, but it was also highly dependent on how it was used. In Leonel's hands, he would likely be undefeatable of Earth with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't his ability, nor did he have the means to control beasts. The little mink finally couldn't take it anymore. It charged ahead recklessly, its deep black eyes holding a hint of red. 2's gaze narrowed as her forearm flexed. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Even Simeon's lip curled into a sneer. Don't kill it. It will have its uses. 2 nodded in acknowledgement, but her whip had already pierced forward. It shot out like an arrow, leaving a streak of black and silver in the air. However, the little mink's burst of speed was out of all of their expectations. It appeared before 3, baring its teeth. Its hair stood on end as though trying to make itself seem far bigger than it was. 3, though caught off guard, was still a veteran of many battles. He sunk into a practiced stance, using this momentum to slide a small distance away. Knowing that his sword was too large to be used at such a close distance, his left hand dropped from the hilt and pulled a knife from his hip, slashing out toward the little mink. However, what he couldn't have expected was for the little mink to completely vanish. Seeing such a scene, Leonel finally grinned. He was wondering why this little guy hadn't used this ability yet. It used it all the time against him. He almost felt like the little mink was playing favorites. The knife slash completely missed. 3's eyes widened in horror, but it was already too late. The little mink's claws tore his foreskin to pieces, tearing out a piece of his neck. Unfortunately for the little mink, 2's whip also arrived at that time. With her metal control, she could adjust her strike even while it was in the air. How could she not react appropriately? The little mink was sent flying, its torso completely ripped through, leaking out a black, foggy aura along with dripping crimson blood. Chapter 19:8, same Leonel sighed. Though he hated the little mink for annoying him for so long, he still couldn't feel happy seeing it end like this. The truth was that the little mink wasn't just annoying him. The little guy had almost driven him to his death many times. Whatever, it's best it dies like this. It's too great of a variable. Go and collect it. Simeon's voice rang out. We're running out of time. When Leonel heard this, his expression changed. It wasn't because Simeon was so uncaring about the death of 3, but rather because he had forgotten to consider what would happen if Simeon took control of the little mink like he had done all the other king beasts currently protecting the hive. Leonel had no doubt that the outside world was currently in chaos right now. The beasts from the ocean had most definitely long since charged onto the island. Maybe the only reason they had yet to cause changes in the hive even after so long was precisely because of the beast kings under Simeon's control. Simeon was already so powerful. If he gained a subordinate like the little mink, it would really be over. If I had known it was so weak to force strengthening deviations, I could have killed it a long time ago. Damn it, the recklessness of his past was really coming back to bite him. Back then, he had used harpoons to target the little mink and not light elemental force. Had he used the latter, he probably wouldn't even have to worry about it. Leonel knew about Simeon's ability, but he didn't know anything about exactly how it worked. He didn't know how long it would take for Simeon to take control of the little mink. If it was instant, or even if it was just a few minutes, Leonel would be in trouble. 1 of Simeon's subordinates had an A-grade healing ability. It was quite possible that if Simeon could take control of the little mink, Leonel would be in a world of trouble. Even after all this, you're still giving me problems. Without another choice, Leonel grit his teeth and rushed out of the force geyser. At the very least, he had to kill the little mink before it could be of any use to Simeon. Or he just had to defeat them before Simeon had the chance to get his hands on the little guy. It could be said that the very last thing the Brazinger family members could have ever expected was for another person to suddenly come rushing out of the force eruption. Simeon was especially shocked. He didn't immediately recognize Leonel because the changes in him were too striking. Plus, the last time he had seen Leonel was only for a brief moment in the Governor Duke's residence. And, back then, Leonel had had a tired and disheveled appearance, nothing like the valiant aura he was giving off now. The true reason Simeon was shocked wasn't because he recognized Leonel, but rather because he knew more about force eruptions than Leonel had just a few days ago. Charging out of a force eruption like that should have been impossible, unless, retreat, he's very powerful. Simeon immediately took command. He knew he couldn't be laid back any longer. At this moment, his true disposition took the lead, causing Leonel to raise an eyebrow. It seemed he had underestimated Simeon a bit. However, that was all. He knew that Simeon was on a time crunch, but unlike Simeon, he didn't have to worry about the force eruption at all. A spear appeared in Leonel's hand as he leapt into the air. He didn't want to make it obvious that his target was the little mink. After all, the 3 warriors were much closer to the little beast than he was. If he made his target obvious, they might first retreat with the little mink. However, if he targeted 4 first, it was a different matter entirely. The expression of 4 changed. So fast, not only had Leonel awakened the wisdom branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor, but this had caused an indirect boost to his control over the light element. Though he should still be at the first stage, there was still a 10% boost over his previous speed. By the time 4 realized that she just might die, Leonel had already appeared before her. She couldn't help but shudder when she looked into Leonel's eyes. There was a cold, calculating glint within them as though he didn't care about how many lives he reaped. In reality, this wasn't the case. Leonel was inherently a person who didn't like to kill. However, he no longer let it rule his mind. As a result, he could focus on the battle entirely. This cold look in his eyes wasn't indifference, but rather was the state he entered when he activated his ability. His thoughts whirred past at impossible speeds. The world became a series of numbers, angles, and probabilities. The entire battlefield was reflected in his mind, becoming no different from his chessboard. Leonel's treasure shoes glowed green as he shot forward, reaching an even higher level of speed. His spear pierced through the air, appearing before 4's throat. How could 4 even defend? She was an archer. Even though her close combat skills were also not bad, what could she do to Leonel? PCHUU4's eyes widened in horror, looking toward the spear piercing through her throat and spine as though she still couldn't believe it. Even as her eyes dulled, she still couldn't. Why didn't I fly away? These were the last thoughts she had. Her shock hadn't come from Leonel's speed or his power, but rather the fact she really hadn't thought of something so simple. How laughable, a veteran of battle like her, dying in such a way. By this point, Tu had also reacted. She completely forgot about the little mink. What did it matter if there was another enemy right before her? But what happened next shocked her even more. Instead of dodging her whip, Leonel actually reached out a hand to snatch it. Tu thought he had lost his mind, but also inwardly sneered. Was her whip really so simple to catch? Even a normal horsewhip could lacerate a human's skin. In addition, she had already assumed that the light beneath Leonel's feet was related to his ability, so he couldn't also have a defensive ability, right? But reality was cruel. Beautiful bronze runes covered Leonel's hands and forearms as he snatched the whip out of the air. A stinging pain assaulted his senses, yet other than reddening a bit, his skin wasn't affected in the least. With a single pull, Tu was sent flying toward him. She really hadn't believed that such a thing would ever happen. However, she didn't panic like Four had. The whip around Leonel's arm snaked forward, trying to wrap around him entirely. After all, Tu's ability was metal control. Wasn't Leonel looking down on her too much trying to do this? Tu snorted as she allowed Leonel to pull her through the air. She could almost see the sight of Leonel being strangled to death by her whip. But, once again, reality was cruel. Trying to control metals in the presence of a Morales family heir? That was a bit too naive. Tu felt that the loving connection she had always had with metals suddenly disappear, as though it had been cut off by some cruel and callous person. By the time she realized the situation wasn't good, Leonel had already pulled her to within 3 meters. In fact, his spear was surging toward her forehead without the slightest bit of mercy. It wasn't fair. She had too many other abilities. She still had the needles she always kept around her hips and the armor that always protected her torso. Yet it all seemed useless. A moment of overconfidence ended her life. Plus, even if she had time, could she control her needles in Leonel's presence? And what use was an armor if his target was her head? PCHUU? Tu's eyes dulled, staring at Leonel's spear in the same shocked manner Four had. Chapter 199. Retreat. Leonel landed heavily on the ground, a long breath leaving his lips. His body felt good. He couldn't explain it with any other words. He just felt free and much better than he had ever before. He sent a glance toward the little mink who was currently lying in a pool of its own blood. Forget it. It can't do anything to me in that state anyway. Consider this payback for all that hell you put me through. Whether you live or die is up to yourself. Leonel shook his head. It seemed he was still a bit too soft. But he excused himself of this folly by remembering that Simeon was standing right before him. This was a much greater enemy. Leonel's gaze turned cold as his eyes met Simeon's through the cracking palace formation. A hardly concealed animosity flickered within him. Simeon frowned. Why did that gaze seem so familiar? Suddenly, a tremble coursed through his body. He had seen that cold gaze before. It was a gaze that pissed him off whenever he thought about it. It's you. If it was anyone else, Simeon's words wouldn't have reached him through the volatile force. But Leonel heard him just fine. Still, he didn't bother to respond, opting for shooting forward instead. Simeon's expression flickered. Retreat, retreat. One was an exceptionally tall man. He stood beyond normal human limits, reaching 2.5 meters. Yet, instead of seeming slow and lumbering, he had a sharpness to him that made it seem he was the one of normal height, whereas everyone else was too short. He always considered himself to be invincible. At the very least, there shouldn't be more than a handful of people on Earth who could match him in strength while those families were still forced to stay in hiding. So, when he heard his young lord so decisively order a retreat, he felt dissatisfied. It was like the deaths of 4 and 2 had little to no impact on him. In his eyes, he could kill the 2 of them just as easily, if not more so. Young lord, let me handle him, one said confidently. Simeon looked toward one. However, his eyes didn't carry the pleasant surprise one was expecting. Instead, it held a hostile light that made his heart tremble. This young lord ordered you to retreat, so retreat. One was stunned. Was the situation truly so bad? Simeon couldn't be bothered to care about one's feelings in this moment. One had to remember that the dictionary had broken down Simeon's abilities into 2 lanes, genetic manipulation and reinforced mind, mental capacity several times that of normal A individual. Special emphasis on eyesight. Similarly to Leonel, he was able to estimate a person's stats by looking at them. He could immediately grasp that in his current state there was a high chance that Leonel could suppress and kill one. Though it would take a while, the one commodity he didn't have now was time. In addition, he had noticed the light elemental force that boosted Leonel's speed and the odd runes that coated his hand when he caught Tu's whip. Both were anomalies he had no way to account for. All of this didn't even account for the most important matter. Leonel was standing in this environment without the slightest hint of a foreskin. Everything led to just one conclusion. They were greatly disadvantaged in this place. Simeon's heart couldn't help but clench when he thought of a possibility. What if Leonel waited until they approached the force eruption to act? Would they even have a chance? Could it be he's an impulsive fool? Or is there another reason he would make such a clear mistake? If Leonel was just a fool, this was still fine. Such an enemy wasn't one Simeon had to worry about. However, if not, suddenly Simeon trembled again. He suddenly remembered the disappearance of his 2 lackeys. If Leonel caught them and interrogated them, Simeon turned his gaze toward the little mink corpse and immediately understood everything. However, instead of being relieved that Leonel didn't know how his ability worked, he was instead several levels more apprehensive. This opponent, he had to be killed. Both Simeon and Leonel wanted the death of the other. However, neither had an easy path toward this. Not only was Simeon's evaluation of Leonel now several levels higher, but so was Leonel's evaluation of the former. He had never thought that Simeon would be able to so decisively choose to retreat in the face of so many benefits. Leonel hadn't missed the subtle look Simeon sent toward the little mink. He immediately guessed that there was a better than 80% probability that Simeon had realized the reason he stepped out so quickly when it would have benefited him more to wait. However, Leonel had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He wanted Simeon's life even more than the latter wanted his. Leonel's body flickered forward, appearing before the cracking palace formation. Seven had only just managed to stabilize the formation when the young lord ordered a retreat. In truth, he had been sighing a breath of relief. He knew he definitely wouldn't make it to the 10-minute mark Simeon expected of him, but at this moment all his hopes were completely shattered. Ange. A sharp light pierced through the protective film. The palace formation crumbled like shattering glass, revealing Seven's figure. Seven violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Let alone defend against Leonel's coming attack, he could hardly stand on his own 2 feet. However, Simeon had also been prepared. His 8-lensed monocle spun around his left eye, complex calculations sweeping by at blinding speeds. Leonel's path was immediately blocked by several of the lesser guards Simeon had brought. He had already lost 3 numbered warriors. He couldn't afford to lose 7 as well. Simeon had brought over 30 people with him, each of whom were force wielders. Though alone they weren't enough to take a single one of Leonel's strikes, together they were enough to obstruct him for several moments. Leonel frowned. Should he take it out now? Not even an instant later, he shook his head furiously. He couldn't risk using it against humans, or else his ending would be no better than Jones. Damn it, that little mink really screwed me over this time. Leonel's flashing spear force reaped 3 lives in the blink of an eye, but one group had already picked up 7 and rushed one. To make matters worse, Simeon's retreat had been even faster. Simeon stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be standing on nothing, shuttling through the air like a flying god as he retreated. But Leonel knew that this was just Six's air solidification ability. Leonel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't continue to chase. He knew what kind of support Simeon had outside. At this point, he could only blame the fact Simeon was far more intelligent and cautious than he had given him credit for. Leonel didn't know if even he could retreat so decisively. Simeon had already called for retreat the instant Leonel charged out from the force geyser. The importance Leonel placed on Simeon rose several levels higher. However, Leonel didn't feel down. He didn't believe that Simeon would leave this island so easily. He would most definitely surround the hive in a death trap. Leonel's lip curled into a sneer. While you wait patiently for me, I'll be reaping all of these rewards. While Leonel was thinking this, Simeon's line of thinking wasn't much different. Simeon's red hair fluttered in the wind, his red eyes piercing through the skies. Why not let you gather up all the benefits for me? I'll just take them off your corpse. Chapter 200, Evolution or He Won't Be an Easy Opponent. Leonel flipped his palm, causing a pistol to appear in his hand. As Simeon disappeared through the path toward the valley, he fired off several shots. However, these shots weren't for Simeon at all. Rather, they mowed down several of his subordinates. By the time they disappeared completely, the more than 30 number Simeon had come with had shrunk to barely half of that. Though he could see Simeon's furious gaze, Leonel didn't bat an eye. After they truly disappeared, he turned back, entering the force geyser once again. This time, he didn't hold the segmented cube back any longer and directly allowed it to begin speeding up the growth of the force crystal core. After he came out once again, his first instinct was to begin exploring the other tunnels connected to this mine. The tunnel Simeon went through only led to the valley outside, but the others had a high likelihood of having precious natural treasures. However, he stopped when he crossed over the bleeding figure of the little mink once more. At this point, he was left speechless. Wasn't this little guy supposed to be terribly wounded? Why was it that it seemed like it was just taking a nap? Leonel shook his head. He couldn't allow any more variables to occur. So, he coated his hands with light elemental force, scooped up the little mink, and tossed it into one of the segmented cube snow globes. He really didn't know what to do with that little mink. Maybe in the future, when he grew powerful enough to be confident in easily subduing it, he could let it go free. After dealing with these matters, Leonel's smile returned. There were 12 hours until the segmented cube accomplished its task. And this wasn't necessarily a deadline for him either. Leonel grinned. Consider this as a bit of payback, old man. Who asked you to bully me for so long? Leonel wouldn't feel the slightest bit bad about robbing the Slayer Legion blind. Old Hutch could only blame himself. Leonel dashed toward the closest tunnel, having stored numerous snow globes within the spatial bracelet. He followed the tunnel's winding paths, relying on the dictionary to detect precious ores. It wasn't very long before he gained rewards for his efforts. Evolution Ore. Urbi ore was an important foundational ore and provided the basic network of strength most force crafts needed. Evolution ore worked similarly in that it strengthened ores, but its use was more miraculous. Depending on the ore kind, it could serve all sorts of functions. It could fuse two separate ores to create a new ore sharing both characteristics. It could be applied to a single ore and boost its effects compared to others of its ore family, and it could even be used as a catalyst to speed up ore growth. Much like Urbe ore, evolution ore was one of a kind. There was only one kind of it, but it was separated into many different stages. The evolution ore Leonel found was black evolution ore, so it could provide such effects on any black-grade ore and below. In translation, this meant any ore within the fourth dimension and below. Leonel was happy with this harvest. This vein of evolution ore had enough essence for 7 pieces. Essence was a unique concept that only applied to certain rare natural treasures. It was a method of calculation. Essentially, for an evolution ore to achieve its basic effects, it had to have a certain amount of this essence. The reason why this was important was because of the fourth ability of evolution ore. If 10 pieces of black evolution ore were fused together, they could form bronze evolution ore. If 100 pieces of bronze evolution ore were fused together, they could form silver evolution ore. In order for a piece of ore to count as one, it had to have enough essence. There were very few things that could combine things of lesser quality to form treasures of higher quality, but evolution ore was one of them. If I could find more evolution ore, just enough essence for 3 more, I would be able to use a 5th dimension ore as the foundation for my divine armor. Leonel's eyes lit as though they had caught on fire. The 2 core abilities of his metal synergy lineage factor were divine metal absorption and divine armor deity. The second was the very reason why the Morales family had evolved to become such good force crafters as well as warriors. Divine metal absorption allowed one who had awakened their lineage factor to absorb metals to strengthen themselves. This wasn't a foreign concept. After all, Leonel had been looking for the special vein ore dimensional cleanse mentioned. That vein ore would have allowed him to strengthen his force pathways. However, whereas a normal person would only be able to absorb these very special and niche ores, the Morales family wasn't limited by this at all. The special vein ore, known as force vein ore, and specifically black force vein ore for Leonel's current needs, could only be considered normal in strength. The only reason it was so sought after was because its special properties allowed normal force cultivators to absorb some of its essence. However, Leonel could absorb much stronger ores and strengthen his force pathways with metals others couldn't even imagine using. This ability was already enough to explain why the Morales family could stand so tall. If someone's body was as strong as metal, was it even possible to harm them? This was completely unlike the A-grade invalid Leonel had met before because this would also encompass Leonel's inner organs. However, what was most shocking was that this wasn't the Morales family's only earth-shattering ability. It could even be argued that divine armor deity was more exaggerated. As long as one opened the 4th door of the metal synergy lineage factor, it would be possible to absorb metals to strengthen one's self. However, one needed to open the 7th to gain the right to build one's own divine armor. This ability could be considered the fusion of a force crafter and a warrior's dream. It allowed one to forge one's own divine armor and make it a part of one's body. This meant that even without a spatial treasure, one could summon their divine armor to protect their body as they pleased. What made this even more exaggerated than the metal absorption ability was that divine armors allowed a Morales family member who had opened the 7th door the power to share abilities with the ores they formed their divine armor with. If they absorbed a wind elemental vessel ore, depending on the quality, they would just as easily gain wind elemental force strengthening deviations. The more exaggerated the abilities of the ore, the more powerful the divine armor would become. Of course, one had to be exceptionally careful with what they chose to make their divine armor out of. After all, it was impossible to be a master of all. If one made their divine armor a hodgepodge of ores with no clear direction, you'll only end up being a jack of all trades without any sort of real power. The reason Leonel was so excited was because opening the 9th door gave him the right to attempt to absorb and use quasi-5th-dimensional metals into his divine armor. But his father had left him behind a note that made his thoughts run wild. If he used evolution ore as the core of his divine armor, it might be possible for him to form a 5th-dimensional divine armor while his body was still in the 3rd dimension. After all, one mustn't forget that Leonel was still currently forming his foundations to enter the 4th dimension. Leonel's heartbeat quickened, though divine armor could easily be discarded and reformed. It was best to pour one's heart and soul into one for each major tier of power. If Leonel managed to have such a good starting position, it wouldn't be necessary for him to discard his divine armor until he entered the 5th dimension. However, he was getting ahead of himself. He still needed to design his armor, and he still hadn't decided what ores he would use either. Plus, just because he found 7 evolution ores here didn't mean he would definitely find another 3. Who knew how long it would take? There was one last problem as well. According to his father, this was all just a theory, even he hadn't tried it out yet. He hadn't had the computational abilities to think of it when he was young, and by the time he realized it was feasible, the evolution ores he needed for his tier of power were simply too rare. Who was to say his old man wasn't screwing him over again? Chapter 2001, Too Many Ideas. Leonel carefully put the evolution ore away before moving on to the next source the dictionary had detected. If he simply left things as they were, it would probably take decades for the segmented cube to naturally form the remaining essence he needed. Though Leonel had no idea whether this was considered a long time or not, he still felt that he didn't want to wait it. So he was already hoping against hope that he would find another deposit of evolution ore. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Evolution ore was an impossibly rare metal, even more rare than dual elemental metals. Finding a single deposit was already enough luck for a lifetime. However, Leonel wasn't very depressed about this. He was still a poor soul who thought that if he could find it once, he could do it again. But he had no idea just how long it would take him. If he had, he might have cried a few tears already. The current Leonel, though, was still ignorant of his current circumstances. His mind was filled with thoughts and designs for his divine armor. But, with every new ore deposit he found, his mind would change again, leaving him in an endless storm of thoughts he couldn't extricate himself from. After leaving the evolution ore deposit, he found 3 different kinds of fire elemental vessels. One was exceptionally good as the base of short burst treasures. Another was good for maintaining high temperatures for an extended period of time, and the last was a combination of the first 2, though being weaker in both respects. When he left those deposits, Leonel found a wind elemental vein ore not long later, and he thought of how cool it might be to combine the 2. If he formed a divine armor with a fire base and wind veins, its multiplicative power would make up for one of his greatest weakness, his attack power. It was a shame. Leonel had what was likely the strongest ability on Earth, but he was still at a disadvantage purely because his was of the sensory type. Toward this, he could only feel helpless, so he thought it might be a good idea to form a divine armor that could make up for this. However, soon after that, Leonel found another wind elemental vessel. Leonel was quite familiar with wind elemental vessels, after all. The first ore deposit he had found after coming here was the Whispering Breeze ore. This wind elemental vessel was known as Fluttering Leaf ore. It was exceptionally light to the point it felt as though one was holding on to a piece of foam or a cloud rather than a metal. After finding it, Leonel immediately had a vision of soaring through skies with wings of metal. Following this, he almost completely abandoned the idea of a dual fire-wind divine armor entirely. After all, another one of his weaknesses had always been speed. This was especially so when he fully activated his metal synergy lineage factor. However, even this fantasy didn't last for long. Leonel found another incredibly rare ore. Though it was also an elemental vessel ore, there were tiers of separation between their rarity and value. Elemental vessel ores of the fire, wind, earth, and water variety were the most common. Beyond that, there were what were known as unique elemental vessels, and they included the lightning elemental vessel Leonel had just found. Damn, lightning is cool too. This lightning elemental ore was known as Second Strike Lightning Elemental Ore. It was known by this name because it needed a catalyst to activate. Once it did, it would be able to amplify the result with a second strikes. This lightning elemental ore was especially beloved by force users who could be classified as mages like the Mayan priest. This was especially so for mages who had lightning affinities, lineage factors, and abilities. This was because such people could use this ore to speed up their thinking and reaction time, allowing them to finish their casting better. There were many other applications to this ore as well, but what Leonel knew was that if he absorbed its properties due to his lineage factor, he wouldn't need to be a lightning affinity mage at all to gain the same benefits. This is no good. Every idea seems better than the last. Leonel could imagine building a lightning divine armor with this ore as the base. Not only would he have great offensive power and speed, but it would also be capable of supporting his ability as well. Would giving him even faster thinking speed be like putting wings on a tiger? Due to all of these ideas and thoughts, an incredibly weird scene began to form. Leonel, who should have been happy with all of his gains, was suddenly grumbling about as though it was a bad thing for so many ores to appear here. If others knew, they might hate him even more than his indomitable persona. As Leonel grumbled, he communicated with little Tolly as they began to melt through another wall. Leonel realized that after he awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, his ability to communicate with his familiar reached a new high. In fact, he found that based on their new and improved synergy, Leonel could replicate the effects of someone with a grade designation, a substage higher. This meant that even without reaching the superior grade 1 designation, Leonel's skill was actually no less than such a person already. It was no wonder the Morales family chose metal spirits as their ideal familiars. Roo. R. Bang. Just as Leonel was lost in his thoughts, thinking of new divine armor designs, a loud roar suddenly shook his mind as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily against the opposing tunnel wall, causing all the air to be knocked out of him. If this had been before he awakened, Leonel was certain that he would have broken several bones and even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood from this impact alone. However, maybe the most shocking thing was that this roar hadn't come from a beast that managed to make its way into the hive. It had come from the wall Leonel had just been excavating. Chapter 22, Domain Ore. Leonel heavily crashed into the ground, but his eyes never left that faint light beyond the crack in the wall. Domain Ore. Leonel breathed out a hot breath. Normal ores could only contain their special properties within the walls of their bodies. Whether it was elemental vein or vessel ores, there was no way for them to show off their might outside the actual materials they were formed out of. However, domain ores were different. Not only did they have special properties, but it was also able to project those special properties into the outside world. This manifested as an auras that could send even Leonel flying. In truth, the runes of the Metal Synergy lineage factor also had this effect. Once one opens the ninth door, one would gain the Force Halo runes. These runes manifested a domain that asserted an air of dominance. It was due to releasing a bit of that dominance that Leonel could suppress 2's ability. There were also other applications of it, like forming a gravity domain as well. Though, in Leonel's current state, he wouldn't be able to activate it for long. This domain Leonel had stumbled upon had roared, sending Leonel flying. There was no doubt it was exceptionally powerful. The highest grade ore Leonel had found to this point was a Tier 7 black ore, the second strike ore. Ores like the evolution ore and the Urbi ore were considered unranked. This was already a great boon for Leonel. However, for this ore to be so powerful even through such a small crack, it was at the very least of the Tier 8 black grade. The other ores couldn't really harm Leonel. As long as he was careful with how high his affinity for metals were, he wouldn't receive any backlash. But clearly, domain ores were different. They were among the most dangerous ores to gather. Leonel took a deep breath and stood, walking toward the crack again. This time, he released his lineage factor fully. He could feel his blood seething as thrown his entire body had been through into a furnace. Beautiful bronze runes appeared across his body, forming a crown on his forehead, and soon, even forming a halo above his head. Gusts of winds kicked up around him as the bright lights of the domain ore dimmed. It was as though it sensed a threat looming over it, so it retreated as quickly as it appeared. Leonel was quite shocked by this outcome. He had thought it would be more difficult. But he wasn't complaining. Though he found the violet lights around his body now to be quite beautiful, he didn't think it was out of the norm. At the end of it all, he was still a bit in the dark about such things. Soon the ore was exposed completely, bearing its full nature for Leonel. As expected, it's a soul-type domain, or, Leonel shuddered, if his mind hadn't been reinforced by his snowy star owl lineage factor, he would have suffered far more. This domain ore was another favorite of mages. Leonel didn't know much about that world, truth be told. All he knew was that this was a top-class material for crafting wands and staffs of the like. It could amplify soul force attacks. This was a Tier 8 black-grade ore known as Howling Tiger ore. It's a shame that it's an attack-type soul domain ore, or else it would amplify that treasure by several levels. Leonel took a deep breath and carefully put the ore away. He no longer dared to be as absent-minded as he was before, and he also realized now that these gains weren't a joke either. If any of these ores appeared in a knowledgeable world, who knew how many would fight for them? Leonel found it shocking that the Slayer Legion would treat this place so casually. Was it that they didn't know, or were they that negligent? In the end, Leonel had to admit he had a striking advantage. How many treasures were as good as his dictionary at finding these deposits? But at the same time, he affirmed to himself to keep these gains a secret. Even though he didn't feel bad stealing from the Slayer Legion like this, after all, he would be saving so many of their young geniuses very soon, there was no need to tell them anything about it. I've spent a lot of time here. The core should almost be matured. I should head back. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't find any more evolution ores, nor did he find another garden like he had earlier. It seemed that garden was a one-off rarity. As Leonel walked back, he clutched a pound of Urbi ore in his palm. If one looked closely, it was possible to see the grayish-black ore losing luster as though something of its was being taken away. Of course, this was Leonel using his absorption ability. According to his father, to lay the best foundation, he had to first absorb as much Urbi ore as he could. He wasn't allowed to absorb any other kinds of ores until his body was saturated with Urbi essence. Only in this way could his body withstand the formation of a powerful divine armor. Luckily, Leonel had found large deposits of Urbi ore dotted across this hive. He could even be considered part of the nouveau riche since it was the world's universal currency. As Leonel was on his way back, he casually paid attention to the dictionary. He hadn't expected to actually detect anything. After all, he had already been through this passage once. He was only making his way back. But unexpectedly, there was actually a reading. Leonel raised his brows. "Are you crapping out on me? Why didn't you detect it the first time? Though Leonel thought this to himself, he still made his way to where the dictionary mentioned. But, oddly enough, the signal disappeared. Did it really crap out? Leonel frowned, his internal sight blooming forth and blanketing the general direction. But he sensed nothing. At that moment, Leonel suddenly felt like his internal sight had been cut off, as though he lost a portion of himself for a moment. It was an incredibly surreal feeling, as though he was standing in two different worlds at the same time. In that very instant, Leonel understood exactly what it was he had found. He was too intelligent, and his foundational knowledge of all things related to force crafting was too profound. After all, he didn't want to lose out to his detestable old man. It was another domain ore. But this one, the Howling Tiger ore, couldn't even shine the shoes of warping domain ore. It was a quasi-bronze grade ore. However, what truly made it special wasn't its grade, though this alone was enough to make many go crazy. After all, an ore was capable of forming treasures many grades above its own should the force crafter be skilled enough. No, the reason this ore was so valuable was because it was of an exceptionally rare family. Just like Howling Tiger ore was of the soul type, warping ore was of the spatial type. Warping ore had the ability to create an independent space. Its defensive abilities were infuriating. It could make a single step feel like an entire mile. If I combine this into my divine armor, Leonel's heartbeat quickened. Chapter 23, Anarchy Outside the Hive. The world could only be described as anarchy. The corpses of beasts filled the islands and oceans, causing the salty winds to carry a grotesque, metallic, fishy scent with it that made one's heart shudder. As expected, the oceanic creatures had completely lost their minds, rushing for the Project Hunt Island without any sorts of reservations. Unfortunately, many of them were completely unable to do much of anything on land. This truth led to a tragic scene. Many animal carcasses lay near the shore. Large and small fish and once majestic sharks lay dead, rotting in the open air. Beside them, even those creatures that could breathe air like whales, eels, and dolphins found themselves without the ability to move on land, leaving them completely stranded. However, this reality didn't stop them at all. Even now, many were still struggling, madly swinging their tails and fins as they tried to inch just a bit closer to their target. This scene played out all across the island. Most of the creatures fell near the shore, but some managed to travel deeper, causing the dense forest to be littered with corpses. All of this alone was enough to paint the picture of the cruel reality wrought by the force eruption, but things further in were even worse than this. Not all the beasts were stalled by their immobility. Among them, there were still creatures like crabs, lobsters, frogs, and turtles that made their way through. Many of them were freshwater creatures that still somehow managed to make their way to this place, making it all the more obvious just how wide the effects of the force eruption had reached. Beyond them, there were other creatures who normally wouldn't be able to make it this far who managed to awaken abilities that broke past their usual limitations. This resulted in scenes of fish swimming through the air, unwilling to allow anything to stop them from reaching their destination. But reality only grew more cruel. Even when these creatures managed to pass the initial barrier, they were met by yet another. Many creatures died trying to pass over the valleys. They lacked the intelligence of humans and didn't even consider trying to find another path forward, only believing they had to follow their senses toward the dense surge of force. Corpses began to pile up within the valleys as beast after beasts fell to their deaths, their agonizing screams being the only marks they left on the world in their final moments. This should have been enough. By now, the number that had died touched the tens of thousands. Many of these beasts didn't have great abilities or power. They only came here seeking out a chance, and they paid for it with their lives. But things still somehow managed to get worse. There was a small percentage of beasts that did manage to make it through. But instead of being rewarded for their efforts, they were met by a legion of beasts left behind by Simeon. Another bloody scene was left. How could those beasts compare to the organized assault of the Beast Kings? They were just a loose pile of sand, sporadically entering the center of the island without a thought other than getting closer to the source of force. Even with the Bear King dead and the Spider King heavily injured, the beasts were slaughtered one after another, at least in the beginning. Though the Beast Horde couldn't compare to the Beast King Legion, what remained true was that there were just too many of them. While each Beast King only had 100 or two under their control, the beasts came in tides of a few hundred each time. If it wasn't for the fact the Beast Kings only had to defend one direction thanks to the valleys, and that most of the Beast Horde couldn't compare to the Beast Kings in strength, they would have already been overrun. Even then, after a week of this, the Spider King finally fell to his injuries. A week after that, it was the Tiger King who fell. With each successive death, the protective army grew weaker. The loss of a Beast King also meant that their legions would scatter as well, losing their minds just like the horde of beasts that was attacking them. This is madness. A familiar young girl stood on the branch of a tall tree outside the center of the island, looking forward as though her eyes could pierce through everything. On the opposite side of the same tree, a familiar young man stood as well, shaking his head. I knew that a force eruption could cause a lot of trouble in a low-level world like ours, but I still didn't think it would be this bad. It can't be helped. The beasts haven't fully developed their intelligence yet, the girl mumbled. The higher level the world, the rarer and more valuable force eruptions were. But, at the same time, it would come with more intelligent beasts who could think and reason just like humans could. In such cases, would they lose their minds like this and charge ahead without thinking of the overall situation? Of course not. That said, that didn't mean high-level beasts would ignore such events. In fact, it might even be possible for those high-level beasts to take advantage of the less intelligent ones beneath them to clear out all opposition. But still, even in those cases, the scene would be much more controlled. Should we go? If we let any more of those beast kings fall, it'll be even more difficult to want to get them out of that hive, the young man said. Don't you find it weird that these beasts are just standing there? There has to be a reason that they're the only ones who didn't lose their minds. It might be that one of those promising youths has a beast control ability. If they have a beast control ability, why did they run to the hive instead of charging out of the island? With control over that many, it would have been easy. The only logical conclusion is that these beasts are controlled by the Brazinger family people, so we have to be more cautious. As though confirming her words, the young lady's eyes narrowed as she noticed a young man wearing an odd monocle walking out from one of the tunnels with his hands clasped behind his back. Just by his red hair and eyes, she could tell that this young man was from that family. The beasts immediately reacted to this young man's appearance, taking defensive stances around him. The young woman sighed. Sometimes she hated being right. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Let alone the two old Hutch had sent, even Simeon looked up with shock evident in his eyes. Fiang, bang, bang. The white geyser of force suddenly concentrated into a fine line. It compressed on itself to the point it became a blinding gold that outshone even the sun hanging high in the skies. Then it exploded, sending a rain of gold in all directions. The raging roars and the bloody battle all suddenly came to an end. In fact, everything, including the young man and woman, Simeon, and even the beasts, sat on the ground, closing their eyes in meditation. For those few moments, it felt as though everything in the world was clear to them. Chapter 2004, Enlightenment. Leonel had no idea how greatly the outside world was benefiting, but there was no need for him to be jealous. As the ones closest to the Force Crystal core, there was no denying that he, Roaring Black Lion, Thunderous Clap, and Flowing Wind, were most definitely receiving the greatest benefits. In truth, all four of them, including Leonel, had been caught off guard. But, as though it was instinctual, they all knew exactly what they should do. The maturation of a Force Crystal Mind Core came with a moment of enlightenment. The completion of the natural force art required a communication with the most fundamental laws of the universe. When this gate of communication is opened, not only will the mine itself greatly benefit, but all creatures within its range of influence would as well. Compared to others who had sunk into an absent-minded enlightenment, Leonel was still able to keep a hold on to his consciousness thanks to his strong spirit. In fact, he was currently struggling, trying to decide what it was he wanted to comprehend. Should he use this moment to understand his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor a bit better? Or should he use the chance to calculate the feasibility of forming a 10th node? Or maybe he should use this chance to absorb more Urbi ores. In this state, cultivation should be much faster as well. Leonel's mind spun. He even entered his dream world, splitting into 9 clones and thinking in 9 different paths. After his spirit gained such a big boost, he was capable of this now. In fact, he had thought he would be capable of far more than this, but it seemed that this was his limit. Suddenly, Leonel jolted. His eyes snapped open, and he looked toward the Force Crystal core like a hungry wolf. The core was shining with beautiful rainbow lights that were tinged with a bit of blackness. This blackness made its 4th-dimensional grade very obvious. However, what Leonel was focusing on wasn't the lights, but rather the complex runes that swarmed its body, exuding a majestic aura. Leonel had already felt that natural force arts were magical things. Not very much could catch his interest, but this was definitely one of those things. It had taken him 2 days to dream sculpt a mere 3rd-dimensional natural force art. And, though he didn't know what benefits it would bring him in the future, he had a feeling that when he completely grasped it, the possibilities would be unimaginable. But this natural force art was on a completely different level. Not only was it 4th-dimensional, but it was currently still connected to those enigmatic laws of the universe. If it was during any normal time, Leonel wouldn't dare to try to dream sculpt it. Who knew how many years, decades, or maybe even centuries it would take him? But right now, Leonel's heart steeled as he resolved himself. He knew this was a gamble. If he focused on his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor, he could probably awaken both the speed and healing branch. The benefits of such a thing would not be small by any stretch of the imagination. But he felt something calling to him. Days later, Simeon opened his eyes. Though there was a trace of happiness there, it also carried with it a bit of regret. How could he have expected that the core would mature so soon? Had he known, he wouldn't have spent hours leaving the hive to prepare for Leonel. What worse did Leonel have to him in the face of such benefits? He could only grind his teeth in anger. Leonel was definitely the closest. This would make things far more complicated now. He was already so powerful to begin with. Simeon had always been decisive. Without hesitation, he chose to leave, not even turning back to explain himself to his subordinates. Though one was greatly dissatisfied, so what? One could only wield so much power to begin with thanks to him. If he forgot his place, he could always be replaced. Leonel could have never imagined that Simeon would make such a choice. In fact, he even had a shuttle prepared, one not very different to the one used by the weremen who had attacked Leonel and Ina. By the time Leonel left the hive, he was stunned to find that Simeon was nowhere to be seen. After deducing the likely reason why, Leonel couldn't help but grow even more serious. Simeon had no idea that Leonel's combat prowess hadn't risen at all due to his choice back then, but the fact the former still chose to leave without hesitation caused Leonel to have no choice but to respect him no matter how much he hated him. Leonel took a deep breath. The bright side is that this makes things much easier. There's nothing that can really stop me from leaving this place. Thanks to the segmented cube reaching phase 2, he finally had enough space to hold everybody, so all the youths were with him. Now that Simeon wasn't here any longer, things would be even easier. Unfortunately, Simeon left behind the Beast Kings, causing Leonel no small shock. This man really didn't care about the power of the Beast Kings? Even though there were only 3 left, they were still all S-grade elites. Their strength could be considered among the topmost on Earth. What Leonel didn't know was that these beasts were only the overlord of this B-Sector Project Hunt Island. However, even without knowing this, Leonel added yet another point to Simeon. If things kept going like this, he might as well call that bastard master the next time they met. Just when Leonel was about to resolve himself to charge through these beasts, his eyes suddenly narrowed in a certain direction. Huh? He noticed me from this far away? The young woman was stunned. It had to be said that they were at least 20 kilometers away. The only reason she could see so far wasn't due to her ability, but rather because of a force technique she practiced. But she didn't sense Leonel circulating any force, so how had he done it? Bring us over there, Badger. Over there? You can't mean you want me to fly, right? That's dangerous. Idiot. All the flying beasts descended from the skies after the core matured. It's safe to go up there now. In fact, if we don't do it quickly and their enlightenment ends, it'll be even more difficult to leave this place. All right. Badger took a dignified step forward, wings bursting from his back. They radiated a majestic silver light. But what was the most striking about them was their size. Each dwarfed their owner, spanning over 5 meters in each direction. To his back, one could faintly catch the divinity of a rock. Chapter 2005. First Leonel observed the young man and woman who landed before him with a slightly curious gaze. From the way they called each other, he knew that the young man went by the name Badger. He had a simple look to him as though he never spared any thoughts toward scheming. His skin was a delicate brown color, and his clothing was neat and tidy to the point of being overly meticulous. How he managed to look so fresh, even when flying through the air at such blinding speeds, was beyond Leonel's comprehension. Compared to his unkempt beard and nest of straws he called hair, this young man was several levels his better. Though, actually, now that he thought about it, his hair had become exceptionally smooth and clean after awakening his metal synergy lineage factor. Not that he checked very closely, though. The woman went by the name Mayfly. She had a tall, heroic build. Even compared to Leonel, she was almost tall enough to be at eye level with him, just barely falling short. She seemed like a born leader with a sharp mind. Her hair was red, which initially made Leonel on guard against her, as he assumed she might also be from the Brazinger family. But after some more observation, he deduced that it was unlikely. The two seemed like quite the pair, especially by the way they had made their way over. Badger actually allowed Mayfly to step on his shoulders as he flew. Leonel really didn't know how to react to such a sight. But since Badger didn't mind, it wasn't really his place to say anything. "You two were sent by Old Hutch?" Badger and Mayfly looked quite stunned when they heard these words. Not many dared to call the old man by his nickname, least of all those under his command. The two of them were among the few who felt no fear before the geezer. They were surprised to find that Leonel was just as unreserved. "Yes, we were sent for an attempted rescue, but it seems it wasn't necessary," Mayfly said with a slightly confused tinge in her voice. "Where are the others? It can't be that." She was a bit worried to ask this question, but she had no choice. Leonel had come out alone, so she braced herself for the worst. "They're all with me. They're in an abode treasure of mine." Once again, the two youths were shocked, but after a moment, they understood. It must be that there were too few of them remaining, so they could all fit in such a treasure. They couldn't fathom the idea of nearly 100 people fitting into just one space. One had to know that spatial treasures were already inconceivably valuable. The higher the dimensional grade, the more valuable they were. This was because spatial treasures of a lower dimensional grade entering a higher dimensional world would destabilize and collapse. If Leonel tried to take his black grade spatial bracelet to a fifth dimensional world, the already small space would break apart and eject everything within it. In severe cases, it might even destroy everything inside before it could eject it. So, one really shouldn't blame the two for assuming the worst. However, the two were soon baffled. After a few hours, the trio managed to battle their way out of the encirclement of beasts. In fact, the only beast king that survived was the skeleton monkey king. Not only were they astonished by Leonel's battle prowess, but when they returned to the ships docked offshore, they were even more stunned as they watched Leonel bring out over 80 youths from his abode treasure. Such a treasure really existed. They could hardly believe it. At that moment, the commanders of both the southern and eastern lookouts listened to the stories of the youths. When they learned just how much they owed their survival to Leonel, they couldn't help but look toward the young man with fond gazes. Indomitable, this time you were too reckless. You can't just expose your face like this. Violet Rain reprimanded Leonel harshly, but somehow she sounded more like a big sister admonishing her little brother. Plus, she couldn't wipe the smile off her face, so her attempts at looking stern fell flat. She couldn't hide her happiness at all. She had been so worried about these kids. It couldn't be said that things were perfect. Of the 87 youths sent, only 81 returned. Leonel wasn't a superhuman. Though he protected the youths to the best of his abilities when they charged toward the hive, there were some inevitable losses. But even this was already far beyond what the commanders expected. Even just half surviving would have been a miracle to them. All right, that's enough, Violet Rain. A hearty laughter came from the side of the Eastern Lookout commanders. It seemed that unlike how the youths had rivalries, the commanders of the various lookouts weren't like this at all. The laughter came from a jovial-looking man with a massive gut. Somehow, despite his apparently unhealthy weight, he looked quite fit, though his bald head was especially eye-catching. He went by the alias Big Buddha. On behalf of the Eastern Lookout, I really thank you, Indomitable. If it wasn't for you, I really worry how this would have ended. Leonel smiled, feeling the goodwill of this man. The atmosphere was jovial, as everyone felt as though a big weight had been taken off of their shoulders. Maybe the only person who had a dissatisfied expression was Pisces. Even King of Seas carried the happiness of a man who had just survived a near-death experience. After Leonel snubbed Pisces, he wasn't nearly as standoffish with him. In fact, he quite appreciated Leonel. Humans were truly odd creatures. Everyone seemed to understand why Pisces was brooding, so no one bothered her so as not to affect the happy atmosphere. Eventually, it was time to go their separate ways. Big Buddha's laughter sounded out again as he bid his farewells. I'll see you soon, Big Sis Violet Rain. The opening of the zone isn't too far away. I'll be leading these brats when the time comes. Violet Rain smiled and waved them off. The two ships that had been attached by a bridge slowly separated, wading through the piles of corpses on the ocean's surface to sail toward their destinations. Pisces sent hateful glares toward Leonel, but the latter didn't seem to notice. Not only had she not received the S-grade beast crystal, but she also knew that she hadn't qualified to enter the SS-grade zone. According to the tallies, it was Leonel, Flowing Wind, and Thunderous Clap who ranked first, second, and third respectively. She didn't know what to do with her belly full of hatred. She wasn't strong enough to oppose Leonel, and, with how much he had contributed to the Slayer Legion, he would probably be promoted to at least a vice commander. She stood on the ship's helm, shaking her head. Maybe she should just forget it. At that moment, she heard Big Buddha's jovial laughter again. Initially, it annoyed her. Why was everyone acting so happy when she was so unhappy? Suddenly, she froze. After a moment of thought, a smile curled her lips. Commander Buddha, can I talk to you for a moment? I have some questions about a force technique I'd like to ask you. Oh? Big Buddha, who had been conversing with the other commanders, smiled gently. He didn't mind guiding the younger generation at all. Sure. We have a lot of time before we reach the lookout. Pisces' actions didn't raise any sort of suspicion. Such a thing was quite normal. However, when she began to speak, Big Buddha's expression continuously changed before it became exceptionally solemn. Are you certain? You're saying that it can deduce the abilities of people and creatures, not to mention their weaknesses, with a single scan. Yes, Commander. It isn't only me who saw this. There are many witnesses. You can ask anyone. Big Buddha fell into silence. He felt exceptionally conflicted. On one hand, he didn't like what Pisces was implying by telling him this information, but on the other, such a treasure was unheard of. So unheard of, in fact, that even though he hadn't shown any greed toward Leonel's rare abode treasure, the moment Pisces spoke of this, it was too valuable to the Slayer Legion. The value of such a treasure was unimaginable, but this wasn't the only important point. It was said that the first 4 to clear a zone received special rewards. This was because the World Spirit was taken by another person many decades earlier. The Slayer Legion already knew of who was second, third, and fourth. However, not a single person in the world was aware of who was first. Chapter 206, Supreme Monet. A week came and went in the blink of an eye. The SS-grade zone found by the Slayer Legion was under strict protection. While the clearing of zones was important to the evolution of Earth, they also provided boundless prospects. The rewards for clearing such a zone was beyond the imaginations of most. In truth, one shouldn't take Leonel as the standard. To most, C-grade treasures were a luxury. They were already enough for many to fight over. The only reason the base weapon given by the Slayer Legion during the gathering was of the C-grade was because the promising youths were also considered elites among elites. Above that, B-grade treasures were practically national blessings, while A-grade treasures and above were enough to start feuds over. From this, it could be said that Big Buddha had truly shown a lot of restraint when Leonel's abode treasure was exposed. Knowing all of this, one could imagine the kind of uproar an SS-grade treasure could cause. The fact that this was a subdimensional zone with a 12-entry limit meant that at a minimum, 12 treasures were available for the taking. Even to the Slayer Legion, this was a great level of wealth. The location was yet another island. The zone itself stood quite beautiful, radiating dark blue lights as it swirled silently amidst a large clearing. It could easily be told that this clearing hadn't been here in the past. In all likelihood, when the zone appeared, it had ripped out several trees in the surroundings. But now it had a calmness that said it wouldn't harm even a fly, though no one would be naive enough to believe such a thing. The Slayer Legion had long since erected a network of force disruption towers in the vicinity. Like this, the appearance of this zone didn't cause another beast horde and allowed the island to remain peaceful. At that moment, the entry candidates for the Slayer Legion were undergoing final checkups. Leonel could only sigh as his treasures were taken inventory of one after another. It really felt like he had never left the Empire. He wouldn't be surprised if the Slayer Legion tried to buy his rewards after he exited as well. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It was they who found the zone, so I guess it's fine if they take some benefits. All I want is the teleportation ticket to Terrain. If they dare to take this away, I wouldn't mind falling out with the Slayer Legion. Though Leonel would feel a bit bad for old Hutch, he hadn't known the old man for long, nor had the old man ever really done anything for him. In fact, it was the old man who owed him for kidnapping him all those weeks ago. It wasn't his fault if the Slayer Legion thought of him as one of their own. He had said multiple times that he had no intentions of joining. If they really tried to think that they could just order him around as they pleased, they would be in for a rude awakening. Alright, I'm sure you all know about the rules. The Slayer Legion has a list of treasure types it's especially in need of. As long as you can claim one of these treasures for the Legion, you will be awarded the aforementioned merit points. Violet Rain and Big Buddha will be the leaders of this mission. Their commands are undeniable. Should they disagree, the decision will be left to a majority vote. Should anything happen to the both of them, commanding rights will fall to Badger, Mayfly, Mountain, and Sea Eel. The same rules apply to them as well. Leonel sent a casual glance toward Mountain and Sea Eel. It seemed that their standing within the Slayer Legion didn't lose out to Badger and Mayfly at all. It was just that they were from the Eastern Lookout instead, and as such, were under the jurisdiction of Supreme Monet rather than Supreme Hutch. If the four of them weren't so young, it was likely that they would have already been promoted to the Star General ranks. But, instead, they held a special title reserved for the most talented youths of the Slayer Legion. They were part of what was called the Reserve Generals. According to the old man, as long as they turned 21, they would immediately be promoted to one-star general, a rank a single step above the commander rank. Leonel shook his head. He wasn't interested in such a thing. The Slayer Legion had disappointed him too many times already. It seemed that they made even more mistakes than he did at every turn. So, even though he found out that their true talents were hidden away from public view, he hadn't really changed his opinion of them. As things stood now, he didn't have a fond impression of either the Empire or the Slayer Legion. He wasn't sure what to do with these emotions for now, and he was even more uncertain of his future on Earth as a result of these emotions, but he simply chose to ignore them for now. He only had two goals in mind: find Aina and destroy the Royal Blue Fort. He was a simple man who wanted simple things. If others knew he was describing such things as simple, who knew how they would react? Just as Leonel was lost in his thoughts, he sensed a change in the atmosphere. When he looked over, he found that the change was due to the appearance of a person he had never seen before. She was a middle-aged woman who carried a mature, valiant aura that outshone Mayfly by several levels. It was clear that she had tempered her disposition over many years, giving her an innate advantage over a young woman of not even 18 years old like Mayfly. She wore a silver chestplate with etchings of a spiraling phoenix on it. Her long black hair swayed to her waist, waving in the wind and along with her every step. Despite her clearly being in her 40s, she still had an intoxicating beauty. Though it was difficult to tell whether or not their attraction to her was due to her demeanor or her actual looks. Even Leonel, who usually showed no reaction to women other than Aina, couldn't help but be moved. This woman was truly something. While Leonel was distracted, he didn't notice Big Buddha's complicated gaze sweep over him. In the end, the large commander shook his head and sighed. Compared to his own discomfort, his loyalty toward the Slayer Legion was several levels more important. Leonel didn't know who this woman was, but how could he not? This was none other than Supreme Monet. Big Buddha had long since passed down all the information he gained from Pisces onto her and left the final decision to his Supreme. As a commander, he normally wouldn't even be allowed to meet such a high-ranking officer. But this time, he had had no choice but to do everything he could to see her, and he eventually succeeded. But for some reason, she hadn't made any movements in the last week, so he thought that she had decided not to make a move against the young man. This had made Big Buddha sigh a breath of relief. At least now, he wouldn't have to fight with his own conscience. Unfortunately, it seemed that rather than not acting, his Supreme had actually been waiting for an opportune moment. Who is Leonel Morales? Supreme Monet's voice was just as valiant as her appearance, making one inadvertently want to follow her every command. Leonel frowned, wondering why this woman was looking for him. Even more oddly, why was she saying his name like this? In the end, he chose not to mind it. After all, he had already long since exposed himself, so who cared if she used his name? That would be me. Leonel stepped forward. Supreme Monet looked Leonel up and down before nodding. The treasure you call a dictionary, are you willing to hand it over to the Slayer Legion or not? Leonel's eyes narrowed. Why did it seem like she wasn't asking a question at all? Chapter 27. Thanks. Leonel observed Supreme Monet for a long while. He didn't seem to be in any sort of rush to answer, a response that was quite shocking to many. If others were in his situation, there would be one of two reactions. The first would be to immediately agree. After all, the authority of a Supreme wasn't something most were able to ignore. The second option would be to explode in anger. There was no shortage of people who thought Monet's actions were excessive. In fact, those who knew how the relationships of the top echelon worked felt even more pity for Leonel. Knowing that Leonel had Hutch's backing, it was only a matter of course that Monet would wait until this moment to ask this of Leonel. If she went to the Eastern Lookout to ask such a question, old Hutch probably would have sent her packing. For that madman, it wasn't even a matter of whether or not Monet's ask was appropriate or not, it was entirely about his own face. However, Leonel's response was exactly the last thing they could have expected. Aside from a slight frown in the beginning, he hardly reacted to the words at all. In fact, even Monet herself frowned slightly seeing Leonel's response. She had been prepared for either of the two obvious responses, but this wasn't something she had been ready for. To make matters worse, it seemed that this young man wasn't intimidated by her gaze or presence. He calmly scanned her up and down as though he was observing any other normal stranger he was meeting for the first time. Eventually, just when the silence was beginning to weigh too heavily on everyone's chest, Leonel finally spoke. Sorry. The dictionary was left to me by my father. Giving it to another is impossible. I appreciate your asking first, though. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Leonel's response. Monet asked a question and he responded appropriately. So, why did they feel so embarrassed? Monet narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Big Buddha, who had guilt eating at his heart this whole time, couldn't help but step forward to try to mediate. Leonel, Supreme Monet is only thinking about the bigger picture. Your treasure is too valuable. If it fell into the hands of the Empire, it could lead to a catastrophe. But if it was in our hands, the chance we'd have to overturn their oppressive rule would skyrocket. At this point, Violet Rain, who had been shocked by the sudden change the situation, suddenly felt she understood something after hearing Big Buddha's words. Once she did, she couldn't help but turn a disappointed glance toward her longtime friend. Leonel swept a glance over Big Buddha. Oh, Leonel nodded. However, just when Big Buddha and the others wanted to sigh a breath of relief, thinking that Leonel understood, his next words caused them to freeze. But I honestly don't see much of a difference between you all and the Empire, though. I can't tell that there would be a difference in outcome no matter who gets their hands on it. In the beginning, Big Buddha was shocked by what he was hearing. It wasn't just them. Everyone here was shocked. They all saw themselves as a righteous faction fighting for the people. When had someone ever said such words to them? First there was shock, then there was rage. Big Buddha's guilt seemed to completely vanish. At the same time, even Badger and Mayfly, who had had a good impression of Leonel, frowned deeply toward his words. Such a reaction didn't change even when flowing wind and thunderous clap were taken into consideration. This could be expected. These youths were indoctrinated by the Slayer Legion since their birth, and those who hadn't had parents and relatives who suffered at the hands of the Empire. Leonel's words were like a slap to their faces. However, Leonel felt that he had observed the Slayer Legion for long enough to feel quite confident about his words. He really didn't feel that there was a difference at all. At this point, Leonel didn't really care what happened. The zone was right in front of him. He didn't believe that anyone here could stop him from entering it. It was too close, and his power was too great. This wasn't a case of the strong oppressing the weak. Earth's metamorphosis just began. Most people started at the same starting line. Even though Monet was more than double his age, it didn't make a difference. Even though Leonel still wasn't confident in defeating Old Hutch, he didn't believe that the old man could stop him if he was here either. As long as he was one of the first 12 to enter, nothing else mattered to him. Young man, Big Buddha's voice no longer seemed as amiable, but Leonel had already long since stopped paying attention. The only reason he hadn't moved to enter the zone yet was because he wanted to know how this would end. Would Monet make a move against him before he entered? In that case, he would go all out now. But if she chose to wait, Leonel didn't mind keeping a shred of pretenses intact for a while longer. Leonel Morales, is it? Leonel was speechless. She had already asked his name. Why is it that she was pretending not to know what it was now, as though she already couldn't be bothered to remember? Toward such a woman, Leonel really had nothing to say. He couldn't even be bothered to have a back and forth with these people anymore. From my understanding, you aren't a formal member of our Slayer Legion. I accept your decision, but there also doesn't seem to be an appropriate reason to allow you to enter our zone either. It seemed like Monet wanted to say more, probably an entire spiel on why she was morally correct. However, Leonel wasn't joking around when he decided he really couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. What's her ability? Leonel's voice left them stunned. It became clear in a moment that he really wasn't bothering to listen to their Supreme anymore. Ping-generating nomenclature, evolution stage, Tier 8 black evolution type, dual elemental healing evolution, fire sense, fire manipulation, fire aid, fire sense, greater affinity for fire elemental force. 200% boost in comprehension and power in using fire-based force techniques, fire manipulation, control over the fire element. Fire aid, ability to absorb the fire element to regain stamina and heal wounds. When Monet heard these words, her pupils constricted. But, at the same time, she felt a rage bubbling in her heart. For Leonel to cut her off to ask this question, wasn't his intent obvious? At that moment, everyone suddenly went on guard against Leonel. However, it wasn't to the point they worried for their lives. There were too many elites here. If Leonel really wanted to do something, he would only be courting death. It was very possible that he wouldn't even be allowed to leave this place alive. As a Supreme, Monet had more than enough rights to kill someone on the spot. However, what left them speechless was that Leonel didn't even stop. As though he didn't have a care in the world, he had the dictionary expose their abilities one after another. Towards such a thing, Leonel was quite helpless. The fact he had to speak aloud to get this information was the worst drawback of the dictionary. Unfortunately, there was no way Monet would allow him to continue on so casually. But none of them could have expected that even before anyone could make a move, the situation would change once more. Bang, 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 haha. We really have to thank the Slayer Legion this time. Finding an SS-grade zone couldn't have been easy. Chapter 2008, Aderna. At that moment, there was movement in the skies above. In order to hide this place from prying eyes, the island had been covered in dense clouds. In fact, it wasn't just the island, but the surrounding tens of miles as well. With a single glance, even someone who wasn't quite informed could tell that these clouds couldn't have possibly formed naturally. It was obvious to Leonel that this was related to someone's ability. Thanks to this, the island had been shrouded in a perpetual darkness even though it was midday. Maybe it was in part due to this that the atmosphere from earlier felt so oppressive. That said, the clouds served no other purpose aside from concealment. They didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive ability, so when the uninvited guests descended from above in a silver ship, the clouds were completely unable to stop their descent. The clouds moved aside and quickly reformed, revealing a small boat of about 5 meters in length. Its deck carried 6 people. The man who had spoken earlier stood at the helm and looked to be about the same age as Monet. However, to his back, there were 5 youths no older than Leonel or Mayfly. Seeing these people appear, an ugly expression took hold of Monet's once calm visage. It was very obvious that she knew who these people were. You. Suddenly, Monet sent a rage-fueled gaze toward Leonel, leaving him speechless once again. He also didn't know who the hell these people were. Why was he being looked at like it was his fault they had appeared? However, after a while, Leonel sneered inwardly. To Monet, it didn't matter if he was responsible or not. All she had to do was pretend like he was. In such a way, she had even more reason to apprehend him. In fact, before, it could be said that her actions were still questionable. But now, even old Hutch wouldn't be able to say anything. What a conniving woman. However, Leonel still didn't have much of a reaction to this. His mind was running through several calculations. To him, the appearance of a third party was actually an excellent turn of events. There was, of course, a small chance that this could make things worse for him. This wasn't the case. The 2 opposing parties decided to work together. But, judging by the situation, that seemed unlikely. There's no need to react this way, Monet. We can do this the easy way. Just give up 6 entry slots and everything will be fine. If not, we can always do things the hard way. In truth, the man who stood at the helm of the silver boat hadn't expected a Supreme to be here today. He had come as a precautionary measure so that these youths didn't lose their lives. Plus, with him here, bullying those commander-rank folks below would be as easy as breathing. If it wasn't for the fact she had suddenly shown up, he wouldn't even bother to speak at all. He would have directly swooped in. In fact, it was an act of giving face that he only brought a total of 6, including himself. This way, the backlash from the Slayer Legion wouldn't be too exaggerated. But if he had known a Supreme would be here, he would have definitely brought more people. Not so that they could enter, but so that they would have a stronger hand for negotiations. What the man could have never expected was that an esteemed Supreme would come here for the sake of a boy of not even 20 years of age. Impossible. Monet took a hard stance. Scram back to where you came from. Your Aderna family isn't welcome here. Leonel cocked an eyebrow. Aderna family? Is that another hidden family? Is they all had blue hair and eyes? Leonel felt that this was very likely the case. At the same time, he was speechless as well. What was with all these families having the same eye and hair colors? It can't be that they were inbreeding, right? Leonel shuddered. I see. It seems that this is the way you want to do thin. Shoo! At that moment, something not a single person expected to happen occurred. Leonel, without saying a word to anyone, suddenly dashed forward. His speed was so fast that sounds of the wind splitting apart followed his figure. Let alone Monet, even the man from the Aderna family was stunned. No one had expected such a thing. This child's guts, weren't they too large? You dare? Hold it right there. Boy, the last roar was from Big Buddha himself. It could be said of those the most offended by Leonel's comments, he could rank at the very top. His loyalty to the Slayer Legion was far beyond anything Leonel could imagine. After all, as a person who had never truly had an undying passion in his life, how could Leonel understand this man? Because of this, even when the Aderna family appeared, Big Buddha's rage had still been focused on Leonel. It was just that the boy had completely ignored him. But, as a result, Big Buddha was the first to notice Leonel's actions and was also the first to react. The path forward wasn't exactly easy. The surrounding 100-meter space of the zone had been completely cleared out. Outside of this radius, there were many crew members of the Slayer Legion tasked with maintaining the force disruption towers. Compared to those people, Leonel could be considered to be in the middle. Many were behind him, but many were also in front of him. And of those ahead of him, there were a few who had either passed the inspection before him or had special privileges and, as such, had no need to go through such procedures. However, despite seeing these obstacles before him, Leonel's heart was calm. His actions seemed foolish, but this kind of chaos was exactly what he needed. As expected, as soon as Leonel charged toward the zone gate, the leading man of the Aderna family suddenly narrowed his gaze. He had already decided, so long as Leonel reached a certain level of closeness, he too would rush in. Everyone knew how zones worked. The moment one entered, the gate would begin to close. If no others entered in time, the zone would close. This meant that everyone would be on a timer the instant the first person entered. Chapter 209. Bind. Leonel didn't seem to hear the words of those around him. He continued to charge forward, his blazing speed leaving a trail of gold in his wake. He had already formed his 8th node in the past week. Even though there were force-disrupting towers around, Earth's technology hadn't advanced to the point of being able to block force-strengthening deviations just yet. As a result, who here could match him in speed? Big Buddha was completely enraged after being ignored by Leonel. But why should he have expected anything else? Was Leonel going to stop just because he shouted out a few times? A cold light flashed in Leonel's eyes when he saw that Big Buddha was blocking his way. Rage lit the large man's eyes. In that moment, his palms were covered by a formless energy that soon coalesced into illusory hands that dwarfed even his body in size. It was clear that the usually amiable Big Buddha was truly enraged this time. If not for this, there was no way that he would pour so much energy into his ability. However, what infuriated him even more was that Leonel obviously had no intention of engaging with him. What a joke. Why would he allow himself to be stalled in this way? Plus, how could such a big man match him in agility? Leonel planted his foot down hard, feinting to one side and bursting with speed to another. He was Leonel Morales, a king of the football field. Compared to fighting, these sort of evasive movements were things he was even better at. Big Buddha could hardly react when he found that Leonel had already burst by him, heading for the clearing around the zone without pausing for even a moment. At that point, Monet finally reacted. Though she had yelled out initially, it still took her a while to realize that something like this was actually happening. A boy of not even 20 years of age was actually impugning on her authority in such a way. How could she stand for it? However, she was too far from Leonel. She had been speaking to him from on high before. She didn't believe she needed to approach such an ant so closely. So, compared to Big Buddha, she was at least 50 meters away from Leonel. In fact, after he broke out into a run, it was already closer to 100. Stop him by any means, she shouted out an order coldly. Badger sighed. Of the reserve generals, his speed was unmatched. Even after seeing Leonel's burst, he found that it was still beneath his own. After all, his lineage factor boosted speed much like Ina's boosted strength. In addition, his ability supplemented his lineage factor as well, giving him the wings of a rock. For him, blocking Leonel's path was truly not a problem. It was just a shame. He had had a good impression of Leonel, but after what he said about them and the Empire, all of those good feelings had gone out of the window. If it wasn't for the fact he had fought with Leonel side by side, rather than just blocking his path, he would have directly killed him. "Let me," he said coolly. Hearing his words, the remaining 3 reserve generals nodded. They could see that no one else could pause Leonel's steps. As long as he was stalled, this matter would be over. Since Badger had the greatest speed amongst them, it was only natural that he would go. In fact, they even cleared out his general vicinity. Badger fell forward, his legs stomping forth just when it seemed he might hit the ground face first. If one looked closely, it really seemed as though his thigh might burst from his pants at any time. The amount of power in his legs was already inconceivable. But then, his wings appeared. Bang! The grass beneath his feet was completely flattened. In the distance, trees that managed to survive the appearance of the zone swayed wildly, their green leaves being ripped from their branches. Monet smiled lightly, though it seemed to be more of a sneer. Badger was like a streak of silver, his speed crossing 150 kilometers an hour with ease. It seemed that he would catch up with Leonel in just a few breaths, but that was when Leonel sighed a sigh none of them could hear. Beneath the raging winds, how could they? Too predictable, he mumbled beneath his breath. The speed of the light element wasn't a joke. The only issue was that while Leonel had other attributes and abilities that stunted his speed, Badger was quite literally built to maximize his speed. His bones were as light as that of a bird's. His wings had a massive ratio in comparison to his body. He had also learned several agility force techniques, and, as if that wasn't enough, he had a speed-type lineage factor. Compared to Leonel, who had still yet to awaken the speed branch of his snowy star owl, he was indeed a bit faster. However, how could Leonel not know that? In fact, he had purposely not accelerated with his greatest speed to make sure this would play out in this way. It was too obvious that the one they'd send to stop him would be Badger. And, unfortunately for them, Badger had weaknesses just like Leonel. Leonel kept running as though he believed he could outpace Badger, but this only made the others grow more confident. In fact, Monet had already begun to move. She only wanted Badger to stall Leonel. As for completely restraining him, it might very well take more than a single person. The other reserve generals seemed to know this as well. So, after they finished clearing out a path for Badger, they too shot forward. In the sky, the leading man of the Aderna family raised an eyebrow. He too felt that Leonel was finished. However, he was a bit unwilling. How could he gain some benefits from this situation? In that case, little Nana, help out our friends a bit. At that time, the youngest of the Aderna family blinked her large, watery eyes and took a step forward. She extended a slender finger down below and spoke in a clear, resounding voice. Bind. Leonel suddenly felt a formless pressure surround his body, causing his steps to falter. His expression changed. It felt as though he was trying to run in quicksand. The innocent little girl in the skies blinked her eyes. Leonel had no idea that she was shocked that he could still run at all. She extended her finger again. Double bind. Leonel felt his legs snap together as though a rope had tightened around his ankles. Without suspense, he fell to the ground helplessly. The leading man of the Aderna family laughed. Don't say I've never helped you with anything, Monet. I think this is enough to exchange for 6 places, no? I hear this boy has something quite valuable to you? Chapter 210, Thanks Again. Though others were likely making their own assumptions about Leonel's current state of mind, the man himself was incomparably calm as he watched the ground quickly approach him. Falling like this truly wasn't pleasant. Leonel had already calculated that the chance of this happening was quite high. In order to lure Badger in, he lowered his speed. As a result, the Aderna family would obviously think that he would fail. If that happened, there was a 76% chance they would act directly against him as a show of goodwill toward the Slayer Legion, thus making their subsequent asks more palatable. This was simply how the world of the upper echelons worked, a complex network of meaningless pleasantries, fake smiles, and most important of all, debts. It could only be said that Leonel was unlucky. Though he had known they would try to stop him, the odds of them having such a perfect ability to do so was relatively low. He was definitely getting screwed over by the luck gods. But even then, he didn't panic. Just when it seemed he would fall face first, he rolled his left shoulder forward and performed a somersault. The instant his 2 feet hit the ground, still binded together, he lowered himself into a strong squat and leapt forward. With his current strength, such an action easily sent him over 10 meters into the air, falling in a not-so-elegant parabola shape. However, it was unquestionable that his speed had fallen. In fact, Badger was already not much more than 15 meters from him. Leonel sent a casual glance toward the leading man of the Aderna family. The man couldn't help but frown when he saw Leonel's calm countenance. It felt as though Leonel could see right through him, as though he was analyzing and memorizing every little detail. It didn't seem like a cold gaze for the sake of being cold, but the kind of indifferent glance one would give a sheet filled with numbers. Without suspense, Badger caught up to Leonel just as the latter hit the ground once more. He didn't speak any words, but the derision in his eyes were cleared. Toward such disdain, Leonel could only shrug. If such simple words made them so infuriated, it only meant that the Slayer Legion was even worse off than he thought. Double bind. The little girl stretched her fingers out again. This time, Leonel's wrists snapped together, causing his frown to deepen. He had already entered the clearing and was just 50 meters away from the zone. But at this point, it might as well be a miles away. How infuriating. The little girl's ability was truly astounding. Leonel believed that it was tier 8 at worst. If it was just as simple as binding him with something material, Leonel wouldn't take it so seriously. But what was shocking was that this binding seemed more, serious than that. Almost as if the laws of physics around him had changed to make it so that his ankles and wrists were only allowed to be together. Should they be apart, it would be breaking the regulations of the laws around him. At any other time, Leonel would be greatly fascinated by this. Such a concept was completely novel to him, and he wondered if it was possible to apply to his force crafts. But, at the moment, he didn't have such a luxury. Badger appeared before him. But instead of attacking directly, he swooped to Leonel's back, blocking his path toward the zone before sending a punch toward his back. Monet finally relaxed slightly. This farce was over. Bang. Ah. Leonel shook his head and sighed. Badger's bones were formed to optimize his speed and flight. Him attacking Leonel after he activated his runes was asking for insult. In truth, Badger wasn't so fragile. If not for this, how could Mayfly have been able to ride on his shoulders? However, compared to Leonel, who was on the verge of forming a body as tough as a third-dimensional metal, he was far too lacking. Badger screeched as the bone in his arm fractured and his knuckles contorted. He fell to his knees, holding onto his hand as his face turned flush. How could it be that Badger and Mayfly would be aware of the full extent of his abilities? He had grown so powerful that he had no need to show them all of his strength as they escaped the island, not to mention the fact he had the two of them supporting him. This led to their unfortunate underestimation of him. So that's how it is, Leonel finally understood. That little girl's ability was almost like a natural force art. She was imposing laws on him. It was no wonder this feeling felt somewhat similar to when he was observing the Force Crystal Core. What a fearsome ability, but Leonel knew that no ability was infallible. The way that little girl always pointed at him before her ability took effect, was it just the quirks of a child, or was there another reason? Leonel didn't believe that it had something to do with her finger. He couldn't sense anything particularly special about her movement. However, what other reasons could she have to point like that? Sight? Leonel's eyes narrowed. Everyone was closing in on him. After seeing what happened to Badger, they all redoubled their efforts. It would be longer than maybe 5 seconds before they were all able to surround him. But Leonel suddenly smiled. With a flash, a ring on his finger glowed, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly became like a pool of mud. He hadn't even sunk into his knees when he suddenly felt the restrictions around his ankles vanish. Leonel's smile widened. There was no need to keep his ring a secret. It had already been reported as one of the reasons he was able to save so many youths from the Project Hunt Island. In that case, why not use it now? A blinding light surrounded Leonel's body. He released his light elemental force without reserve, as though he didn't care about the expenditure. But it was effective. The little girl was completely unable to see him clearly, causing his binding to weaken and then break. Leonel jumped out from the pool of mud and grabbed at one of Badger's massive wings. The latter was in so much pain that he hardly reacted, having thought he had completed his task, only to find himself flying through the air toward a group rushing toward Leonel. Badger was ultimately still a reserve general and regained his bearing quickly. He snorted in his mind, completely deriding Leonel. It was his arm that was hurt, not his wings. He wouldn't even hit these people, so what was the point of doing such a thing? Badger's wings fanned outward and he flapped hard, stopping his forward momentum. But it was at that moment his expression changed. Thanks, Leonel said simply. The wind caused by Badger's movements sent an obstructive wall toward Leonel's pursuers. By the time they stopped themselves from tumbling backward, Leonel had already entered a 20-meter range of the zone. Stop right there. Are you going to make an enemy out of the whole Slayer Legion? Monet roared. Leonel chuckled in his mind. He had already made an enemy of the whole Empire. Why would he care about the Slayer Legion? Don't worry, I'll apprehend him. The leading man of the Aderna family said shamelessly as he swerved his silver boat toward the zone. Mateus, don't you dare. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm only trying to help. Monet was fuming, but Leonel had already leapt into the swirling portal. Surprisingly, at this very moment, Monet became frighteningly calm. Mayfly, Big Buddha, Violet Rain, and Mountain, follow me. The rest of you stay put. Ha ha, that's the way, the Aderna family man roared with laughter. None of them seemed to notice the helplessness and anger on the faces of those who lost their place to enter. This was especially so Sea Eel and Badger, who seemed to want to murder Leonel with their gazes toward his disappearing back. Badger clutched his only good remaining hand, flames bursting in his eyes. Chapter 211, Bonus S's Grade Zone. All he felt was that he had landed upon a soft patch of land. It was only after his sight finally came back to him that he realized he was standing atop just one of a series of rolling hills. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about this place, other than the fact the air felt particularly fresh in an earthy kind of way. The Earth of Leonel's time had already put a lot of resources into developing clean energy and had saved the planet long ago. But its air still felt somewhat artificial compared to this place. Leonel found it hard to explain, but he could only say that the air of his Earth felt almost too clean, while this place carried just the right amount of impurity. It made people feel at ease. Not long after Leonel regained his bearings, a silver boat appeared in the skies. And, not long after that, Monet rushed in with Mayfly, Violet Rain, Big Buddha, and Mountain. Upon entry, it was no surprise that 11 pairs of eyes fell upon Leonel. Some were of curiosity, some of disdain, and some of rage. The rage and disdain was mostly seen on the Slayer Legion side, while the curiosity came from the Aderna side, though the latter seemed to carry a hint of disdain as well. This only made sense after all. Leonel was the only one here without a supporting cast. He was all alone and seen as an easy target. They all knew the rules of this place. The rewards of a zone were already set in stone in terms of their quantity. In that case, if they killed Leonel, it meant that there would be one more set of rewards for them. At this point, Leonel was also feeling a bit tired. It had taken quite a bit of effort to obscure the little girl's vision with his light elemental force. He hadn't thought that such a simple action would take so much out of him. He would definitely have to interrogate the dictionary about a better method. Still, he wasn't feeling anxious. Actually, he smiled toward the little girl. "You sure caused me a lot of trouble." There didn't seem to be any anger in his voice. He sounded like a big brother speaking to his little sister. In fact, he wasn't angry at all. He found it difficult to be angry at such an adorable little girl. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old. The little girl who went by Nana seemed scared of Leonel's gaze as she hurriedly hid behind another young woman who was closer to Leonel's age. The young lady glared at Leonel as though to give him a warning to not bully her little sister, but Leonel only laughed. He had always been an only child, but seeing such a scene, he felt that having such an adorable little sister wouldn't be so bad. "Young man, you go by Leonel, correct? What say you to becoming a retainer of my Aderna family?" Mateus suddenly spoke. He had seen Leonel's strength. Plus, from what he overheard from Monet's conversation with him, Monet, who had just been planning a move on Leonel, suddenly paused, her brows furrowing slightly. They were already outnumbered by 1. If Leonel joined them, it would be by 2. She had already been forced to enter due to the appearance of Mateus. If she didn't, their side wouldn't have anyone who could stand up to him. It could be said that this training experience they set aside for the youths was completely ruined now. Monet sent a glare toward Leonel as though warning him of the consequences of accepting. It was very likely that the Aderna family would just snatch his treasure and not mind him at all. Leonel laughed lightly. How could he not know of what Mateus was thinking? However, instead of directly refusing, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, are you sure you want to accept me?" Mateus raised an eyebrow. After a moment, he understood. "Don't worry. There are no irreconcilable differences between you and the Slayer Legion. In fact, Monet's actions could be considered a senior bullying a junior. You have every right to leave." Monet's expression darkened while those who followed her in seemed somewhat embarrassed. They had been so enraged by Leonel's comments that it seemed they forgot they were the ones initially in the wrong. However, Leonel shook his head to these words. "This isn't what I meant," Leonel said with a light smile. "I'm already aware of certain things. Old Hutch has a decent impression of me. If I inform him of what happened, dealing with this really wouldn't be much of a problem. What I mean to say is that I once almost destroyed a fort of the Empire. Are you still certain you want to take me in?" Mateus's expression changed. It wasn't just him, but Monet's as well as everyone else. Monet frowned. Was there such a thing? She had to admit that she didn't investigate Leonel much past knowing he was affiliated with Hutch. That was about all. After a while, Mateus recovered. Just the Empire? Nothing but a puppet on some strings, yet it dares to call itself an empire. Leonel's brows raised. This was exactly why he said so much. He wanted to know more about the relationship between the Empire and these hidden families. Mateus's response was quite interesting. "Oh, that's good." Leonel pretended to be relieved. "I also killed a few members of the Brazinger family. Is that all right too?" At this point, everyone almost fainted. Was this person a magnet for trouble? If it was anyone else, they might have thought he was lying for some fame, but didn't they see his boldness with their own 2 eyes? He even dared to forcefully enter a zone owned by the Slayer Legion. Mateus's lip twitched, but in the end, his expression became solemn. The relationship between the hidden families weren't so simple. They couldn't be considered to be allies, but they couldn't be considered to be entirely not either. They all shared a similar goal or goals. By now, Mateus was already thinking of using Leonel in exchange for a favor. If he brought Leonel in, gained that treasure of his, and gained a debt of gratitude from the Brazinger family, just how many birds was he killing with this single stone? However, what he could have never expected was for Leonel to start sinking into the ground right before his eyes, leaving him stunned once again. "I'll think about your offer," Leonel said with what seemed like a genuine smile. "Boy, hold it right there." Big Buddha stepped forward to try and stop Leonel. "Don't you think you've broken enough rules?" Unfortunately for them, Leonel had caught them completely off guard with his questions. They couldn't even react before his head disappeared and the earth that had once been mud went back to normal. Beneath the ground, Leonel held his breath before bringing one of his silver-green whistles to his lips. Those families really don't fear the Empire, and what was that about puppet on a string? And that flash in his eyes when I mentioned the Brazinger family, it seems that their relationship isn't simple either. Leonel shook his head. It was about time he found out just what this place was. King's subdimensional zone detected. Merlin's prophecy. King Arthur Leonel's expression became weird. King Arthur shouldn't have been a real person. Many believed he was just an embellished legend. Beyond that, though, another Merlin's prophecy zone? Who the hell was this person? He should have been fabricated too. Subdimensional zone grade, SS clear requirements, save King Arthur's side quest, love triangle. repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot side quest, kill Mordred, hidden quest, make King Arthur a part of true history. Ping Seed is warned to be wary. Mythological zones have a high likelihood of becoming unique zones. Leonel suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 2212, Decree. Leonel took a deep breath. He had thought that having the 99% accuracy of his father's dictionary would make things a breeze. At least then, he wouldn't have to worry about screwing himself over by accidentally failing the mission requirements. However, he could have never expected that the dictionary would be so vague at this time. What did it mean to make King Arthur a part of history? Was it acknowledging that King Arthur was fake? In that case, how could King Arthur appear in a zone? According to Leonel's understanding, zones were parts of past where higher dimensions influenced the lower dimension. Only by resolving these instances would these timelines smoothly integrate with Earth. Once this integration was completed, Earth would reach the equilibrium necessary to break through and reach the next dimensional tier. But how did a mythological zone factor into this? What's a mythological zone? Leonel asked. Ping replying to Seed, a mythological zone is a legend of humans that is propagated enough to be on the verge of becoming truth. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He was still confused. He sunk into his thoughts for a moment. He still had to wait for the two groups above him to leave, so he really did have some time to waste. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. When Aina was explaining to him the differences between the dimensions, she mentioned how grand the gap between dimensions was. If he remembered correctly, she said that one could say a novel was in the 2D while its writer was in the 3D. Here, King Arthur was technically a 2D construct. He was just a legend passed down through generations, to the point he became a nice tale to tell to children. His stories could be easily manipulated and changed on a whim depending on the mood of the storyteller. But if one thought about it from another angle, wasn't this act of continuously passing his legend down like a higher dimensional world acting on a lower dimensional one? In that case, wouldn't it meet the requirements necessary to cause a zone to appear? The moment Leonel completed this thought, he felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind. If this was true, then the danger mythological zones presented couldn't be underestimated. Entering a zone from true history was one thing. Most people there would ultimately be normal individuals Leonel could handle with ease. Maybe only a handful would be like Joan or the Mayan priest. But in a world like this, the number of enemies that could threaten his life wouldn't be few. Leonel sucked in a cold breath. Such a world had a high chance of becoming a unique zone according to the dictionary. Maybe this time, Leonel would be able to find out just what truly happened in the Joan zone. Who were those people? What had Joan's purpose been? None of her actions had seemed to make any at all. Uncle Montez had also said back then that Joan's zone had almost become a unique zone as well. In fact, it was right on the verge. There were too many questions Leonel had had no choice but to ignore until now. After a while, Leonel calmed, his eyes becoming deathly still. Then he released his internal sight in full force, his calculative mind rushing into overdrive. Hear ye, hear ye. In the square of a small town, a man with a large bridge nose unfurled a scroll with a length of at least half his height. Judging by his attire, he shouldn't come from such a small place. Even the baron of this fief couldn't afford to wear such luxurious clothing. His Majesty has decreed that all young, able-bodied men between the ages of 16 and 25 will hereby join the noble armies of Camelot. The crowd, which had been gathered due to the commotion caused by the herald's entourage, showed a mixture of reactions. But, by an overwhelming margin, excitement ruled. This wasn't the modern era, after all. If such a conscription happened in Leonel's time, people would likely be up in arms. But, in this era, it was a matter of honor. And, for young men like this, it was their chance to rise to a higher standing in life, and maybe even become a knight. Leonel stood amidst the crowd with a pleasantly surprised expression. He had purposely traveled to this small town for two reasons. First, he wanted to enter a town the others wouldn't. With his internal sight, he definitely had a massive advantage in orienting himself in this world. The second reason was because compared to the other villages that had been nearby, this was a relatively flourishing place. The options it would give him were far beyond what the closer villages could. His initial plan had been to earn himself a spot within this barony's guards and find a way up from there. He had even gotten himself a set of cheap hemp clothing from a farmer to blend in better. The only unfortunate part was that he had to cover his hair in dirt and mud so that its bronze color would stand out less. But he had never expected to run into a conscription. This made things far easier. After a moment, he understood that this shouldn't be coincidence. Since mythological zones were based on stories and not true history, they were far more flexible in their storylines as a result. It's possible that this conscription happened precisely because Leonel was here. When the herald was finished with his decree, he completely ignored the excited expressions of many of the young men. These commoner folk had no idea how bloody the battlefield was. All they knew of was the glory, and each of them thought their sons, brothers, and lovers would all come back heroes. When the reality was that death was inevitable for a large majority of them. He turned back and signaled toward a man wearing tight-fitting leather armor. The man was tall, almost as tall as even Leonel. His shoulders seemed far broader though, almost making him look like a box. Due to this, despite his height, he still seemed a bit stocky. Gather up to be registered. You'll be given an evaluation based on your abilities. Clear out, clear out. I only want to see my future men here. If anyone dares to snub His Majesty's decree, I'll personally lop his head off. The man's voice boomed. Leonel raised an eyebrow as he followed this crowd. As expected, this was just a low-ranking officer, but his stats already averaged 0.7D. This was already better than Leonel when he first awakened, Chapter 213, Heckle. It wasn't long before it was Leonel's turn to be evaluated. He stood before the stocky man who he now knew went by the name of Heckle, a name that was maybe all too apropos for his outrageously loud voice. Not bad, not bad, your build is good. The man repeatedly nodded. It seemed it was quite rare for him to see people as tall as Leonel, so he was quite satisfied. Attack me with everything you have. The longer you last, the better your evaluation will be. Leonel's expression became slightly weird. If he really used everything he had, this man would end up as a cripple, and that would be the best outcome. I can't use my full power. If I stand out too much, they'll wonder why it was no one in this town knew me. Just enough to beat him should be fine. This town barely had a population of 1,000. If there were any outstanding people, they should have appeared long ago, so Leonel's choice was the wisest. Of course, he had every intention of standing out more later on. Leonel took a step forward and threw out a punch. Heckle was startled. This punch was even faintly better than something he could throw. He knew that Leonel would be good, but he didn't expect him to be this good. However, when he saw the slight clumsiness in Leonel's actions, he sighed a slight breath of relief. This sort of clumsiness couldn't be faked. It seemed that despite his stature, this young man wasn't very experienced in battle. Leonel really wasn't faking this. It could be said that all his battle prowess came from copying the spear consciousnesses. He didn't have much experience boxing, so his form was a little off and uncoordinated. But this was to his benefit. Like this, he could show off his potential while also not raising suspicion. Despite the power in his punch, Heckle easily evaded, countering with a strong uppercut. Using his smaller height and Leonel's inexperience to his benefit, he closed the distance with a step. Leonel was inwardly shocked. He could easily see through Heckle's movements, and even dodging was a simple matter for him. But that was only if he relied on his true stats. If he kept suppressing himself, he might even lose a few teeth. Just when he felt he might just have to eat the punch, Heckle's fist came to a stop. Sorry, I got a bit too excited, hee. Heckle took a step back. He realized at that moment that he accidentally made Leonel's test more difficult than the others. He couldn't help it. Though Leonel was inexperienced, his raw strength was even better than his own, with vast room for improvement. I'll give you a 4-star evaluation. Like this, you'll have a chance to become a squire for a good night. Go on, stand off to the side. It was clear Heckle was in a good mood finding a talent like Leonel. Leonel expressed his thanks with a smile, pretending to be a bit shaken before recovering. According to Heckle, a 1-star evaluation was only enough to join infantry. 3-star was the threshold to be able to be nurtured as a leader of men. 4-star and 5 stars were able to gain special nurturing. Most of them became the squires of knights. 5-star evaluations could gain a spot next to some of the best knights in Camelot. Though those knights were still short of the legendary 12 Knights of the Round Table, they were only a step below. Leonel was satisfied with this evaluation. Other than a handful of 3-star evaluations of those from the Baron's house, there were no others even close to him. The young men from the barony frowned hearing Heckle's words. This commoner gained a 4-star evaluation, but they only received 3 stars? However, did they dare to say anything in opposition? Heckle had beaten them all with absolute ease. It was likely that he was the strongest person in their town currently. What could they even do to him? In the end, they could only send glares toward Leonel, showing disdain toward his dirty appearance. Toward such a thing, Leonel could only sigh. He knew that it would only get worse from here on out. Even though this zone was based on a legend, he knew that the world of knights was filled with nobles. If even 3-star talents dared to send such looks toward him, it could be imagined what 4-star and 5-star talent nobles would say and do. Whatever. Let's just finish this zone off as quickly as possible. A few tens of miles from Leonel's location, the others were undergoing similar experiences. However, it seemed that their entry may not have been as seamless as they once thought. The location was a castle that seemed to have been pulled directly out of a fairy tale. It was a land of complete blackness, to the point even the grass that coated the land reflected like obsidian beneath the moonlight. Amidst this darkness, there was a mountain with peaks so sharp it might have been possible to mistake them for large spears piercing toward the skies. Blended in with this mountain range was a castle of black that carried the same jagged sharpness. Within this castle, seated on a throne that carried just as much darkness, there was a woman. Her skin was so pale that one could almost see right through it. Her hair was so black that it was difficult to tell where it stopped and her throne began. Her dress was the same, but the cups that held up her breasts seemed to be carved out from white bone. I sense 12 stars of fate, she suddenly mumbled, her cherry lips parting and closing in an alluring manner. The woman awoke, her irises radiating a deep blackness. However, there was a hint of confusion in her eye. According to the prophecy, there would be 12 stars of fate that could decide the path this world would take. She had always thought that those 12 were the Knights of the Round Table, so why was it that she suddenly sensed auras of fate that had nothing to do with them? Interesting, interesting. At that moment, the sound of footsteps entered the woman's ears as she lazily lied on her throne. Lord Modred, there's someone who wants to see you. This servant tried to stop them, but Leonel would probably be rendered speechless once again at this point. Wasn't Modred a man? It can't be that this zone was taking anime a bit too seriously as well, right? Chapter 214, 57. Haha. Boy, you sure are an eager one. How many times do you want to lose? Heckle laughed uproariously as Leonel suffered another punch to the jaw. The latter felt his world spin as he was forced to take several steps back. It was only after he shook his head multiple times that he finally recovered. It had already been a week since Leonel had come to this world. According to the dictionary, this zone had an even greater time dilation than the Jones zone at 1050. This meant that about a year needed to pass here for a week to pass in the outside world. Apparently, mythological zones tended to have the largest time dilations compared to other zones of a similar rank. At the moment, the moon hung high in the skies and they had set up camp for the night. A large fire sent billowing smoke upward at the center of an arrangement of tent. Leonel was sparring with Heckle once again. In fact, this wasn't just the second time. Leonel had already lost count. After losing the first time, he had been fascinated by the man's skill. He felt he was learning quite a lot, though he continued to lose. The journey to their destination was a bit of a trial as well. The wilderness wasn't safe by any means. Setting aside bandits and rogues, just the wild beasts were truly troublesome to deal with. Much like this people of this zone, the beasts were also more powerful than they should be. So, this wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination, so it wasn't surprising that the other recruits were dead tired. Leonel was the only one who would use such valuable rest time to torture himself some more. How could they know that this so-called trial was nothing more than a joke to Leonel? Again, Leonel wiped the blood from his lips. Of course, if he didn't want to be hurt, he only had to activate his metal synergy runes. But what would be the point of that? He brandished his fists once more. This time, it was clear that his stance was much more refined. His right fist hung by his chin, allowing his left to take the lead. He narrowed the target Heckle had to attack by extending his left foot and rolling his shoulder. In a flash, he took a step forward, sending 2 jabs in quick succession. Heckle smiled, entering a similar stance as though mirroring Leonel perfectly. It was rare to find someone so interested in his boxing style. Usually, these brats only wanted to pick up a sword or spear as quickly as possible. Of course, he had no idea that Leonel was less interested in the style itself, and more so just wanted to win. He found trying to defeat Heckle while keeping a cap on his stats was nearly impossible. It was likely that he could grasp the technique much faster if he used his dream world and dream clone ability. But he was spending all his time at night calculating for the formation of his 9th and 10th node. He wouldn't spend it on this. However, he was still making progress. Heckle used his footwork to dip just outside the range of Leonel's jabs. He followed up quickly, wanting to take advantage of Leonel overextending himself to wrap around his side. But Leonel had learned quite a lot in the past few days. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward as Heckle tried to sweep to his left side. With a single pivot of his hips, he and Heckle faced each other once more. Ho-ho, Heckle grinned. It seems your footwork got a bit better. That's right, always stay square to your opponent. Leonel and Heckle's match became a spar of movement. Around the fire, the jeers of the other soldiers could be heard. Captain, the kid's gonna beat you this time. Ha-ha, I'm never gonna let you live this one down. Heckle grinned, hearing his men, not minding his all. He felt quite gratified seeing Leonel's progress. Of course, while there are those who were happy, there would always be those who were gloomy. The youths of the town barony had gotten tired of hearing praise for Leonel over these few days, but they still had to admit they were no match for him. His performance during their daily marches was more than enough to prove this without a shred of doubt. Oof, Leonel suffered a fist to his chest and fell to the ground, feeling that the air had been knocked out of him once again. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had lost again. All right. That's enough for tonight, pretty boy brat. If go any longer, you really might win one. My old bones can't take this. Leonel was quite helpless toward this nickname. He had managed to use an ink sac from the octopus beast's body to dye his hair a deep black. Plus, with his new leather armor, he looked every bit the part of a promising squire. The only shame was that his hair seemed to reject the ink, so he had to reapply it every day. Luckily, with how massive the octopus had been, he wouldn't run out even after a decade passed. Leonel smiled lightly. Thanks for the help, Captain Heckle. Just a useless skill. The barony youths looked on gloomily. The next week passed by swiftly. On that day, around noon, they finally saw massive castle walls in the distance. In fact, with his sight, Leonel could see 5 sets of walls, each getting progressively taller until they all pointed toward a majestic castle that seemed carved of jade. Leonel had never read about such a grand city. From what he could see, it was at least 50 kilometers from end to end, and that was just what was within the walls. As for the cultured lands around it, it was several times that. Heckle didn't lead them to the gates. It seemed that they still didn't have the right to do such a thing. Instead, they were taken to a place connected by dusty roads. These roads all led to an open space where numerous captains just like Heckle had their youth standing around them. Everyone's attention seemed focused on a large tent up ahead. Leonel's ear twitched as he heard the clanking of metal. At that moment, the flap of the tent was slowly raised, causing the open space to fall into complete silence. It was a night. The excitement in the hearts of the youths ratcheted up several levels. It was as though they were all meeting their idol. The knight swept an indifferent glance over them all. Those who've been selected to join the Mage Academy stand to this side. Those 1, 2, and 3-star talents go over there. 4 and 5-star talents gather before me now. Numerous haughty and prideful youths puffed their chests out as they moved to stand before the knight, their eyes sparkling. Go on. Heckle gave Leonel a slap to the back. Do us proud. Leonel smiled lightly and moved forward as well. Numerous gazes swept over him, including those of the 4 and 5-star youths. However, when they noticed his standard-issue leather armor, a hint of contempt could be seen in their eyes. Leonel could only ignore such things. However, when the knight spoke once again, the youths no longer had the time to send disdainful glances toward him. There are 57 of you. What bullshit. Do you captains think that 4 and 5-star talents are really so cheap? He didn't like the idea of going out to find talents like this in the first place. What talents couldn't they find right here in Camelot? To make it worse, relying on mere captains to make this judgment was even more ridiculous. A sharp force flooded out from the body of the knight, causing many of the youths before him to grow weak at the knees. Though Leonel didn't know it, many of them had bribed their captains with wealth in order to gain such evaluations. How could they not be horrified? So, in certain respects, the knight was correct to react in this way. His force jetted out, drawing a massive circle of 100 meters in diameter. The cold sweat on the youths grew. In that moment, they felt as though if even a hair of that force hit them, they would die without knowing what happened. Since you think this is all a joke, you all can battle to the death. None of you are allowed to leave this circle until only 4 remain. Should any of you try to flee from this circle or are kicked out of it before this happens, you'll die beneath my blade. A bloody, murderous intent soared into the skies. It was only now these youths who were just feeling proud of themselves realized that becoming a knight wouldn't be so simple. As for those who bribed their way to this position, they were even more shaken. What clowns were they? Paying to die? Chapter 215, Inner Strength. I forgot to mention something else. The first 20 who die will have the captains who recommended them follow them in death. Even Leonel was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could see the disdain the knight held for all of them, but to order that 53 of them should be killed, wasn't that a bit too much? Even beyond that, he was even dragging the captains into this? At that moment, the training grounds turned completely silent. Not to mention the youths locked within the circle. Even the captains that had selected them couldn't stop themselves from shaking. What were mere captains worth in the face of a true knight? Those captains who knew they had bended the rules in exchange for benefits all paled considerably. Even those who had followed the rules were trembling. So what if they followed the rules? In a battle royale, who was to say that someone deserving wouldn't die? In that case, wouldn't they be screwed? Maybe the only one who didn't have a great reaction was Leonel. He didn't notice when it was, but he had been in so many life and death situations too, now that he was no longer affected by just this much. What are you all standing around for? The knight growled. If someone doesn't die within the next minute, all 57 of you can die. The words were like a spark that lit a raging fire. Leonel had only managed to raise an eyebrow at the words before he found several attacks coming toward him, one of which was actually coded in force. Leonel frowned. He didn't give us any weapons? No, some of them do have weapons. It's just that he couldn't be bothered to care whether or not everything was fair. The more Leonel thought about it, the more he disliked this knight. Testing them was fine. Why was it that this test was so despicable? The worst part was that those who were more likely to have bribed their captains were the most likely to have the best equipment on them. However, the fact one could attack Leonel with force definitely meant that he was worthy of his title of 4 or 5-star genius. Heckle paled when he saw so many attack Leonel right from the start. It was as though they all had a tacit agreement to get rid of the lesser Thans first. Heckle had followed the rules. He never once took a bribe, but if Leonel were to die so early on, it wouldn't matter. He would have to follow him in death. Leonel sighed. He could faintly see Heckle's face drain of all color from his vantage point as a dagger and 2 fists came his way. He shifted backward, sinking into his boxing stance. He could sense every change within this 100-meter range. In fact, he could already see that within the next second or two, at least 3 talents would fall, all of them dressed just as simply as him. A flicker of rage sparked in Leonel's heart. What a cruel world. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for not showing any mercy. Leonel's left fist flattened out, whipping out in a downward slapping motion that cleanly hit the dagger-wielding hand. His actions were so fast that the young man before him hardly had time to react before he found his wrist swelling with pain. The dagger clanged to the ground as the young man called out in pain, but Leonel had already moved on from him, facing the two remaining punches. He rolled his shoulder, causing the fist to skim off his defenses. The strike alone should have carried nearly 1 Durziorid in strength, but Leonel's runes flickered beneath his armor out of the sight of everyone else. Let alone causing damage to him, Leonel's attacker was lucky to only catch a piece of Leonel. Before the young man could even react to the bursting pain his fist felt, Leonel had already taken a step forward, his hips winding and his back foot pivoting against the ground hard as he sent a punch toward the final fist. Heckle's face drained of all color. He could see the benefit of his training with Leonel right before him, but he could also see the force coated on the final young man's fist. He knew how strong Leonel was, but his background was too lacking. He simply didn't know about these things. If he met this fist head-on, he was finished. Bang! However, completely out of Heckle's expectations, Leonel sent the young man flying. A mournful, muffled cry sounded through the training grounds, but it was completely drowned out by the sounds of battle. Leonel frowned. Killing with my fists is too difficult. Had that been my spear? Leonel sighed. He couldn't take out his spears now. If he did, he would expose his spatial bracelet. Who knew what kind of consequences that would have? But Leonel's steps didn't pause as he pressed his two fingers together and turned, jabbing a bloody hole into the throat of the young man who threw the normal fist. With another step, he entered the range of the young man with the dagger. The latter held onto his wrist, crying out in pain. But Leonel didn't seem to care as he threw a punch toward his head. Call of the wind. Bang. The young man's head exploded into a cloud of blood, let alone the crowd. This shocked even Leonel. He had only applied Call of the Wind to his fists because he found that his fingers were too vulnerable to continue using like a spear. Since he didn't want to expose his runes so easily to toughen them up, this was the better option. But never had he expected the result to be so exaggerated. At that moment, a hushed silence fell over the battlefield. Blasting a person's head apart with a single punch, what kind of concept was that? The young man who had awakened force and attacked Leonel earlier trembled fiercely. He didn't even seem to register his broken arm as he tried to scramble backward. The further he got from Leonel, the better. Ha ha ha, you did it, Leonel. You awakened inner strength. Leonel smiled bitterly when he heard Heckle's words. At this moment, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Several pairs of eyes landed on Leonel. They all knew what to do. Several youths had already stood out amongst the crowd, killing targets not long after Leonel had. If they didn't band together against these youths, they would die. Chapter 216. General Star Heckle seemed to realize that he had spoken out of turn, but it was too late to regret it. He had been on the brink of life and death just a moment ago, yet Leonel suddenly pulled a reverse that saved his life. How could he not be excited? A moment later, Heckle's expression had tensed once more. Leonel frowned and entered his stance, not forgetting to pick up the dagger on the ground first. Another three slowly moved toward Leonel, their eyes flickering with hints of caution. This caution was not only for Leonel who was before them, but also toward one another. It wasn't as though they had suddenly begun to trust each other just because they tacitly understood they needed to work together. Seemingly understanding this, Leonel no longer hesitated as he dashed forward. He completely ignored the young man with a broken arm, deeming him less of a threat. With the strengthening on his internal sight, Leonel knew that this young man had only formed a single force node, and it was in the very arm Leonel had already broken. He was practically a cripple. When Leonel entered a 5-meter radius of the three before him, he shot out the dagger in his hand. It whistled through the air, piercing one of them through the throat. In what felt like a flash, he appeared before the remaining two, his eyes flickering with a cold, calculative light. His speed was simply too fast. His palm appeared on one of their chests. As though being met by an unstoppable force, the young man was sent flying through the air, crashing into a few that were taking the opportunity to surround Leonel. Leonel's fist jabbed forward. Under the influence of Call of the Wind, it felt as though hurricane-force winds were ripping the young man apart, leaving his face distorted even before Leonel's strike landed. Another rain of blood shot into the skies as another corpse fell beneath Leonel's fist. However, Leonel himself was still frowning. It looked impressive that their heads were exploding like this. But the truth was that this simply displayed Leonel's lack of control. Call of the Wind was initially a long-range attacking technique meant to be applied to arrows, darts, and similar weapons. Leonel had modified it to be used with a spear, but the essence of the technique remained the same. Both allowed him to focus his force into a point. However, his fists seemed completely incapable of doing this. It made Leonel realize that maybe his mastery over this technique wasn't as great as he initially thought. If he could apply better control, he felt Call of the Wind could be maybe even 10 times more powerful than it was now. As Leonel thought, his body flickered amidst the 4- and 5-star talents. His steps held the shadow of Heckle's skill within them, mixed in with a hint of the primitive spearwoman. There seemed to be a mysterious rhythm to his steps, as though he wasted not a single movement. It was as though he could plan several movements ahead, deftly escaping encirclements. Advancing on a whim, retreating with a thought, Leonel came to realize in that moment that there was more to fighting than just launching the strongest attack. All this time, he had been using his ability to think of ways land his blows. He always felt that as long as he landed a good hit with his strength, the battle would be all but over. But what would happen when his opponent was several times more powerful than him? Or, more appropriate to the current situation, what if he was simply outnumbered and moving to take down one person would cause him to be vulnerable to another? He suddenly understood now, his body felt lighter, his steps grew softer, and even a mysterious aura began to emanate from his body. This is it. This is what I felt when I was watching the primitive woman battle. Leonel could have long since taken another spear from the spear domain ring, but he hadn't all this time because he felt he still hadn't fully understood. When he watched the primitive woman battle, he remembered being in awe. She had faced so many enemies, yet not only did she defeat them, but even when they wanted to escape, all of their paths of retreat were cut off. The more Leonel thought about that scene, the more incredulous he found it. How could one person stop several from running away? If it was just a matter of her speed being several times greater, that would be fine. But Leonel knew that though she was faster than those men, it hadn't been exaggerated to that point. That only left one explanation. There was something mysterious about her movement. Not only was she faster than them, but it also felt like they couldn't take even a step forward without her permission. Firstly, an S-step, forward without her permission. All this time, Leonel had been so focused on his flexibility and imitating her lightness and quickness. The truth behind the mystery of her footwork was her mind and the way she manipulated her opponents. Leonel sank into a trance. The entire battlefield reflected in his mind as though he could see it all from above. His hair fluttered in the wind as he walked through the youths that attacked him, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The knight's eyes narrowed. He had been observing the entire battlefield, and there really were 4 youths who had caught his attention before, which was why he set the requirement to just 4. But he had never expected a 5th to appear, and not only that, but at that moment, the knight's narrowed gaze widened as a wave of shock overwhelmed him. General Star, stop, S-top. The sudden roars of the knight caught them all off guard. How was it so easy for a group of people who had just been hell-bent on killing one another to suddenly come to a grinding halt like this? However, who really dared to ignore the words of a knight? You, and you. The rest of you can scram back to the 1 to 3 star talents. Everyone was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be fighting to the death? What was happening? As for the young men who were called forward, they too were stunned, including Leonel. He didn't think that the knight would suddenly grow soft-hearted, so what was happening exactly? Leonel and the other 4 youths looked at one another. Not a single one of them wasn't covered in blood, but it was obvious at a glance that none of it was their own. One of them was wearing standard-issue leather armor like Leonel, but the other 3 had patches of metal armor here and there, making them look like real warriors. It was clear their standard was better in comparison to Leonel. You 5 and those hoping to become mage apprentices, follow me. The knight turned and walked toward the first gates of Camelot, not explaining anything to anyone. But no one dared to question him, least of all the bribed captains who just got a new lease on life. It was safe to say they wouldn't dare take such payment again in the future. Chapter 217, Unique Power Systems. Though Leonel was baffled by the sudden turn of events, he soon decided to cautiously proceed. He felt that this might be another instance of this mythological zone finding him opportunities. He had no idea that things weren't this simple at all. That said, the current Leonel was fascinated by the Mage Academy the knight mentioned. The knight had originally split off the youths that would be attending this academy to one side, but before Leonel could observe them, he suddenly found himself in a battle royale to the death. So, for obvious reasons, he hadn't had the time or mind to pay to them at all. After questioning the dictionary, Leonel had learned a lot of things about mythological zones. But maybe the most important thing was that anything that could happen here was capable of happening in the real world. Due to this, mythological zones were highly sought after in high-level worlds. In fact, world wars, the likes of which could make Earth's own world wars look like child's play, were almost guaranteed every time one appeared. This may sound odd. There shouldn't be anything different about this zone in comparison to others. One also needed to remember that the so-called rewards of the zones weren't prepared by the zone itself, but rather higher-level worlds investing in the progress of Earth. It could be said that zones didn't have any rewards for clearing them at all, aside from helping bring one's world closer to the next evolution tier. Things only began to change when gold zones were taken into account. One could only begin taking treasures out of zones at this level. In any lower-level zones, they would disappear. That said, mythological zones were a special case. It was still impossible to take treasures out of mythological zones unless they were gold in grade. Since this was still considered a black grade zone, Leonel was obviously out of luck in this regard. However, the crux of the value of a mythological zone was exactly in those earlier words. Everything that happened in a mythological zone could happen in the real world. On the surface, this seems like a useless detail. But really think about it for a moment. What if a mythological zone had a completely new power system? What if they had a completely unique way of utilizing force or drawing force arts? Wouldn't that mean that whoever explored a mythological zone would gain access to this completely new system? The value of such a thing was unimaginable. For this reason, mythological zones were seen as treasures of the universe. Though it was impossible that they would always provide a completely new magic system, there was always the chance of such a thing. And even when this chance ended in failure, it was always possible to find unique views that could progress already established branches of power. What Leonel lacked the most now wasn't strength but knowledge in how to apply it. He only had one technique, Call of the Wind. Aside from this, he was completely relying on his own instinct and the battle sense of his spear consciousnesses. He had initially been planning on using some of his rewards from this zone to solve this weakness before he left a terrain. But if he could get the techniques he needed from this mythological zone instead, the benefits might be unimaginable. Of course, even with this set aside, Leonel was fascinated by the Mage Academy. If everything that happened here was really possible in the real world, what would happen if he joined the Mage Academy instead? If he had the chance, he would. But, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Heckle hadn't tested his aptitude to become a mage. Forget it, it's most important that I focus on completing the missions. Learning this mythological zone's unique power systems comes secondary. Leonel couldn't forget that he was on a timer. Every zone had a hidden timer hanging over the heads of those who entered it. He had found this out the hard way in the Joan of Arc zone. According to the dictionary, the timer for this world was set to around 10 years. That was the equivalent of 10 weeks to the outside world. He had to figure things out by then. That sounded like a lot of time, but Leonel knew that it wasn't. In that time, he needed to gain enough power and prestige in Camelot to actually affect change. In an already established kingdom like this one, let alone 10 years, even 30 might not be enough. But displaying his talents just might be a great help to that. So, if he had the chance, he would display them more. Now that he was here, there was no need to keep holding back. He'd begin to slowly show what he had. Leonel was lost in his thoughts when a sudden voice awakened him. "Elis, I've brought your brats. Hurry up and scram out here." Leonel looked up to find that they had already long since entered Camelot. Not only had they entered, but they had gone as deep as the third city section. Camelot had 5 walls and 5 gates. The most outer wall opened to a section known as the Outer City, the second gate led to the Upper Outer City, and the third, where they were now, was known as the Inner City. Beyond that, the 4th gate led to the Noble City, and the 5th led to the true core of Camelot. Of course, these were just colloquial names. Officially, all of these cities were collectively known as Camelot. If one could live here, they were already the cream of the crop. But, where people could have divisions amongst each other, they would, currently, Leonel and the group of youths had been led to the inner city and were now before the doors of a small shop. Compared to the large buildings all around, it seemed out of place. Through the windows, it was possible to see bookshelves that covered the whole shop. It was to the point that books that couldn't find a place were strewn about wildly. At that moment, a woman wearing dark blue mage robes and a pointed hat that seemed too big for her head pushed her way out and faced the youths and the knight. Them? The woman frowned. Or rather, Leonel thought she did. It was a bit hard to see her face through her drooping hat. "These are the brats the captains picked. If you want to blame someone, blame them. If it wasn't because I lost that bet, do you think I would have picked them up for you?" Elis waved her hand that looked surprisingly fair. At this point, Leonel was expecting an old hag. If it wasn't for the barely noticeable curves and her voice, he wouldn't have been able to tell she was a woman at all. "All right, I've done my part. Now, you 5, follow me." Leonel saw a barely perceptible flicker of excitement in the knight's eyes when he said these words, causing him to be confused. It seemed Elis noticed this as well and looked up curiously. She was likely quite familiar with this knight and wanted to know what could excite him. But Leonel would have never expected her eyes to land on him. Well, he thought it landed on him. Her body seemed to be pointed in his direction. It was simply too difficult to catch a glimpse of her face. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, as though she could fall over at any moment. "Are you trying to steal talents from me? Do you believe I won't blast you into ash right now?" The knight who had been ready to take them away looked toward Elis with an incredulous expression. When he saw where Elis was looking, he protected Leonel to his back. "Don't you dare, old witch. This is my future general." Chapter 218, Old Witch versus Muscle-Brained Rogue. Leonel didn't know what to say. This was the inner city. Everyone here thought themselves to be refined people of the upper middle class. Seeing a knight and a mage get into a screaming contest in the middle of a busy cobblestone street was definitely not the norm for them. However, whereas they would scold and lambaste a commoner doing such a thing, none of them dared to offend a knight, and least of all a knight that didn't mind offending a mage. Mages were rarer and thus more valued. Any knight who didn't mind arguing with a mage was definitely one with relatively high standing even amongst knights. As a result, instead of seeing these two as uncultured, those nearby were rather curious to find out just what could cause two individuals of such standing to act in this way without care for their image. What bullshit general star? This young man is a born mage. Are you trying to waste his life away? Nonsense. Do you know how rare general stars are? Our kingdom only has 31, and 13 of them are the lords of the Round Table and His Majesty. I'll fight it out with you right here, old witch. Bah, who's an old witch? This lady here is still very young. Say one more word of nonsense, and I won't hold back any longer. Elis looked up toward the knight, Jaren, her hands on her hips. Like this, Leonel could finally catch a glimpse of her face, and he had to say that she truly was a young lady. A gorgeous young lady at that. But, judging by the way Jaren kept calling her an old witch, he had a feeling there was more to this story. At this point, the youths who had walked here with Leonel couldn't help but cast weird and somewhat envious looks toward him. By now, it was obvious to them all that these two were fighting over him. Even the crowd who had been standing around couldn't help but cast a few more looks toward Leonel. General Star? They were all aware of how prestigious such a title was, and, even if they weren't, Jaren's words were more than enough to explain it to them. Old witch, are you really trying to fight me for a General Star? This matter will definitely be brought to His Majesty's attention within the week. Is this really the battle you want to fight? You understand nothing. Those bullshit captains know even less. They dare to give such a talent over to you, blockheads? This young man could become a 3-star magus given enough guidance, and you're talking to me about a damned General Star. Jaren's expression flickered wildly. There were indeed 31 General Stars. However, a 3-star magus, there were only 7 of them in the entire kingdom. Their statuses were so high that only His Majesty himself could order those old fogies around. If things were like this, it was obvious which had the higher standing. But Jaren was still unwilling to give up. General Stars weren't just born like talented mages were. General Stars usually awoke later in life after one had experienced many things. One as young as Leonel, if he ignored King Arthur, this would be a first in their history. However, Jaren was feeling incomparably aggrieved. How had the captains missed out on something like this? Wait, how had even he missed it? Seeing the confusion on Jaren's face, Elis sneered. You fool, how could you muscleheads be worthy of seeing through his talent? His spirit pressure has already reached the standard of a 3-star magus. He just hasn't learned how to control it yet. Jaren grew ashen. Was such a thing really possible? Damn it, old witch, I'll definitely fight it out with you today. Jaren unsheathed a broadsword to his side, not even pausing for a second as he slashed out toward Elis. Damned muscle-brained bastards, you think I wasn't ready for you? An illusory aura surrounded Elis. Though Leonel was unaffected, the youths around him trembled, some of them even directly fainting. Elis swept a glance over them and harumphed. Trash. A wand appeared with a flick of Elis's palm. She drew a line in the air, sending a strike out toward Jaren's sword without a care in the world. The result should have been obvious. A dainty woman holding something that looked like a tree branch. A big, hulking man swinging down a 2-handed blade with all his strength. Which one came out on top was obvious, right? Bang. The reality was completely out of expectations. Both Elis and Jaren took one step back before they both moved once more. Jaren charged forward to gain a head of steam while Elis retreated with light footsteps, her wand waving in the air with an elegant cadence as she mumbled beneath her breath. Leonel's eyes shone. He was certain that what she was doing was invisible to most people, and even maybe invisible to Jaren, but he could see 2 force arts quickly forming to her back. At the same time, she sent out simple force bullets to obstruct Jaren's path. All the while, she seemed calm and collected as though everything was in the palm of her fair hands. Jaren caught Leonel's attention as well. His force control was exceptional. Leonel could see that his whole blade was coated with force, yet it was so tightly controlled that it was hardly perceptible even with Leonel's senses. That wasn't all either. Jaren seemed capable of incorporating his force into his every step, his every movement. There was nothing wasted, and his actions carried a fluidity to them that could enrapture those with enough foresight. Though his actions seemed far less elegant than Elis's own, in Leonel's eyes, they both had the same amount of skill. Their battles seemed fierce, their strength surpassing even what Leonel could do by a small margin. Yet, not only was there no destruction of property, even the people around seemed completely unaffected. This was the true reason Leonel found them to be stronger than himself. This level of control, he most definitely didn't have it. Old witch, muscle-brained rogue, should I stop them? Or... Leonel was at a bit of a loss. Just when he was going to try and mediate, he suddenly felt 2 overwhelming auras converging onto this place. They were powerful to the point Leonel's blood ran cold. From the instincts he gained from the primitive man, he could tell that he would have to put his life on the line to fight these two. Chapter 219, Who from the East. A towering figure leapt over several buildings, landing heavily on the ground. Cracks spread along the cobbled roads, but the figure didn't seem to notice as he bent his knees and launched himself into the air once again, bounding across hundreds of meters with every leap. From the west, a willowy figure fluttered through the air like a leaf. They swayed in the skies, making it seem like they just might fall from grace at any moment. Yet they managed to keep a steady pace, heading toward their destination with a purpose in the deep oceans of their eyes. Bang! The first figure landed heavily before the group of youths, causing the ground to quake. From their vantage point, he seemed so tall that he blotted out even the sun, casting a shadow over them all. He wore silver armor accented with outlines and embroidery of red. It made him look like a raging flame, even when he stood completely still. He stood at almost 7 feet tall. His jaws seemed sharp enough to cut grass, and his eyes held a cold, murderous will within them that made those who got too close tremble uncontrollably. The second figure fluttered to the ground slowly. It felt like even if there were fields of grass beneath his feet, they wouldn't even bend beneath his weight. He wore deep maroon robes. His long hair rested against the small of his back, not a bit shorter than his long beard. Not only did they share the same obscene length, but they also shared the same snow-white color to the point it was almost difficult to look at the man directly. Sir Lemorak. Magus Alliard, Jalen, and Elis came to grinding halt. It was obvious at a glance that they had called these two here, hoping to catch each other off guard. But, obviously, since they had both appeared, it seemed that neither had gained the upper hand once again. As such, even while they were greeting their superiors, they still sent sidelong glares toward one another. Alliard smiled amiably, stroking his long beard. Compared to Lamorak, he was definitely several levels more approachable. However, those of the crowd nearly had a heart attack when they heard such titles. Magus Alliard, he was a 3-star magus and one of the 7 most powerful mages of Camelot. Sir Lamorak, he was one of King Arthur's 12 knights. Leonel didn't know who Magus Alliard was. But he had read enough fairy tales to know who Sir Lamorak was. At this point, even he felt that this situation was getting a bit out of control. He hadn't expected things to go this way at all. He had spent so long planning his next moves before he made a decision, but at every turn it felt as though this zone was the one pulling him by the nose. When these two got closer to him, he realized that his previous assessment had been too conservative. If he were to fight one of these two alone, even if he put his life on the line, his chance of living would be less than 10%. If it was both of them together, he could likely only wait for death. Leonel took a deep breath. He affirmed to himself once more that he needed to revise his power estimation system. But at the same time, he was confused. Elis had said that his spirit pressure was already at the standard of a 3-star magus. He didn't know exactly what a 3-star magus was, but he assumed that spirit pressure was this world's name for what he called spirit and his father called soul force. If he really was at this standard already, why was it that he felt this magus was an insurmountable mountain? He didn't have an aura anywhere near this imposing. Master, you mustn't let them take this boy. It'll be a big loss to the mage world. Elis seized the initiative and spoke first. She knew how domineering Sir Lamorak was. If he just directly snatched Leonel, there wouldn't be time for her to shed tears. Sir Lamorak, this boy is a general star, we can't let him off. Before Alliard could respond, Jarin spoke up as well, unwilling to give up either. Oh? The two men looked toward Leonel for the first time. At that moment, Leonel felt as though 2 mountains were weighing down on him. He could only feel aggrieved at this point. Was this really only an SS-grade zone? Then what the hell would he have to go through in an SSS-grade zone? He had realized after fighting the Beast Kings that the divisions within the final 3 levels of a dimension had massive leaps between them. If not for this, he wouldn't have thought he was battling an SS-grade threat when it was really just an elite S-grade threat. But this still felt a bit too exaggerated. Alliard's calm, caring eyes gave way to shock after a moment. As for Lamorak, sensing a general star wasn't as straightforward as sensing spirit pressure, but he was still stunned by the strength hidden within Leonel's body. Though others couldn't tell, as an experienced knight of the Round Table, Lamorak could tell that the strength within Leonel's body wasn't very far from his own. In fact, he could feel a slight scent of threat coming from Leonel at the same time. When had their kingdom gained such a talent? It was then the atmosphere completely changed. Jarin and Elis had both thought that their respective masters would immediately begin contending over Leonel as well. What they could have never expected was for the temperature to suddenly drop by several degrees. Leonel's hair stood on end as he explosively retreated. He didn't even feel the slightest hint of safety, even after he had placed 10 meters worth of distance between him and the 2 men. Neither Lamorak or Alliard moved a single inch, but Leonel felt as though a guillotine was hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Who are you? Who sent you to my Camelot? Lamorak's words caused a coldness to well up in Leonel's heart. Chapter 220, Spy Leonel felt a heaviness on his chest. He suddenly found that it was several times more difficult to breathe, as though all the oxygen in the air had been sucked away by some unknown force. Speak, boy. Lamorak's words grated against Leonel's ears, beating them like a drum. It felt like his head might explode if he listened too closely. Or else, I'll slaughter you where you stand. Lamorak and Alliard were immediately on guard. A normal talent was always something to celebrate. But if a talent was too monstrous, rather than being a joyous occasion, it would cross over and become something completely different. A body rivaling that of a knight of the Round Table? A spirit pressure rivaling that of a 3-star magus? Rather than truly believing that Leonel was such a genius, it made more sense to believe that he was a hidden evil with bad intentions. It was simply impossible for someone so young to have such ability. There had to be another explanation. Leonel's frown deepened. What the hell is wrong with me? Leonel hadn't felt this way since the Mayan tomb. This uncontrollable, insatiable fear that seemed to want to swallow him whole. He found it difficult even to calm his mind the slightest bit. After a moment, Leonel's eyes focused on Aliard, his expression becoming even more serious. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he had a strong feeling that it was the fault of this seemingly amiable man. There was a slight glow in his eyes. It was nearly imperceptible, to the point even Leonel began to question himself. In that time, the fear he felt multiplied several times over, unwilling to relinquish the hold it had on his heart. Leonel turned his gaze back toward Lemorak, the goosebumps spreading rapidly across his skin without pause. He shook his head furiously, trying to calm his mind. But he found it impossible to do so. The frustration in his heart grew several levels greater, and he began to feel an irrational anger. He didn't even really know where it came from. For some reason, he kept having flashbacks of Jaren forcing them to fight to the death. Then, the scene of Elis calling the others trash, simply because they couldn't withstand her spirit pressure, ran through his mind. All of the bad impressions he had of Camelot suddenly exploded forth hundreds of times over. "Are you going to speak or not, boy?" Lemorak's voice clapped like thunder in his mind, pushing Leonel over the edge. "Piss off!" Leonel suddenly roared, his voice piercing the veil and rampaging across Camelot. At that moment, Leonel's suppressed force spread out in a tidal wave, causing billowing white steam to fill his surroundings. His hair shot into the skies, the ink he had used to coat it vaporizing to reveal a blinding bronze sheen that shimmered no differently from polished metal. Runes uncontrollably appeared all across Leonel's skin. This was his true state. Without suppressing his lineage factor, these beautiful bronze runes radiating a royal violet color would uncontrollably cover his body. Beneath his weight, the cobbled roads cracked as he turned a pair of red eyes toward Lemorak. It was this annoying man who kept roaring at him, giving him such a splitting headache. It had truly infuriated him to the max. An oppressive aura erupted from Leonel's body, bearing down on Camelot like an emperor descending from the skies. The runes finally stopped spreading across Leonel's body. At that moment, he looked no different from a Roman god. His billowing hair, the bronze halo above his head, the crown drawn across his forehead, even his eyes radiated a sharp light. Aliard's expression changed. It wasn't just him. All those who had been around found it difficult to comprehend what was happening. At that moment, it felt as though a third heavyweight of Camelot had appeared, someone with no less strength than a 3-star magus or a Knight of the Round Table. "Boy, do you think Camelot is a place you can act as you please?" Before anyone could stop him, Lemorak had shot forward, a massive mace with a cylindrical head appearing in his hands. No, it wasn't a mace, it had no sharp points. It was a completely blunt weapon, carrying an impossibly heavy weight behind it. This only served to infuriate Leonel more. As though he had lost his mind, he took a step forward and sent out a punch. Those watching paled. A fist against a heavy weapon like that? Even if they weren't fighters, the ending to such a thing should have been obvious. Bang, and, as expected, Leonel was sent flying. His body shot out like a broken kite, crashing through the buildings of the inner city without regard. At this point, Jaren and Elis could finally grasp what was happening, and their faces slightly paled. If they had really allowed such a spy into Camelot, the consequences would have been disastrous. Ironically, they could only look toward one another with gratitude. If it wasn't for the other battling with them for Leonel, they wouldn't have been forced to call their masters here, and this matter wouldn't have been exposed so soon. As for giving Leonel a chance, they believed they had seen all they needed to see. Though they didn't know what those runes on Leonel's body were, they knew that such a thing had never appeared in Camelot before, and as such had a high likelihood of originating from an outside place. In this land, there were only two factions, Camelot and Modred's demon army. If Leonel wasn't from the former, he was obviously from the latter. Plus, on top of that, they had all seen how Leonel's hair color was hidden from them. What reason would he have to hide such a thing, if not to cover up something? Luckily, this was over. They could only hope that their masters didn't blame them too much. After all, wasn't this still a merit? If not for them, who knew how far this spy would have risen up? Who knew that at that very moment, the very Leonel that should have already been dead would walk out from within a pile of wreckage, blood leaking from his lips? At that point, let alone the crowd, Lemorak was especially stunned. At the same time, he grew several levels more serious. This threat had to be eliminated. A mighty roar left the knight's lips, his force billowing around him. But, unlike Leonel's, which manifested like an uncontrolled geyser, his was compressed to the point of even carrying a faint red color. Die. Chapter 221, Grown Man and a Child. Leonel shoved off a massive slab of building off of him. Finally, it seemed that his eyes showed a bit of clarity, likely due to the thumping pain in his arm currently. His right hand wasn't a mass of bloody flesh as one might expect, but it wasn't that far off either. His bones managed to survive the ordeal with a few fractures, but the skin on his knuckles was completely obliterated. It could be said that for a normal human, this arm could be considered useless for the foreseeable future. but Leonel was able to ignore it somewhat at his current stage. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of dwelling on this for any decent period of time, because Lemorak was already charging toward him, his lumbering figure causing the ground to shake. Leonel's expression turned cold. Someone was playing with his mind. He wasn't one to lose his temper easily. Something like flying into a rage like he just had wasn't something he would do under normal circumstances. By now, Leonel was certain that his actions were related to Aliard. It seemed that the magic system of this mythological zone was even more troublesome to deal with than he had thought originally. But now that he had recovered, he wouldn't allow his mind to be affected as easily again. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Leonel's palm flipped, causing his pointed spear to appear in his hand. He had already decided his priority was running from this place, but he had to find an opportunity. It took time to sink into the earth and escape. Now that he thought about it, the best chance was while he was still beneath the pile of rubble. But his mind had still been clouded then. I'll use this battle to scale the strength of these knights and probe what other abilities their so-called 3-star magi have. Then, I'll get sent flying again and use that chance to escape through the earth. After Leonel came to this conclusion, he chose to hide some of his strength. Since his metal synergy lineage factor was exposed, there was no helping it. But he could still keep his snowy star owl lineage factor a secret. Like this, he would still have some trump cards in the future. Lemorak's expression grew several levels more serious when he saw Leonel's spear appear. At the same time, he became even more certain that Leonel had something to hide. He too was able to take out his weapon from thin air, but this wasn't something a supposed commoner should be able to do. It was becoming more and more obvious that Leonel had something to hide. However, he was still feeling confident. He had seen through Leonel's strength after their first exchange. Aside from a strong physical defense, his strength was a few notches below his own, and his combat sense was even weaker. At least, that was what he thought initially. After Leonel's eyes regained their calm, he took a forceful step forward that sent his battle intent soaring through the skies. It was to the point that even Lemorak himself was somewhat suppressed. Leonel's spear pierced forward thrice in quick succession, sending curving arcs of wind toward the hulking knight. Lemorak shattered them all with a forceful swing of his spikeless mace, but his steps were still paused, allowing Leonel to take another forceful step forward, sending out several more piercing strikes. Leonel knew that his spear would snap after just a single exchange with Lamorak's mace, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? He continuously cast Call of the Wind toward Lamorak's vitals, his cold, calculating gaze seeing 2, 3, even 4 steps ahead. It was only at that moment that the crowd came to a shocking realization of what was happening. One of the 12 Knight of the Round Table was being suppressed? Only Leonel and Lemorak knew that this wasn't exactly the case. At most, Leonel was like an annoying fly, constantly pestering the latter and keeping him from being able to exert his full strength. Hong! Leonel took another step forward. At that moment, Lemorak felt his arm sink. Due to the sudden change, he couldn't react in time, and one of Leonel's piercing strikes found its way through the chinks in his armor, causing the hulking brute to finally bleed. The gravity field is only 1-1x, but it's enough for a sudden change of pace. Leonel's eyes narrowed. While Lemorak was unable to use his full strength, neither was Leonel. Not only was he holding back some trump cards, but he also had to continuously monitor Aliard. However, he was so focused on protecting his life that he didn't even notice the utter silence that had fallen over the inner city. They couldn't believe their eyes. Still, despite the fact he had been injured, Lemorak didn't seem to care. In fact, he seemed completely unaffected. It seems I will have to use my true strength. I've underestimated you. Lemorak suddenly stopped defending completely. Or rather, he stopped moving entirely. Yet, even when Leonel sent out more Call of Wind strikes, trying to keep his distance, they completely shattered before even entering a 1-meter radius of the hulking knight. Lemorak's force began to flicker with a wild brilliance, condensing into a red, raging flame. Yet, Leonel could tell that this wasn't fire elemental force. It was something completely different. It didn't have any heat to it, nor did the temperature rise. His force took a tangible form, fluttering around his body and causing an oppressive pressure to flood over the battlefield. Bang! The stone beneath Lemorak's feet shattered as he shot forward. Leonel shot back, his brow slightly furrowed. But no matter how many strikes he sent forward, he couldn't break through the barrier around Lemorak at all. At that moment, Leonel's steps gained an enigmatic rhythm to them. He seemed to lead himself into a corner, only to just barely slip out and flip the positions of both himself and Lemorak. His light steps were in complete opposition to Lemorak's own heavy stomps, making their battle seem like one of a giant versus an ant. General Star? Lemorak remained expressionless. He had already heard Jaren say that Leonel had such a thing, but didn't he as well? In fact, compared to Leonel's own, it was like comparing a grown man to a child just learning to walk. The difference was even more exaggerated since Leonel's runes made his body heavier than he was equipped to handle. Just when Leonel wanted to trick Lemorak with his steps again, he found a swinging mace he couldn't avoid at all in his way. In fact, to an outside observer, it seemed as though he had walked into it of his own volition. Bang! Chapter 222. Mangled Leonel felt as though all the bones in his body were shattering. He had never been hit by a truck before, but he assumed that this was about as close as he could get to the real thing. His body curved grotesquely around Lemorac's spikeless cylindrical mace, almost like a ball deforming around a baseball bat. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. Or rather, he thought that was what would happen. But reality was cruel. In the single step Lemorac had taken to send a blow toward Leonel, the ground beneath his feet caved downward before jetting up a large broken piece. Before Leonel could fly very far to the side, he hit this broken piece first, causing his already bent body to crash the other way. In the end, as though it was all planned out beforehand, Leonel fell right before Lemorac, the glint in his eyes slowly growing dim. Leonel's world began to spin. He didn't have the presence of mind to maintain his ability any longer. It felt as though everything was fading. The pain was truly too much. His thoughts were in complete disarray. He only caught onto the faintest inkling of something that made him shocked to the point of speechlessness. Every step Lemorac had taken before had caused a crack on the ground. Then, during his last attack, his final step managed to kick up a large slab of stone that stopped Leonel from flying away. However, according to Leonel's calculations, that should have been impossible unless the previous steps drew the outline of the stone slab he eventually kicked up. If this was true, Leonel could only admit that he was entirely outclassed. His ability was perfectly suited for this kind of planned battle, yet he still lost so resoundingly. Weren't big brutes like Lemorac supposed to be simple-minded? Leonel felt his consciousness fading. The last time he felt this kind of pain, it was while he was opening his bloodline shackles. But at least that had some sort of reward at the end. This was just unbridled, unconcealed, and unrestrained pain. Suddenly, the sound of whistling wind shook Leonel awake. He didn't need to look up to know that it was Lemorac's heavy mace swinging down toward him. As a man of the battlefield, Lemorac didn't feel the need to say anything after seizing victory. There was no room for trash talk or disdaining the enemy in such a situation. Those who did things like this usually didn't last very long. It could be said that this was the first time Leonel felt that death was so close. Not that there was just a threat of it, but in just a few more moments, he would experience what it felt like to have his life snatched from him. In the Mayan tomb, he almost died at the hands of the sacrificial virgin, but that was a choice he himself had made. He had found it too difficult to take the life of an innocent teenage girl. Compared to this situation where the choice wasn't in his hands at all, it was completely different. This feeling sucks. Leonel hadn't ever felt such a wave of helplessness before. I don't like it. Leonel tried to move, a strong will pulling his body together as he tumbled to one side, just barely avoiding Lemorac's fatal strike. However, the air pressure alone made him feel as though his body was collapsing. Shattered bits of dirt and stone were flung on his body, sending him sliding to the side. Leonel grasped out for his spear, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. It must have flown out of his hand during that last barrage. What a joke, he hadn't even felt it leave his grasp. Had he been a true spearman, he would likely rather die than relinquish his weapon so easily, but it seemed he hadn't reached such a stage yet. Lemorac raised an eyebrow. He had only missed because according to his own calculative abilities, Leonel should have been too injured to move at all. Something like this was outside his expectations. However, he wouldn't miss again. Leonel was hit squarely on the head. The ground he was trying to pull himself up from shattered and formed a small crater. Lemorac had thought that this would be enough, but his brows furrowed once more. He faintly noticed Leonel take out a weird fish scale. That scale formed a shield that just as quickly collapsed under his might. It was likely this that had saved Leonel's life this time. Lemorac began to feel a slight discomfort in his chest. With his experience, he knew that if he let things go on like this, one or two coincidences might snowball into 3 or 4. Eventually, the situation would get out of hand and leave his scope of ability to handle. His aura surged, the billowing red force around him surging up to another level. This time, he wouldn't swing casually. He really would go all out. A roar billowed out. Despite the fact it came from his mouth, it felt as though it projected out from his chest. His torso swelled, concentric circles of concentrated wind jetting out from his lips. It was so deafening that it made it difficult to tell whether or not the roar came from a man or a beast. Leonel scrambled to activate 2 fish scales as the cylindrical mace descended once more. He still had many remaining since he hadn't ended up needing them for the Force Crystal Core, but it somehow felt that no matter how many he brought out, it still wouldn't matter. Lemorac had an undeniable will. Even if he had to flatten a mountain or split the oceans, he would do it. An overwhelming strength came down from above. The 2 force skins Leonel formed barely held up for a split moment before shattering like broken glass. The mace crashed into his body, causing the small crater to expand a fold in size. The cracks along the cobblestone streets spread out toward the various shops on the side, causing some of them to collapse on their foundations. Leonel's chest caved inward, his face becoming badly distorted. When Lemorac lifted his mace once more, there was nothing but a mangled mess. With how much blood there was, it was difficult to even differentiate the features of a normal human body. Chapter 223. Unwilling Leonel's mind went blank. Was he really going to die here? He was unwilling. even more unwilling than he felt when his bloodline shackles tried to force him to take a step back. He was continuously roaring in his heart. However, his body was really in no state to move. No matter how unwilling he was, there was a limit to what will could accomplish. He's still alive? Lamoric raised an eyebrow. He still didn't manage to kill Leonel after going all out like this? Just when he wanted to swing again, though, a voice suddenly called out to stop him. Hold on, Sir Lamorak. There's still some value in questioning this young man, don't you think? Questioning him? For what exactly? Don't you think there are still some odd points about this? If he really was a spy, his actions are a bit too odd. Plus, I'm sure you know it's not possible for our Camelot to not have a single spy within it, right? With such a high-value spy like this young man, why would he come here on his own instead of relying on one of those connections to establish a footing first? Lamorak felt that Alliard's words made sense. If he thought about it, the reason he was so hostile to Leonel was because of his weird actions. The moment they began to question him, he suddenly became defensive and even jumped back, broadening a 10-meter radius between them. At that moment, he had already assumed Leonel to be a spy. But, from another angle, would a real spy really act so obviously? Lamorak frowned. But in the end, his gaze turned resolute as he raised his mace once more. Sir Lamorak, what are you doing? While there are some suspicious points, there are even more points in favor of him being a spy. Your paranoia fog spell forces one to reveal their inner thoughts. It's clear that not only is this young man hiding something, but judging by his initial reaction, he's also hiding a bestial aura within his usually calm demeanor. With this kind of attitude, he isn't a person who forgives easily. Even if he doesn't retaliate, his heart will never be with Camelot. This will be something Modred can exploit. Such a person, it's better that he dies. Leonel didn't hear any of these words. Even if he wanted to, the pain was too unbearable. Leonel subconsciously escaped into his dream world. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain lessened when he did so. It wasn't that his body had healed, but rather that it took a lot of his mental faculties to enter this space. So, his other senses were dulled. Leonel had thoughts of just staying here to the end. Maybe death would be less painful in this way. However, that familiar unwillingness swelled in his heart. He really did hate this feeling. He couldn't explain why he hated it so much either. It wasn't as simple as him not liking pain. At the same time, it wasn't like Lamorak was a horrible person. He was only doing what he thought was right. He also didn't look down on Leonel, nor did he disdain his existence. All this being said, Leonel still hated this. He hated it so much that even with all the pain ravaging his body, he still had emotions to spare for Fury. But what good was that? Fury wouldn't do him any good. If anything, it would probably speed up his death. I need to get up. Despite having these thoughts, what good were they? Wanting to get up and being able to were two completely different concepts. No amount of will could mend his bones and flesh. His body was a complete mess. In truth, the fact that he had any consciousness to speak of was shocking enough. Maybe if his spirit wasn't so great, his thoughts would have already faded. Leonel's mind drifted, looking toward the large, complicated dream sculpt hanging in the air above him. It looked like a maze of golden and silver lines. If one had to explain it in just a few words, it would be like if one created a complex network of tunnels beneath a planet's surface, then took everything away but the tunnels themselves. In truth, it was incomplete. This dream sculpt was none other than the natural force Art of the Force crystal mine core. It was about 99% to completion, but that final percentage point felt like an insurmountable mountain to Leonel. He felt that even if he spent years meditating on it, it wouldn't do him any good. Leonel fell into a trance, staring toward the natural force art before he realized what was happening. This always seemed to happen when he looked at this dream sculpt. He wasn't sure why it happened, but all he knew was that falling into this trance lessened his pain even more. It almost felt somewhat refreshing. In the outside world, Lamorak's mace reached its apex. Alliard sighed and shook his head. He didn't feel that it was worth it to have a clash of ideologies with a Knight of the Round Table over someone as insignificant as Leonel. Plus, the words he spoke were true. There was nothing wrong with his analysis. However, just as Lamorak was about to swing downward just one more time, the fourth coincidence he had been battling against seemed to occur. At first, Leonel was nothing but a bloody mess, but in the next instant, a boundless light suddenly radiated out from his body. It was as though the light wanted to pierce the skies above. Its presence alone made the few clouds disperse, tearing them apart into rippling waves. Lamorak froze, as did Alliard and the rest. The light didn't last for long. It also didn't come with an oppressive, unbridled aura. It was actually quite gentle to the point many somehow felt tears welling in their eyes. Their chests were overwhelmed by feelings of love and care, yet none of them could grasp where this feeling was coming from. At that moment, Leonel's body was finally visible once again. It was still the same bloodied mess, but there were odd, fluttering white feathers falling around him like gentle drops of rain. Each of the white feathers looked pure beyond belief, radiating a gentle golden light as they fell onto Leonel's body one after another. Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, as every feather fell, the wounds on Leonel's body seemed to slowly close as well. However, with such a slow pace, how could there possibly be enough time to recover before Lamorak's mace fell? Chapter 224, Holy Sun schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. Lemorak was shocked by the sudden turn, but he quickly recovered. Underestimating this boy could only end poorly. The only way to ensure that nothing else unexpected occurred would be to kill him now. After reaching such a conclusion, his aura surged once more, his power entering his spikeless, cylindrical mace as he powered a strike downward. Holy Sun. Elise's sudden shocked cry shook the inner city. Sir Lemorak, please stay your hand. Lemorak didn't seem to hear anything, but it was at this point that Aliard moved. Just when his mace was about to kill Leonel, the frail old man appeared before the knight, a wand faintly glowing in his hand. A muffled boom sounded. Aliard's maroon robes fluttered wildly under the wind pressure, but his supposedly fragile figure didn't bend. In fact, under the shocked gazes of everyone, his thin wand completely stopped Lemorak's massive mace in its tracks. Lemorak frowned. What are you doing, Magus Aliard? Aliard sent a complicated gaze toward Leonel before turning back toward Lemorak. You cannot kill him. Compared to before, there wasn't an ounce of leeway in his words. It seemed that no matter what Lemorak said this time, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Aliard had already resolved himself to protect Leonel. Lemorak's frown deepened. Give me an explanation. His voice came out hoarse. No one doubted that if Aliard's words weren't convincing enough, the Great Knight truly wouldn't have a problem with starting a battle here and now. Compared to the safety of Camelot, he didn't mind falling out with even a 3-star Magus if he deemed it necessary. You should have already heard it. He is our holy son. What other explanations do you need? Lemorak slowly lowered his mace. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do today. He had indeed heard Elis's words, but he had completely ignored them. It was impossible to tell whether he knew their significance or not, or if he simply knew of it and still didn't care. At that moment, a whole host of city guards began to make their way forward. These events seemed to have taken a long time, but it was truly no more than a few minutes since the battle began. Coupling that with the fact the inner city usually didn't need much policing, and it was no surprise that it took so long for officials to make their way here. However, by the time they did, it was all already over. Leonel startled awake. His first thought was that he had died and ascended to some higher world controlled by a greater power. It truly wasn't his fault for thinking this either. For one, he had been in a life-or-death situation. And secondly, he couldn't describe the place he was currently in by any other means. Everything was either in white or gold. Even the bed sheets that covered him were embroidered with real gold sheets. With his metal synergy lineage factor, it was simple for Leonel to tell that this was in fact real metal. Despite the fact that everything was woven by such bright colors, the room itself wasn't hard on the eyes. Everything gave off a warm light that made it more comfortable than grating. It was precisely the kind of place one would expect heaven to resemble. However, these thoughts didn't last long because when Leonel awoke, the large doors to his current room were opened. It was only now he realized just how tall the entryway was. He didn't understand why a bedroom needed doors with a height of over 5 meters. After he got over the oddity of the doors, Leonel was shocked to find that the one who entered was Elise. He very much doubted that she died along with him. Plus, if this was his heaven, the woman who came in should definitely be Ina, not this woman he barely caught a glimpse of beneath her massive pointed hat. This time, though, Elise had taken off her large hat, revealing quite some delicate features. She looked like a girl of no more than 16 years of age. But, remembering that Jarin had called her an old hag multiple times, he felt that there was more to this story. When Ellis saw Leonel looking at her so intently, she blushed profusely, forgetting what she had come for. The tray of water and fruit she had come in with clattered under her nervousness, shaking along with her trembling hands. Leonel raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with this woman? She didn't seem like the type to act like this. In fact, she had quite the foul mouth from what he remembered. Plus, it wasn't like he was handsome enough to cause such a reaction. As for Flowing Wind's words on his attractiveness, he never took it very seriously. She was just the type to say such things. Had Flowing Wind been here, she would have definitely felt aggrieved. She was very selective with her compliments. Even before the metamorphosis, Leonel was fairly attractive, at least considered within a top percentile of men. After the metamorphosis, not much changed, until, that is, he awakened his lineage factors. He already had the appearance of a Roman god after touching upon his metal synergy lineage factor. But what he didn't know was that while he was unconscious, he had unshackled the healing sub-branch of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. This had not only saved his life in an unexpected way, but it had also given him an added charm. Of course, this alone wasn't the reason Elis was acting in this way. Leonel's charm was one thing, but the legends behind his ability were something completely different. After a while, Elis finally settled herself beneath Leonel's gaze and set the tray down. Her long, slender fingers played with the fabric of her dark blue robes. Holy Sun, would you like me to serve you? Leonel's expression turned weird while Elis seemed to become a ripe tomato. It was only after a while Leonel realized she was making weird assumptions because of his gaze. Holy Sun? What is that? Leonel asked with a weird expression. Elis blinked. Seemingly realizing that she had misunderstood something, she reddened even more. The Holy Son is you, of course. Me? How am I your Holy Son? Leonel's expression became weirder. That's of course because Holy Son can spirit crystallize the light element. Had we known this before, we would have never treated Holy Son as such. Elis bowed in apology, causing Leonel to not know what to say. He had always thought that the so-called light versus darkness cliché was utter nonsense, but he had completely forgotten that this was a mythological zone. This was exactly the kind of place those clichés and legends came from. Chapter 225, Spirit Crystallization. After listening to Elis, Leonel came to understand a bit more about his situation. It's no wonder they immediately threw out the idea of me being a spy. According to Elis, Modred and her demon army were harbingers of darkness. Though Leonel wasn't certain if this meant that they could utilize dark elemental force, what he did know was that the people of Camelot believed that someone who could utilize the light element was an inherently good person. Toward this, Leonel was a bit speechless, but he couldn't blame them. After all, if the main enemy you fought for a lifetime was one of darkness, you had good reason to assume such things. What is spirit crystallization? For such questions, there was no point in asking the dictionary about them. This was an entirely new magic system from what Leonel understood. As such, though the dictionary could make speculations, it wasn't possible to understand it in detail. This experience would teach Leonel something very important about the universe. Tales of fiction tended to have just one power system that ruled over all others, but this wasn't how the real world worked. Within the universe, there were countless systems of powers, and new ones were being created all the time. Even though many of them had the same ends, they all approached it differently. Some magic systems could reach the pinnacle, others were lacking a bit, and yet others were lacking a lot. Whether Camelot's system fit into the first category or one of the latter didn't truly matter much to Leonel right now. All he knew was that they were more powerful than his current self, so, at least for now, their techniques were worth learning. As long as it wouldn't badly influence his future path in a more properly vetted magic system, Leonel wouldn't mind trying out everything they had to offer. Elis seemed to realize that Leonel really didn't know much of anything. It made her feel embarrassed that they had thought of him as a spy. Spirit pressure is used to crystallize the elements. Mages are born with differing affinities depending on several factors. Most often, affinities are inherited from one's parents. If two mages have a child together, there is normally a 20% chance their child will also be a mage. If those mages are more powerful, the chance is even higher. But it will also be more difficult for them to have children. If the parents share an affinity, the likelihood is even higher. For example, if both parents are water elemental mages, the chances are closer to 50%. In addition, their child will also have an even higher affinity for the water element in comparison to their parents. Sorry, I got off topic. Realizing that she had been talking about the mating patterns of mages, she blushed profusely once again. Leonel smiled and didn't mind. After the overly straightforward answers he was used to receiving from the dictionary, this was actually a nice change of pace. The other method is what I'm sure happened to Holy Son. This could just be considered a blessing of the skies. Spontaneous birth of mages like you are ironically more common. Leonel nodded, hiding his peculiar expression. He gained his light elemental force from his mother's side, so he wasn't in the category Elis spoke of at all. But he had told Heckle that he was an orphan, so Elis was probably tactfully tiptoeing around this. Since it was better to continue allowing her to think this way, Leonel didn't correct her. Plus, in his opinion, his mother wasn't truly his mother regardless. He didn't even have the faintest memory of her. There was a reason he had hardly reacted when his father told him she was still alive. Was it resentment? Leonel didn't think so. He couldn't remember ever missing his mother, but that was mostly due to him not really experiencing what it felt like to have one. Leonel would categorize it more as indifference. If he thought about it, maybe he was the weird one for feeling such a way. What do you all want to do with me? Finally, Leonel couldn't help but ask this question. After satisfying his basal curiosity, he realized that there were more important matters at hand. He felt that it would be a bit too naive of him to assume that everything would be fine now just because of this. However, after hearing Elis's response, he realized he had still underestimated the value of the light element in this world. Had he known this, rather than getting beaten into almost becoming a corpse, he would have directly used his light elemental force instead of trying to hide it as a future trump card. Of course, Holy Son will receive the same treatment as other Holy Sons. You will be allowed to enter the Mage Academy with high standing and receive all the rewards that come with this. We hope that you'll become a pillar of Camelot in the future. Leonel raised his brows. There are others besides me? Yes, there are 3 others. A hint of worship flashed within Elis's eyes. One is His Majesty, King Arthur. The second is 3-star Magus Orion. The last is the first son of the Mage Academy, Sir Leonis. He is the son of His Majesty, and is also walking the same path, that of the Magus Swordsman. Seeing Elis fangirling, Leonel didn't really have the heart to stop her ranting. He could only listen on as she rambled on and on about these 3 holy sons. At some point, he tuned her out completely and retreated to his own thoughts. Interesting. According to legends, Arthur had a bastard son by the name of Modred. But in this place, Modred is a woman. In addition, it seems that his publicly acknowledged son is also the child of his queen, Guinevere. Thinking to this point, Leonel's expression became a bit weird. He suddenly remembered that one of the side quests of this zone was to repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot. And the dictionary made it quite clear that this was related to Queen Guinevere. Leonel felt another headache coming on. He really hoped that Leonis was Arthur's son. If it turned out he was Lancelot's son, this matter would only get more complicated. Chapter 226, Robes Leonel was a person who was used to having many eyes on him, but even he was starting to get a bit antsy. The halls of the Mage Academy could be considered to be quite narrow. Well, not narrow by normal human standards. After all, they were still tens of meters across in width. The reason why they felt narrow was because their ceilings were just that tall. They loomed overhead with majestic archways containing windows just as tall and grandiose. Unfortunately, with this large size came an equally large amount of people. Normally, it shouldn't be possible for so many to know of Leonel already. After all, this was ultimately a medieval-era zone. There was no social media, nor were there any cameras. Due to this, Leonel should have been free from such troubles. However, what he didn't expect was that the robes Elise had given him to wear would be so eye-catching. From what Leonel knew, the mages of this world were split into 9 grades. 1 to 3-star apprentice mage, 1 to 3-star official mage, and finally, 1 to 3-star magus. For each of these rankings, one would be assigned a different color robe. An apprentice mage would wear gray robes, an official mage would wear blue robes, and a magus would wear purple robes. The stages of 1 to 3-star would be separated by the darkness of the color. A 1-star apprentice mage would have robes that were nearly white, while a 3-star of the same kind would have robes that were nearly black. From this, it should be clear that Elise was a 3-star official mage, and was very nearly a 1-star magus. However, none of this was the real reason Leonel was being stared at like some sort of lab rat. Usually, aside from the main color of one's robes, there would also be embroidery that exposed one's mage branch. Fire mages would have touches of red, water mages touches of blue, etc. Knowing this, it was no wonder everyone couldn't take their eyes off of Leonel. He was wearing gold-embroidered robes that only 3 others in the whole of Camelot were allowed to wear. Seeing his pale gray robes embroidered with gold was just one aspect, but the following connection they made between him and the rumors of the teenage boy who battled the Knight of the Round Table was what really set the environment ablaze. The fact Leonel lost didn't dampen his prestige in the slightest. Not only was Lamorak one of those legendary 12 knights, but he was also within the top 3 strongest among them. Leonel losing was a foregone fact. It was the fact he managed to survive at all that garnered so much respect. All right, clear the way. Elise became a cross between a jealous girlfriend and a valiant bodyguard, clearing a path for Leonel forward. Luckily, she had been tasked with being his guide, or else, with how large this academy was, Leonel would probably be spinning in circles for a while. Though he could release his internal sight, he was told by Elise that this action was rude, so he could only take a step back. At the same time, though, he was confused. By my estimations, a 1-star mage is the equivalent of someone who has opened just 1 force node. A 3-star magus should be the equivalent of someone who has opened 9 force nodes. But there were too many things Leonel had questions about. For one, he had already opened 8 nodes. Not only had he done so, but his nodes were much larger than a normal person's. By right, he shouldn't have lost so badly to Lamorak, who was the knight equivalent of a 3-star magus, a 3-star grand knight. Secondly, Elise had said his spirit pressure was the equivalent of a 3-star magus's, but this shouldn't have been true either. His spirit should be at the peak of the 5th dimension. Let alone a 3-star magus, even 1,000 of them shouldn't have been able to match up to his spirit pressure. There was definitely something weird going on. Leonel was lacking in a way he couldn't put his finger on. But there was a burning fire within his chest. He had had this uncomfortable feeling within his heart the moment he awoke. He had never felt such agitation in his life before, and he found it hard to describe. All he knew was that unless he could defeat Lamorak, he would never feel at ease. Elise led Leonel to a classroom he was embarrassed to find was filled with 12-13-year-old kids. Luckily, there were a few who were closer to him in age, but they were all seated at the back. It was clear their standing was much lower than that of the younger kids. Elise walked to the front. Surprisingly, she was the lecturer for this class. Leonel chuckled and shook his head, his embarrassment fading. He was never an overly proud person to begin with, at least not for meaningless matters like this. Of course, if others knew he was thinking this, who knows how they'd react. It wasn't long before he had sat near the front and forgot about everything around him. Unfortunately, his bad habit flared up again. An oppressive aura filled the classroom as Leonel began to focus. Many of the small children burst into tears, but didn't dare to make a sound, fearful that they would anger Leonel. Leonel was so focused on Elise's words that he didn't notice the oddities around him. This was always how he was in class. There was a reason everyone always waited for him to finish his tests and exams before they began. The only one that had always been unaffected was Aina. Elis smiled bitterly, but she seemingly realized that Leonel wasn't doing this on purpose, so she could only continue. Still, it was safe to say that this would be the last time she allowed Leonel into this class. These poor children couldn't learn in such an environment. Now, Spirit Crystallization, Chapter 227, Dreamscape 1 schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. Hours later, Leonel found himself in a library. Leonel wasn't very used to normal books. By the time his era came around on Earth, such things had been completely phased out. So, seeing the towering bookcases one could only use ladders to reach the top of, he felt a deep sense of awe. The scent alone made his heart reach a state of calmness. He had never understood when he read about those who said there was nothing that could compare to a book one could flip through, his father being among them. But now he gained a small inkling. The Mage Academy's library had many ledges and oddly placed staircases all around. Sometimes, the highest shelves of the obscenely tall bookcases could only be reached by climbing these stairs. One of Leonel's privileges as a Holy Son was the ability to access information beyond his mage level. Usually, as a 1-star apprentice mage, he would only be allowed to touch upon level 1 knowledge. But he was allowed to read up to level 4 knowledge. As long as he was within the Mage Academy, it wouldn't be an issue to read books 3 levels above his own. Leonel didn't mind this. He didn't expect to spend very long as a 1-star apprentice mage. He wouldn't be surprised if it only took a few months to become a 3-star magus. Ignoring all the glances he received walking into the library, Leonel immediately picked out as many foundation knowledge books he could find. These were books so common that this library had several hundred copies of each so that those who needed them could always have one available. Foundational Crystallization. Importance of Affinities. Foundations of Magic Art Formation. A Mage and His Spiritual Wood. Breaking Through. The Ascension of Tears. It wasn't long before Leonel's spatial bracelet was filled to the brim. Since Elis had all but kicked him out of her class, he could only study on his own. Plus, he somewhat preferred it this way. If he followed the normal study plan of the academy, it would take at least 5 years to graduate, and even then, he would only be an official mage. He didn't forget that he was still on a time crunch. This was a zone, not a vacation spot. However, Leonel was confident in himself. If this was only a matter of knowledge and gaining it, no one should be able to compare to him. Leonel sat at a normal oak table and pulled out his first book. I have to find ways to use my ability more efficiently. Leonel's eyes narrowed for a brief moment. He didn't forget the shock Simeon had given him. He had been able to evolve his ability to the point gene manipulation had become a method of beast taming. This taught Leonel that he was relying too much on his ability to spontaneously evolve. He had to also come up with methods of improving it as well. I'll call this ability, Dreamscape. Evolving one's ability wasn't always about forming some completely new power. Sometimes it was as simple as using the abilities you already have more cleverly. Leonel wanted Dreamscape to become like a databank in his mind. He saw it as a fusion of his dream sculpt and dream world. What separated truly intelligent people wasn't always about knowledge. If 2 students were always attentive in class, they would of course have access to the same knowledge. So, why was it that even if they tried equally as hard, one person might ace the class, while the other might only receive an above-average grade? The difference wasn't knowledge, but in how one was able to apply it. Intelligent people can have access to the same knowledge, but are unique in the way they use that knowledge. They see things the less intelligent can't see, connect dots a normal student never would. This allows them the ability to solve problems with the same tools someone else would fail with. Leonel wanted his Dreamscape ability to supercharge his intelligence in the same fashion. The way it worked was simple. First, he would save something into his database using Dreamsculpt. With Dreamsculpt's ability to create a perfect memory of anything, he wouldn't have to worry about ever forgetting it. Following this, he would fuse the Dreamsculpt into his dream world. This would place his Dreamsculpt into his world of simulation. This was where the true fearsomeness of this ability would come into play. Let's say Leonel added this book in his hand to his Dreamscape. This book was titled Friend of Light. From Leonel's understanding after reading its summary, it was a book detailing the strengths and weaknesses of the light element, when it was most powerful, how best to absorb it and manipulate it, etc. Now, if Leonel continued on to want to learn what this world called a magic art, and it happened to be one of the light element, the information he gained from Friend of Light would subconsciously meld into his thoughts, helping him to comprehend the intricacies of the magic art with much greater speed. This was just the simplest example. What if Leonel instead added dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of force arts to his Dreamscape? Would he be able to see the patterns between them, see through the unique quirks, and even become capable of modifying and creating new force arts using this method? And what if he added just as many blueprints to his Dreamscape? If he had all sorts of force crafts floating in his mind, wouldn't he be able to optimize his crafts by compiling the strengths and weaknesses of many? This was what he wanted his Dreamscape to be capable of. Almost like an advanced AI that was capable of learning through trial and error, he wanted his Dreamscape to consume all the knowledge in the world until he could deduce anything from even the smallest hints. This was only the beginning. If he added the enemies he battled into his dreamscape, it might even become possible one day to predict the next move an opponent would take even before the battle began. Leonel wasn't certain if he could create a dream sculpt of a person's combat tendencies just yet, but now that the idea had popped up into his mind, he refused to let it die down. If Simeon could evolve his ability, he could do so as well. Not only would he do it, but he would do it to an even greater extent. Chapter 228, Dreamscape 2.2. Originally, everyone always sent glances toward Leonel, due to the gold embroidery on his robes making it obvious that he was a holy son. But now, everyone looked at him as though he was some kind of freak. No matter where he went in the library, the surrounding tens of meters would be completely cleared of people. It was simply impossible for them to comfortably study and read beneath his oppressive aura. It was one thing if that was all, but he was reading an obscene amount of books. He would always go to a new table empty-handed, but in the next moment, one after another, he would pull massive texts from thin air and stack them several meters into the sky. Then, after he returned them all, he would move to a new section of the library and repeat the process again. Though all of this was weird, it was still manageable. But what was truly ridiculous was his reading speed. Leonel seemed to flip through the pages of the books he chose as though he was using them as a fan rather than for reading material. Many thought that Leonel was only putting up a show of strength after this continued for a while, causing their initial impressions of the new Holy Son to take a dip. After all, even a magus couldn't read books so quickly, let alone an apprentice mage who wasn't even familiar with the material to begin with. One had to remember that this was a zone. It wasn't a land where abilities had awakened. Aside from Leonel and the 11 others that entered with him, there shouldn't be any others who had evolved, so it was impossible for them to make this connection. However, as time passed, those watching came to realize that if this was all a show, Leonel was a bit too committed. There were even instances of many who tried to strike up a conversation with him, including gorgeous female mages, yet he didn't spare any of them the time of day. He continued reading as though he hadn't noticed their presence. If this was something he was doing for attention, shouldn't he accept the attention he earned? Could it be that he was really reading that fast? The truth was that these people were right. Leonel really wasn't reading, but that wasn't because he was putting up an act, but rather because he didn't have to. When one looks at the world through one's eyes, it was possible to take in everything in one glance. However, if one wanted to remember in detail what was seen, it would then be necessary to consciously analyze everything. This was how reading worked too. Technically, as long as it was within one's line of vision, it was possible to see the whole page at once, but it was obviously only possible to read one word at a time. However, if Leonel used Dream Sculpt, he could save this page into his memories in the blink of an eye. Like this, it would be just like he read the page, but much quicker. In addition, since there was nothing complicated about a page of words, Leonel didn't have to spend hours or days like he had to in the past. Almost like he was taking a picture with his mind, everything would be saved in an instant. Quickly, the database of knowledge in Leonel's mind grew at explosive rates. In just half a month, he had read through every single book at and below the level 4. Leonel closed the last book and looked up with red eyes. His gaze was filled with a mixture of fatigue and a hidden piercing light. He finally understood what the difference between him and 3-star Magi and 3-star Grand Knights was. It all came back to the same thing time and time again, crystallization. In the magic system Leonel was currently using, one he gained from Dimensional Cleanse, there was no need for crystallization. There was a very simple reason for this. Once one wanted to break free from the 3rd dimension and reach the 4th dimension, one would begin sensing a higher level force. There was a qualitative change between with each dividing dimensional line. It was impossible for someone within the 3rd dimension to defeat someone within the 4th, and impossible for someone within the 4th to defeat someone in the 5th. Though it was possible for someone to jump power levels within a shared dimension, doing so across dimensions was impossible. This was a qualitative difference in strength. Think about it. Did you need to struggle to crumple a piece of paper? However, Camelot took a different approach, and this was crystallization. One might not struggle to rip a single piece of paper, but what about 2, 3, 100, 1,000? Instead of leaping to a qualitative change in strength, they consolidated the strength they did have and evolved it with a quantitative change instead. This also explained why his supposedly 5th-dimensional spirit was still so weak. How could it be considered true 5th-dimensional soul force when it was formed with 3rd-dimensional force? It was no wonder Elis and even Aeliard had mistaken his spirit for being at the level of a 3-star magus. In substance, his spirit was lacking in comparison to theirs, but in potential, his far surpassed theirs. The average of the two opposing ideas landed him right in the middle. It was only now Leonel realized how truly flawed his stat system was. It's a shame. Though they take this approach, it has no use at the next level. All this hard work of theirs would have to be dispelled the moment they want to truly enter the 4th dimension. Leonel realized that this was only a case of short-term benefits. Since 3rd-dimensional force had to be dispelled in favor of 4th-dimensional force, any crystallization one's 3rd-dimensional force underwent would be useless in the future. After a moment, an arc of electricity suddenly bolted through Leonel's dream world. Leonel knew what this was immediately. It was a phenomenon that occurred when his dreamscape made a connection. With Leonel's every passing thought, these arcs of lightning would connect the various dream sculpts within his dreamscape, almost like the real synapses of a brain. However, they were usually ignored by him unless an arc of lightning had a particularly wide set of branches. The more branches an arc of lightning formed, the more ideas it was connecting, and thus the more complex the thought it was forming was. Leonel's eyes shone. Just what idea had his dreamscape stumbled onto? Leonel began to meditate on the connected dream sculpts. After a few seconds, his eyes snapped open once more, burning with a fierce light. His previous thinking was too naive. Force had other uses aside from the power it output. For example, hadn't Leonel's physical stats improved with each node he formed? There was a limit to this once he reached the 9th node. However, what if he crystallized his force? Wouldn't the benefits to his body be much greater? Leonel looked at the central dream sculpt that hung between all the arcs of lightning. It was booked by the title of Knights and Mages, The War of Ideologies. Leonel suddenly saw a bright light at the end of a dark tunnel. All this time, he had been worried. After so long, all of his calculations concluded that his 10th node formation would end in failure. However, this changed everything. Chapter 229, Identities, I Would Like to Enter. At that moment, Leonel stood outside another library of sorts within the Mage Academy. But this library was much different, as it was the place that housed the magic arts of Camelot. Of course, by now, it was obvious to Leonel that the magic arts of Camelot were the very same force arts he was used to. The only difference lied in the fact that the force art language of Camelot allowed them to directly draw their magic arts in the air. The downside of this system was that their magic arts, or rather force arts, were weaker than the ones Leonel was used to. This only made sense. After all, a force art written on a proper medium like a precious ore, for example, could draw on much more power and produce much more strength. However, when drawn directly into the air, the magic arts were fleeting and thus weaker. In addition, they had to be completed within a certain period of time, or else they would begin to dispel before the art was even completed. Of course, while there were downsides, there were upsides as well. For one, they were much more convenient to use. Within the Joan of Arc zone, Leonel had to carry around planks of wood just for a simple fire force art that was only useful against normal humans. Also, due to the common nature of the medium he used, the power of the force art was obviously also limited as a result. So, while this magic art system had its downsides, it also had its positives as well. The guards of the Magic Art Tower were known as deacons. They were students who had already graduated and thus took up positions within the academy to continue reaping benefits. The tower was located within the academy, making it look quite odd. After all, it was building built within a building. However, its majesty was no less grand. It was within a greenhouse of the academy grounds. Up above, there was a large dome of glass, and all around, one could find lush grass and well-tended gardens. The tower itself was quite tall. From the outside, one could see that it had 10 floors and stood at about 50 meters in height. It had a very simple stone design to it that radiated an ancient air. The two deacons stood on opposite sides of the door. Both were women, and each wore an odd armor crossed with robes. It was quite a unique style of dress that was reserved for those with deacon titles. Since this place was so important, it wasn't a surprise that the deacons tasked with guarding it were quite powerful and as such equally as haughty. However, their arrogant expressions faltered when they seemingly noticed Leonel's robes. Originally, they hadn't even looked Leonel in the eye, but now they found it difficult to even speak. Can I? Leonel thought that he had maybe done something wrong. He had only learned that this tower existed after overhearing a conversation. Elis had yet to introduce it to him, so he really wasn't sure if he was allowed to be here. He only felt that it was more weird that the area around the tower was so vacant. Though there were many students around this greenhouse, many of them were several tens of meters away from the tower and seemed content with socializing within its vicinity. For a place that Leonel thought should be popular, this was indeed weird behavior. The two deacons snapped awake and were about to usher Leonel in, a bit embarrassed by their previous actions, when their expressions suddenly changed once again. Leonel raised an eyebrow and turned back to follow their line of sight. When he saw what it was that had caught their attention, he nodded his head in understanding. Coming toward him, there was a small group of 3 people, 2 men and a woman. In the middle of them, there was a man. The man and woman to either side both wore the deep blue robes of 3-star official mages, while the man in the middle wore the pale violet robes of a 1-star magus. What was curious was that the 2 3-star official mages didn't have any embroidery on their robes, making it impossible to tell what branch of magic they followed. Now that Leonel thought about it, he hadn't seen any embroidery on Elis's or Aliard's robes either. He wasn't sure whether this was a stylistic choice or if there was a deeper reason. However, at the moment, none of this mattered. The reason Leonel was so understanding of the reaction of the deacons was because the man in the middle of the 2 of them did have embroidery, And that embroidery was identical to his own. There was only one young man in Camelot that was simultaneously so young and could wear golden embroidery like Leonis Pendragon. Leonis was a tall man, just as tall as Leonel. He had flowing blonde hair and piercing sky-blue eyes that made women swoon. His shoulders were broad, and he had a kingly disposition between his brows. Even with the amiable smile that hung on his lips, he had a dignified air to him that made him well suited to be on a throne. Leonis met Leonel's eyes, and a pleasantly surprised look flashed within his gaze when he noticed the familiar embroidery. What surprised him even more, though, was that Leonel's disposition, although somewhat more reserved than his own, didn't seem to lose out to him in momentum at all. He could tell that Leonel was a leader of men, but he could also tell that Leonel maintained a humble facade on the surface that limited his overall leadership ability. It was simple for him to tell that this was a flaw of Leonel's. It could only be said that Leonis was truly the crown prince of a kingdom. To be able to see through Leonel with just a glance like this made his abilities clear. Leonis smiled and closed the distance between himself and Leonel. The two deacons were startled awake and kneeled down to one knee in salute. Prince Leonis, there's no need for this. Please rise. Leonel smiled lightly, crossed a hand over his chest, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Prince. Leonel hadn't been born in a culture where there was a heavy stigma against bowing or kneeling, so he didn't really have an opinion about doing it one way or another. He wouldn't have minded kneeling at all. The only reason he hadn't, and only slightly lowered his head, was because he heard Leonis say that there was no need to. Maybe had he been born elsewhere, or maybe in a different era, Leonel would rather die than kneel. But this wasn't the life he was born into. That said, whether this would continue to be true in the future was a matter yet to be determined. Leonis smiled brightly. I've heard a lot about you. Leonel is your name, correct? It's great that our Camelot can have another holy son. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I heard that you were injured. Seeing Leonis's genial approach, even Leonel couldn't help but feel a bit warm. It seemed this crown prince's charisma wasn't small. It's good that you're here, actually, Leonis continued. This way, we can enter the tower together. Forgive me for my lack of manners. This here is official Mage Thable, son of Sir Gawain of the Round Table. This is official Mage Mary, daughter of 3-star Magus Tilda. They are very close to their Magus Ascension, so they've come to visit the tower one more time. The two politely greeted Leonel with nods and smiles. Leonel's brows raised in surprise. It seemed that none of these three had lackluster identities. Chapter 230, Crystallization Affinity. Leonel smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. Now that you mention it, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this tower is. Could you explain it to me? Leonel and Leonis walked into the first floor of the tower. In truth, Leonel wanted to preface his question with a bit more, but he was a bit stunned by what he saw. The room followed the same rounded shape as the tower outside. It was quite spacious and quiet. Despite the large size, there were only a handful of people here, but they were all crowded around the same thing. In the center of the first floor, there was a large floating crystal. It was easily 3 meters in diameter and seemed to slowly spin without any support. It hung perfectly in the air and radiated a dull light. Right, you're still unfamiliar with some things. Leonis didn't seem to mind. Though the small number of mages within the tower all looked toward the new arrivals and were stunned by their identities, seemingly used to this, Leonis continued to speak at a leisurely pace. The Mage Art Tower is a place that houses all of the magic arts Camelot has accumulated. As long as it was once conceived by a mage of our kingdom, then it will be here. However, the matters here aren't so simple either. It's clear how valuable such a place is, so it's not a location that can be casually entered, nor is it possible to even if you were simply allowed to roam freely. There are only 3 ways to be allowed to enter this tower. The first way is the typical single entry once a year. For each year you graduate or enter in the academy, you're allowed 1 entry. Leonel nodded. He realized now why the surrounding space was so empty. This wasn't normal enrollment times, so those who should have entered their first years along with him had already long since come. The second way is by gaining military achievements, and the last way is by becoming a child of the elements. Should you accomplish the last one, you would be allowed unlimited entries to the Mage Art Tower and can travel up as far as your spirit pressure allows. Child of the elements? Leonel asked in confusion. Yes. Leonis nodded with a smile. A child of the elements has the same privileges as a holy son. In fact, you could say that a child is a holy son, just not of the light element. You see that crystal ball up there? It's able to test for crystallization affinity. When someone's affinity touches upon a certain standard, they will be designated a child. In fact, it could be said that the only advantage a holy son has over a child is that our affinities do not need to be checked. Because the light element is so powerful, even a holy son with a low affinity will be more powerful than the usual high affinity mage. So it's like this. Leonel suddenly understood many things now. In addition, he was quite curious. If the light element was so powerful with low affinity, what was it like with high affinity? And what was his own affinity? He assumed that compared to those of Camelot, his affinity was exceptionally high. After all, this was a third-dimensional world, while the snowy star owl was an elite sixth-dimensional beast after maturing. Then what is so beneficial about the tower that official Mage Thable and Mary would come before their Magus ascension? Leonel directed a curious question toward the two mages. His Highness touched on it a bit, Mary responded. How high one can climb the Mage Art Tower depends on what one's spirit pressure can take. Each successive floor comes with a stronger pressure. This pressure is good for weeding out impurities that might linger in our spirit pressure and gives us a good push toward the next boundary. I see, thank you. Leonel thanked them sincerely. Leonis smiled. It's been a while since I've seen someone take the crystallization affinity trial. Why don't you try it out, Leonel? Sure. Leonel had been eager to do so since the beginning, so he had no reason to refuse. Leoness and Leonel walked toward the floating crystal. At that moment, there was another youth testing his affinity. Affinity wasn't set in stone according to Camelot's magic system. It was possible to increase affinity through meditation and comprehension. In addition, after having breakthroughs in spirit pressure, affinity naturally increases as well. However, the higher one's starting base affinity, the more potential for growth they had in the future. This was all to say that it wasn't a surprise to find a person testing themselves once again. This affinity test was actually also a good gauge of how far one could climb the tower. Though resisting the spirit pressure required one's own spirit pressure, it was also possible to get by with weaker spirit pressure if one's affinity was high enough. So, youths would sometimes test their affinities before they climbed the tower so that they didn't push themselves too hard and cause irreparable injury to their spirit. The young man who was about to place his hand on the crystal suddenly swayed nervously. When he had come here today, the last thing he had expected was to be observed by a holy son and the crown prince, not to mention two other Childes in Mary and Thable. However, he could only press down his nervousness. Wouldn't he look too pathetic now if he backed away? After taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand to the crystal. WENG. The crystal began to emit a lustrous glow. The affinity scale of the crystal is dependent on the radiance of the light. If the light projects a foot out from the surface of the crystal, it meets the minimum requirement to enter the Mage Academy. This would be the 1-star affinity ranking. With it, one might be able to become an official mage with hard work. Leonis patiently explained things to Leonel. The color is related to the element. This young mage's glow is a light green, so he's a wind affinity mage. The light needs to radiate out 1 meter to become a 2-star affinity. Such a person can likely make a name for themselves within the world of official mages. At 5 meters, it reaches 3-star affinity. Such a person has a sliver of a chance to become a magus. At 9 meters, this entered the 4-star affinity realm. Such a person has a good chance of becoming a magus, and a slim chance of becoming a 2-star magus. Finally, at 10 meters, the crystal will form a halo like the rings of a planet. This halo represents the realm of a child. Of course, it's possible to increase one's affinity through hard work and persistence. In addition, a higher tier element like our light element makes it easier to break through realms, so regardless of your results, hold your head high. Leonel smiled lightly in response. In regards to his affinity, he wasn't too worried. Even if it really did turn out to be low, he would still find a way to use this magic system to form his 10th node. The young mage finally stepped down from the platform with a flushed face. He was a bit excited. He had actually managed to touch the barrier of the 4th star. His hard work had definitely paid off. After all, since he could be here, it meant he had rendered great service to Camelot's armies. Seeing that he was finished, Leonel took a step forward, seemingly not realizing the number of gazes that followed his back. He climbed the steps and stood on the platform, his expression calm as he stretched his hand forward. Wing, 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 wing. A blinding light suddenly swept out in all directions. Leonis raised his eyebrows up in shock. If it was just that Leonel had a high affinity, it would be easy to accept. But this, what was this? Chapter 231, Servicing Crack. Leonel hurriedly retracted his hand, but it was already too late. A massive fissure snaked across the crystal, expelling with it a hardly noticeable fog. The moment Leonel retracted his hand, the blinding lights lingered for a moment before quickly receding. Soon his figure was clearly seen once more, allowing several pairs of eyes to fall on his body. Leonis, especially, was speechless. Everything happened too fast for the others to get a clear understanding of what had happened, but he had been able to catch a faint inkling. The reality was that having just a single affinity was impossible. Most people had many different affinities. The only difference was in how those affinities compared. In fact, the truth of the matter was that much of the reason affinities were so low among the majority of the population was because these differing affinities would clash with one another, making it more difficult to excel in one. What set childs apart was their ability to filter out the noise. Ironically, their affinities for secondary or tertiary elements was much lower than their counterparts, but in return, they gained great affinity in just one aspect. However, Leonis was certain that what he had seen was correct. In that brief moment, Leonel formed a blinding dark gold halo. This should have all been fine. After all, the formation of a halo was the marker of a Childe. To be both a holy son and a child, Leonel would be the only one in their entire kingdom. Even Leonas's own father wasn't considered a child of the light element when he first started. It was only after years of meditation and practice that he reached this standard. But the issue was that dark gold wasn't the symbolic marker for the light element. It was the marker for the earth element. Leonas's brows involuntarily trembled. Leonel's affinity for the earth element was actually obscene to the point of directly suppressing his light element. Not only that, but its affinity was so far beyond the standard of a child that it would have shattered the crystal had Leonel not reacted so quickly. The color for the earth element should have been a dirty yellowish-brown color. But that was most definitely a bright bronze or dark gold color. That means that Leonel's not only an earth elemental Childa, but also one with a variant affinity. Leonas exhaled a long breath. Sorry, Leonel's voice finally broke the silence, but the word he spoke caused Leonas to be speechless. Eventually, the crown prince laughed bitterly and shook his head. It's nothing to worry about. This crystal is easily replaceable. We have mines filled with it, and even have higher-grade ones used exclusively by magi. Hearing this, Leonel sighed a breath of relief. However, after a moment, he sunk into his own thoughts. He too had senses sharp enough to notice that his halo was actually dark gold and not gold. From what Leonas explained to him, it seemed his affinity for the earth element was even higher than his affinity for the light element. At the same time, he could tell that his light element wasn't any weaker than that of a child either. The issue was that this crystal was only able to show a single affinity at a time and tended toward the more powerful one. I see. Leonel had come here expecting to just pour his heart and soul into studying light elemental magic arts. But if things were like this, he couldn't neglect his earth element either. While Leonel was taking every advantage he could from the Mage Academy, it couldn't be forgotten that there was 11 others who had entered this zone with him. And, in a lot of ways, their methods were far better than his own. Maybe this wasn't the case in the ultimate result, but it was most definitely the case in baseline success. Rather than coming with their own identity, the others took advantage of the fact this was a land without technology to take on the identities of those who already called Camelot home. As a result, unlike the unlucky Leonel, they didn't have to worry about being called traitors. Of course, it wasn't that Leonel hadn't thought of this, it was just that he was unwilling to commit the cruel acts necessary to take such an identity for himself. That said, this wasn't the only method either. At that moment, Supreme Monet sat in silent meditation on a large bed. She wore a silk lace gown, defining her curves. Despite the faint wrinkles on her face, she still had a stifling, captivating beauty that could cause the hearts of men to boil. The deep ravine of her chest revealed the not-so-subtle mounds of soft flesh, and the mesh of lace that covered them showed just a hint of her rounded pink nipples. It could only be said that the sight was simply too enticing. If not for the fact she was sitting down in meditation, her lower half might just very well be another sight to behold. At that moment, the doors to her room opened, but the one who entered wasn't what one would expect at all. A familiar woman wearing a deep black dress sauntered into the room. Her countenance was exceptionally pale, yet somehow had a healthy glow to it. It felt as though she had been carved of ice and had not a drop of blood within her body. The woman walked to Monet, who slowly opened her eyes. Monet could only lift her chin as the black-dressed woman pulled it up with a slender finger that soon traced her jaw. Seeing the enticing view of Monet's body, the woman's breath hitched ever so slightly, her face finally gaining just the slightest red hue. "I usually like younger women," the black-dressed woman said softly, her voice as smooth as silk. "But it seems that I've missed out on the allure of maturity. You are to my liking. You'll serve me tonight." The black dress that followed the woman's curves slowly fell, revealing a perfectly sculpted body. In fact, her figure held a hidden power within it, carrying the faint carved muscles of a man while maintaining the soft curves of a woman. Her breasts stood erect and proud as she lifted a long, slender leg, placing it on the bed Monet sat upon. A fragrant bush graced her most sacred region, just barely revealing 2 pink lips hidden beneath. The woman stood like this for a moment, one leg planted on the soft carpets of the room, and the other lifted up to the silk sheets of the bed. She allowed Monet, who sat before her, to take in her alluring body without the slightest hint of shame or bashfulness as she continued to stroke the latter's jawline. Monet's expression was calm as she met the woman's gaze, carrying a hint of the lofty air the latter carried. But this only seemed to make the woman want her more. Then, as though she couldn't wait any longer, her slender fingers stopped tracing Monet's chin and grasped it gently. A soft moan escaped the woman's cherry lips as she pulled Monet's head between her legs. The woman placed a hand on the back of Monet's head, sinking into pleasure. Her eyes closed and her head angled upward, soft, rhythmic breaths heaving her chest up and down. One could have never expected that the woman Monet was currently servicing with her tongue was the lofty demon lord Modred. Chapter 232, Shine schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. Leonel, of course, had no idea what was happening across this mythological land. If he did, he might have had many questions to ask. But at this point, all he cared about were the magic arts before him. Leonis, Thable, and Mary had long since climbed the tower. But since he was still a one-star apprentice mage, he would obviously stay on the first floor. This was not as bad as it sounded either. Since the only ones who could enter the Mage Art Tower at this time of year were childs or youths with military exploits, there were very few in the tower to begin with, and, of those that could enter, just how many of them would still need arts from the first floor. Because of this, Leonel was completely alone. In fact, he would probably be completely alone even if he climbed to the 5th floor. The floor itself was split into 9 regions. A region for wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, wood, light, auxiliary, and mental magic arts. Aside from the 4 main elements, lightning and wood were unique variations that had appeared in Camelot's long history. They were quite rare, even compared to others. Only the light element was rarer. As for the mental magic arts, they could be used by anyone. There were also some mages who had exceptionally high spirit pressure talent but had no strong affinities. These mages were excellent at these sort of mental magics. In fact, Leonel had thought that Thable and Mary were mental magic mages. That would explain why their robes didn't have any embroidery on them. The auxiliary section could be learned by anyone. They were the fundamental magic all mages should have under their belts. For example, both Elise and Aeliard had been able to meet the swords of knights with their wands alone. This wasn't because their wands, or what the people of Camelot called spiritual wood, were so sturdy or because their strengths were so great, it was because of auxiliary magic like repel or strengthen or harden. Of course, the auxiliary magic on the first floor was so weak that they couldn't possibly help the current Leonel. But that didn't mean this would always be true. Within the 9 regions there were various podiums. Each podium held a crystal ball. These crystal balls were the mediums that held the magic arts. However, reaching them wasn't so simple. Just in order to enter a region, one needed a certain level of affinity, or else one would only find a barrier that was impossible to cross. Of course, Leonel had nothing to worry about on the first floor. He directly walked into the light region, feeling very curious. Even though the first floor should have the most arts of any floor due to their low difficulty, the light region still had the smallest number of podiums at around 40 or so. Leonel picked up the closest one. There was no pressure on him at all, so he felt he could take his time. His spirit pressure easily shattered the barrier around the podium. Soon, his internal sight had entered the world of the crystal, and a magic art was reflected in his mind. Shine, Leonel almost couldn't help but chuckle. This magic art was exactly what it sounded like. It was used for nothing else than lighting a path. Who would have thought that the mighty light element would have such a day too? Dream Sculpt. Leonel's aura surged, his spirit draining as he etched the magic art into his mind. 47 seconds. Leonel nodded. It took him less than a minute to perfectly etch a magic art into his dreamscape. His mind left the crystal ball. With a thought, his spirit pressure surged once more, congealing onto the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a surge of wind swirled. After it settled down, a radiant halo formed on Leonel's palm, causing him to smile. If another person had been here, they would have been shocked to the point of fitting a baseball into their mouths. In total, it took Leonel not much longer than a minute to learn and conjure his first magic art. Such speed was obscene to the point of being beyond monstrous. One had to know that a mage would usually meditate on a single magic art for days before attempting to conjure it, and, even then, they would need spiritual wood to concentrate their spirit pressure. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, it would take several seconds to complete on the first try. Only after continuous practice would it slowly take less and less time. But even then, it most definitely shouldn't have been as fast as Leonel. However, Leonel's ability was just too perfect for the world of mages. With his Dream Sculpt ability, he could memorize a magic art in minutes. And, since it was a perfect, immutable memory in his mind, he would never make a mistake in conjuring it. As a result, he didn't need spiritual wood to keep his spirit pressure focused. If he had a wand of his own, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But Leonel had no intention of wielding a wand. He wanted the ability to cast while he used his spear. He didn't have hands to spare for a wand. This advantage of Leonel's would only grow. For higher-grade magic arts, it would sometimes take mages years, even decades of meditation, to perfectly master them. For Leonel, it just might be a matter of a few days. These one-star apprentice arts won't be very useful to me. They're too weak. Maybe only high-level official arts can start boosting my combat prowess. But it's best I dream sculpt all of these into my dreamscape. Maybe I'll be able to draw some useful conclusions if I do. Leonel picked up another crystal ball and bitterly smiled. Multishine. Leonel was speechless. It can't be that all these magic arts wanted to turn him into a glorified light bulb, right? Chapter 233, Simplicity Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. A swirl of wind surged toward Leonel once again. This time, his body was surrounded by several halos of light. Instead of appearing in a concentrated form, they flew around his body like fireflies. Leonel shook his head. He chose to reserve his judgment for now. After all, he didn't have an accurate gauge of what one-star apprentice arts were meant to be capable of. Assuming the worst of the light element just for 2 spells was a bit silly. Plus, these arts weren't exactly useless. Had he had them in the Mayan tomb, some things might have been easier. Since he had already learned that his internal sight wasn't perfect, he knew that there would always be some things he could only rely on his eyes for. After Leonel was finished, he moved toward the third crystal ball, shattering its protective barrier with just as much ease. Leonel looked at the magic art in his hand for a good long while before sighing once again. Shining eyes. It was a magic art capable of attracting the light element to one's eyes, thus granting them night vision. At this point, Leonel really didn't know what to say. It couldn't be that all the light element magic arts were related to seeing through darkness, right? Leonel dreamed, sculpted the dream art, and moved on to a fourth and fifth and sixth. Eventually, he had gone through over 30. At this point, he felt the situation was too ridiculous. If he saw one more magic art with shines in its title, he just might go insane. No matter what light magic art he looked at, they were all related to shining. Creating halos of light, giving himself night vision, adding luminescence to objects for extended periods of time, there was even a spell for attaching two objects with shine. When these two objects were close, they wouldn't shine, but if they grew too far apart, they would begin to glow, allowing you to find the other. Leonel put the crystal ball down, a helpless expression on his face. This is basically a spell to find lost keys. Unbelievable. Leonel walked toward the last four magic arts while he readjusted his mind state. This was just the first level. He didn't believe that the light element would be so worshipped in Camelot if this was all there was to it. Plus, there was something curious about these magic arts. Though they all had similar functions, they all accomplished it in novel ways. There was definitely a lesson to be learned here. It made Leonel more eager to see what the others had to offer. Oh? Leonel's brows arched in pleasant surprise. Now that he thought about it, the pressure on his spirit increased the further he walked into this region. And, though the change was small, the protective coverings were also growing in strength. Logically, that meant that what remained of this region were the most powerful light magic arts of this first floor, and they didn't disappoint. Flash, once again, this was a shine type, light magic art. However, it was different in comparison to the others. If it was applied in battle, it could actually work. So that's how it is. If an apprentice works and eventually makes their way here after going through all the others, it lays a perfect foundation for this. Flash concentrated the light element into a small flash, temporarily blinding an opponent. Even at his current strength, Leonel wouldn't mind using this in battle. Leonel moved to the next. Light screen, Leonel smiled. Now he felt a bit bad thinking that all of these arts would be useless. In order to get into this zone, he had to fight his way through that little girl's ability. But back then, he wasted a lot of force just emitting as much light elemental force as he could. However, if he had had light screen back then, the consumption on his force would have been near negligible. The last two magic arts were Flash Bang and Flash Arrow. The former could concentrate light and explode it on a timer. It used concepts from the Lost Key Detector art Leonel was just making fun of. As for the latter, Flash Arrow, it was the first real offensive art Leonel had found. Flash Arrow's offensive output was near negligible. It quite literally had the strength of a mosquito bite. But according to the description, if aimed into an enemy's eyes, the blinding effect could last for several minutes depending on the situation. Unsurprisingly, its effects pulled on concepts from Shining Eyes. Leonel stood for a long time within the light region, his state of mind going into a sort of enlightenment. Arcs of lightning surged across his dreamscape as a light smile crossed his face. Even if this magic system is only useful to me within the third dimension, it's really taught me something valuable. Leonel took a deep breath and calmed his beating heart. Everything complex was built upon the simple. Even the most intricate of magic arts would pull on concepts from these seemingly pitiful one-star apprentice arts. This was a concept that stretched past just magic arts. Couldn't anything be described in this way? Leonel's current Earth could be considered to have reached the pinnacle technology the third dimension could, but it was all built on the back of heroes of the past. Some of the things he was learning as a high school student were concepts some of the most intelligent men and women of the past spent their lives to grasp. To him, those concepts seemed pitifully weak and simple, just like these shine magic arts. However, to them, it represented a life of trials and tribulations, just to make it easier for kids like him to take for granted. Leonel opened his eyes once again, a hint of understanding and wisdom lighting them. I hear you loud and clear. Leonel began to rearrange his dreamscape. Like a pyramid, he arranged things of least complexity at the bottom, building a solid foundation. Then, he placed things with increasing complexity on top. After his was finished, he felt that his dreamscape flowed more smoothly. Even the random synapses occurred more frequently, and even the average number of branches formed increased along with it. Leonel's eyes shone with anticipation. There was no limit to the floors he could climb in this tower like there was for knowledge in the libraries. This was likely because of the spirit pressure he needed to resist. But how could this pressure stop Leonel? He would climb to the top of this tower, and even if it took several weeks, he would save all the magic arts it had into his dreamscape. Chapter 234, Deconstruct, Bang, Bang, Bang. Leonel's enigmatic steps sent him fluttering across the training room. 3 puppets wearing wooden armor pressed him from all sides, conjuring spells of all kinds to bombard him. Leonel's eyes remained closed, his internal sight remaining concentrated on this small region. Thoughts of how Lemorak had toyed with him played in his head again and again. The memories were so vivid that he could almost feel the same pain coursing through his body once more. Leonel was suddenly cornered by all three puppets. It seemed for a moment that he would be pincered from all sides. An arrow of earth, fire, and water assaulted him from different directions, aiming to take his life. The puppets of this room were all entirely made of spiritual wood. As a result, their ability to cast spells was even beyond that of their human counterparts. This made up for their stiff actions with overwhelming power. That said, to humans, more spiritual wood wasn't necessarily better. After all, if one's wand was too large, it would be like trying to use a sledgehammer to staple two sheets of paper together. And even that wasn't necessarily a good analogy, considering in this case, the mages might not even have enough strength to lift the sledgehammer. However, these puppets were different. Their spiritual pressure was provided by crystals. In that case, they were much less limited in this regard. Just when it seemed Leonel would be struck, he arched his head forward, narrowly dodging the arrow of earth. His hips twisted, ducking past the arrow of fire. The two arrows swept by his body, crashing into the opposing puppets and sending them flying. The final arrow of water took advantage of the situation, zipping through the air and appearing between Leonel's brows in a flash. Leonel's eyes suddenly snapped open, an overwhelming spirit pressure sweeping forth that seemed to freeze the arrow in air for a split moment. Deconstruct. A sweep of wind swirled around Leonel. In that moment, a magic art appeared before him in the path of the arrow. The water arrow regained its momentum, crashing into the art before it without pause. However, the collision one would have expected never occurred. The water arrow seemed to pass through without issue. But it was at that moment that something astonishing happened. The arrow began to lose its structure. Starting at the tip, the first point to enter Leonel's art, it collapsed, becoming no different from normal droplets of water. In fact, Leonel felt a refreshing spray shower his face at that moment, causing him to smile. Leonel crossed the remaining distance between him and the water mage puppet, sending a punch out to its chest. Peng. The form of Leonel's boxing had still been steadily increasing. All his power shot up from his pivot foot, through his hips and into his fists, crumpling the wooden armor of the puppet. The lights of the room dimmed, signaling that all the puppets had been taken down. Still not enough, Leonel muttered. He had been able to force two of the puppets into a corner without lifting a finger, but still failed to do so with a third. I might need to go to the Knight Academy and read the books within their library to understand what this General Star really is. Walking around blindly on my own will take too long. I have a feeling that even the primitive woman I learned this ability from only faintly touched on the topic. Leonel felt that it was about time he chose a new spear. He knew he had completely mastered the technique of the primitive woman. He had just been a bit distracted by magic arts in recent weeks. For example, Deconstruct. It was an auxiliary type spell of the 3-star official art level. But Leonel felt that this rating was inaccurate, because it could technically work on any magic art. Of course, others knew this as well. The trouble was that this art had many moving parts and changing forms. It was necessary to analyze the spell coming toward you and make the appropriate changes to its form. So, for most mages, it was only useful against mages of lesser skill than themselves, making it only about as good as a typical parlor trick. It's too bad this arena doesn't have Magus-level puppets. I wonder if Deconstruct would work on higher-level spells. As Leonel was lost in his thoughts, he walked out from the training room, his body dripping in sweat. Leonel. Leonel looked up in surprise, pleasantly surprised to find Leoness waiting for him. He smiled in greeting. Leoness, I hear you already became a 1-star official mage. Don't you think this speed is a bit too fast? Leonel laughed. In truth, he probably reached the standard of 3-star Magus already, at least in terms of the magic arts he knew and his ability to cast them. As for the crystallization of his spirit pressure, he was lagging behind in his aspect, making his arts less potent than they should be. However, progressing beyond the 1-star official mage rank required more than just knowledge and ability. It was also necessary to gain certain merits. In addition, even if he could rush up to the 3-star Magus rank immediately, Leonel felt it was inappropriate to do so. For one, his standing as a traitor might still be being looked into by others. Though his status as a holy son was enough to blind the common people and maybe some of the more religious upper echelon, there were of course those who wouldn't take this too seriously. Of course, Leonel still wanted to reach the 3-star official mage standard. This was the only way for him to finish reading all the information in the library. Though he found it a bit odd he could look through all their techniques, but not read all their knowledge, Leonel felt it made sense in the end. Oftentimes, it was impossible to learn magic arts without the proper knowledge foundation, and, even if you had the knowledge, breaking through the barrier protecting them was another matter entirely. Leonel was probably the only freak in their history that could completely ignore these barriers with impunity. Leonel and Leonis chatted for a while about miscellaneous things before Leonel finally asked the question. "Did you come here to ask something of me?" he inquired. "Ah, yes, I completely forgot. The church has been asking about your status for a while. Before those old fogies go too crazy, it's best you go take a look. I'll take you." "Oh?" Leonel's brows arched up. "Is there anything I need to do?" Leonis came to a realization. It was true that Leonel might not be aware of these things. The four major powers of our kingdom center around the royal family, the two academies, and the church. Holy sons have a special status within the church as their protectors. The church has warriors they call paladins, but the truth is that the only true paladin of this kingdom is my father. A hint of unrestrained pride glowed in Leonis's eyes. Leonel could tell that Leonis wasn't a haughty individual. The fact he had shown this kind of face just showed how much he loved and admired his dad. Leonel smiled lightly. His old man would probably kill to see him have such an expression. Then he would laugh into oblivion. In your dreams, old man. Leonis shook his head, realizing that his actions had been a bit inappropriate. But Leonel didn't seem to mind, so he continued with a smile. This is good timing, honestly, Leonis finally said after a moment. You need to gain some merits, whether it's for the church or for your next ascension, and I have a mission I happen to be looking for help with. Are you interested? Leonel's eyes shone. Sure. With that, Leonis led Leonel toward the church. Chapter 235, Who the Church was located within the core of Camelot, some distance away from the castle. They stood on two opposing sides of the city like two pillars holding up the world. Regardless of which it was, Leonel could feel an oppressive aura weighing down on him as though neither would be satisfied unless he bowed his head. It was true that Leonel didn't grow up in a world that emphasized the importance of bowing, but what he didn't like was being forced to do anything. He subconsciously straightened his back beneath this pressure, his shoulders standing broad and wide. Leonis blinked slightly when he saw Leonel's reactions, but aside from a small smile, he didn't say anything else. Due to the oppression he felt at the gates, Leonel had subconsciously expected to walk into a war zone of sorts. But what he had never expected was that even after an hour, no one had come to receive him and Leonis. Leonel wasn't sure how to react to such a thing. Wasn't he a holy son? Wasn't he one of the only four in this kingdom with this title? Why was it that he was suddenly being treated like this? Leonel sent a gaze toward Leonis, who sat to his side, but the latter only had his eyes slightly closed and didn't seem to have much of a reaction. This left Leonel stunned. He didn't feel uncomfortable about this even as the crown prince. The waiting room the two holy sons sat in could hardly be called as such. The walls were decorated with polished stone and neat arrangements. The wooden furniture radiated a pleasant fragrance that carried hints of nature, and the tea placed before them, although cold by now, was quite good. Of course, these were just Leonel's speculations. He knew nothing about tea at all. He could probably count the number of times he had drunk tea on his two hands without much issue. He only knew that it felt quite smooth running down his throat and had a faint sweetness to it even though he hadn't used sugar. In the end, since Leonis didn't say anything, Leonel didn't say anything either. But within his heart, he already felt discontent. For him, it wasn't about whether he was a holy son or not. He just felt that this was a lack of respect. Since his youth, his father had ingrained those two concepts, respect and persistence, into his very soul. He always had a particularly bad reaction when someone was lacking in them. Though was a bit difficult to call out someone who lacked in persistence, someone lacking in the former was too easy to identify. Wasting a person's time was probably one of the most blatant shows of disrespect there could be. It was one thing if there were sudden matters to attend to or if their visit was sudden. However, not only had they not sent anyone to inform them of any sudden changes, but they were also the ones who had called Leonel here to visit in the first place. Leonel took a deep breath and sunk into his dream world. If it wasn't for the fact Leonis was here waiting with him and that he couldn't afford to make enemies of the church within this zone, he would have already left after the first 20 minutes. Since there was nothing to do, he might as well continue practicing. The second hour came and went, then the third. It wasn't until a few minutes into the fourth that there was finally movement at the doors they entered to come to this waiting room. A knight wearing silver armor with gold engravings pushed the door open. A large shield in the shape of a triangle with curved edges was attached to his back, and a proud halo hung about his forehead. He was one of the special knights the church gave the title of paladin to. The necklace-like halo that hung from the paladin's forehead reminded Leonel of the mental-type treasure Aina used during their escape from the fort. It radiated a strong light elemental force that was likely the source of much of their strength. Where did they get something like that, Leonel wondered. With his improved knowledge base, Leonel understood many things now. His soul force couldn't grasp in the past. For one, he could tell that this knight had a special affinity, or rather, lack thereof, meaning, if he was a mage, his robes would be without embroidery. Secondly, it was because he was without an affinity and had decent spirit pressure that he could make use of that light elemental treasure. Leonel guessed that most paladins probably had no affinities, so they could continue using this child of the light facade. Pope Margrave will see you now. The haughty air of the paladin was practically palpable. Leonel kept his eyes closed for a moment as he was close to grasping something. It wasn't until a few seconds later he registered the words of the paladin and opened his eyes. Yet, it seemed those few seconds were already enough for this paladin to be close to blowing his top. Leonel frowned lightly, seeing the paladin's reaction. They had been forced to wait over 3 hours, yet a few seconds was enough to get this paladin up in arms? In the end, Leonel pretended not to notice the dissatisfaction. Leonis smiled. Please lead the way, Sir Paladin. Leonas's words seemed to ease the tension. No matter how haughty these paladins were, they did still feel a hint of something when a mighty crown prince was so respectful to them. Humph. The paladin harumphed once and turned down the hallway, leading the two young men up a winding set of stone stairs. From beginning to end, Leonas didn't say anything to Leonel. It was as though he wanted Leonel to experience all of this on his own first, or maybe he was just curious about Leonel's reactions without guidance. It seems it becomes more difficult for him to hide that ingrained haughtiness when he feels a lack of respect. Leonas smiled to himself. It's truly odd. If he really was an orphan, he should have seen the cruelty of the world long ago. Had he, his true disposition would have shown through already. But the way he acts, it's as if he's lived in a cocoon his whole life, like he's never had to fight for anything. Such a disposition makes it much more likely that his identity isn't what he says it is, but it's equally unlikely that he was sent by Madrid. There's no way he would be so sheltered in a place like the Demon Army. Just who is this Leonel really? Chapter 236, Clergyman. The paladin took a final step forward, pressing his hands against two large wooden doors and pushing. A flood of light assaulted Leonel's vision, forcing him to squint. By the time his vision cleared, he could only shake his head. The room was far too bright. Unlike the room he had woken up in after his battle with Lemoric, he found it difficult even open his eyes without a stinging pain assaulting them. Embroidery of gold and silver raced across the room, forming up into a wide set of stairs that ended in a tall throne with a backrest that reached up to the ceiling. On the throne there sat a handsome middle-aged man. In fact, Leonel found that just handsome didn't do him much justice. Even the movie stars of Earth women swooned over would look like piles of cow dung before this man. If Leonel placed great emphasis on his own looks, it was likely that even he would start to feel a bit inferior. The man had a head of bright white hair. And, though his eyes were partially closed, Leonel could see that his irises held a deep silver color to them. The only thing that impeded his handsome disposition somewhat was the large headdress on his head. Seeing this man, Leonel understood a bit of why the church didn't take him as a holy son very seriously. The spirit pressure coming from this man was at the standard of a 3-star magus. Everything made sense now. This man was the 4th holy son of Camelot, a 3-star magus of the light element, Pope Margrave. However, what happened next truly left Leonel speechless. The paladin respectfully crossed the bright room, climbed the first few steps leading to the Pope's throne, then respectfully knelt and kissed his feet. It was only then Leonel realized that the Pope wasn't wearing any footwear to speak of. His feet shone like gems at the base of his throne as though expecting to be worshipped. Marta? No matter what era Leonel was born in, something like kissing another's feet crossed his own bottom line. The paladin retreated to the side, taking up his post among the guards that lined the walls of the room. He stood at attention and became like a statue in the blink of an eye. It was as though what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Greet his holiness. The sudden roar shook Leonel out of his shock. The paladins that lined the walls spoke as one, their voices rolling like rumbling thunder. By now, Leonel had recollected his thoughts. He realized that kissing a pope's feet was actually quite historically accurate. It seemed that even though this was a mythological zone, it still touched on things that were rooted in real life. However, at the end of the day, Leonel was still a teenage boy. He had already buried his discontent for so long. If he also had to kiss this man's feet, he just might lose his cool entirely. Leonel was a person who didn't get angry very easily. Even now, he wasn't necessarily enraged. But he wasn't a pushover either. Leonis curiously observed Leonel for a while, seemingly curious. Seeing the latter step forward, he smiled and followed suit. Greetings. Leonel gave the most medieval salute he could think of, greeting the Pope, but he didn't climb the stairs, nor did he kneel. In his mind, setting down his pride to greet this Pope first was already asking enough of him. This prince greets his holiness. Leonis's smile widened, his actions mirroring Leonel's. As the crown prince, he of course had no need to kneel or kiss feet. However, he still had to show this Pope due respect, whether it be as a magus or the leader of the church. At that moment, a surge of killing intent swirled around the room. It seemed to want to completely crush Leonel where he stood. Leonel raised his head, but he noticed that the Pope's eyes were still half closed. The killing intent wasn't coming from him. Rather, it was coming from the paladins who stood against the walls of the room. It seemed they were completely infuriated by Leonel's actions. Leonel didn't show much of a reaction to the killing intent. His eyes weren't on the Pope anymore either. Leonel hadn't noticed it before because the room in Pope Margrave was too bright, but behind the throne there were two young girls standing completely still. Their little feet stood on the cold marbled floors, their bodies adorned with a white gown. Each of them held a flower basket in their hands that held white petals. Even from here, Leonel could smell the fragrance coming from the two baskets. It seemed that they were the reason this room seemed to have such an air to it. However, this wasn't the reason Leonel was caught off guard like this. The main reason was because he recognized one of the girls. In fact, the little girl was also looking toward Leonel with a hint of shock within her large watery eyes. This little girl was the very same little girl who almost caused Leonel to miss out on the zone entirely. Seeing her familiar blue hair and large blue eyes, Leonel couldn't help but smile. This adorable little girl always seemed to be able to make him smile. Even though she had played the role of obstacle to him, he couldn't bring himself to be mad at such a cute little girl. Maybe this was the advantage of woman. The little girl of the Aderna family blushed, seeing Leonel's gaze, and her eyes darted around as though looking for somewhere to hide. Leonel couldn't help but chuckle, causing the paladins around the room to be shocked. Laughing in such a situation? Did he not want his life anymore? Even the Pope couldn't help but open his eyes just that slight bit more. After his initial reaction, Leonel realized that this situation might not be too good. If this little girl exposed him, it could be troublesome. Although she couldn't do so directly without exposing herself, there were other ways for her to make insinuations. He wasn't that naive. Though he had taken a liking to this little girl due to her innocence, it wasn't like he didn't realize the danger she posed. In the end, Leonel chose not to worry about it. It was already too late to do much. He could only stay on his guard. Leonel, correct? Do you know the duties of a holy son? The Pope finally spoke. To now, the paladins hadn't said a single word out of turn. It was as though they knew their place and would never take a single step out of it. I do not, Your Holiness. Please advise. Leonel refocused on the situation at hand. As the only holy son remaining not of the royal family, you have a duty to the church. However, as a commoner, you haven't been taught the schools of religion or of thought. You will enter the convent as a canon of the church. After serving for 12 years, you will be allowed to earn your way through the rankings of clergymen. Should your performance meet a certain standard, the role of Pope can be handed to you in the future. Leonel's lip twitched. Canon? The convent? Wasn't this Pope asking him to become a nun and serve 12 years? That meant 12 years of fasting and observing religious rituals. And, even after all of that, he would still need to keep his chastity and observe strict rules. If it was just a role he would take in the zone, it would be fine. After all, Leonel didn't mind acting for a period of time. This zone was just a fleeting existence. It's not like he would have to remain a virgin for life. However, it was clear this Pope wanted to lock him away for 12 years. How could Leonel waste so much time? He was already on a time crunch to begin with. If he was locked away like this, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much of anything. So, without hesitation, Leonel shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I have no ambition to become a clergyman. The atmosphere went cold once more. Chapter 237, Earth Elemental Childa schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. Pope Margrave opened his eyes fully, peering down toward Leonel from on high. The killing intent locked on Leonel seemed to grow with each passing second of silence. However, once again, it didn't come from the Pope himself, but rather his paladins. Leonel could tell that if it wasn't for their rules of decorum, they would have definitely stepped forward with weapons drawn. Leonel's mind spun with several thoughts. It was impossible for him to accept Margrave's request of him, but at the same time, he couldn't afford to be at odds with the church either. Linus described Camelot as having 4 pillars of power, but I somehow feel that things aren't so simple. It's more likely that there are 4 powers on the surface, but the Knight and Mage Academy are probably just pawns of the royal family and the church. It might even be possible that both are pawns of the royal family to resist. The church, Leonel's eyes narrowed when he had this thought. This was because this wasn't a thought he would originally have. It was the result of a synapse in his dreamscape. After a while, Leonel understood why he had come to this conclusion. First, there was Leonis's reaction when he mentioned paladins. It wasn't just his pride in his father Leonel sensed back then. That pride masked a disdain he felt for other paladins. Secondly, the Pope's words seemed to imply that Leonel's current circumstances were unacceptable. Though he didn't directly say Leonel had to leave the Mage Academy, Leonel had a faint inkling that it was meant to be tacitly understood. Thirdly, despite the fact the Pope was a 3-star magus, even after so many weeks within the Mage Academy, Leonel couldn't sense even the slightest influence of the church. He had lost count of the number of books he had read in the library to now, yet not a single one even alluded to religion, the Pope, or the church. I see, Leonel smiled bitterly. It seemed that Leonis had dragged Leonel right into the middle of a power struggle. As things stood now, there was still a bit of balance. Though 2 of Camelot's 3 holy sons sided with the royal family, it was still acceptable. After all, Leonis was King Arthur's son. It was only right that a son would follow after his father's footsteps. But what about Leonel? What would happen if a 4th holy son appeared and still chose not to join the side of the church? This would put the church in a weird position. The capital would have 4 holy sons, yet 3 of them would have nothing to do with them. After so much indoctrination about the importance and superiority of holy sons, wouldn't the church lose much of its influence with the people if so many holy sons chose against joining them? Leonel suddenly realized that maybe the reason Lamoric had no choice but to let him live wasn't just because he was a holy son, but because of the political importance he represented. Though it seemed to take Leonel a long time to reach this conclusion, with his dreamscape and ability, it really took him no more than a split second to grasp everything. In that case, Your Holiness, the situation might not be as you expect. Leonel spoke slowly. Toward such words, Pope Margrave finally had the first change in his expression. In fact, even Leoness rose an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. The truth is that I'm not a holy son. Pope Margrave's eyebrow rose. In fact, a hint of a smile played his lips. If Leonel was a woman or liked men, it was definitely the kind of smile that would make his heart skip a bit, no matter how slight of a smile it was. I'm not sure what happened, but Magus Aliard might have made a mistake. I had my affinity tested recently, and the result was that I'm an Earth Elemental Childe. Margrave's expression changed once again. Oh, he said softly. Leonel understood then that the information hadn't spread just yet, but this made sense. Anyone who could have been in the Magic Art Tower at the time Leonel entered was definitely of exceptionally high standing. Not only would they understand the importance of Leonel's position, they were also less likely to gossip to begin with. It made sense that they would choose to remain silent until things settled down. Leonel smiled lightly and released his spirit pressure. A rushing wind swept through the throne room. For a moment, it felt as though Leonel was the center of the world, standing in the eye of a raging storm. At this point, both Leonis and the Pope, and even the paladins to the side, had a change in expression. How was Leonel's spirit pressure so powerful? Toward this, Leonel couldn't do much. He was already holding back. He had already been diligently crystallizing his spirit pressure for a couple weeks already. This was already the result of him holding back. His spirit pressure was simply far more than those of this world to begin with. The only thing holding him back was his low-grade force. In the blink of an eye, a simple earthen arrow formed before Leonel. It was just a 2-star apprentice art. Leonel could form several dozen of these in an instant if he wanted to. However, the two magi in the room were still shocked by the speed. A step further, the speed might have still been acceptable, but what they found difficult to accept was the metallic sheen on Leonel's earthen arrow. It was very clear that not only was he an Earth child, he was a variant, and a very powerful variant at that. However, Leonel hadn't done this just to show off. He had a very clear purpose. As you can see, Your Holiness, I believe there was some kind of mistake. I tried learning light elemental arts, but I wasn't very good at it. In fact, it takes me several minutes to form a 1-star apprentice light art. It would be impossible for me to use in battle. The Pope's eyes narrowed, and the room turned still once more. Chapter 238, Demon Mission Ring. The silence was suffocating. Even the paladins no longer had the presence of mind to continue pressing Leonel. They could all only wait for Pope Margrave's response. Whoa, you're a very intelligent boy, Pope Margrave finally said. Margrave's face practically read like, I know you're spewing bullshit, but I like it. When spirit pressure reaches a certain level, it becomes capable of forming many elements. Of course, the efficiency to which it's done is far less than one's main element, but this is true nonetheless. How could Margrave believe that Leonel took a minute to form a mere 1-star apprentice art? That was nothing but bullshit. But despite the fact it was bullshit the Pope happened to like. As long as Leonel continued to be this intelligent, there wouldn't have to be any problems between them. Camelot is truly blessed to have another Childe, and such a powerful one at that. This seat just wanted to see the future generation today. Now that I've seen, it's truly as the old say. The young will eventually surpass us all. Pope Margrave gave Leonel a deep look. Then he waved a hand, his eyes returning to their half-closed position. A familiar paladin separated from his position against the wall, leading Leonel and Leonis out. Leonel's eyes narrowed when the large double doors closed behind, blocking out those blinding lights. What a cunning man, let alone sighing a breath of relief, Leonel was several levels more cautious. Though he had held back, he hadn't exposed his spirit pressure without cause. In this world, Leonel had learned that sometimes logic wasn't more important than one's strength. It wasn't until Leonel exposed his power that Margrave's treatment of him truly changed. If he wasn't as strong as he was now, there was no telling whether Pope Margrave would have accepted his reasonings. Leonel made a note in his heart. Mordred might not be his only enemy in this place. You know him? Not long after Leonel left, Margrave suddenly spoke to seemingly empty air. The paladins didn't react at all, but little Nana felt somewhat flustered by this line of questioning. No. Nana quickly answered. She wasn't worried her flustered appearance would give away anything. After all, this was her normal state. Plus, Leonel looked toward her first before she reacted, so it could be said that she was just shocked by the sudden attention Leonel gave her. Is that so? Margrave didn't say anything for a long while before he continued to speak. It seems that this boy is quite lustful. This could be used. Nana flushed red with embarrassment. Margrave chuckled. Don't worry, you are among my precious holy daughters, and God has bestowed upon you a heaven-sent ability. How could I pass down such a debasing job to you? You must remain pure beneath the scrutiny of God. There will, of course, be others to take on this task. After he finished saying this, Margrave didn't speak again. If Leonel was here, maybe he wouldn't be able to hold back his rage any longer. It might be normal for a young girl like Nana to marry and even birth children in this world, but Leonel had no such thoughts about the little girl. So the mission sets off in at dusk. Will you be ready? After leaving the church, Leonis pretended as though nothing had happened and began to speak with Leonel about the mission once again. Leonel gave him a sidelong look. This prince had brought up this trip to the church as though it was any other day. In fact, the way he spoke about it initially, he made it sound like this had something to do with the mission he had taken up. Not only that, but he had even made it seem like he had some involvement with the church. If Leonel remembered correctly, Leonis spoke about this visit as though it was something every holy son did, when this very clearly wasn't the case. Leonis smiled shamelessly beneath Leonel's gaze. He was clearly saying that he took no responsibility for his previous actions. "You're pretty good, Your Highness," Leonel said with a tinge of sarcasm. Leonis chuckled. "I'm not sure what you mean, Leonel." Leonel mumbled, but didn't say much else. It was true that it wouldn't have helped even if the prince had said something. Though it would have been nice to know, it would have also been akin to the prince making a decision for Leonel. By keeping his hands off the sequence entirely, not only was Leonis able to gain an understanding of where Leonel's loyalties lied, he was also able to test Leonel. However, never had he expected Leonel to be so capable. Even he couldn't have thought of a better solution to the situation. Leonel shook his head and decided to forget it. What is this mission about? Hearing this question, Leonis finally grew serious. It's a border mission. Seeing that Leonel didn't have a particular reaction, Leonis almost smacked his own forehead. He had forgotten that Leonel had never been on a mission before, so how could he know just how damning the two words border mission were? Leonis sighed and began to explain. Camelot has a ring of safety system. The safest place is the core of the kingdom. This encompasses Camelot and the surround 100 or so mile radius. Beyond that is the Yellow Mission Ring. This encompasses between 100 to 500 miles. Normally, those missions are taken up by apprentice mages. They deal with small beast hordes, bandits, small rebellions, and the like. Beyond the Yellow Mission Ring is the Red Mission Ring. This is between 500 miles and 600 miles away from the core of the kingdom. These missions can only be touched by official mages. The rebellions that happen here are much fiercer, and the bandits form clans and small fiefs of their own, making them much more dangerous. Beyond the Red Mission Ring is the Black Mission Ring. This is between 600 and 800 miles away from the core of the kingdom. Only elite official mages and weaker magi can take missions in this region. The Black Mission Ring are where the first instances of demons and black magic can be found. Some of the worst criminals of Camelot are hiding away in this region. The death toll is high enough to surpass 20%. Leonel frowned. It was this serious? Beyond the Black Mission Ring is the Border Mission Ring. It goes by another name, the Demon Mission Ring. It's between 800 to 1,000 miles from the core of the kingdom. This region is the no man's land between Camelot and the Demon Kingdom. There are constant clashes between us and Mordred's demon army there. That is where our mission lies. Leonel sucked in a cold breath, but he knew he had to go. He knew that the side missions weren't meaningless. This was a zone, not a video game. Since side missions existed, they served a purpose. They acted like a guiding light to how to complete the main mission. Since he was going to the Demon Mission Ring, it was a good chance to see whether or not he could kill Mordred in one sweep. Chapter 239, No Man's Land. Leonel touched his sore bottom again. He had already lost count of the number of times he had done so, but the discomfort hadn't disappeared. Seeing Leonel do this again, Leonis couldn't help but snicker. Though he quickly tried to hide it, Leonel wouldn't miss such a thing with how sharp his senses were. He could only send a glare toward the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, this glare only made Leonis's withheld laughter burst forth like a torrential tide. If others knew the great earthen chill the Leonel couldn't handle riding a horse for a few hours, just how would they react? Leonis's laughter continued as though he couldn't sense Leonel's piercing glare. It had already been a few days since Leonel, Leonis, and the rest of the expedition squad had set out to the border region. Leonel still remembered his shock when he saw the teleportation arrays Camelot had built, but after a moment it was relatively easy to accept. After all, if a Tier 9 black treasure could provide a talisman capable of taking Aina to a new world, it wasn't too shocking that a world with several magi could find methods to teleport within a world. After his initial shock settled down, Leonel laughed at himself. He had seen all of the mage arts within the Magic Art Tower. Some of them had abilities he couldn't have even fathomed back when he was a normal human. Something like teleportation shouldn't have been so surprising. Unfortunately, despite the existence of teleportation channels, Leonel had still had to ride a horse in the last few days. For safety, the teleportation channels to Camelot and from Camelot stopped appearing frequently after the Red Mission Ring, and there were sparingly few within the Black Mission Ring. As for the border region, there were none. So, after reaching the last channel, Leonel, Lioness, and the rest of the group had to travel by horse. But Leonel hadn't even touched a horse in his lifetime before. In fact, he couldn't remember ever being close to one, let alone having to ride it uncomfortably for hours. In truth, Leonel could just use a simple healing spell to stop the soreness. But after his conversation with the Pope, he didn't dare to use light elemental magic in public anymore. And it seemed Leonis was too busy laughing at him to help out. The rest of the squad seemed to be taking this quite well as well. It was rare to get some laughs during a border region mission, so they felt a bit relaxed after making Leonel the butt of the joke. Leonis smiled inwardly. What an interesting guy. I know he's not a person who gets embarrassed so easily. The only explanation is that he's becoming the butt of the joke on purpose to ease the tension. Leonis found Leonel to be an interesting character to analyze. Whenever he thought he understood him, things would turn out to be much different from what he had expected. Leonel had layers to him that were exceptionally difficult to peel back. The team this time was formed by 5 members, including Leonis and Leonel. Aside from them, there were 3 Leonel recognized, Mary, Thable, and finally Elis. It was only after seeing them all that Leonel understood the true reason behind their robes lacking embroidery. Mages and magi who frequented battlefields wouldn't give more information about themselves to the enemy than was necessary. In fact, Leonel realized that their robes might not even necessarily reflect their true levels. Due to this reason, Leonel also wore plain blue robes without any embroidery, and he understood just a bit more about the world he was in. Suddenly, the laughing atmosphere grew serious. Leonis, the leader of this squad, didn't need to say anything. They could see by the land that stretched out before them that they were here. The line of separation was so stark that it almost seemed surreal. On one side, there were blades of green grass. Though these blades lacked in health and were even browning in several spots, they were ultimately still blades of grass. However, on the other side, there was nothing but gray, cracked lands. Every so often, there would be what seemed like patches of vegetation, but they all resembled weeds and were colored such a deep black that it was impossible to call them plants of any sort. The world across this clear line was covered by a thin veil of fog. In the distance, sharp mountain ranges towered, piercing through the black clouds above. A light drizzle perpetually fell over the gray lands, yet its soil remained just as dry. In fact, the rain held an odd scent to it that made Leonel's nose twitch. It's acidic. Leonel's frown deepened. Leonel, you take the vanguard. Mary, Thable, protect his sides and flank our formation. Elis, take up the rear. Leonel nodded. His arrangement made the most sense. Since Leonel was an earth mage, it made sense for him to take the vanguard. His defenses and crowd-controlling abilities were the highest. In addition, his spirit pressure was also the highest, so could scout ahead as well. Leonis was their main healer, so he should be protected in the middle. Elise was a mental mage, so her attack strength was the least. Taking up the rear allowed her to use her sharper senses to ensure they didn't get pincered, while also allowing her the time needed to launch her assaults of the mind, just like her mentor Magus Aliard. Mary was a wood mage while Thable was a wind mage. Though their abilities didn't allow for a special allocation, this was the best place to put them. Leonel took a deep breath and entered a focused state. The expressions of his teammates changed, sensing the shift in his aura. They felt that it was slightly difficult to breathe, but they also sighed in relief when they realized the aura wasn't pointed toward them. Leonis's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Leonel's back. He isn't doing it on purpose. Just how many secrets do you have? Leonel took a step forward, crossing into the gray lands that bordered the 2 behemoths of this world. An uncomfortable feeling seeped into his body immediately. It was similar to a muscle ache or a minor cold. Though it was nothing too severe, it still made Leonel all the more serious. The light drizzle of rain rebounded across his body and robes as though trying to ebb away at his psyche. Without a choice, he continued to walk forward. What he didn't know was that there was a subtle change to his segmented cube. All the while, sitting within Leonel's spatial bracelet, it passively absorbed energy. Even after Leonel stepped into this no-man's land, it never stopped. However, this energy was different. It carried a tinge of blackness to it, seeping into the lab setting toward the snow globes and into the resting place of the little mink. Chapter 240. Black Rhino. Black Rhino power. 7 stars black. Strength. 8 stars black. Speed. 5 stars black. Agility. 4 stars black. Coordination. 7 stars black. Coordination. 7 stars black. Stamina. 8 stars black. Reactions. 6 stars black. Reactions. 6 stars black. Spirit. 1 stars black. Force. 1 stars black. Power scale accuracy. 97%. Leonel's gaze flashed. Even with a beast standing at 3 meters tall before him, he hardly react. Mud pit. Leonel stretched out a hand. The land quaked and shook as the black rhino charged over. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered a 100-meter radius. Just when it was about to press its front feet down, it suddenly felt its footing disappear. Instead of hitting solid ground, it sank into a quagmire, causing its body to flip forward, harden. Just as the rhino's body was about to flip out of the mud pit entirely, the pit hardened. The sudden change caused the rhino, who was in the process of rolling off, to come to a sudden stop. At that moment, the sickening sound of shattering bones rang out, only to be completely overshadowed by the pained roar of the black rhino. The black rhino heavily landed on its back. Its front legs snapped in 2. In fact, a portion of its legs were still stuck in the hardened mud pit. However, Leonel hardly reacted. A familiar swirl of wind had already surged around his body once again. A strong earth element swirled in the air above the rhino, quickly coalescing into a bronze, angled blade that radiated a beautiful light. Heavy guillotine. Suryu. The blade descended into the rhino's open mouth. It was too busy roaring in pain to even sense the danger. An instant later, its mouth was pierced through to the back of its skull, leaving it impaled into the ground. By this point, Leonel's teammates were looking at his back as though he was some kind of monster. This wasn't the first demon Leonel had taken down. In fact, it wasn't even the 10th. Yet every time they saw him do it, they would feel just as shocked as the first time. That beast was at least as powerful as a 1-star magus. Wasn't Leonel just an official mage? They should have been working together to take it down, so what the hell was happening? This power scaling system is alright, but still not perfect. It's too broad now, it needs some tweaks, Leonel calmly analyzed. That battle was at most 72% efficient. It would have been much easier to finish that battle had I taken a different approach. If I had used gravity warp just after the rhino flipped due to mud pit, I could have used Earth and Spike to impale it beneath its own weight. Earth and Spike is only a 2-star official art. It would take much less to cast than the 1-star Magus art Heavy Guillotine, even if I have to take into account the 3-star official art Gravity Warp. Leonel wasn't really worried about his stamina usage. Even compared to true 3-star Magi, his stamina was far beyond what they could imagine. After all, he technically had the reserves of a 5th-dimensional mage. The only shame was that he had to use more of his spirit to form magic arts, since he hadn't crystallized his spirit pressure as thoroughly as the true elites of this world. But even then, his starting point was still so much higher that it hardly mattered. Leonel was seriously refining his dreamscape bit by bit. He wanted to reach a point where he could understand the best way to defeat an enemy the moment he laid eyes on it. Unfortunately, it was clear that he was still very far from this result. 72% efficiency might sound impressive, but Leonel knew that this was pitifully low. For one, the more efficiency he wanted to eke out, the more difficult it would be. But this wasn't even the biggest point. The truth was that the rhino was much weaker than Leonel. Not only was it much weaker, but it was much less intelligent than Leonel. The petty tricks Leonel used might work on it, but on a true demon or another magus, it would be nothing more than parlor tricks. Leonel believed that had the black rhino been just any other 1-star magus, Leonel would at best be able to wring out a measly 30-40% efficiency, 50% if he was lucky and could counter his enemy's ability. It would be even worse the closer to his strength the enemy was. Suddenly thinking of this, another light bulb went off in Leonel's mind as a branching arc of lightning surged through his dream world. Counters. It might not be possible to perfectly counter every enemy I come across. An earth mage would be the bane of a wind mage, but might not necessarily do well against others. Leonel thought that there was merit to this idea. However, he didn't have a perfect way to act on it currently. Though he could technically cast all elemental spells thanks to his talent, he knew that this wasn't a viable solution. The power system of Camelot would only be useful to him in the 3rd dimension. It would lose its use the moment he crossed into the 4th. So that solution would only be short-lived. He needed to think of something better. Leonel, you're a monster. Do you know that? Babel suddenly spoke in a somewhat exasperated tone. They all thought after the first beast Leonel took down that he would soon realize he couldn't expend his stamina so wildly. But the current Leonel looked like he was still on his first battle. It was too ridiculous. Originally, they had been accepting of Leonel joining this expedition for 2 reasons. Firstly, Leonis recommended him, and secondly, they heard rumors that he had battled a Knight of the Round Table and came out alive. In their minds, even if Leonel's magic wasn't up to standard, he could make up for it in other ways. But they had never expected for him to be such a monster even when only using magic arts. Leonel didn't know how to respond to this. Leonis and the others chuckled seeing his response. They had expected the atmosphere to become heavy after entering these lands, but Leonel's prowess took a burden off their hearts. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the beast Leonel could as well. They all knew that these demons were easy pickings. The true demons were far more powerful and were humanoids. But Leonel let them all save up their stamina and remain in peak condition. This was more than they could ever hope for. It seems like we've arrived at our destination, Leoness said in a somewhat surprised tone. He had expected it to take about a week, but this was only the 3rd day. He sent another deep look toward Leonel's back. He had realized that Leonel sometimes swerved their formation in certain directions, but he didn't think much of it. But it seemed that Leonel was avoiding danger for them at the same time as taking the vanguard. A monster indeed. Up ahead, a small, makeshift fort stood. The gates were made of black wood and stood about 3 meters tall. Peeking over the wooden walls, one could see several tall tents from the distance. Several patrol units stood between them and the small fort. They had already passed through several lookout checkpoints, so the commander of this fort should already be prepared for their arrival. As expected, before they could even approach, the gates opened and a small troop of knights riding war horses galloped forward. Leonel winced. Damn horses again. As Leonel was remembering his past trauma, he didn't notice that Leonis had begun to frown behind him. Something's wrong, Chapter 241, Demon Lord. After a moment, Leonel regained his serious expression. Once he did, his senses quickly picked up on a few things. First, the small squad of 4 riding war horses toward them was led by a man with billowing blonde hair and blue eyes that held a complex light within them. Secondly, according to what he knew about Leonis, it was impossible for him not to take the helm in greeting these knights. This wasn't because the prince felt the need to take control of everything, but rather because Leonel felt that Leonis was a man who placed emphasis on relationships and respect, not much unlike Leonel himself. For a man like Leonis, as the leader of their squad, he would of course observe proper etiquette and greet these knights of Camelot. After all, in the future, when he was named king, these men would be the backbone of the kingdom. And, even now, they were putting their lives on the line, fighting day in and day out in the most dangerous border regions. Yet, not only had Leonis not stepped forward, he even seemed reluctant to do so. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of doing so, but that he was reluctant to do so. After reaching this conclusion, Leonel observed the man coming toward them once again and immediately noticed something else. This man's strength even faintly surpassed Lamorak's. At that moment, noticing his looks, Leonel had a faint inkling of something. Please don't tell me he's Lancelot. Leonel felt another headache coming on. Leonel shook his head. Things still shouldn't be so simple. I don't believe that even if things are as I think they are, that Leonis would be so unable to hide his emotions. This is even doubly so for a knight of the Round Table like Lancelot. When Leonel had this thought, he began to calmly observe everything else. Two of the knights who followed Lancelot out had deadpan expression, but the third had a gaze that reminded Leonel of a snake. He calmly looked Leonis up and down as though he was measuring up goods in a flea market. It was difficult to tell anything else from his gaze, but for some reason he didn't have eyes for anyone else. Even the two beauties, Elise and Mary, had no ability to catch his attention. There was something off about his gaze, but Leonel couldn't put his finger on it. Could the oddity be related to this man? He had long, black hair that shimmered as though coated in a thin gel. His eyes were the very same deep black, reflecting an indifferent light. To his hips, two swords hung, but they were obscenely long to the point they almost dragged along the ground even while he rode his tall horse. The longer Leonel looked at him, but louder his primitive instinct screamed. This man, he was dangerous. As though feeling a gaze on him, the young man finally shifted his gaze from Leonis, locking eyes with Leonel. In that moment, Leonel felt as though his body had been dunked into a vat of ice water. His blood vessels involuntarily constricted even as his eyes narrowed. Leonel's heartbeat slowed to a crawl. Though their gazes only met for a split second, it felt like an eternity. The man seemed surprised that Leonel didn't try his best to look away as soon as possible. It made him give Leonel a once-over, trying to see whether there was something special about the young man before him. Unfortunately, at that moment, their silent clash had to come to an end. Crown Prince, you've come. Lancelot, heading the small squad, took the initiative to hop down from his horse, kneeling down to a single knee in greeting. Maybe I shouldn't keep subconsciously thinking he's Lancelot. Who knows, I might get lucky and dodge this mess. Please don't do this, Sir Lancelot. I'm not worthy of such respect. Or not, Leonel smiled bitterly. Lancelot stood with an amiable smile, looking over the rest of the group. Oh, is this official Mage Leonel? I've heard a lot about you. That old fogey Lamorak suffered at your hands, huh? The man with snake-like eyes narrowed his gaze at these words. It seemed he was only now learning of Leonel's identity. Leonel smiled, a bit embarrassed. I guess you could say his mace was a bit dirty by my blood. Lancelot was a bit stunned by Leonel's response for a moment before he erupted into a boisterous laughter. It was quite an odd sight to see. Lancelot, with his looks, could play the part of arrogant and pretty playboy perfectly. Yet he erupted with the same laughter one would expect from a man with wild facial hair and a massive gut. Damn, his charisma is affecting even me. No wonder Queen Guinevere fell for him. If others knew what Leonel was thinking, he'd probably get sentenced to death where he stood. Lancelot heavily patted Leonel's shoulder. I like you, kid. Clearly, he wasn't as reserved toward Leonel as he was toward Leonis. Sir Lancelot, is this base experiencing some issues? I noticed that the security was especially high. Leonis finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Of course, these weren't at the forefront of his mind, but he could only toss other things to the back. Yes. Lancelot grew serious. The demon lords have been on the move. Leonis grew serious. The demon lords, they were Modred's most trusted subordinates. There were 66 of them in total. It wasn't that Modred didn't add more, but that demon lords would rather slaughter one another to claim their positions. As a result, new demon lords would always kill another demon lord upon being conferred their title or die trying. In the end, the number would always be 66. But, even then, these were many more top experts than Camelot had. If it wasn't for the fact the top experts of Camelot outstripped those of this demonic land by a measure, Camelot would have long since been wiped out. Leonis frowned. What happened? Lancelot took a deep breath. A new demon lord has been appointed. However, this one didn't follow the normal tradition of killing another, causing some unrest within Modred's lands. Now there are 67 demon lords. But Modred seems to have taken a liking to this new appointee and is protecting them. There's unrest in their ranks now. But demons don't display their dissatisfaction in the same way we humans do. Rather than pointing their spears toward Modred, they're ignoring the status quo and attacking on their own whim. Modred has yet to step in to regain the balance, and it's possible that she wants this sort of unrest. Due to this, we've been dealing with constant attacks toward all the border forts. News has already been sent back to Camelot. It's likely that the other big players will be making a move now. Just when Lancelot wanted to say more, the ground suddenly began to quake. Chapter 242, Smooth Spirit Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. EST from now on. Leonel had never expected that he wouldn't even get a chance to rest. A whirlwind of orders and roars shook the small fort. Lancelot's carefree demeanor completely vanished as he took hold of the situation. This fort was his own to control. The truth was that this base was in far better condition than the others would be. With a Knight of the Round Table protecting it, those stations here were several levels luckier than they otherwise might be. This was the first time Leonel had ever been on a true battlefield. Though he had fought the Englishmen alongside the French, those men were so much weaker than him that his life was never truly on the line. This was especially so when it was considered that Aina had been by his side. But this time, if he was just a bit careless, even a foot soldier could take his life. The warriors of this world were on a completely different level. He simply couldn't afford to take any of them lightly. For some reason, though, Leonel felt an urge to take the vanguard. Even he was shocked by this sudden change in his psyche. The thumping of his heart reminded him of the first time he stepped onto a football field. It was the very same feeling, that will to conquer and pit his wits against that of the enemy. However, all this time, such a thing had been repressed to the depths of his heart. He simply didn't like to kill. Such contradictory feelings always clashed within him to the point his initial instincts were tempered and snuffed out. But the enemy was once again not human. Leonel suddenly smiled. He remembered charging toward the Beast Kings of the Project Hunt Island. Back then, he had felt the fetters of his heart release a bit. After all, back then, his enemy was an army of beasts. And now, his enemy was an army of demons. Leonel stood on the walls of the fort. The black wood felt exceptionally smooth beneath his feet. As a mage, it was only right that he stood at the back of the army. It was his job to observe a formation of earth mages and understand their procedure for future battles. But he was feeling especially agitated. He wanted to join the knights below. A sin pace went off in Leonel's dream world. When he sent his mind inward, he smiled bitterly. So, it's like that. In the sky of his dream world sat his dreamscape. Within it, arcs of lightning connected his memories of battle with Lemorak to a book titled Achieving a Smooth Spirit. It was a level 7 book, one at the limit of what Leonel was allowed to read currently. It was a theory speaking on the connection of one's mentality to their spirit pressure. In truth, it seemed like a crackpot theory, maybe similar to the holistic medicine of Earth. Though some people believe in it, many dismiss it as a ridiculous notion. Even Leonel hadn't thought much about it before, but right now he understood where these feelings of agitation were coming from. His battle with Lemorak had left a shadow on his heart. It was impeding the pure flow of his spirit and limiting his future path. As a result, Leonel subconsciously wanted to prove himself on a real battlefield. Leonel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If others knew his thoughts, they'd believe he thought too much of himself. Lemorak was one of the 4 or 5 most powerful knights of Camelot. His age was easily 3 or 4 times that of Leonel's, maybe even more. It was only right that he defeated Leonel. Was Leonel even worthy to have such a shadow over his heart? The fact such an impediment to his spirit existed was practically Leonel saying that he subconsciously placed himself on the same level as Lemorak, or maybe even a higher level. To do something subconsciously was to say that Leonel believed this to the depths of his soul. He wasn't faking it, it was a confidence etched into his bones. Leonel chuckled to himself, causing the mages who were incredibly tense to his side to look toward him with shock. In the distance, a vile army of demons surged forward like a tide. Black dogs with long gray tongues as rough as sandpaper. Gray-skinned humanoids with all sorts of horns and antlers on their heads. Scaled humanoids with reptilian eyes. Grotesque vultures looming in the skies with wrinkled, rotting skin. It was a scene right out of hell. Yet, this young man was laughing. Had he lost his mind? Leonel's blood rushed through his veins. He felt his bronze runes flicking into and out of existence. He could hardly control himself. Leonel's eyes were like hawks. He automatically locked onto 3 demon lords in the distance. One was a massive minotaur carrying a bloodied axe. The tips of its horns were a deep obsidian black, making it look as though it had been dripped in poison continuously. The second was a skeleton with blue flames for eyes. It wore a ragged black robe that couldn't hide the chains around its ankles and wrists. At the end of its chains there were massive heavy balls of black steel. Their weight were so substantial that they left long, deep trenches in the ground as the skeleton walked forward. The last was a zombie with rotting greenish-gray skin. It wore nothing but a torn beast cloth to protect its groin. As for the rest of it, it was completely exposed. Leonel could even see the lines of muscle fibers beneath its shedding skin. However, instead of these muscles being a healthy pink, they looked completely washed out to the point of nearly being white, as though the zombie had not an ounce of blood left in its body. Despite their grotesque appearance, Leonel could feel that their auras were billowing into the skies. They weren't as powerful as Lamorak or Lancelot, but the difference wasn't so large either. The more Leonel looked toward them, the greater the thumping of his heart became. Eventually, his heartbeat became so loud that those beside him could hear it. It felt as though his heart would leap from his chest any moment now. Leonel's aura towered into the skies. As though competing with the three demon lords before it, it shot into the rumbling black clouds above, even dispersing the ever-falling rain for just a moment. Leonel could feel it. If he didn't step forward now, his blood would run in reverse. This feeling, he couldn't hold it down anymore. Military law? He simply didn't care. Several eyes landed on Leonel. Some were friendly, and others were from the enemy army. However, he didn't have eyes for any of them. The blood surged throughout Leonel's body. It churned and spun, shooting into his chest. His lungs expanded, a mighty roar that seemed to drown out everything erupting from within him. A blinding light lit Leonel's eyes. By the time they dimmed, his eyes reflected a beautiful violet tinged with just the slightest hint of red. Then, he leapt from the walls of the fort. Chapter 243, Charged Leonel tore through the skies, treading through the air with 2 steps that sent him flying forward several hundred meters. Before anyone could react, he had already landed in the no-man's land between the two armies. Leonel had no idea what was going on around him. He could hear anything but the blood rushing through his ears. He couldn't feel anything but the wild thumping of his heart. He couldn't see anything but the endless stream of enemies before him. His mage robes were sheared apart under the pressure, revealing a toned torso pulsing with blinding bronze runes and radiating a beautiful violet color. Leonel's palm flicked over, a spear appearing in it as he shot forward, rising pillar. The earth beneath his feet trembled, shooting up at an angle beneath Leonel's feet. A swirl of surging force surrounded Leonel as he formed the magic art, using pillar that manifested beneath him to fly forward at ever faster speeds. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the first line of monsters, demons, and ghouls. Compared to the army, he seemed like an insignificant ant, yet even the demons who didn't know fear or pain felt their chests being pressed down by an undying pressure. Bang! The earth before Leonel surged upward, forming a massive wedge that slammed into the front of the demon army. Shattered bodies flew out from the point of impact like broken kites. Their desecrated corpses paved a bloody path for Leonel to step forward. Leonel's piercing violet-red eyes shone forth like 2 impossible-to-stop beams. He became the only light in this bleak land, a halo of bronze-violet light hanging above his head. Grand gravity warp. The earth beneath Leonel's feet sunk down by several inches. An invisible weight descended from the skies, crushing the bodies of every demon within tens of meters of him. Leonel shot into the army, his spear leaving trailing snakes of sharp air in its wake. In the distance, those of Camelot's army finally reacted to what they were seeing. Leonis's expression changed several times. This madman? Fingers. Mini Ember. Fingers, are you seeing what I'm seeing? As a light magus, Leonis obviously didn't have a squad of mages to join like Leonel had. His job was to go to the places of the battlefield where he was needed. As a result, he had a security detail of his own and had separated from Leonel. At that moment, Mary was speechless watching Leonel. They all felt that Leonel had lost his mind. They had seen many weird reactions to stepping on the battlefield for the first time. Some vomited, others cowered in fear, some couldn't stop the shaking of their limbs, and others even tried to abandon the battle entirely. But, charging headlong into battle, this was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. Lancelot sat on his warhorse with a stunned expression. In all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a thing as well. The truth was that such actions by Leonel were enough to be punished by military law, maybe even death. Breaking rank and doing as one pleased wasn't the way of the army. This wasn't only the case on Earth, but clearly also the case in this mythological zone. However, though Earth and this zone were similar, they were different in one aspect, the importance of strength. Who dared to reprimand Leonel? Even if Lancelot had the strength to do so, would he? Was it worth it? At that moment, Lancelot boisterously laughed into the skies. The gold-and-silver lance that hung to his sides rose in his hands. He pointed it forward, drawing an invisible line between himself and the army before them. You see that men, even a rookie, is so eager. We won't lose out to him, will we? His roar pierced through the veil above. The rumbling hooves of war horses and the sound of weapons clanging against armor shot through the battlefield. The aura of Camelot's army rose. As though trying to match Leonel's energy, it melded with his momentum, suppressing the demons to an extreme. Charge! Lancelot's words fell, and a sea of knights shot forward. The front hooves of their steeds rose, trampling the ground beneath them with impunity. To a side, the snake-eyed man watched on with a curious gaze. He looked toward Leonel's back as though it was right in front of him. From his position, he could see every defined muscle of Leonel's back, every sharp, perfectly formed bronze rune, and even saw the beads of sweat perspiring from him. Interesting. The 2 longswords to his side trembled as though feeling excited. They cried out as though they were wishing for blood too. Without another moment of waiting, he too shot forward. In the front of it all, Leonel had no idea how he had affected the army to his back. He controlled the earth beneath his feet like a god of war, and wielded his spear like the call of a reaper. His movements were like fluid water, his steps carrying an enigmatic air to them that made it seem as though all his enemies were walking into their deaths of their own volition. Surprisingly, aside from their gazes being aimed toward him, the demon lords didn't make any other action toward Leonel. One would think that they would go all out to snuff out his momentum, but they didn't seem to care to do so. They looked on with complete indifference. However, they suddenly frowned when Leonel's gaze met their own because his gaze, too, was indifferent. He didn't see them as demon lords. He saw them as enemies he needed to cut down to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling in his heart. They were his outlet to vent, nothing more, nothing less. At that moment, the other high rankers of the demon army began to move. Demon lords might have been the highest standard, but beneath them there were still demon soldiers, demon captains, and demon generals. Why should their demon lord be the first to step up just to deal with a small fry ant of a human? For someone like Leonel, a demon captain was more than enough. Feeling very confident in himself, a wolfman standing on its two strong hind legs shot toward Leonel. A rotting tongue hung out of its mouth, grotesque saliva dripping downward as it dreamed about Leonel's tender flesh. However, it had hardly begun to target Leonel when a spear appeared before it, piercing through its tongue, mouth, and through the back of its head. Like that, a demon captain fell no differently from a rabid dog. Finally, the demon generals were stirred. Chapter 244, Marshlands. What a boisterous kid. Since when did my demon army become so easy to bully? A demon general with empty sockets flickering with a green flame sneered. If it wasn't for this feature, he would look completely like a normal human male of average appearance, but with it, it couldn't be more clear that he was a demon with a sinister temperament. The green flame demon general stepped toward Leonel, two scimitars twirling in his hands. At that moment, Camelot's army met the demons, their clash ringing throughout the battlefield. Rain continued to drizzle, the clouds above seemingly becoming denser and blacker with each passing moment. Yet Leonel didn't seem to notice anything at all. Even the several demon generals coming toward him were nothing more than another reflection in his mind. The raging torrent of his blood flowed quicker with each passing moment. His skin reddened, causing a light steam to rise from his body beneath the cool atmosphere. Die. Two scimitars crossed across Leonel's neck, seemingly trying to sever his head from his shoulders from two directions at once. Leonel's mind was exceptionally calm. It was as though he didn't realize his life was on the line. The green flame demon general sneered deeply, looking toward Leonel as though he was a dead man. But when he met the coldness of Leonel's violet red eyes, he felt a shiver tear its way up his spine. Leonel's spear shot forward. Just when it seemed the scimitars would rip his head from his body, Leonel's spear, as though drawn on a perfect line, connected with the intersecting line of the two scimitars, repelling them both with a single strike. As the green flame demon general felt an unstoppable force surge up his arms, causing him to take several steps backward, he felt a deep fear take root in his heart. Using the tip of a spear to intercept two weapons at once. Just a single mistake would have meant Leonel losing his head. Just what level of character did he provoke? The green flame demon general immediately retreated by several steps. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Leonel on his own. If he didn't get help, he would only be rushing to his death. The demon general had expected that Leonel would press him, but he was stunned and then enraged by Leonel's next actions. As though he was air, Leonel didn't even pursue the demon general. He sent out several more piercing strikes of his spear, compressing Call of the Wind to an extreme. The green flame demon general could only watch as his soldiers fell one after another. Several demon generals began to swarm the area. It couldn't be helped. Leonel was a lone man too far gone from the true front line of Camelot's army. He was alone, swarmed by enemies from all sides. Things like formations, ranks, and military law were meaningless to demons. If they saw an opponent they wanted, even crossing from one side of the army to the other wasn't outside of reason to them. Even when they saw the green flame demon general suffer by a measure, it only lit their fighting spirit all the more. The green flame demon general tried to send attacks toward Leonel from a distance, hoping to slow down his murder spree. Scythes of green force tore through the air, flying toward Leonel at unbelievable speeds. Yet Leonel calmly sidestepped them all. It was as though he knew where they would land ahead of time, and had already moved in the opposite direction. Leonel's general star abilities deepened with each passing day. Others would need several battles over decades for even the smallest improvement, but those were individuals without Leonel's ability. A movement theory like General Star was practically created for Leonel. Prince, this isn't good. This is Leonel's first battle. What is he going to do when his stamina runs dry? Thibault asked with a bit of worry from Leonis's side. They all knew how insane Leonel's stamina was, but they had been dropped into this battle right after a long day of trekking to this location. On top of that, Leonel probably didn't know, due to his lack of experience, that stamina ran out faster on the battlefield. All the adrenaline and nerves made one exceptionally tight, making them use more strength than they needed to. Battles of this level usually lasted at least a few hours. How could Leonel possibly last to the end? Leonis narrowed his eyes at these words. Everyone thought Leonel was being hot-headed. Even Leonis believed so. But, for some reason, Leonis felt that Leonel just might give them a surprise. Leonis's gaze shifted to another part of the battlefield. He watched as a man with 2 long swords tore a path on a warhorse. His killing speed was even several levels beyond Leonel, though his opponents were a few levels weaker as well since they were the fodder of the front line. For Leonel to appear now of all times, is this a good or a bad thing? Leonis's thoughts didn't seem to have a thread that connected them, thinking this while looking toward the man with snake eyes. Just what did it mean? However, even if Leonel knew of this, it was unlikely that he would care at this point. All he wanted was to battle, to satiate the raging, boiling blood in his veins. Pierre's 17 demon generals have surrounded Leonel. Elise practically shrieked. She had been nearly fanatical about Leonel ever since she found out his true status. Even after it came out that Leonel was actually a Earth Childe, Elise realized that there were political machinations behind this. After all, she had been there that day. So, all this time she had been focused on Leonel, despite the fact she was meant to be acting as a scout for Leonis. When she saw such a thing, she couldn't help but pale. However, she had no idea that this was exactly what Leonel was waiting for. Demon General. Elite 7 star to 8 star threats. It will be several times more efficient to defeat many of them at once. The Green Flame Demon General was already enraged to the point of his chest bursting. When he saw so many converging toward Leonel, he felt that it was finally time for his revenge. None of the demon lords had good feelings toward one another. This was even more so for demon generals. That said, just because the Green Flame Demon General didn't like them, didn't mean he wasn't willing to use them to kill Leonel. However, this would be the second time Leonel's gaze met the green flames of the Demon General, and once again, a cold shiver snaked up the latter's spine. Leonel didn't smirk, he didn't sneer, there wasn't even a light of satisfaction in his eyes. Yet, the Demon General still felt as though he was looking toward them from on high. They were nothing but stepping stones he could use to vent the discomfort in his heart. Grand Marshlands. Leonel spoke calmly, but the surge of wind that wrapped around his body when these words fell made it feel as though a cyclone was forming in the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 245, True Demon. The Demon Generals immediately realized that something was wrong, but by then, it was already too late. Aside from one that had bat-like wings, allowing her to soar into the skies and escape, the remaining 16 found themselves trapped. The cracked gray lands of the battlefield suddenly became a land of soft, muddy earth. Their bodies sunk down to their ankles, slowing their movement speeds by several levels. Yet, Leonel remained completely unaffected. The immediate reaction of the Demon Generals was to use force to tread on the marshland, just like they would on water. It was a seemingly easy solution that was right before them. As battle-hardened veterans, they had of course put their lives on the line countless times before. How could they not react quickly to such a dangerous situation? However, dreams were great while reality was cruel. This might have looked like a normal marshland, but if it was truly so easy to escape, how could it be worthy of being a 1-star Magus art? Shit, I can't escape. A large man with fur-covered skin and 2 large canine teeth that hung out from his mouth snarled. His square face distorted in fury. It was clear that he wasn't very intelligent, because seeing that he was having trouble gathering force to the soles of his feet, his solution was to forcefully use more. The more intelligent of the Demon Generals paled in despair. They realized now what was happening. This Grand Marshlands had a secondary function of acting like a sponge to force. No matter how hard they tried to gather force, it would be useless. In fact, if they acted like the square-faced fool, they would only deplete their reserves quicker. By this point, the Demon Generals were feeling incomparably aggrieved. Such a large crowd control spell should have taken a normal Earth Mage at least 10 seconds to cast, even if they were very efficient in using it. However, not only did Leonel take less than 3, but the range was almost 50 meters, easily double what a normal mage should have been able to accomplish. Leonel didn't even spare these Demon Generals a glance. He looked up into the skies toward the female demon with bat wings. His left palm flipped over, revealing a long-barreled pistol with a harpoon fitted to it. Bang! The bat-winged Demon General tried to swerve in the air, but the result was her wing being torn apart. She could only watch on in horror as she crashed into the marshlands below. She regretted not flying away at the first instant she could, but there was no medicine for such a feeling. Leonel shot forward, appearing before the raging square-faced Demon General. Boy, I'll smash you to a pulp. The Demon General raised his club above his head, already picturing the scene of Leonel being smashed into a blood mist. However, the instant he did, he realized that he was suddenly feeling lightheaded. Why did he feel so weak all of a sudden? In a second of distraction, a sharp pain ripped through his throat. He looked down in disbelief to find Leonel's spear being pulled out of his body. Even as the life faded from within him, he didn't realize that he only felt so weak due to his own stupidity. Leonel appeared before the Batwing Demon General in a flash, not stopping to admire his kill for even a moment. The latter was still sprawled on the damp ground. Though it had dulled the impact for her, it was also the reason she was even more stuck than the others were. She didn't even have the time to lift her head from the ground before Leonel's spear ran through her back, piercing her heart. Leonel flickered around the battlefield. Whether it was the demon generals or their subordinates that happened to get caught in the range of his spear, he showed no mercy. Run! The demon generals couldn't bother to stay any longer. The man was nothing more than a god of death. It felt like he was looking at them as though they were just numbers on a sheet, a tally to his success and nothing more. Unfortunately, was it really so easy to run from Leonel? Every earth spell Leonel cast carried a variance to it due to his mutated spirit pressure affinity. This variance was related to his metal synergy lineage factor. It naturally ingrained metals into all of his mage arts. This ability wasn't very useful for an ability like Grand Marshlands or Mud Pit. However, when it came to defense and attacking earth mage arts, Leonel's could be said to be double the strength of a normal cast without any exaggeration. There was another spell that got a boost as well, and that was Harden. The expanse of marshland suddenly became solid land once again. A wild surge of winds whipped around Leonel. To use Harden on such a large scale was completely different than using it like he had previously on Mud Pit. However, to Leonel, he didn't feel that there was much of a difference at all. By now, in their struggle, the demon generals and other demons had already sunk down to the shins, and now they suddenly found themselves completely trapped. It was a one-sided slaughter. Leonel shot through the 50-meter radius like a fluttering leaf dripping with blood. Every place he stopped would suddenly bloom a flower of crimson, reaping the life of another demon. The green-flamed demon general watched on with horror. He couldn't move even a single inch. Even now, he had no idea who Leonel was. He had thought that their demon army had information on all the great talents of Camelot. So, where the hell had this boy come from? He treated their lives like weeds. The green-flamed demon general had already lost count of all the atrocities he had committed. But, somehow, before Leonel, he felt like an innocent child who didn't understand the world. A bitter chuckle left the demon general's lips as Leonel's spear finally found its way to him. It wasn't long before the green flames of his eyes waned and flickered out. The last sight he saw were Leonel's expressionless violet eyes. He seemed disappointed. Leonel ripped his spear from the demon general's skull. He looked down at the once beautiful spear, realizing that it was beaten and battered now. There were multiple chips on its common iron head, and its wooden body was chipped in several places. Ultimately, it was just a common weapon. It couldn't even be considered a Tier 1 black-grade treasure. It found it hard to resist Leonel's own strength, let alone those of his enemy. If it wasn't for Spear Domain's recovery feature and the protective shield provided by Leonel's spear force, it would have already broken down long ago. Leonel looked up. He noticed the look of fear the demons around him had. No, that was a bit inaccurate. They weren't around him because the entire 50-meter radius of him had been completely emptied out. Leonel stood there, a halo of violet bronze above his head and a crown etched onto his forehead. His bronze hair billowed in the wind, his piercing violet-red eyes seemingly tearing through the void. He was covered in blood of all colors from head to toe. It was hard to tell who the true demon was. Chapter 246, Come. A shocked hush came over the battlefield. It wasn't that it was truly quiet. The clash of weapons, the cry of men, the stomping of hooves, they were all still there. However, there was a hard-to-describe stillness to the atmosphere. Leonel was deep within enemy territory, standing all alone. It should have been a dangerous situation. He should have been scratching and clawing just to keep his own life. Yet, the truth was that he stood all alone, the surrounding space around him littered with corpses. A deep breath sunk into Leonel's lungs. He felt his force nodes throbbing, recovering his stamina at unimaginable speeds. His stamina was already frightening after activating his nodes. He could only imagine what level it would reach once he formed his 9th and 10th. The ground Leonel stood on heavily shook. He looked up calmly from his thoughts to find the massive Minotaur demon lord standing before him, his bloodied axe leaving a massive fissure in the ground. In the distance, Lancelot frowned. He was still a distance from Leonel. There was nothing he could do about this. For one, Leonel had rushed forward first. Secondly, Lancelot couldn't be as free-spirited as Leonel. He had an army to lead. If he broke free and charged forward alone, it wouldn't have been impossible to already catch up with Leonel. However, as things stood now, it was impossible for him to abandon his men for one Leonel. At the same time, he was still greatly worried. Leonel was a great talent. It would be a massive blow to Camelot if he were to fall here. Though Leonel had been chopping down demon generals like weeds, it had to be said that demon lords had an average strength just marginally below that of the Knights of the Round Table and the Magi of Camelot. This was just their average strength. The top echelon of them didn't lose out to the best Camelot had to offer by much at all. In fact, aside from King Arthur, the top 3 Knights of the Round Table and Pope Margrave, they were stronger than anything Camelot had to offer. Lancelot knew the 3 demon lords that had come this time. Though their abilities weren't so exaggerated, they weren't the worst of the demon lords either. They could be ranked within the middle echelons of the demon army. That was enough to be as strong as some of the weaker magi and knights of the Round Table. The Minotaur that just landed before Leonel was Demon Lord Gorgo. He was ranked 26th amongst the demon lords and had astounding power. How could Lancelot not be worried? Little baby boy, I've never met someone as eager to die as you. Leonel didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't hear Gorgo's words at all. The beating of his heart was growing wilder. His blood rushed through his veins like rushing tides. He felt as though a waterfall was crashing through his body, one capable of shattering rocks and drowning whales. It was to the point that even the demon lord before him could faintly hear it. Leonel brandished his spear. As though he didn't know fear, he looked up at the Minotaur that stood almost a full meter taller than him, his piercing violet red eyes tearing through his veil of superiority with indifference. Hee, Gorgo laughed, his mouth spreading open to reveal 2 neat rows of pearly white teeth. They were so clear that Leonel could have even seen his own reflection should he have wanted to. However, this laughter wasn't jovial in the slightest. I don't like that look in your eyes, little baby boy. Why don't I gouge them out for you? Gorgo slowly raised his axe, his aura imposing and looming. Even compared to Leonel's own, it didn't seem to lose out in the slightest. But, after a moment, it became clear why. Gorgo's aura was an aggregation of killing intent. Leonel's own was nothing but an intense will toward competition. While it seemed Gorgo's matched Leonel's, this was only because of its sinister attribute. It made it more memorable. This was compared to Leonel's, which was a rich, steady stream. It was like comparing 2 dishes. One might have a potent smell to it, but it wouldn't necessarily taste better. However, the Minotaur didn't seem to realize any of this. In his mind, this was only right. How could his own aura lose out to this baby boy? He was a mighty demon lord. Ants like Leonel were destined to fall beneath his blade. At that moment, the battle axe reached its apex. Leonel's eyes narrowed, sweeping one of his feet backward to sink into a steady stance. SHU, the bloodied axe descended. It tore about the wind and left a whistling streak of air in its wake, seeking to tear Leonel in half. Leonel felt his heart thump. Countless calculations streamed through his mind. In the end, he found that dodging this strike was actually impossible. The strike seemed simple, but it actually cut off all paths of retreat. It felt like the blade was a void, sucking everything toward it without regard. It took Leonel only a moment to realize that this must be a special ability of the Minotaur. There shouldn't be abilities in this world, but that didn't mean that there weren't creatures born with special characteristics. Or, in this case, demon lords who practice special force techniques. Without a choice, Leonel poured everything he had into his spear. Reinforce, harden, earthen armor. A violent wind surged around Leonel, quickly coalescing into scales of earth that formed a metallic sheen of armor around his arm and spear. Leonel's back and arm flexed, his bronze runes pulsing with life. He stabbed upward, meeting the descending axe without the slightest hint of fear. Lancelot's eyes widened. He had actually feared that Leonel wouldn't retreat. That would fall right into Gorgo's hands. But meeting him head-on was also not the greatest option either. Gorgo was simply too strong. Bang! Leonel's spear bent like a bow, his knees bending under the strain of the strike. Bang! The battle axe continued, but Leonel had taken advantage of the small delay to step outside its range, barely dodging the blade. Snap. Leonel's spear couldn't withstand the strain. Even after being protected by Leonel's magic, it snapped in 2, one of its halves rebounding into the air and spinning wildly. Gorgo took several steps back. It might very well have been more had his axe not sliced against the ground, slowing his momentum. As though in shock, Gorgo looked toward his axe, then back toward Leonel, his gaze growing serious. The second half of Leonel's spear fell to the ground, not even having enough strength to pierce the earth. Leonel could only sigh. This spear was truly too weak. And he hadn't quite learned how to integrate his metal synergy with his spear force just yet. Little baby boy, it seems you have some skill. But what are you going to do without your weapon? Gorgo's sneer deepened as he slowly walked forward, regaining his calm. Leonel remained calm. It was as though he hadn't heard Gorgo's words at all. The rushing of his blood was only growing. That single strike, it wasn't enough. Leonel put the half that remained of his spear away, calmly tracing the band of his spatial bracelet in a somewhat absent-minded manner. Then, as though a magician, he pinched with 2 fingers, slowly pulling as a new spear manifested itself. The clang of rattling chains grated against the ear as a long, black polearm was pulled from Leonel's spatial bracelet. Though it was just an illusion of the mind, it felt as though it was endlessly long, as though there would never come a point where its pull stopped. However, soon, Leonel had pulled it out completely. The chains around its black body continued to rattle. Even with its butt remaining planted on the ground, it stood more than a head taller than Leonel, its flat, shimmering blade being almost 2 feet long alone. Leonel swept the spear forward, causing the banging of the chains to become even more grating. Even without touching the ground, its sharpness left an arc on the cracked land before Leonel, as though marking his territory. He looked up and met Gorgo's eyes. His gaze seemed to say all that needed to be said. Come. Chapter 247, Peak Spear Domain. It was a treasure the likes of which only 3 others existed. It was a land of spears and spearmen that ruled over eras and generations. This was Spear Domain. After awakening his wisdom branch, Leonel's spirit skyrocketed. So, it was no surprise that the distance he could walk within Spear Domain had also, likewise, increased by a large measure. The hidden world of Spear Domain was separated into several peaks. In the beginning, Leonel thought that these were simply separations of weak to strong. But the truth wasn't so simple. To understand Spear Domain, one must understand the Spear Domain lineage factor. This bloodline allows one to pour all of one's skill into a single spear. No matter what abilities you have or gain, it becomes possible to perfectly integrate it into one's spear force. This accumulative spear force becomes layered and slowly grows more and more powerful over time. Eventually, if one walks to the end of Spear Domain and reaches the highest peak, forming a spear that encompasses all, it would be possible to stand atop the universe. Therein lies the truth behind these peaks of Spear Domain. Every previous owner of Spear Domain would form a peak. The penultimate weapon of their lifetimes would be pierced into this peak, while all the spears surrounding the base of it represented all the styles and techniques they integrated into their own. The black spear in Leonel's hands now, the very one with dangling black chains clattering amidst a silent battlefield, was the spear of the first peak. The primitive woman and primitive man were both spears that could only surround the base of its peak. Gorgo felt his heart palpitate when his gaze landed on Leonel's spear. It felt like he was staring at the sovereign of an era, an impossibly tall mountain crashing down toward him. It was just the first peak of the smallest hill. In fact, Leonel counted that there were hundreds of hills within Spear Domain that shared the same height as the hill he pulled this spear from, and those were just the ones in his line of vision, yet even it was able to make Gorgo's knees go weak. This weapon, in the distance, the zombie demon lord locked eyes on Leonel's spear, his heart involuntarily palpitating. Greed lit his rotting eyes. Even with his status, he had never seen such a powerful weapon. In fact, he doubted that even Lord Modred's weapon could match the one in Leonel's hand right now. The black spear was a quasi-bronze treasure just half a step away from becoming a true bronze treasure. It was no wonder others were reacting like this, but Leonel wasn't thinking about such things at all. He was entirely focused on the task at hand. The spear in his hand weighed just over 100 pounds. The amount of focus he needed to control it was far more than any other weapon he had ever wielded before. However, at the same time, it made his blood boil endlessly. His mind flashed with the vision he saw when he touched this spear. Unlike the other 2 spears he had touched, he didn't get sent to witness a life moment of the owner. Instead, he found himself in a world of darkness, a perpetual pressure weighing down on him from all sides. Leonel knew that he hadn't grasped even a single % of what that world of darkness wanted to portray to him. He also knew that it was his fault for this as well. After all, he skipped over all of the spears that were meant to form the foundation to truly understand the weapon in his hands. The smart thing to do would be to slowly build up his understanding by comprehending all the spears around the base of this spear's peak. However, the current Leonel just couldn't wait. He could always go back to thoroughly understand those spears. But this battle, he wanted to fight it now. Leonel shot forward, the piercing strikes of his spear casting a net of black toward Gorgo. The chains on its body danced, lashing out like whips and poisonous snakes. Gorgo felt a palpable pressure descend onto him. He struck out on reflex, hoping to send Leonel back, but the result left him horrified. Bang, 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 bang. Axe and spear met time and time again. With each strike, Gorgo felt his arms go numb. It was as though a hammer was smashing into his body continuously. His organs shook, his bones quaked, even the blood vessels in his eyes popped. He was losing in strength. The only thing that kept him going was the idea that Leonel should be worse off. After all, he was a human. How could his body compare to a mighty demon Minotaur's? Unfortunately, reality was cruel. In the past several weeks, Leonel's body had already reached the standard of a weak third-dimension metal. With his runes activated, trying to harm him was just like trying to cut apart an unrefined ore. The first stage of refining his metal body was separated by the dimensions. Within the third dimension, the tiers were separated into weak, standard, strong, superior, and perfect. Only by opening the 8th door would one be able to reach the superior standing, and only those that opened the 9th would be able to reach perfection. However, even the weakest weak standing was enough to drive an opponent mad. While Gorgo's body felt as though it might break down at any moment, Leonel only felt slightly numb. Only the weakest parts of his body, like his wrists and ankles, felt any real discomfort. In Leonel's current state, wielding a heavy weapon like his black spear couldn't have felt any better. Gorgo shrunk back, completely deactivating his void force. Usually, others would try to run from him, so his suction technique was a death sentence to all. Yet now, it was nothing but a detriment to himself. His heart sank when he saw the chips and cracking of the axe in his hand. Was the difference between their weapons really so great? He felt that in just a few more strikes, the companion that had followed him for so many decades would meet its end right here. Damn it, Gorgo shouted in his mind. How had he been so unlucky to come across such an abnormal little baby boy? Even the weapon he wielded was heavier than his own. Suddenly, Leonel's spear tip shook, a faint light coating its surface. Gorgo's expression changed. Reacting quickly, he used his axe to protect his chest. PCHU, crack, a pain trembled Gorgo's heart. He watched as Leonel's spear embedded itself into his axe. Though it didn't pass all the way through, such a crack meant the end of a weapon. Gorgo explosively retreated beneath the shocked gazes of the armies around. Others may not know it, but after today they surely would. The reason Leonel lost so badly to Lemorik wasn't just because of his crystallized force, but also because his weapon couldn't hold a candle to the Grand Knights. Though Leonel would have still lost had he had this spear back then, it wouldn't have been so quickly. And now that he had begun to crystallize his own force and had such a weapon in hand, he had no intention of losing to the Demon Lord before him. Boy, I'll go all out with you. A dense black force erupted around Gorgo. It felt as though his body had become the center of a black hole, causing everything to surge toward him. Wind whipped around wildly. If it wasn't for the fact Leonel was holding such a heavy spear, he might have been sent flying toward the Minotaur Demon Lord as well. Leonel's eyes shone. This must be a night technique of this world. Chapter 248, Horns Leonel was just one person. With his ability, he was able to split his mind and study many things at once, but even then he only had one body. There were only so many things he could do at once. In truth, he was already lucky to have set aside some time to gain the acknowledgement of the spear in his hand currently. He still remembered the feeling of his soul shearing apart beneath its presence. However, no matter how much of an advantage his ability gave him, he couldn't master everything. To now, he had mastered all the abilities the Mage Academy had to offer him in terms of mage arts, but he still hadn't had time to study the Path of Knights. Seeing Gorgo explode like this before him, it reaffirmed his will to dig up all the secrets of this world. What remained of Leonel's robes billowed beneath the wind. He could already feel his arms slightly aching beneath the pressure. This wasn't due to Gorgo's strikes, but rather because he wasn't used to using such a heavy weapon. To the current Leonel, lifting 100 pounds wasn't a problem. In fact, this was simple even for an average male. However, lifting a weight and using a weapon of such heft were two completely different concepts. Bang! Gorgo's armor cracked and shattered into several pieces, spiraling into every which direction like the shrapnel of a grenade. His bulging muscles flexed beneath the influx of energy surging toward him, veins of pumping blood racing across his skin like crimson serpents. He raised his axe into the air, but his target wasn't Leonel at all. Instead, he slammed the flat of the blade over his knee, shattering the blade along the line of the damage Leonel had caused. The resulting weapon was sinister beyond belief. The irregular, jagged edge looked like the jaws of a demon bearing down from above. The axe left trails of sliced wind in its path as it descended. Its irregular edge caused the air to bend and twist, making it sound as though a ghastly flute was being blown. Leonel's gaze burned with fighting intent. His spear force coated the 2-foot-long flat blade of his spear as he pierced forward without regard. Bang, bang, bang. The blood in Leonel's body rolled with every collision. It was clear to anyone observing that Leonel had greater strength, and that even his movement was a measure better. However, his technique was simply too lacking. Every strike of Gorgo seemed to contain a mysterious air to it. His strikes uniquely flowed from one stance to another, achieving a smooth resonance that allowed him to lose himself in battle. However, Leonel's movements lacked variation. He continuously calculated and responded with a strong pierce again and again, but this was all. He could only rely on his ability to make up for his lack of skill, but against a truly strong enemy, such a thing would be useless. Like this, Gorgo and Leonel fell into a stalemate, neither one gaining an advantage over the other. And, with Gorgo's weapon having been broken once before, breaking it again after it shrunk in size was several levels more difficult. In the distance, Lancelot was beginning to grow worried, even more so than he had been before. This boy, doesn't he know that a spear can do more than pierce? How could Lancelot know that all of Leonel's skill came from the primitive man and woman? The primitive man only taught him how to bring out the full potential of his body with every strike, but the primitive woman's fighting technique was entirely reliant on a piercing motion. The primitive woman's spear had a modified blade in the shape of a prism. This made its piercing power incredibly strong, almost like the stinger of a bee, but as a result, it lost its ability to perform the other kinds of strikes. Due to his inexperience, Leonel took a battle that he most assuredly should have won and turned it into a struggle. Even still, Leonel didn't take a single step back. In fact, his indifferent expression began to crack, shimmering with hints of happiness. His eyes grew more focused. Ignoring the aching of his arms, he pierced forward again and again as though he didn't know fatigue. Just when Leonel was about to lose himself in battle, he frowned. An instinct that came from the depths of his heart suddenly trembled. Leonel didn't need to look to know what happened. His internal sight was too sharp. He felt the eyes of the two demon lords locked onto him. The sudden feeling was almost as though his head had been dunked into a vat of ice and water. He had almost forgotten that he was on a battlefield. Venting his frustration was fine, but burning himself out to the point of running on empty would be like asking for death. My spearmanship is too lacking. I need to absorb the experiences of more of the spears surrounding the base of this peak spear. Leonel took a deep breath. With his fatigue growing, his rolling blood was also losing its control over him. Even the violet red of his eyes began to slowly fade. Others could sense this. In fact, the sharpness of the two remaining demon lords grew. The only demon lord that wasn't inwardly celebrating was Gorgo. How could he? His state was even sorrier than Leonel's. However, Leonel wasn't worried. His body might have reached its limit, but his ethereal glabella was still filled to the brim with soul force. I should end this. Grand gravity warp. Layering arts. Demon Lord Gorgo was caught completely off guard. He had completely forgotten that Leonel was a mage. Or maybe he hadn't forgotten, but maybe had assumed that Leonel's magic fell far short of his spearmanship. However, reality was cruel. Reaching the end of his stamina, Gorgo's legs trembled and he heavily fell to his knees. His axe failed to block Leonel's following spear strike, causing his collarbone to be run through completely. Leonel's spear force was so sharp that an invisible blade ran through the Minotaur's body, exiting his shoulder blade and running through the ground behind his kneeling figure. The zombie and skeleton demon lord were stunned by this sudden change of events. They had just been waiting for an opportune time to strike. How had the situation reversed so suddenly? At that moment, having used Leonel's forward momentum to their benefit, Camelot's army had already cut down a large portion of the demon army. Before, it would have been worth it to take advantage of Leonel's situation. But if Leonel still had so much strength left to fight, it was simply impossible to try and benefit now. With a placid expression, the zombie demon lord signaled with his hand, causing loud, blaring horns to sound. Like a tide, the demons began to retreat, not sparing a glance toward Gorgo, who had yet to breathe his last breath. Chapter 249, Messengers. Hee, a little baby boy actually dares to hold back while fighting me. Gorgo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his once pearly white teeth becoming covered in a sheen of crimson. Leonel's gaze met the Minotaur demon lord's. Although Gorgo was on his knees now, he was so tall to begin with that Leonel could only look him in the eye. It wasn't that Leonel was looking down on Gorgo, it was rather that Leonel himself was too strong. Because of this, his actual fighting prowess had stagnated. During his studies in the Mage Academy, Leonel had learned a lot. His dreamscape was filled to the brim with mage textbooks and manuals of all kinds. But if he were to separate them into groups and point out which had the largest percentage of theories written about it, there was no doubt in his mind that it would be battle sense. To a mage, there were things more important than how many spells you knew and how powerful your spells were. What stood above that was timing, situation, and execution. Every mage art took time to cast. When a mage art was ultimately cast, it would impact the environment and change the situation around the next mage art. And every mage art took a good portion of one's spirit pressure to cast. Ultimately, between knights and mages, mages were particularly worried about battle sense and efficiency. If one had poor battle sense, it was very possible for a weaker mage to defeat a stronger one. How a mage economized their spirit pressure, how they prepared spells in battle, building up with short casts to longer ones, and even down to the angles to which they pointed their wands were all important aspects of battle sense. This realization ingrained one thing in Leonel's mind: he was still too weak. Before, he hadn't realized how much of a grip this thought had on his heart until he realized just how much his loss to Lemorak had affected him. But now, he couldn't have been more clear. To the current Leonel, defeating Gorgo by relying on his combination mage and spearman abilities held no meaning. The only reason he resorted to it in those final moments was because he felt that if he continued, his life would be in jeopardy. This was maybe the first time in his life that Leonel was truly faced with his own weakness. He couldn't help but have thoughts of what would happen to him if he was less talented. Such a thing left him feeling greatly uncomfortable in his heart. It was an emotion he didn't quite understand how to reconcile with. Leonel's spear pulled out from Gorgo's collarbone and struck down again. This time, he pierced his heart. As Gorgo's life faded, so too did Leonel's blazing aura. His runes dimmed and sunk into his skin, and his violet-red eyes slowly faded to its usual pale green. A wave of fatigue overwhelmed Leonel. His breathing couldn't help but grow heavy. He was only barely able to counter the side effects of his metal synergy lineage factor after reaching the weak state. But his body still felt heavy. Of course, it also didn't help that his new weapon was over 100 pounds either. My force and soul force are still at over 70% capacity, yet my body can't keep up, Leonel frowned. He felt like a headless chicken. He was always coming up with issues he could work on, but he never had a perfect solution for any of them. He needed more knowledge. The Mage Academy had a limited amount of information on matters related to the body, but the Knight Academy should be different. Leonel turned around to hear the stomping hooves of a band of horses. The first sight he saw was Lancelot's stern face, carrying a lance bloodied by battle. Leonel smiled somewhat bitterly. He didn't have much experience in battle, but it was pretty much common knowledge that rules and regulations were extremely important on the battlefield. He had acted without regard for consequences earlier, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any. However, Leonel wasn't stupid either. Mages were a special circumstance. Usually, the more powerful a mage, the less restricted they were by the rules of the army. For example, Leonis, as a light mage, traveled around the battlefield to where he was needed, so Leonel wasn't too worried about punishment. It was just that he fought too much like a knight, so it was easy for those watching to forget he was a mage. Lancelot saw Leonel's calm expression, and his lip couldn't help but twitch. This boy, couldn't he at least pretend to be afraid? Though Lancelot thought this, and even tried to think of ways to make Leonel suffer a small loss, he soon remembered that he actually didn't have any power to punish Leonel. This feeling left him quite stifled. In truth, he was thankful to Leonel. Though he was confident that they would have won the battle anyway, it most definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Demons were different from humans. Their population of warriors was far higher despite the fact the overall population of humans outstripped them. As a result, they were uncaring about casualties and usually attacked in waves, whittling down their stamina for weeks and months on end. Due to this, the demons had an overall losing record against humans, but in the grand scheme, it was actually humans who were on the losing end. Something like winning with so few casualties, and even taking down a demon lord at the same time, was of great benefit to Camelot. Just as Lancelot was thinking of how to deal with Leonel without appearing too weak and forgiving, a scout suddenly rushed to the front line. "Sir Lancelot, urgent tidings." Lancelot frowned. "They just finished a several-hour-long battle. What could it possibly be now?" "Speak," Lancelot finally said. "This." The messenger looked toward Leonel and hesitated. The other knights around Lancelot were his respected guards. No commander would enter a battlefield alone. They would always have death guards around them. The first priority of these death guards was to ensure the safety of the commander. This was all to say that while it was all right for such trusted subordinates to hear this message, Leonel was an unknown factor. The scout's hesitancy just went to show how important the message was. "It's all right, speak." The scout took a deep breath. "I come from the E15 small barrack just northwest of here. We've been overrun by demons and are seeking assistance." Lancelot frowned. Sir Lancelot. The information from the first scout hadn't even settled in before another messenger suddenly crossed onto the battlefield. A bad premonition suddenly struck the Knight of the Round Table. Chapter 250, Balance. In the border region, the forts were separated into small and large barracks. There were a total of 99 small barracks and 9 large barracks. All small barracks were headed by 3-star Grand Knights, while all large barracks were headed by Knights of the Round Table in shifts. With this sort of setup, it was obvious that every large barrack had 11 small barracks under their charge. However, what Lancelot could have never expected was for 6 of his small barracks to suddenly come out and ask for help like this. Lancelot frowned. He had thought that the demons retreated a bit too easily. Though Leonel was putting a lot of pressure on them, it was also obvious that Leonel had been reaching the end of his rope. On top of that, they allowed one of the demon lords to die too easily, unless... Lancelot's heart trembled. Others might not know why the demon lords were insistent on keeping their numbers at 66, but Lancelot was very much aware. Lioness had explained it to Leonel perfunctorily, but how could such a thing not have a deep underlying reason for it? The truth was that just like paladins of Pope Margrave, much of the strength of the demon lords were gained directly from Modred. The balance of this shared power was perfect when there were 66 of them. However, when there was an additional demon lord, that balance would be lost. This wasn't as simple as there not being enough darkness internal strength. Modred's power was beyond imagining. If the Pope could have hundreds of paladins, it obviously wasn't a problem for Modred to have hundreds of demon lords. The issue lied in the properties of dark internal strength, or rather in the property of Modred's dark internal strength. This kind of internal strength was exceptionally volatile and difficult to control. In addition, it had a negative influence on one's ethereal glabella and by extension, one's soul force. As a result, whenever there was an imbalance in demon lords, their strength took a dive as a collective. That was right. Demon Lord Gorgo was about 10% weaker than his peak form when he was fighting Leonel for this very reason. One might ask then, why would Lancelot allow Leonel to kill Gorgo then? Wouldn't it benefit Camelot if this imbalance continued? Well, the answer to that was obvious. What use would there be if Camelot went out of their way to not kill demon lords just to keep this imbalance? It might have been possible to capture and imprison Gorgo today, but would it always be so simple? Demon lords weren't stupid, and things also weren't so straightforward either. For one, Mordred could dispel the powers of a demon lord whenever she so wished. Even if Gorgo was captured, if the demon army came to be at a disadvantage, Mordred could easily snatch Gorgo's strength from a distance. Secondly, even if Camelot went out of their way to capture and not kill demon lords, these were demons they were talking about. Why wouldn't they just kill amongst themselves until their numbers were balanced once again? Before, Leonis had silently thought that this all-out attack and this chaos was exactly what Modred wanted, and he was likely correct. Even if Modred protected the newly appointed Demon Lord, if the Demon Lords were so eager for balance, couldn't they just kill one another? Yet, instead of simply picking a new target, the demons chose to launch an all-out offensive against Camelot. If Lancelot's thoughts were correct, then it was very likely that his large barracks weren't the only ones to receive so many SOS calls at once. It may be that the entire border region was lit with flames of war. When his trail of thoughts reached this point, Lancelot sucked in a cold breath. Was Modred really prepared to act again after so many years? Last time she acted, a hint of pain flashed by through Lancelot's gaze. It wasn't a pain of the flesh, but rather one of the heart. It seemed that whatever memories he was thinking of deeply scarred him. Leonel didn't know about any of this insider information. He only watched silently as Lancelot's expression changed several times. He thought himself to be good at reading human emotion, but whatever Lancelot was thinking of was way beyond his means to comprehend. After a while, Lancelot took in a deep breath. Alec, Pierce, Bran, Amaud, Geoffroy, Hammond, you'll lead your troops to support the small barracks. Leonel's eyes couldn't help but flicker toward Pierce. He was the very same man who had two exceptionally long swords strapped to the sides of his horse. Leonel had paid a small bit of attention toward him during the battle. His skill could only be described as frightening. Originally, Leonel had thought him to be one of the Knights of the Round Table as well, but by his name it was obvious that he wasn't. Who is he exactly? Leonel had no idea. Lancelot continued to give out orders. You scouts will second messages back to the remaining small barracks. Have them all retreat back here. I have a feeling that things won't end so simply. Also, someone call our beast mage here. Have him send out several hawks to the other large barracks. Inform them of my decision. A beast mage, from Leonel's readings, was a mage without affinity. They were essentially a mental mage, just like Elis, except they focused on mental manipulation magic that worked on low-intelligence creatures. Their strength wasn't very great, so they were often restricted to roles much like the order Lancelot just gave out. As for the rest of you, rest and prepare for battle. The two remaining enemies we face are Demon Lord Dagon and Coyote. Dagon is famous for his night raids. This isn't the time to let our guards down. A heavy expression colored Lancelot's features. Demon Lord Dagon was the skeleton demon with prisoner steel balls strapped to his wrists and ankles. While Gorgo had been ranked in the low 20s, he had broken into the top 20. However, Demon Lord Coyote was even more mysterious. While Lancelot had some information about Dagon's tendencies, he knew next to nothing about Coyote, the zombie demon lord. Whether it was his strength or personality, they were all just mere guesses. Lancelot had a feeling that the reason they retreated so easily was to divert his attention to the small barracks. Now that half of their forces had to leave, their situation during the next battle could be imagined. Leonel calmly watched this from start to finish, his mind as placid as a calm lake.